A decisive system of ruthlessness, unyielding beauty, and utter selfishness of villains. The frigid cold descends, enveloping the globe in ice. The apocalypse has arrived. Should one stockpile resources? No, my supplies are distributed daily. In this desolate world, is it necessary to hoard goddesses? No, the goddesses will present themselves willingly. As order disintegrates, the intertwining of humanity and savagery emerges. For a morsel of bread, the haughty neighbor's wife may bow her head in submission. For a sip of water, a female streamer may showcase her talents unabashedly. Orphaned and betrayed by his girlfriend at the onset of this catastrophe, Lin Dong finds himself disheartened as the end of days unfolds. Since all have conspired against me, do not blame me for vanquishing you all. Chapter 3. The Material Exchange Meeting. Encountering a gym, numerous vehicles had begun to leave the community, but soon enough, tires slipped, and a cacophony of crashes ensued, with drivers desperately honking their horns in a frenzied uproar. The residents group chat was equally chaotic. Help! My daughter just got caught in the snow. Does anyone have medicine? Please save my child. What on earth is happening? Is this the apocalypse? The emergency lines are busy. Even 120 is unreachable. What are we to do? Who will come to our aid? My biological father is starting to develop sores. I've locked him inside, but I fear for contagion. I implore any gentleman with an 8-pack to rescue me. Neighbors, do not fear. Natural disasters are but temporary. Trust in the authorities. We shall be saved. Saved, you say? The world has descended into chaos. Who is there to rescue you, fool? Does anyone have bottled water or snacks? I am willing to pay a handsome price. Astute individuals sensed that this would be a calamity not easily endured. Just an hour into the snowfall, it had already reached nearly half a meter in depth, with no sign of letting up. Thus, stockpiling food and water became paramount. Presently, no one knew whether the toxic snow could permeate through clothing to the skin. No one dared to gamble with their lives to find out. Consequently, the supplies of each household became the last bastion of hope. Lin Dong meticulously checked the doors and windows to ensure no snow would drift inside before finally allowing himself to sleep soundly. The next morning at 8 a.m., Lin Dong awoke punctually and peered out the window, unable to suppress a gasp. The bodies from yesterday had been entirely buried beneath the snow, which had now risen beyond the first floor, nearing the second. The temperature had plummeted to a chilling -30 degrees. The only solace was that the snow had temporarily ceased, though the ominous clouds above hinted at more to come. Upon inspecting the internal facilities, as anticipated, water, electricity, and gas were all incapacitated. The toxic snow was terrifying enough. Now, with no power, he could only rely on his inner strength and the warmth of his down jacket. Yet how many could withstand such conditions? It was likely that many would succumb to the cold today. Lin Dong remained unperturbed, continuing to hide indoors, savoring hot pot and sipping tea while perusing messages in the residents' group chat. After a night of torment, many had fallen silent, perhaps victims of the snow's poison or the biting cold. Only a handful of desperate pleas remained, yet it was evident that no one was responding. Lin Dong did not venture outside all day. By noon, a new reward arrived. Beep. Today's sign-in reward options are as follows. 1. A golden desert eagle with an infinite magazine. 2. An increase of 5 in power level. 3. An apocalypse sled can glide effortlessly over snow and ice. 4. A can of carbonated drink that induces endless burping. What a bizarre assortment. Lin Dong yearned for the golden desert eagle, but ultimately opted for option 2. From this sign-in, it seemed rewards could indeed repeat, so there was no need to worry. He could choose again next time. As for the power enhancement, it had a distinctly sci-fi allure, so he selected that as well. Upon receiving the reward, Lin Dong felt a surge of formidable strength coursing through his body. Simultaneously, a line of information appeared in the top left corner of the system interface. Power level, level 6. Testing this newfound power. Lin Dong delivered a punch to the solid wooden dining table, creating a fist-sized hole, which filled him with immense satisfaction. His strength appeared to encompass a comprehensive enhancement of attack, defense, and agility, and remarkably, he felt no pain from the impact. For the next 3 days, Lin Dong remained indoors while the relentless snow continued to fall, nearly engulfing his windows. Finally, he managed to acquire the coveted golden desert eagle and also unlocked an infallible shooting talent. For his third reward, Lin Dong selected a thermostat cooker. This device, resembling a small furnace but only the size of a palm, emitted a soft blue glow, requiring neither charging nor fuel, as it possessed its own ample energy supply. Thermostat cooker effect. When placed indoors, it maintains a constant temperature of 26 degrees Celsius within a 3-meter radius. The drawback is that it cannot pass through walls. However, possessing 10,000 of them would ensure warmth throughout the home. Lin Dong found himself speechless. Did this not render his thermal clothing rather redundant? Nevertheless, with this contraption, he could now bathe at home, and the initial unlimited food supply included hot water, alleviating concerns that his meals would cool before he could consume them. On this day, Lin Dong, who was barely holding on to a modicum of battery life, discovered that individuals in the residence chat were advocating for a gathering in the underground garage to exchange supplies. This was indeed a prudent choice. Although the garage was connected to the outside world, its entrances were blocked by heavy snow, making it safe to approach from the secure passageways of each building. Spending the day cooped up at home eating and lounging was not a viable option. So Lin Dong decided to venture out. Donning his thick down jacket, he left, exposing only his face to the elements. Though he no longer felt the cold, he still needed to maintain appearances. The underground garage was already teeming with people. Lin Dong quickly estimated that out of the 14 buildings in the community, housing over 700 residents, only around 600 had made their way to the garage. This implied that, in merely 5 days, so many had perished. However, upon reflection, it seemed unlikely. The snow had fallen at night, and most likely, many had remained sheltered at home with sufficient supplies, temporarily unperturbed by the need to exchange goods. The atmosphere in the community was steeped in sorrow and helplessness, but what could be done? As long as one continued to breathe, there remained hope, and individuals shouted fervently. Some shattered furniture to ignite a bonfire for warmth and light, while others ingeniously extracted fuel from car tanks to prepare warm meals. I have a 30 000 my power bank, still half charged. Would you trade it for a bottle of water? I have a pack of cigarettes. I'll exchange it for instant noodles or bread. I possess a sausage. I wish to barter for fever medicine. Most exchanges revolved around food and water, with a few seeking medicine for their ailing family members. The rapidly dropping temperatures had led to numerous cases of colds. Although bottled water was largely frozen, it was still possible to thaw some with a bit of effort. As Lin Dong meandered through the crowd, he spotted Wang Sheng and Shen Wanyue. Both were bundled tightly, revealing only their pale, gaunt faces. Before them lay an assortment of gold and silver jewelry. It appeared Shen Wanyue had resorted to offering her dowry for survival. However, after several days of calamity, everyone understood that wealth and valuables had lost their worth. No one was interested in their offerings. When Shen Wanyue glanced up and saw Lin Dong's smiling face, memories of his earlier words flooded her mind. If you're hungry, remember to find me. Did he foresee this heavy snowfall? Yet, Lin Dong did not approach them. He preferred to remain unobtrusive. As he continued to explore, he unexpectedly encountered another striking beauty, rivaling Shen Wanyue. Her features were exquisite, and despite being heavily bundled, her refined visage shone through. Her bright eyes resembled gemstones, her brows perfectly arched, and her lips, though slightly pale, possessed a captivating shape. Furthermore, even beneath her thick down jacket, her figure was subtly accentuated, exuding an allure reminiscent of a high-performance vehicle. Standing approximately 1.75 meters tall, she would surely be of comparable height to Lin Dong should she don heels. When did the community gain such a gem? Chapter 4. The chaos begins. This woman, judging by her facial features, appeared to be in her 20s, alone and curled up in a corner. Before her lay an array of designer bags and cosmetics, much like those of Shen Wanyue and her husband, which attracted no attention whatsoever. Cash would have been more valuable. After all, these were merely useless trinkets. Lin Dong observed quietly while eavesdropping on the conversations around him, gathering several pieces of useful information. The first revelation was that the toxin in the snow could only be transmitted through skin contact, lacking any airborne contagion properties. This was indeed a piece of good news. Otherwise, who would dare to open a door for fresh air? Even if they didn't starve, they would suffocate in their own homes. The second comforting piece of news was that some individuals, unable to withstand hunger, had conducted bold experiments. By covering their skin with waterproof materials, like placing plastic bags inside their clothing and using umbrellas to shield themselves from the snow, they could traverse areas where the snow was not too deep. The only obstacle was the excessive snow accumulation in the neighborhood, which reached over 6 meters, rendering it impossible for anyone to venture out in search of supplies. Naturally, many were discussing the possibility of modifying household tools to create vehicles, hoping they could drive out. Lin Dong regarded this as mere folly. With snow this thick, even an excavator would struggle, let alone a car. This underscored the dire state of their resource scarcity. The third piece of news filled Lin Dong with unease. The bodies frozen by the snow toxin all bore white pupils, each contorted in grotesque poses, leaving an unsettling impression. Would these corpses eventually transform into zombies? Lin Dong couldn't help but speculate. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Clearly, in the future, when faced with options to enhance his strength, he should choose without hesitation. The stronger he became, the greater his chances of survival. Hey, handsome, do you have any bread or instant noodles? A voice interrupted his thoughts. It was Ling Shui, who approached a young man who appeared lost in thought. These designer bags cost me tens of thousands. Could I perhaps exchange them for some food? Her voice, melodious and laced with a hint of allure, was quite enchanting. These items are worthless. Can you offer something more practical? Lin Dong unabashedly scrutinized Ling Shui's delicate features. Ling Shui bit her lip, fully aware that in these times, designer bags were mere illusions. Everyone was starving, wrapped up like mummies, too preoccupied with hunger to care about appearances. Yet, she was reluctant to surrender so easily. How about this? Ling Shui mused momentarily before retrieving a black plastic bag from her pocket, completely oblivious to her identification card that had fallen to the ground. Lin Dong observed closely and discovered her name was Ling Shui. Upon inspecting the bag, he was met with a facepalm moment. It was filled with various types of stockings, thigh-high, knee-length, body stockings, garter belts, fishnets, an assortment indeed. What the hell? Calling me handsome, yet treating me like a pathetic loser? Ling Shui lowered her voice. These are all worn and unwashed. If you want food, come to my place at Building 5, Apartment 301. We're adults. I'm sure you understand my meaning. After casting him a meaningful glance, she turned to leave. Ling Shui's lips, pale and nearly bleeding from biting, trembled with frustration. Had it been before the apocalypse, she would have never glanced at such a lowly person, yet now, she found herself considering accompanying him for food. Though infuriated, what choice did she have? He had food. Lin Dong continued to wander for a short while when suddenly, 3 burly men burst out from the safety passage of Building 7. The leader, with a face full of flesh, radiated menace, and all 3 wielded kitchen knives. Go for it, Liang Meng bellowed, charging toward the nearest stall, which was run by an elderly woman selling a tin of formula milk. He seized it without hesitation. Hey, why are you taking my things? Someone help. I'm being robbed. The old woman cried out. Damn it, seeking death. Liang Meng's eyes glinted coldly as he raised his knife and struck down. Blood spattered. The elderly woman's head was embedded with the blade, and she slumped to the ground helplessly. Ah, a murder. Someone screamed, triggering chaos as everyone fled in all directions. Lin Dong observed with a detached gaze, moving slowly toward Building 5 amidst the throng. After enduring so many days, order had finally begun to unravel. In the face of survival, all notions of kindness and humanity would dissipate entirely. Today's murder would mark the onset of chaos. What are you waiting for? Go rob. Liang Meng, though a first-time killer, retained his composure as a thug and shouted at his accomplices before attacking the nearest person indiscriminately. The frenzy had begun. They didn't care whether the victims had food. It was simply a matter of killing first. Encouraged by their leader's ferocity, the two subordinates also began their rampage. Ling Shui, witnessing the murder, hurried home, not even pausing to retrieve her fallen designer bags or identification. Wang Sheng grasped Shen Wanyue's hand as they ran, but the panic-stricken crowd soon toppled the well-off couple. Husband! Husband! Shen Wanyue cried in terror, her legs quaking. Unable to rise. Wife! Hurry up! Wang Sheng strained to pull her up, but he, too, was starving and could hardly move. As Liang Meng charged toward them with his knife, Wang Sheng gritted his teeth. Wait here, I'll find someone to help. Husband! Save me! Shen Wanyue was aghast. She never imagined her newlywed husband would abandon her. As the assailant closed in, she was overwhelmed with fear and began to weep. Lin Dong, witnessing this, rushed over to support her. She was his quarry and could not perish so easily. Come with me. Feeling the strength of his arm, Shen Wanyue realized it was Lin Dong who had rescued her, and her heart swelled with gratitude. Liang Meng's assault was indiscriminate. He struck anyone nearby until the underground parking lot was emptied of people. Only then did the trio pause, surveying the corpses scattered across the ground. With some clutching severed limbs, Liang Meng grinned maniacally, finishing off those still alive. Haha, brother, this tactic is indeed effective. His two subordinates quickly scavenged the underground garage, gathering a substantial amount of food. Their plan was straightforward: descend, kill, and loot. The frightened crowd would flee, leaving their stalls behind and allowing the trio to seize the spoils. Liang Meng estimated that the food they had stolen would sustain them for a couple of days. Yet, acquiring more supplies would prove difficult as the residents would surely barricade themselves inside, making future thefts a challenge. At that moment, one of the subordinates suddenly approached, holding an identification card with a lascivious grin. Boss, I found something interesting. Liang Meng took it, and his eyes lit up. What a beautiful woman. This was a formal photo, revealing the true face of a woman who relied on filters and makeup to leave her home. But the woman named Ling Shui on this ID had a delicate face and captivating, bright eyes, truly a stunning beauty. The only disappointment was that the address on the ID was not from the neighborhood. Perhaps she was a tenant from elsewhere. Uncertain of her exact location, the subordinate, Zhang Peng, eagerly remarked, Boss, I haven't touched a woman in days. I must have a taste of this beauty. Besides, there are plenty of women in this complex. We can enjoy them all. As they neared her door, Shen Wanyue finally found the strength to stand and angrily broke free from Lin Dong's grasp, storming toward the door to pound on it. Wang Sheng, open the door for me. The voice was loud and frantic. Lin Dong, with a smile, opened his door and leaned against the frame, watching the spectacle unfold. Cowering inside, Wang Sheng trembled at the sound of his wife's voice. Only after peering through the peephole and confirming that it was just Lin Dong and his wife outside did he muster the courage to open the door. Xiao Yu. You're all right. Come in quickly, or that group will come back. Wang Sheng seemed eager to pull his wife inside, as if he were not the one who had abandoned her moments ago. Shen Wanyue, displeased, shook off her husband's arm and scolded. Wang Sheng, are you still a man? What happened to the vows you made before we married? Huh, you just ran away when danger struck. I must have been blind to marry you. Her voice broke into sobs. Seeing Lin Dong watching with amusement, Wang Sheng's expression darkened, but he forced a smile, saying, It's not that I was afraid, Xiao Yu. I was looking for help, but no one was willing to assist me. Then why did you close the door? Shen Wanyue shot back, delivering a fatal blow. Wang Sheng was left speechless. Shen Wanyue continued to lament. We've consumed everything edible at home, and I even lost my gold bracelet earlier. What am I supposed to do? I'm still young. I don't want to starve to death with you. At that moment, she felt utterly helpless. Wang Sheng, too, was at a loss. Despite his self-proclaimed status as a social elite earning a high salary, he found himself utterly powerless in this situation. Suddenly, he glanced at Lin Dong, who was suppressing laughter, and realized something was amiss. This fellow looked quite well. His complexion was rosy, showing no signs of hunger. Lin Dong, do you have food at home? Wang Sheng asked tentatively. Lin Dong admitted, indeed, and quite a lot of it. This revelation caused Shen Wanyue to stop crying, her eyes lighting up. That's wonderful, Lin Dong. Could you share some food with us? Lin Dong flashed a bright smile. Of course not. You. Lin Dong pulled out a can of Coke from his pocket, took a swig, and let out a satisfied burp. Drinking ice-cold Coke in winter is quite refreshing. Wang Sheng and his wife gaped, their mouths watering at the sight. This was something they had previously taken for granted, but now found unattainable in their current plight. It was evident that Lin Dong's supplies were abundant. Who else would casually flaunt a can of soda? Wang Sheng. Look, we are neighbors, Wang Sheng said with a sycophantic smile. Their essay saying, distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. If you share some of your food with us, I can arrange for you to join my company after the disaster passes. How does a monthly salary of 6,000, no, 8,000 sound? Lin Dong scoffed. Fool. Wang Sheng and his wife's eyes turned green with envy, further convinced of Lin Dong's plentiful resources. Shen Wanyue bit her lip. Lin Dong, how about this? We would be willing to pay 100 for a bottle of water. We'll pay 10 times the price for anything edible. Would that work? Lin Dong continued to mock her. You're quite foolish. Wang Sheng and his wife were left seething in silence. What would it take for you to share a bit of food with us? Wang Sheng asked helplessly. Lin Dong squinted and smiled slightly as he looked at Shen Wanyue. How about this? My home is a bit chaotic these days, and I need a woman to help me tidy up. I can hire your sister-in-law as my maid, working from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. solely to attend to my needs. Shen Wanyue turned beet red and angrily rebuked. Lin Dong, that is too much. Why should I clean your house? You must think very little of me. As adults, the implications were clear without needing to be stated. If she were to be alone with Lin Dong, who knew what might occur, the idea of 3 meals a day might become something entirely different. Wang Sheng was also angered, yet he retained some semblance of reason and refrained from violence. Furrowing his brow, he said, Lin Dong, this is absolutely unacceptable. How about this? My wife and I will help you tidy up your house. We will make it spotless. Lin Dong shrugged. My home doesn't welcome men. If you're unwilling, then so be it. With that, he closed the door. After all, he had food, drink, and warmth. He had all the time in the world to enjoy himself. Wang Sheng and his wife exchanged glances, and Shen Wanyue erupted once more. Wang Sheng, about you abandoning me to escape. This isn't over. As night fell, Lin Dong woke up and decided to cook hot pot. With an array of ingredients like beef tripe, lamb, shrimp, and more, it was a feast. Meanwhile, in room 302, after the earlier quarrel, Wang Sheng and his wife fell into a silence, as arguing was exhausting, especially with their supplies completely depleted. Suddenly, Shen Wanyue sniffed the air. Strange. Is that the smell of hot pot? Am I imagining things? Wang Sheng also caught a whiff, his heart racing. It was indeed the aroma of hot pot. They exchanged glances, their hunger amplified by the tantalizing scent. Wang Sheng quietly opened the door and confirmed the source. The delightful smell wafted from Lin Dong's home, invigorating him. Wife, how about you go work for Lin Dong? Chapter 6. Capturing the neighbor's wife, the maid's code? Shen Wanyue's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at her husband. Wang Sheng, do you know what you're suggesting? Earlier that day, he had fled, abandoning her. And now he was asking her to work for Lin Dong, essentially implying she would be sleeping with him. A wave of indescribable disappointment and coldness washed over her, leaving her too numb to be angry. Wang Sheng was aware that sending his wife to work for Lin Dong implied much more than mere cleaning. But he was simply too hungry. For the first time in over 20 years, he felt the depths of hunger, stripping him of the desire to argue. He had initially hoped for a barter of resources, but that hope had evaporated. His only hope for survival now rested on his wife earning them a morsel of bread. Don't be upset, shall you? You'll just be helping him tidy up. If Lin Dong dares to harm you, shout loudly, and I will rush in to rescue you, he promised. Shen Wanyue was devoid of the spirit for confrontation. The chilling despair in her heart was more profound than any physical cold. This was what they called a silence that spoke louder than death. Reflecting on the past, her husband had held a respectable position in society, was courteous, and had always been attentive, a perfect husband in the eyes of family and friends. But when calamity struck, she saw Wang Sheng's true colors, cowardly, ungrateful, and willing to send his wife away for a mere bite to eat. And yet, he still draped himself in a facade of hypocrisy. Seeing his wife in such a state, Wang Sheng hurried to explain, Shao Yu, I'm not deceiving you. You have to believe me. Do you remember the principle of the happiness of the retreating party? We are the fortunate ones. A slight concession will lead to. So you can also give away your wife? Shen Wanyue's tears flowed anew. Once again, the principle of the happiness of the retreating party emerged, revealing Wang Sheng's cowardice. If he truly had the means, he could have robbed Lin Dong, rather than allowing both of them to starve. No, why can't you understand? What I mean is. Wang Sheng attempted to clarify. Shen Wanyue struggled to her feet, her cold gaze fixed on him. Fine. I will go accompany Lin Dong. After speaking, Wang Sheng walked towards the door, reaching out to grasp his wife's arm, but ultimately hesitated. Shen Wanyue realized that her husband was not stopping her at all, and her heart sank completely. The sound of knocking echoed. Lin Dong, with a piece of meat in one hand and a cold beer in the other, heard the door open and a mysterious smile flickered across his lips as he hurried to open the door. Lin Dong, I will be your maid, Shen Wanyue declared. Stepping inside and inhaling the rich aroma of hot pot, her long-dead heart slowly beginning to revive. Perhaps following Lin Dong was not such a poor choice after all. At the very least, it meant survival. However, she found it odd that Lin Dong was dressed so lightly. Was he not cold? Lin Dong glanced at Shen Wanyue and then at Wang Sheng, who appeared conflicted behind him. He tossed a piece of bread and a bottle of mineral water to the latter. Thank you, Wang Sheng exclaimed with joy, tearing open the packaging and devouring it without a second thought. Come in, sister-in-law, Lin Dong said, stepping aside. Shen Wanyue looked at the steaming hot pot in the living room, unable to contain herself any longer, and stepped inside. Xiaoya, don't worry, just call if you need anything. Bang! The door slammed shut. As soon as she entered, Shen Wanyue was taken aback. It was so warm, dressed in at least 7 or 8 layers to fend off the cold. She felt as if she had transitioned from the Arctic to the equator upon entering. How could his home be so warm? There was clearly no electricity. Shen Wanyue bit her lip, and, while removing her heavy clothing, said, Lin Dong, I haven't eaten in 2 days. Could I please have something to eat first? Lin Dong looked up with indifference and suddenly sneered. Have you forgotten your place? Address me as master. You. Shen Wanyue was about to erupt in anger, but her stomach growled with hunger, reminding her that her husband had not even offered her a piece of bread. Tears welled up in her eyes again. She was a member of the elite class, yet she had to call a societal lowlife master? What could she do? Her stomach was betraying her, constantly grumbling. "A master." Lin Dong nodded and tossed her a sheet of A4 paper filled with writing. "This is the maid's code of conduct. Remember to adhere to it closely." Shen Wanyue picked it up in confusion, her eyes widening as she read the contents. Maid's code of conduct 1. Do not stand in the master's house. All actions must be performed kneeling. Any violations result in a day without food. 3. When only the male master is present. The maid must wear a specially designed maid outfit. Any violations result in a day without food. 10. The master's word is absolute. Any retorts will lead to death. What? What kind of maid's code is this? This is entirely akin to the slave codes from certain films. Turning to leave, Lin Dong watched coldly, drawing out a golden eagle pistol and aiming it at her back. If the maid disobeys, she deserves no mercy. However, as Shen Wanyue reached the door, her hand froze. The biting cold outside the constant temperature range of the heater hit her anew. This resistance was even stronger than Lin Dong's maid code. As the saying goes, I could have endured the darkness had I never seen the light. Lin Dong watched Shen Wanyue hesitating at the door, one hand holding a gun and the other enjoying the hot pot while waiting. 5 minutes later, Shen Wanyue relented. She no longer wished to face her cowardly and hypocritical husband. She could not bear to go hungry any longer. Thud. Shen Wanyue finally convinced herself, bowing her proud head heavily. Master, I was wrong. In that moment, she surrendered all her pride, willingly staying in room 301 just to survive. Even if it meant living like a dog. Since you've decided to stay, you must adhere to the rules. For your first offense, I will forgive you this once. Lin Dong smiled as he put away the gun and handed her a set of clothing. It was thermal underwear crafted from system-produced materials, both warm and aesthetically pleasing. Tears dripped onto the floor as Shen Wanyue resigned herself to her fate. Chapter 7. Combat Maid? Maid outfit? After finishing the bread, Wang Sheng could not help but crouch by Lin Dong's door, straining to listen, but the soundproofing was too effective, and he could not hear anything for a while, only enduring the tantalizing aroma of hot pot wafting from within. A single piece of bread was hardly filling. After a while, a chilling scream from his wife pierced through the air, twisting Wang Sheng's expression in agony. He wanted to knock on the door, but thought about Lin Dong's imposing figure and the possibility of not having bread in the future, so he lowered his hand. Lin Dong, if I find the opportunity, I will make you pay. Truly, Shen Wanyue from Building 5 was something else. She exuded one word: enchanting. There was not an ounce of excess flesh on her. Her voice was delightful, and she was incredibly captivating. She was nothing like the previous Zhao Yufei, who had kicked him aside with disdain. Furthermore, the strength he gained from the system had enhanced his physical capabilities across the board. Yes, truly an all-encompassing enhancement. After finishing the meal, Shen Wanyue's initial resistance had diminished significantly. She strictly adhered to the maid code and began tidying up the house. Once everything was clean, she curled up on the edge of the sofa and fell asleep. She had come to a realization. Lin Dong's place had food and warmth. It was truly a paradise. As for dignity and chastity, they seemed trivial in the face of hunger. Surviving was the most important thing. The only thing that puzzled her was that she had no idea where Lin Dong kept his food. The kitchen fridge was empty. Did he stash it in the bedroom? But she dared not enter Lin Dong's room, and the comfort of the living area, with its 26-degree temperature, was simply too inviting to risk her life over. At midnight, rewards were issued once more. Beep, beep. Today's sign-in reward options are as follows. 1. Nuclear-powered generator, unlimited energy. 2. Combat made functionality activated. 3. RPG rocket launcher, equipped with 1,000 rockets. 4. A pair of socks that will never smell once worn. Lin Dong sprang up in excitement, staring at the system panel. Wow, combat made. What is that? Without a second thought, Lin Dong chose option 2. Although he desired the rockets, given the current situation, a handgun was sufficient. Rockets would be overkill. He could select them later. After making his choice, the system panel suddenly flashed with light, revealing a new tab. Upon clicking it, Shen Wanyue's information appeared prominently. Maid 1. Shen Wanyue. Measurements: 34C-20-36. System rating: 82. Current strength: Level 1. Maid outfit: None. Lin Dong pondered, stroking his chin. While the other details were understandable, what was this maid outfit? It certainly wasn't the one he had tailored. It must be a system item. At the top of the system interface, there was a small switch icon with the note: the host can control whether the maid can conceive. That was a no-brainer. Of course, he would keep that switched off. He had no desire to become a father. This meant he could play without worry in the future. Lin Dong was quite pleased with this small function. Currently, Shen Wanyue's strength level was that of an average person at level 1, and the method of her enhancement differed from Lin Dong's reliance on system rewards. It was under his control. In essence, this meant that Lin Dong's Q skill could increase the maid's experience, and once enough experience was gathered, she could level up. Why was it that the maid could comfortably level up while he still had to rely on random system rewards? Lin Dong could not help but curse. However, the system thoughtfully provided assurance. The maid's level cap depended on the host's level cap, being only half of Lin Dong's level. In other words, with Lin Dong currently at level 6, he could help Shen Wanyue reach a maximum of level 3 through diligent effort. This is more like it. Only then did Lin Dong feel at ease enough to sleep. That night, Wang Sheng tossed and turned, unable to find rest. His wife's cries echoed in his mind like a relentless nightmare. He felt an urge to be angry, yet he dared not explode. For it was he who had pushed his wife towards Lin Dong. At 8 in the morning, unable to contain himself, Wang Sheng knocked on Lin Dong's door, his dark circles betraying his sleepless night. The door swung open, revealing Lin Dong with a mischievous grin. As Wang Sheng spoke, he looked past Lin Dong and caught sight of his wife in the living room, already clad in her down jacket. Her cheeks flushed, a surge of jealousy and rage threatened to erupt within him. Yet, he still held back. Lin Dong slapped his forehead. Oh, how could I forget? Last night and this morning, sister-in-law was quite helpful, tidying up my home to my satisfaction. He turned to glance at Shen Wanyue. Upon hearing Lin Dong's insinuation, Shen Wanyue's face flushed deeper, and she nervously wiped her mouth, unable to meet her husband's gaze. Lin Dong smiled. This maid truly understands her role. Wang Sheng could not help but grasp the meaning behind the words, his chest heaving with barely contained fury. He glared at his wife, ready to explode. But in the next moment, Lin Dong tossed him a piece of bread and a bottle of water. Here, this is for today. The fire of anger within him was doused significantly as he nodded eagerly. Thank you. Thank you. Since there's still work to be done, Xiaoya can continue. I won't disturb you. In that moment, Wang Sheng's focus was solely on the food and water. Once the door closed, Shen Wanyue hurriedly adhered to her maid duties and knelt down. See, your husband didn't come for you at all. He only wanted food, Lin Dong chuckled. Shen Wanyue bowed her head even lower, feeling a twinge of discomfort, yet it was not as painful as she had anticipated. It seemed she was slowly getting accustomed to her time spent with Lin Dong. Upon returning home, Wang Sheng devoured the bread with a fierce intensity. He knew his wife well. Her demeanor earlier clearly indicated she had succumbed to Lin Dong again that morning, igniting his fury. Wretched hussy, in just one night, you have become so submissive? I suspect you have longed to be with Lin Dong. He seethed internally. This constant subjugation to Lin Dong was intolerable. He resolved to devise a plan to seize all of Lin Dong's provisions. With this thought in mind, Wang Sheng stealthily left the house. Chapter 8. All Chaos. Rules and ruins in the safety corridor of Building 5. Many survivors gathered, sending a chill through Wang Sheng. The entire building had fewer than 100 living souls remaining. Most had perished from freezing, starvation, or poisoning. Reaching the highest step, Wang Sheng addressed the group. Everyone, the situation is dire, and I believe we must unite. Yesterday, our entire community attempted a trading event in the underground garage, but were robbed by Liang Meng, leaving no one brave enough to return. Our lives will only grow harder. Therefore, I suggest that the few of us still alive form an alliance to share resources and face this crisis together. A furrowed brow responded. Don't merely speak empty words. We are all hungry. How can we share resources? Wang Sheng had anticipated this response. I believe our first step should be to designate one young adult from each household to form a guard team. We will start from the first floor, door by door, searching for supplies. If a home is empty of life, we will claim all resources within. Liang Meng has already resorted to murder. We cannot remain passive, relying solely on the security of the garage door to protect us. Thus, this resource collection team must act collectively. Even if we encounter Liang Meng, we need not fear. There are only 3 of them, while we number over 10. Can we truly be intimidated? As he spoke, heads nodded in agreement. The fear from Liang Meng's earlier violence had shaken them, yet they had forgotten that he was but 3 men. United, they need not be afraid. Another individual inquired. But how will we distribute the collected resources? All resources will be evenly divided among those who join the guard team. A woman interjected. But what if there are no young adults in my household? It's just my daughter and me, my husband. He likely perished outside long ago. An elderly woman added, Indeed, I think your distribution method is flawed. My husband and I are both over 60, unable to move without assistance. What will become of us? It would be best if every household received a share of the resources collected, with the elderly prioritized. Wang Sheng's eyes flashed with malice. This old hag still wishes to eat for free. Before he could finish, a middle-aged man voiced his discontent. Who cares about your survival? We will proceed as Wang Sheng suggests. Only those who contribute shall eat. Those unwilling to contribute, well, if any woman wishes to share a bed with me, perhaps I will grant her a portion. But those unwilling to give anything should simply await their demise. Wang Sheng could not suppress his inner approval. He thought it was right. The moment these words were spoken, chaos erupted, with accusations flying. What kind of talk is that? You are taking advantage of our misfortune. Don't think we women are easy prey. We can hold our own. Look at yourself. With that appearance, you dare to dream. The middle-aged man's countenance darkened as he suddenly seized the loudest protesting woman by the head and slammed it against the wall repeatedly. Blood splattered everywhere. The survival pressures of recent days transformed into primal rage in that moment. The man, a picture of savagery, beat the woman to death. This scene rendered everyone speechless. Several men exchanged glances, as though a lock had been undone and Pandora's box had been opened. Brothers, capture all the women. Keep the pretty ones. And dispose of the old and ugly to avoid wasting food. The man waved his hand, and chaos ensued. Wang Sheng stood frozen, shocked at how events had escalated. He had underestimated the darkness of human nature. Building 5 had devolved into a hellscape, as the raw strength of men manifested in that moment. Those with tools wielded them, while those without used their fists, mercilessly beating to death any woman they deemed unworthy. Help! Luli, I will report you. Ah, save me. I won't eat anymore. Please don't hit me. Cries of despair filled the air. Shen Wanyue turned curiously. Master, it seems there is a commotion outside. What is happening? Lin Dong extinguished his cigarette, but on her pristine back. What does it matter? Just focus on pleasing your master. The rest is not your concern. Finally, after several minutes, a few bloodied men stood in the hallway, exchanging manic smiles. From now on, this building 5 will be under our control. The first man to act, Zhu Feng, spoke up, earning the agreement of the others. Where's Wang Sheng? Where did he run off to? Someone suddenly asked. If that dog dared to flee, then he is out of the picture. If we encounter him, we will kill him. Lu Li leaned in with a lewd grin. Zhu Gu, you may not know, but Wang Sheng's wife is the flower of building 5. She is quite a catch. Why don't we capture his wife for some fun? At this suggestion, the men's eyes lit up, evidently having long coveted Shen Wanyue. Zhu Feng slapped him on the head. You fool, she is frozen solid. Do you think she would still be enjoyable? First and foremost, the focus is on sustenance. Once we have satisfied our hunger, we shall burn furniture for warmth. And at that moment, none of the women in this building will escape our grasp. The crowd nodded. It had been several days of despair in this apocalyptic scenario, and each of them was ravenous. The cleansing of Building 5 commenced, yet it was not an isolated incident. Liang Meng set a precedent for all the men in the Jiyuan community, as men in other buildings began to band together, scouring homes for food and seizing women, resulting in utter chaos. In Unit 403 of Building 3, Ling Shui lived alone. As a female streamer, she had a penchant for snacks and had stockpiled a considerable amount, allowing her to endure longer than others. However, her end was now imminent. In Building 3, a group of over 20 men formed a robbery squad, methodically prying open doors, with the outcomes all too predictable. Through the peephole, Ling Shui witnessed the door of Unit 401 being forced open. The man inside, wielding a knife to protect his wife, was brutally beaten to death, and soon after, the furniture was set ablaze while they toyed with the woman. Despite the soundproofing of the security door, Ling Shui could hear the woman's heart-wrenching screams, causing her to tremble in fear. What to do? She considered herself far more beautiful than that woman. And if these men discovered her, her fate would likely be even graver. Suddenly, she recalled the man she had encountered in the underground parking lot yesterday. He had mentioned residing in Unit 301 of Building 5. She needed to find a way to seek his help. Chapter 9. Ling Shui seeks help, a flying hero? Seeing the chaos outside, it was only a matter of time before they would attempt to break into her home. She rushed to the balcony. Thankfully, it hadn't snowed again today. Cautiously, she swept away the snow from the window and opened it, leaning out. The distance between her Building 3 and Building 5 was not great, merely about 20 meters apart, and through the window, she could see Lin Dong's balcony. Without a second thought, she began tossing various items from her home in an attempt to alert Lin Dong by breaking his window. However, as a frail woman, her aim was woefully poor, and after numerous failed attempts, her anxiety grew. Hurry, I must hit it. At last, a bottle of skincare product struck the glass with precision, producing a loud noise. Lin Dong, who was instructing his maid Shen Wanyue on her duties, noticed the commotion. He stepped onto the balcony, furrowing his brow as he looked out and spotted Ling Shui waving at him. Come help me. They are about to break in. Her voice was loud, quickly attracting the attention of others. Hey, did I just hear a woman's voice? One of the men involved in the violence at Unit 401 stood up in confusion. On the couch, a burly man was smoking, his eyes narrowing as he turned to the door, seemingly recognizing that the sound came from this floor. This man, Zheng Dajuan, was the leader of Building 3. A subordinate hurried over. Boss, the sound is coming from 403. There's a woman in there. Zheng Dajuan extinguished his cigarette and slowly rose. Let us pry the door open and see. I'm curious who she is seeking help from. One of the subordinates pointed to the nearly lifeless woman on the floor, asking, what about her, boss? Looking at the woman who was already losing consciousness, Zheng Dajuan sighed. Have you all forgotten how rare it is to come across a woman? You find one and play her to death so quickly? The opportunities to encounter women will only diminish from here on out. The subordinate chuckled sheepishly. Don't blame us. Her constitution is just too weak. All right. Next time we find one that's decent, take your time with her. Zheng Dajuan waved his hand and led the group to Unit 403. Break it open. Crack. The sound of the door being forced open sent chills down Ling Shui's spine, and she cried out to Lin Dong for help. They are coming. Please, save me. Lin Dong, however, appeared unfazed, crossing his arms with a smile. Save you? Do you know what you will have to pay? Ling Shui was left speechless, her eyes reddening. In such a dire situation, this man had the audacity to tease her. If you can save me, I'll be your girlfriend. Yet, Lin Dong slowly shook his head. I don't need a girlfriend. Ling Shui was taken aback. Then what do you want? At that moment, Shen Wanyue, dressed in a specially designed maid outfit, knelt obediently at Lin Dong's feet. This sight left Ling Shui utterly stunned. What? Is this some kind of thrilling game? How can she be so unbothered by the cold? With a smile, Lin Dong affectionately ruffled Shen Wanyue's hair and turned back to Ling Shui. I can save you, but the price will be the same as hers. Suddenly, the door was pried open, and Zheng Dajuan and his men surged in, spotting Ling Shui begging for help from the balcony. Surrounded by various posters and photos of herself that adorned the walls, her perfect visage and figure ignited excitement among them. Wow, brothers, we've hit the jackpot. She is a real gem. Haha, how did I never notice such a beautiful girl in our building? If it weren't for the apocalypse, I'd never have the chance to engage with her. Whoa, she is a streamer. Look, she even has her streaming equipment. Hearing the lewd laughter behind her, Ling Shui felt tears threaten to spill. Please, don't come any closer. Zheng Dajuan approached, hands in his pockets, leaning closer to the balcony. Beautiful lady. Let us make this easy. I promise I'll have them go easy on you, haha. Ling Shui's legs weakened in fear. She didn't believe a word he said. The woman from Unit 401 had screamed in agony. There was no way it would be painless. Following this man could mean he would be the only one to toy with her, and if those men in the building had their way, who knew how many would take their turn? It would be a death sentence. Shin Wanyue slightly pouted. Who has the dog here? I'm a maid. But in this harsh reality, it hardly mattered. Her life was no different from that of a dog. Who are you seeking help from? Zheng Dajuan questioned, closing the distance to Ling Shui. Before his hand could grasp her, he was startled to see a young man from the opposite building climbing out of the window, preparing to jump. What is he doing? Is he going to commit suicide? But the next second, a loud crash resonated as Lin Dong propelled himself forward, leaping across the gap between the two buildings straight towards Unit 403's balcony. Whoa! Zheng Dajuan exclaimed, and just then, a size 44 foot struck his face with unyielding force, sending him flying backward into the crowd. Are you alright, boss? Ouch! My back feels like it's breaking. Who kicked the boss? Is he a flying man? Lin Dong landed steadily, astonished himself at his own strength, realizing his level 6 prowess had proven formidable. Just a moment ago, he had felt an instinctive surge, leading him to leap across the gap, and he had indeed done so. The system currency had allowed him to perform such a feat, a distance of over 20 meters, akin to a flying man. Ling Shui's mind was in disarray as she stared at Lin Dong, who had just landed before her. How did he get here? Zheng Dajuan struggled to rise, fear evident in his gaze as he regarded Lin Dong, but the sight of his own men, over 20 armed, bolstered his confidence. Kid, are you trying to play the hero? Have you seen how many of us there are? Brothers, let us take him down. At his command, the men drew their knives and other weapons, ready to attack Lin Dong. Come on, I've been waiting to test my strength. Lin Dong sneered, licking his lips as he prepared to unleash his fists upon the nearest man. Smack! The force of this punch was immense, instantly shattering his skull, resembling an exploding watermelon. With blood and flesh splattering onto the faces of numerous onlookers, some even inadvertently swallowing the gruesome remnants. This sight left everyone in shock, halting them in their tracks, their gazes fixated on Lin Dong. Zheng Dajuan's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Indeed, this was a superhuman. What destructive power! Ling Shui felt the warm blood on her face and fainted, her vision fading to white. Lin Dong stared in astonishment at his own fist, then picked up the assailant's kitchen knife, casting a cold smile at the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, your delivery has arrived. Chapter 10, Rescuing Ling Shui. I do not raise useless dogs. Lin Dong's words echoed like a devil's whisper. Run! Someone shouted, and the hastily assembled group descended into chaos, all scrambling toward the exit. Zheng Dajuan was the fastest, but with over 20 people rushing toward a small door, escape was far from easy. The confusion was palpable. Lin Dong was indifferent to their panic, wielding the kitchen knife with lethal precision, severing limbs with each stroke, transforming Ling Shui's home into a veritable hell. Only half managed to escape, and as Lin Dong stepped out of 403, he noticed the corridor was utterly deserted before tossing aside the dulled knife. Help! Help! In apartment 401, the barely conscious woman struggled to crawl to the door, desperately seeking Lin Dong's aid. He glanced over. She was a woman of above-average beauty, appearing to be in her 30s or 40s. Were it not for the apocalypse, she might still have retained her allure. Please, save me. The woman's eyes sparkled with a flicker of hope as she looked at Lin Dong. Not interested, he replied curtly, preparing to leave. The light in her eyes dimmed, and she let her head fall heavily to the floor, life ebbing away as she managed to utter a few words that halted Lin Dong's steps. Jiangxing. Technology. Before she could finish, she succumbed entirely. Jiangxing University of Technology? Lin Dong narrowed his eyes, intrigued, recalling that his ex-girlfriend Zhao Yufei was also from that institution. He surveyed the woman's lifeless body, sighed, and stepped into her home, where her partner lay dead in a pool of blood, eyes wide open in eternal despair. Soon, Lin Dong found a family photo that caught his attention. The woman's daughter was strikingly beautiful, radiating youthful vitality with charming dimples when she smiled. Lin Dong estimated her to be at least a campus beauty, likely surpassing Shen Wanyue in appeal, a suitable candidate for a maid. He learned the girl's name, Chen Yunxi, a 19-year-old sophomore at the School of Media at Jiangxing University of Technology. Excellent. Once I have the means to escape, I shall visit Jiangxing University of Technology. I hope she remains alive and unscathed. And Zhao Yufei, do not perish either. Ling Shui, groggy and disoriented, opened her eyes to the sight of Lin Dong, drenched in blood, amidst the hell's cape of her home. Ah! She screamed as Lin Dong slapped her. What are you yelling for? It's deafening. He stood and walked toward the exit. Ling Shui, horrified by the corpses scattered throughout the room, felt nauseous and weak-kneed. Yet, Lin Dong had already left, prompting her to crawl after him in terror. She could no longer remain in such a place. Upon exiting, she encountered the corpse of the woman from 401. A wave of sorrow washing over her. In this apocalypse, a woman's fate was reduced to two possibilities, either becoming the plaything of a powerful man or a group of them, with no other outcomes possible. In the face of strength, notions of dignity, chastity, and morals were rendered insignificant. Realizing this, Ling Shui felt grateful to have followed Lin Dong. Otherwise, her fate would have been far worse than that of the deceased woman. Clarity surged within her, empowering her as she hurried to catch up with Lin Dong. As they descended into the underground garage, they heard voices. Damn, these people are somewhat clever, forming teams in every building, leaving us with nothing, Liang Ming grumbled. Rubbing his bruised head, frustration etched across his face. He had just led 2 brothers to rob another building, only to encounter a dozen men fighting back, barely escaping with their lives. He had not anticipated that his own violent actions would incite fear among others, resulting in the current predicament. Zhang Peng, with a dislocated arm, gritted his teeth and asked, Boss, what should we do next? How the hell should I know? Liang Ming snapped. He felt utterly cornered. Now the 7th building was also joining forces against them, placing them in the crosshairs of hostility. Zhang Peng was about to say more when he suddenly heard footsteps and quickly turned to see. Who goes there? Lin Dong had spotted them as well and replied nonchalantly. Just passing through. Ling Shui recognized them and quickly hid behind Lin Dong, terrified of being seen. Passing through? Liang Ming was astonished. Everyone in the neighborhood had heard of the infamous trio's reputation. This kid had some nerve. Zhang Peng, however, noticed the woman behind Lin Dong and suddenly brightened. Boss, this is the woman from the ID. It's her. Liang Ming instantly became excited. Really? What a twist of fate. After suffering setbacks everywhere today, we stumble upon such a beauty here. Our luck is not so bad. With that, the 3 men surrounded them. Ling Shui was utterly frightened, trying to cover her face with her hat. Don't hide. Gorgeous. Let your brother have a look at you. Liang Ming leered, reaching out to grab her face, seemingly oblivious to Lin Dong's presence. Smack. Lin Dong emotionlessly swatted his hand away. Are you blind? Can't you see there's a man here? Though Lin Dong was tall and appeared muscular, they were unperturbed. They were killers, after all. Zhang Peng noticed the blood on Lin Dong and frowned, sensing something was amiss. Yet he said nothing. They were all capable of murder. It was only natural that others could do the same. However, the amount of blood was rather excessive. Kid, I'm in a good mood today and don't want to kill. If you hand the girl over to me, I'll spare your life, Liang Ming sneered. Lin Dong sighed. I'm in a hurry. If you insist on making this difficult for me, don't blame me for my actions. With that, he swiftly kicked out. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of breaking bones echoed as Liang Ming and his companions took a second to register the excruciating pain, all collapsing to the ground, clutching their groins and sweating profusely from the agony. Damn it, you don't play fair. Shit, am I going to die from this? Did you break something? Ling Shui's eyes sparkled with admiration. This man was truly formidable. Lin Dong turned to her and suddenly pulled out a golden desert eagle from his pocket, handing it to her. You deal with them. Huh. Ling Shui was bewildered. While she could perhaps kill 1,000,000 people, killing 3 living men was a daunting task. Hurry up. If you want to be my dog, you must possess the capability to kill. I do not raise useless dogs. He firmly thrust the gun into her hands. Chapter 11. Survival in the Apocalypse. Learning to kill the golden desert eagle felt slightly heavy in her hands, the cold metal sending a chill through her. Ling Shui instantly realized this was no toy. It was genuine. The barrel must be aimed at the target, and your finger rests on the trigger here. Your hands need to be steady, Lin Dong instructed patiently. Ling Shui's face reflected reluctance, yet upon meeting Lin Dong's steely gaze, she found herself unable to retort. Upon seeing Ling Shui aiming a gun at him, Liang Ming initially assumed it was merely a toy and could not help but scoff. You foul wretch. Who do you think you're frightening? I am not easily intimidated. I will remember you. If you possess the courage, go ahead and end me. Otherwise, I shall strip you bare and bind you in the underground garage, allowing all the men in the neighborhood to have their way with you. Ling Shui was momentarily taken aback, her initial fear dissipating like mist, quickly replaced by a surge of indignation. Lin Dong whispered in her ear, "This is the scum of society. Pull the trigger." Ling Shui bit her lip so fiercely that it was on the verge of bleeding, though she was filled with rage. The thought of taking a life still filled her with reluctance. Ha ha ha, you wretched woman, will you pull the trigger? Afraid to do so, are you? Do not be afraid. I too possess a firearm here. Soon, you shall experience its true power. Bang. Zhang Peng and another subordinate were utterly terrified, disregarding their pain as they scrambled away in a state of utter panic. Ling Shui stared blankly at the lifeless body before her palm trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, she recalled the woman from room 401, who had been powerless to resist and had been mercilessly tormented to death by a group of men. This realization ignited within her a determination to acquire the strength to resist. She understood that she must master it swiftly. Otherwise, her fate would likely mirror that of the unfortunate woman. It must be said, Ling Shui's thoughts shifted rapidly as she immediately pursued Zhang Peng, raising her firearm to shoot. Bang! As Zhang Peng persistently advanced, the bullet merely grazed his thigh, inflicting excruciating pain upon him. Please, do not kill me, I beg. Bang! 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 With a single shot missing its mark, the relentless pursuit continued. Ling Shui's expression had begun to spiral into madness, not ceasing her assault until Zhang Peng was reduced to a mere sieve. Meanwhile, Lin Dong approached the last of the underlings. Brother, dear sir, no. You are my esteemed uncle. Please spare my life. I can be your loyal hound. Henceforth, I shall bite whomever you command. Have mercy on me. The young thug was reduced to tears, his trousers dampened with fear. Lin Dong furrowed his brow and raised his weapon, delivering a lethal shot that obliterated the man's skull. A man like you is unworthy of serving as my dog. Silently, she awaited Ling Shui to finish her retching. After quite a while, when Ling Shui could no longer expel anything, She approached him with tear-stained eyes, hesitant to utter a word. Lin Dong continued his way towards Building 5, while Ling Shui gazed at the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, including the one brutally slain by Liang Meng the previous day. Gradually, her resolve began to solidify. She vowed to persevere and live on. The group of men in Building 5, at that moment, were oblivious to Lin Dong's presence. Upon entering, Ling Shui was taken aback. The dining table was adorned with a lavish spread of seafood delicacies and beer, steaming bowls of fragrant rice wafting warmth into the air. The room was immaculate, infused with the scent of smoke and a hint of perfume, and most notably, it radiated a comforting warmth. What on earth was happening? The voice was sweet to the point of being cloying. It was only then that Ling Shui truly beheld Shun Wanyue's visage, and in that moment, she was utterly captivated by her beauty. How exquisite. Ah, this is the new maid. Please help her acclimatize to the rules. I do not wish to witness any mistakes, Lin Dong stated, nodding in acknowledgement. He then seated himself at the dining table to commence his meal. Understood, master, Shun Wanyue replied, lifting her gaze to meet Ling Shui's. Instantly struck by her breathtaking beauty, such an enchanting woman, with a physique and demeanor that seemed to surpass her own. In that moment, Shun Wanyue felt a pang of insecurity. She realized she must seize this opportunity to establish her authority and ensure that the master's affections remained solely hers. Follow me. I shall take you to the bathroom for a wash. The master appreciates cleanliness. With that, she began to lead the way towards the bathroom, and Ling Shui, somewhat dazed, followed suit. However, after taking just a few steps, Shun Wanyue abruptly halted, casting a stern glare in her direction. Upon entering this threshold, you become the master's maid. The first rule of being a maid, without the master's permission, standing is strictly prohibited. Ling Shui was taken aback by the opponent's fierce demeanor. She contemplated storming out, but was reminded of her earlier encounter and the gun in Lin Dong's possession. I'm sorry, she murmured, biting her lip as she shed her thick down jacket and mimicked the other's stance by kneeling on the ground. Lin Dong, while savoring the peeled shrimp prepared by Shun Wanyue, couldn't he help but nod in approval. It appeared that the maid was advancing rapidly, truly embodying the elite class's adaptability to her new role, deserving of commendation. Without the insulation of her down jacket, Ling Shui's stunning figure was fully revealed, which pleased him immensely. In the bathroom, Shun Wanyue assisted Ling Shui with her ablutions, and the two women remained silent. Sister, why is it like this here? Do not inquire about what should remain unasked. One must hold reverence for the master, or you may find yourself unaware of your own demise, Shun Wanyue cautioned. Ling Shui fell silent, unable to fathom the experiences that had transformed the other so drastically. Observing Ling Shui's impressive physique, Shun Wanyue felt an intensifying sense of urgency, leading her to apply greater pressure during her ministrations, nearly causing Ling Shui to faint from the discomfort. Sister, when do you think we will receive rescue? Ling Shui could not help but inquire. Shun Wanyue paused momentarily, letting out a sigh. Do not utter such words again. The mere fact that we encountered our master signifies our deliverance. Are you not aware of the fate that awaits women like us in the absence of our master? Ling Shui remained silent, fully aware of the events that had unfolded just half an hour prior, vividly etched in her memory. From now on, you shall accompany me and strive to live well in this place. Dignity, chastity, and moral values, cast them aside into the abyss. The paramount concern is survival, for it surpasses all else in significance. Shun Wanyue offered her final words of caution before proceeding to elucidate the rules of the maidservants, causing Ling Shui to blush deeply. After half an hour, clad in a specially designed maid uniform, Ling Shui emerged alongside Shun Wanyue. Mistress, I have completed my tasks, she announced. Just then, Lin Dong, having finished his meal, tossed an oolong in front of her, saying, well done, this is your reward. Shun Wanyue beamed with delight, replying, thank you, master. Ling Shui looked on with a hint of envy. In this apocalyptic world, the availability of warm oolong to consume was simply marvelous. Lin Dong turned his gaze towards her, gradually breaking into a smile. As he examined the system panel data, he couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. It appeared that not all streamers on Douyin were merely a product of beauty filters and high-tech prowess. There were indeed genuine talents, such as the naturally radiant Ling Shui. Quite impressive. Chapter 12. The unraveling tensions. The situation within the Jiyuan community has deteriorated alarmingly. Each building has its own domineering figure, resembling a violent syndicate that exerts control over the entire structure. Women have become mere objects of their amusement, and as the day unfolds, there are instances of unbearable humiliation leading some to choose the fatal leap from heights, crashing into the deep snow below and creating human-shaped voids. Yet, this is not the most tragic outcome. The snow's depth provides a buffer, preventing immediate death upon impact. Most find themselves ensnared in the snow, either suffocating slowly or silently awaiting the onset of poison, with anguished cries and wails incessantly assaulting the senses. In Building 5, Zhu Feng summoned a dozen individuals into the room to allocate supplies. Today's achievements were commendable. They had managed to pry open 23 doors, acquiring 10 bags of noodles, 3 large barrels of mineral water, 2 packs of cigarettes, and 14 packs of instant noodles. Zhu Feng was elated, as these provisions were primarily extracted from homes that had long been abandoned by their inhabitants, thanks to their demise on the very first day of the apocalypse. No resources were squandered. The bounty collected today was sufficient to sustain them for 2 days of hearty meals. In addition to the supplies, They had also secured over 20 young women, ensuring that each of the brothers would have one for the night, encouraging a lack of restraint. Upon hearing these words, the members of the guard team, a dozen or so men, were filled with exhilaration, with food and drink in abundance, and the company of women at their leisure. This was no apocalypse, it was nothing short of paradise. A young subordinate inquired, "Boss, when shall we seize Wang Sheng's wife for some amusement? The catches we have today pale in comparison to her beauty." The others readily echoed his sentiments. "Indeed, my friend, she is truly a remarkable beauty. The sooner we can bring her into our lives, the better." Last month, during Wang Sheng's wedding, I spotted his wife from afar and managed to capture several candid shots. That night, I found myself enchanted by those images multiple times. I often hear you speak of it, yet I have never witnessed it myself. Is it truly as beautiful as you claim? What purpose would there be in deceiving you? It rivals even the most stunning actresses on television. As the saying goes, a full stomach breeds lust. In times of hunger, people seldom ponder such desires. However, now that we are well fed and have an abundance of discarded clothing and furniture to burn for warmth, one cannot help but acknowledge the notion that men are often regarded as creatures of base instincts. Even Zhu Feng has taken an interest. Very well. Let a few brothers watch over these women while the rest of us descend the stairs. Zhu Feng recalled having encountered an extraordinarily beautiful woman in the elevator before. Descending from the third floor, her stunning legs encased in black stockings were simply mesmerizing, stirring a similar longing within him. In room 301, Lin Dong was comfortably reclining on the sofa, relishing a post-meal dessert. "Come, master," Ling Shui said with a captivating smile, delicately retrieving a grape to hold between her soft, red lips as she slowly leaned closer. "What a delightful treat. Is this your first time? You seem so adept at it." Shen Wanyue was so infuriated that her teeth ached. "This won't do. If this continues, I shall lose my favor." After a moment of contemplation, Shen Wanyue lifted the red wine from the coffee table. "Master, please indulge in this wine." She gently sipped a small mouthful, allowing the overflowing crimson liquid to cascade down her porcelain neck, creating a striking visual impact. Oh no. In a moment of critical urgency, Shen Wanyue, without a moment's hesitation, swiftly extended her hand to catch the wine bottle. This scene unfolded with remarkable speed, yet Lin Dong noticed it, a mysterious smile playing at the corners of his lips. Ling Shui marveled, "Sister, your reflexes are astonishing. How on earth did you manage not to drop it?" Thus, the master would no longer hold affection for you. It is evident that a covert rivalry has begun to brew between the two women. Shen Wanyue stared blankly at her own hands, utterly astonished by her reaction speed. Even in the prime of her physical condition prior to the apocalypse, she had never exhibited such a response. "Master, the maid nearly made a mistake. Please punish me." Upon finishing her words, she lifted her delicate face, flushed with embarrassment, her eyes brimming with longing. Lin Dong wore a speechless expression, questioning the seriousness of such a punishment. In just a single day, certain attributes have surged remarkably. It seems that the adage circulating online holds true. To win over a man, one must captivate his stomach. Similarly, to enchant a woman, one must also appeal to her palate. It is merely a difference in approach. It seems I must stock up on some candles and the like. Lin Dong pushed open the door and propped his chin up with a smile, saying, "Have you realized the changes within yourself?" It seems that since the afternoon, she has felt an extraordinary surge of strength coursing through her, often inadvertently snapping chopsticks and crushing teacups, events that would have been utterly inconceivable in the past. Could it be that this power has been bestowed upon me by my master? Shen Wanyue was overwhelmed with joy. Ultimately, although she had aligned herself with Lin Dong, who was not only resourceful but also possessed formidable strength, she still harbored some concerns deep within her heart. After all, she was but a fragile woman, and without Lin Dong, she would merely be a lamb awaiting slaughter. But now, she had found her security. All of this is likely attributed to the master. Lin Dong nodded, saying, "As long as you fulfill your duties as a maid, power will naturally follow. Strive diligently." He naturally discerned the subtle rivalry between the two women. Had they spent more time together, a drama akin to the legend of Zhan Huan would have undoubtedly unfolded. Nevertheless, he feigned ignorance regarding the situation. Let them compete. It is through rivalry that one achieves growth, and ultimately, he would be the one to reap the benefits. Now that Shen Wanyue has just been elevated to level 2, possessing strength and speed surpassing that of adult males, one cannot help but ponder where his own potential lies. Filled with excitement, bowed deeply and exclaimed, "Yes, my master." For instance, lowering the threshold, Ling Shui was utterly bewildered, having recently joined. She had yet to experience the enhancement of her powers and could only perceive the two as if they were charlatans. Nevertheless, this did not deter her from indulging in a bit of coaxing. After all, she too longed for strength. Lin Dong, feeling a twinge of impatience at her teasing, was just about to bestow upon her some power when he suddenly turned his gaze towards the door, his brow slightly furrowing. After a moment, the two women heard hurried footsteps approaching from outside. As they donned their garments, preparing for the unfolding drama, Lin Dong gently patted the two women and whispered, "It's rather dreary to be cooped up at home indulging in risque matters. It's far more exhilarating when someone stirs up trouble." However, to his surprise, the person outside was not seeking him. "Wang Sheng, open the door. Do not hide inside in silence. I am aware of your presence at home." Zhu Feng pounded heavily on the door of room 302, his tone unfriendly. It was only upon hearing the commotion that Shen Wanyue remembered she had a husband. and her heart became a tumult of emotions. Was she perhaps being a bit too indecorous? How ironic it is that you consider yourself part of the elite social class, yet willingly choose to serve another man as a mere subordinate, all while being married. Unable to restrain herself, she impulsively struck her own face. Shen Wangyue, you already have a master, yet you still yearn for a husband? You truly deserve this. Chapter 13. Once again betrayed by her husband, Shen Wangyue went mad. This scene left Lin Dong in a state of astonishment, unable to refrain from giving a thumbs up. Truly, as an elite of society, their adaptability to a new position is remarkably swift. Look, she has fully immersed herself in the moment. In room 302, Wang Sheng, both hungry and terrified, felt his legs tremble upon hearing the knock at the door. You have the wrong person, I am not Wang Sheng. Outside. Zhu Feng and the others paused in surprise, then erupted into hearty laughter. Haha, how come we never noticed before? Wang Sheng is actually quite humorous. Oh dear, my stomach hurts from laughing. But this individual is an executive in the company, a wealthy person earning hundreds of thousands a year. This is what one might call being relatable. I understand. In the words of the book, this is referred to as burying one's head in the sand. Is it not? Zhu Feng chuckled for a considerable time before he forcefully knocked on the door once more, saying, Do not hide any longer, Wang Sheng. Open the door. Let us have a conversation. If you continue to remain silent, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Brothers, prepare to break the door down. Upon hearing the sound of the door being pried, Wang Sheng felt an overwhelming sense of dread. This layer of security, the anti-theft door, served as his last bastion of protection. If it were to be breached, would it not mean that anyone could enter and take advantage of him? Please, do not pry. I will open it. Wang Sheng hastily opened the door. Zhu Feng couldn't help but sneer. Is this the caliber of the company's executives? To be easily frightened by mere words is truly a waste of such a beautiful wife. Ahem, esteemed gentlemen, what brings you to seek my company? Wang Sheng smiled with a beaming face. Zhu Feng pushed him aside, and the others filed in. Their eyes drawn to the bread wrappers and water bottles scattered about the room, as well as the wedding photos adorning the walls. They couldn't help but break into mischievous grins. Well, Manager Wang, it seems you're living quite well. Where is your wife? Someone stepped forward and slapped him on the head, saying, Stop pretending to be innocent. I saw your wife at the underground garage trade fair a couple of days ago. If you don't hand it over soon, we might just pay a visit to your bedroom. As Zhu Feng gazed at the stunningly beautiful Shen Wangyue in her pristine white wedding gown within the photographs, an insatiable longing stirred within him. Supervisor Wang, we are all civilized individuals, and we prefer to engage in a manner befitting our civility. How about this? You allow your wife to entertain our guests, and then you may join us, receiving a modest compensation of half a loaf of bread and half a bottle of mineral water each day. What do you think? He had his eyes set on Wang Sheng's inexpensive labor. Although he appeared somewhat frail, he was still, after all, a man. Wang Sheng felt a surge of indignation. They exploited him even more than during his working hours. They expected him to assist in breaking down doors to steal, while also taking liberties with his wife. All for a mere half a loaf of bread a day. Was there ever such unscrupulousness? Lin Dong plays with my wife. At least he lets me do nothing, and even gives me a whole loaf of bread. My dear brother, it is not that I am unwilling, rather, it is that my wife is, not at home. Zhu Feng's face began to exhibit signs of impatience. Are you truly so ungrateful as to disregard the kindness extended to you? Others kicked open the bedroom door, yet despite searching the entire house, they could not find a trace of Shen Wangyue. Zhu Feng withdrew a steel pipe from behind and struck Wang Sheng's leg with a resounding crack. Wang Sheng's leg shattered, and he fell to the ground, howling in agony, clutching his injured limb, tears streaming down his face. Where have you hidden your wife? He demanded. You remain silent, and I shall shatter all your legs. With that, he aimed the steel pipe at the third leg. Wang Sheng was utterly terrified, disregarding everything as he pointed towards the door and exclaimed, Brother, please do not harm me. My wife is in room 302 at Lin Dong's residence. Oh, you truly possess a remarkable talent for amusement. You have unexpectedly gifted your wife to others for their enjoyment. Zhu Feng and the others were utterly astonished. At that moment, whose heart had long been resigned to despair, opened the door at Lin Dong's gesture, her gaze icy as it fixed upon Wang Sheng. Upon seeing his wife emerge, Wang Sheng immediately cried out for rescue. Xiao Yu, save me. Zhu Feng and his companions looked up, and everyone was momentarily stunned. At that moment, Shen Wangyue was clad in a thick down jacket that reached her calves, concealing her alluring figure, yet her face remained strikingly fair and flawless, adorned with delicate makeup. Under the flickering candlelight, she appeared breathtakingly beautiful. Moreover, a glimpse of her smooth, bare calves was accentuated by thigh-high stockings and stiletto heels, while a choker graced her neck. Any man witnessing this scene would be consumed by an overwhelming desire. Before Zhu Feng and his companions could fully grasp their excitement, Ling Shui emerged as well. Dressed similarly to Shen Wangyue, she donned purple fishnet stockings and sported cat ear accessories atop her head. The appearance of both women left the men present unable to resist swallowing hard. Shortly thereafter, Lin Dong appeared in a black hoodie, with the two women unconsciously positioning themselves behind him. In that instant, animosity filled the air. Zhu Feng's initial reaction was a perplexing wonder at how he remained unperturbed by the cold. However, the beauty and attire of the two women were so captivating that he swiftly dismissed his earlier thoughts. Stepping out of the room, he approached Lin Dong with a cold smirk and inquired, Young man, I don't believe we've met before. What is it that you do? Lin Dong smiled as she touched her nose. Oh, I am merely a courier. A courier? Zhu Feng chuckled softly. Indeed, the world has changed. Even a mere courier can possess two extraordinary women, while he, the leader of a building, is left to entertain only those of lesser charm. I am the head of Building 5, and seeing your impressive physique, I invite you to join my ranks. Rest assured, you shall never go hungry. Naturally, these two women shall be shared among us all. Do you have any objections? In his view, with so many people on his side, this young man, no matter how robust, should be fearful. However, Lin Dong shook his head and smiled, saying, there is one thing you have misunderstood. They are not women. What do you mean? They are maids. Zhu Feng was at a loss for words. What difference does it make? In Lin Dong's eyes, the distinction was significant. The entertainment was indeed extravagant, but could we not have a straightforward answer? Lin Dong turned to the two women. What about you? Do you wish to join us? The two women instinctively shook their heads in unison. In light of this, a fierce glint flashed in Zhu Feng's eyes as he abruptly raised the steel pipe and brought it crashing down towards Lin Dong's head. Bang! Suddenly, a delicate, snow-white hand emerged, grasping the cold steel pipe. It belonged to Shen Wanyue. Zhu Feng felt utterly bewildered. Yet, Shen Wanyue suddenly let out a cold laugh, exerting a fierce strength to seize the steel pipe. With a swift motion, she struck down, causing Zhu Feng's head to split open as he collapsed, his eyes rolling back. This shocking scene rendered everyone speechless. No one anticipated that such a delicate and seemingly fragile woman could deliver such a blow to their leader. Zhu Feng was a laborer, possessing considerable strength. As Shen Wanyue gazed at the rapidly congealing blood on the steel pipe, she found herself momentarily stunned. This was her first experience of taking a life. However, she quickly steeled herself and charged towards the others with the steel pipe in hand. If it weren't for her master, given Wang Sheng's cowardice, she would likely have become a mere plaything for this group, ultimately meeting a gruesome fate. Since she wished to survive, she resolved that they must perish. Can we, as men, truly fear a woman? Come, brothers, let us unite. Before long, Shen Wanyue found herself besieged. However, due to her exceptional physical prowess, the outcome remained indeterminate for the moment. Ling Shui, filled with excitement, lit a cigarette for Lin Dong and playfully remarked, Master, I too wish to take a life. Chapter 14. The maid's subtle thoughts. Lin Dong nodded and handed her the golden sand eagle, reminding her, do remember to avoid any friendly fire. Upon grasping the firearm, Ling Shui was instantly enveloped by the sensation of wielding truth itself, and she raised the gun to fire. Bang! A man poised to launch a surprise attack on Shen Wanyue collapsed on the spot. This scene left everyone momentarily astonished. A gun. Everyone is a law-abiding citizen, still residing in the age of cold weapons. Is it not unfair for you to wield a firearm? Run. These individuals were instantaneously struck with terror, rushing chaotically towards the exit. However, Ling Shui exemplified the notion of a solitary hero holding back 1,000 foes, barricading the entrance with her firearm, taking down anyone who dared approach. The continuous sound of gunfire reverberated throughout the entire Jiayuan community, inducing a palpable tension among the residents. I was not mistaken. It was undoubtedly the sound of gunfire, specifically that of a handgun, armed with 357 Magnum ammunition. Good heavens, what kind of ears do you possess to discern such details? Just joking. I'm the king of chicken dinner. Hush, can you hear which building it's coming from? It's coming from the south, but I can't pinpoint which one. Damn it. Who is the audacious individual still engaging in the use of firearms? This situation has certainly become troublesome. 2 minutes later, the gunfire subsided. In the entire 302, apart from Wang Sheng, everyone else had perished, either shot dead or brutally bludgeoned to death by Shen Wanyue, the steel pipe now bent from the force. The two women exchanged a glance, a fleeting spark of excitement and madness passing between them. One wielded a firearm, while the other possessed formidable strength. Could they? However, a mere glance at Lin Dong, who calmly smoked a cigarette, exuding an aura so formidable it could subdue anyone, quelled all their thoughts in an instant. Snow Maid, come with me upstairs to inspect the supplies they have gathered. Moon Maid, this area is entrusted to you. Lin Dong discarded his cigarette, but accepted the gun that Ling Shui handed him, and nonchalantly turned to ascend the stairs, with Ling Shui trailing closely behind, her head bowed. At that moment, within 302, the couple exchanged glances. Wang Sheng was utterly terrified. In just a day, his wife, who previously struggled to even twist off a bottle cap, had nearly decapitated a man, a stark contrast indeed. Xiaoya. After finally reuniting with his wife, he found himself at a loss for words. His voice caught in his throat. Shen Wanyue's face bore the blood of another, her gaze icy as she fixed her eyes upon him, her grip on the steel pipe tightening gradually. Wang Sheng, we are bound by marriage. As my husband, time and again you have cast me aside. Are you truly still a man? Confronted by his wife's inquiries, Wang Sheng found himself at a loss for words, succumbing to tears. Xiaoyu, I have erred profoundly. I truly have. He implored. Xiaoyu, while Lin Dong is away, could you perhaps procure me some sustenance? I am utterly famished. Trust me. Once I am nourished and regain my strength, I shall fear no one. I promise to protect you diligently, ensuring that no harm befalls you. However, Shen Wanyue could bear no more. How could he still expect her to assist him in pilfering from their master? He lifted the bent steel pipe and brought it crashing down with great force. Bang! In a fit of rage, she struck her husband's head relentlessly. A mere blow was insufficient, and Shun Wanyue continued to bring down the steel pipe with a series of resounding thuds. It was only when Wang Sheng's skull was utterly shattered that Shun Wanyue, panting heavily, discarded the pipe and gazed at the bloodied remnants of their wedding photograph, weeping inconsolably. After a prolonged spell of sorrow, with her eyes swollen and red, she wiped the blood from her face, only to be overwhelmed by a wave of nausea that surged within her, leading to an immediate bout of retching. In the quiet corridor, only the footsteps of two individuals echoed. Ling Shui anxiously gazed at Lin Dong's back, her heart filled with trepidation. Just moments ago, she and Shun Wanyue had both entertained some clandestine thoughts, uncertain if their master had noticed. Should he have been aware, she feared she would find herself in a predicament. In truth, Lin Dong had indeed perceived their murderous intent, barely concealed in their eyes, yet he opted to disregard it, even feeling a tinge of anticipation. You might as well provide me with some amusement, otherwise, the impending apocalypse will be dreadfully monotonous. Ever since being kicked, his heart had grown as cold as a fish-slicing knife that had been used for years. To him, these two exceptional women were merely toys for entertainment. Upon reaching the 17th floor, he overheard a conversation. Damn it, the gunfire seemed to have originated from our building. What are old Zhu and the others up to? How would I know? Could something have happened? Damn, I'm getting a bit scared. Should we close the door? Close it, and you'll suffocate. The fire inside is burning. Do you want to be trapped? Just then, Lin Dong arrived at the door, startling the group, who then gulped as they caught sight of Ling Shui behind him. The sight of this exquisite woman, with what appeared to be tomato sauce on her face, was quite unsettling. Is that the latest trend this year? Which building are you from? What do you want? The group quickly altered their demeanor. Are you deaf? I'm asking where you came from. How dare you touch us? Before he could finish, they all fell silent as Lin Dong drew his gun. What? That gun belongs to this kid? The leader quickly switched to a friendly facade. Ha ha ha, little brother, what are you doing? We have no grievances between us. How about this? Just leave a pack of instant noodles for each of us, and you can take the rest. Is that acceptable? Lin Dong contemplated for a moment and silently holstered his weapon. The group collectively exhaled in relief. However, in the next instant, Lin Dong suddenly seized a hammer from the shoe cabinet and brought it down on the man's head, creating a gaping hole. He put away the gun, deeming the noise too disruptive for the late hour and mindful of being a considerate citizen. Hey you! Bang! The group stood no chance against Lin Dong, unable to even graze his clothing as he dispatched them in mere moments, all while muttering to himself. First, if I claim it is mine, it is mine. Second, I dislike being called little brother. I am quite grown, thank you very much. Ling Shui watched, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Her master was so powerful and fierce. The last time he had wreaked havoc in her home, she had fainted. But now she was witnessing his prowess firsthand, akin to a martial arts master in a television drama, moving with ease and striking with lethal precision. Simultaneously, she felt a pang of fear. Had she not kept her distance earlier, she might have perished. After dealing with the remaining men, Lin Dong heard commotion coming from the bedroom. Upon opening the door, his brow furrowed. Inside were over 20 women, captured by Zhu Feng and his cohorts, huddled together in disarray, unkempt and reeking from days without bathing. Upon seeing Lin Dong and the corpses behind him, their eyes glimmered with hope. You're Lin Dong, the delivery man from our building? It's him. Thank goodness. Lin Dong, are you here to rescue us? Wu Wu finally saved. That group of brutes killed my husband and strangled my son. Let me out. I want to take revenge. The women rushed forward to exact vengeance on the corpses. Lin Dong stepped aside, observing carefully, and ultimately sighed in disappointment. There were no beauties here, not a single one worthy of an 80. It was a wasted trip. Chapter 15. The counterattack of Li Xiaoyan. These women had either lost their husbands and children to men or had been subjected to their indignities. Thus they vented their frustrations mercilessly. Ling Shui stood by, feeling grateful to have encountered Lin Dong. Once they had finished their outburst, the women noticed the amassed supplies, their stomachs growling in hunger, and rushed towards them. Seeing this, Ling Shui dashed forward, arms outstretched to block their path. These supplies belong to my master. You are not allowed to take them. The women, noting Ling Shui's rosy complexion and clean appearance, even catching a whiff of a delicate fragrance, felt an overwhelming sense of jealousy. Why should it be yours? Those supplies were taken from our homes. Exactly. Can you two even eat all of this? You must share with us. Look at how you dress. You're as shameless as they come. Hey, I say let's not fight. We are all women. And women should not bully one another. Young lady, perhaps you should step aside. Ling Shui, exasperated, looked to Lin Dong for help. Master, give me the gun, and I'll take care of them. These individuals were too much. After being rescued, they were still dissatisfied and sought to steal. Lin Dong chuckled, moving through the crowd to the supplies, signaling to Ling Shui, who promptly knelt and presented herself as a makeshift seat. This spectacle left all the women dumbfounded, cursing Ling Shui for her shamelessness in their hearts. Glancing at each other, the women realized Lin Dong could single-handedly defeat those men, indicating he was not to be trifled with. Now please, do tell. It's simple. Do you know any clean and beautiful women? Each of you recommend one, providing me with the name and address. Oh, and she must not be inferior to her. He playfully stroked Ling Shui's hair. For toys, one or two is hardly sufficient. The more, the merrier. The women were momentarily taken aback. What? Is he just a lecher? With such a beautiful minx already, he still wants them to recommend others? What is the difference from a brothel madam? A middle-aged woman, whose looks were somewhat passable, quickly raised her hand. I know someone. Shen Wanyue from 302 in our building is very pretty. The other women panicked. Damn it, that old woman got ahead of us. Shen Wanyue's reputation in the building is quite formidable. However, Lin Dong shook his head. That won't do. I've already taken her. Find someone else. The middle-aged woman was left speechless. The women began racking their brains for candidates. A woman in her 30s, particularly astute, stepped forward confidently. She was a human resources supervisor and possessed considerable intelligence. She quickly deduced that the kneeling woman appeared healthy and well-fed, suggesting that Lin Dong provided excellent living conditions. With the little supplies at hand, even if distributed, they would last only a day or two. Thus, she boldly stepped forward. I know someone. She lives in 1704 of Building 5. Her name is Li Xiaoyan. Lin Dong's eyes lit up. There are gems in this building? How have I never noticed? However, the other women looked up in shock. Xiaoyan, are you speaking of yourself? Li Xiaoyan confidently replied. Yes, I am. Lin Dong's previously bright expression darkened. Damn it. Are you toying with me? This woman is as flat as a board and has the face of a pancake. She barely qualifies for a 60. Seeing Lin Dong's displeasure, Li Xiaoyan hastily interjected. Don't judge me by my current state. I haven't bathed or put on makeup. Just let me clean up, and I assure you, I won't be inferior to the beauty beneath you. Ling Shui, incensed, retorted. You are the shameless one. Lin Dong waved his hand dismissively. You are too ugly. You don't qualify. I'm capable of calculations. Li Xiaoyan remains confident. Let me tell you, you were merely a delivery person before. I can understand your infatuation with that wretched woman, but I, Li Xiaoyan, am in no way comparable to her artificially enhanced visage. If you accept me, I assure you of my unwavering service. Are you attempting to manipulate me? Lin Dong felt a chuckle rise within him. Could he not discern whether Ling Shui had undergone surgery? What was your previous occupation? I was the human resources supervisor at a company. No wonder. Your manner of speaking exudes an air of incompetence. Lin Dong, lost in thought, suddenly wore a mysterious smile. Very well. I shall grant you an opportunity to be my trial maid. Should you perform well, a permanent position may await you. A trial? Li Xiaoyan, though initially dissatisfied, ultimately consented. For this was indeed a chance. If given the opportunity, she was confident she could captivate Lin Dong and subsequently rid herself of that seductive vixen. Thus, she would enjoy his resources all to herself. Her supervisory position was attained through such cunning. Observing this, other women began to step forward. Yet each one was rated a mere 50, 40, or even 30 points in attractiveness, their flirtations leaving Lin Dong utterly speechless. Seriously? Ma'am, you could be my mother. Spare me the trouble. I know one, Xia Qinyu. She is a local woman from Jiangcheng. A woman strained to recall a name. Lin Dong's expression darkened. Even without being a fan, he knew of Xia Qinyu, a triple threat celebrity and a pride of Jiangcheng, a goddess in the dreams of countless men. Do you know her? Do you know where she resides? I don't know. Bang. A shot rang out, and her head exploded, instantly sending the other women sprawling to the ground in terror. I shall repeat myself. I require an address, not some feeble name to placate me. Lin Dong's voice was chilling. Having learned from the previous incident, the other women began to ponder seriously, not daring to utter a single lie. However, half an hour later, barely half of them provided valid names and addresses, none from the local community. As promised, Lin Dong offered them instant noodles and bottled water. He had no time to concern himself with their fates. Upon returning to the third floor, Shen Wanyue had already disposed of the bodies, including that of her husband. Master, you. Chapter 16, Suffering Workplace Bullying? Upon seeing Shen Wanyue, Li Xiaoyan could not suppress a disdainful snort, raising her head with pride. Just wait. Once I finish my makeup, I shall completely outshine you. This is the new trial maid. You two assist her in settling in and teach her the rules. Lin Dong instructed before retreating to his bedroom. He retrieved a map of Jiangcheng and marked the information on beautiful women he had just gathered, briefly planning a route. Preparing to create a travel itinerary. Look, Brother Dong is truly the perfect travel companion. The moment Li Xiaoyan entered, she too was taken aback. It's so warm here. Come, let me take you for a shower. The master prefers cleanliness, Ling Shui said reluctantly, failing to understand why the master would take in this old and unattractive woman. After the shower, feeling refreshed, Li Xiaoyan unapologetically seized Shen Wanyue's cosmetics to adorn herself, observing her calmly seated and applying makeup. Shen Wanyue frowned. Did I not instruct you earlier? Without the master's permission, one must kneel at home. Li Xiaoyan glanced at the closed bedroom door and scoffed. What is there to fear? He is not even here. Shen Wanyue and Ling Shui exchanged glances. This new woman was not only unattractive, but also headstrong. They were increasingly baffled by the master's choices. An hour later, dressed in new clothes and heavy makeup, Li Xiaoyan had transformed entirely, casting disdainful glances at Shen Wanyue and Ling Shui as if they were refuse. Just wait to be overshadowed by my beauty. Arriving at the bedroom door, Li Xiaoyan knocked and immediately knelt. Master, the beautiful maid awaits your favor. The two women turned their heads simultaneously, nearly retching. Lin Dong opened the door, locking eyes with Li Xiaoyan's fervent gaze. Is this it? To be frank, Li Xiaoyan's makeup was indeed impressive. It was no wonder they called it Asian sorcery. Her round face had been transformed into an oval shape, her small eyes turned into large, captivating ones, and her once rough skin now appeared smooth and delicate, somehow creating a cleavage from nothing. However, that was where the marvel ended. Lin Dong cast a cursory glance and lost interest. You will sleep in the living room with them. Remember to adhere to the rules. With that, he slammed the door shut, nearly hitting Li Xiaoyan's nose. Shun Wanyue and Ling Shui could not help but stifle laughter. You little vixen. How does it feel to be put in your place? One might question the master's intelligence, but his taste was beyond reproach. Li Xiaoyan stared blankly at the door, utterly bewildered. How dare he? I am a prized flower, meticulously selected by the company. Every young and beautiful receptionist I encounter greets me with compliments. Even the boss sneaks in to take me to a hotel when the boss lady is absent. Why does this delivery man look down upon me? Infuriated, Li Xiaoyan longed to stand and knock on the door, demanding a confrontation with Lin Dong. Yet, recalling his seemingly volatile temperament and the power he wielded, she hesitated. Enough of these futile thoughts. Focus on tidying up the home. The master has kept you here, so be grateful, Ling Shui advised, curling up at the foot of the sofa to sleep. You all. Li Xiaoyan glared at the scattered food remnants throughout the room, seething. For so long, I have bullied others in the workplace, and now I'm the one being bullied? Truly absurd. But what could she do? She could only comply and start cleaning. Lying down in another corner of the sofa. At midnight, rewards were once again distributed, one of which was a 5-level increase in strength. Without hesitation, the choice was clear, to grow stronger. Now at level 11, Lin Dong practiced a one-finger handstand on his bed. I am now incredibly formidable, with a sense of fulfillment. Lin Dong drifted into sleep. The entire 301 fell silent. However, the other residents of Jiyuan community were far from restful. The sudden gunfire had instilled a sense of crisis among the leaders of various buildings. Building number 2. This cannot stand. We must identify the shooter, otherwise. Hiding in the shadows, our current positions are far from secure. Building number 6. Gather a few people, and tomorrow morning, we'll head to the underground garage to greet each building and convene a meeting. We must ascertain the shooter's whereabouts. Essentially, a consensus emerged among all buildings. The shooter could not be allowed to remain free. Furthermore, the gun must be firmly in their own hands. In building number 14, a woman clad in sports attire was performing advanced yoga poses, challenging the limits of her strength and balance. Her physique was exquisite, exuding both grace and power. With long legs and shapely curves that were enticingly defined. Her hair was simply tied up, and her small face featured strikingly defined features. At that moment, a light sheen of sweat glistened on her forehead. Without her resolute eyes, anyone could easily perceive her as a tragic beauty. If Lin Dong were present, he would undoubtedly give a thumbs up. I once thought Ling Shui was unmatched, yet here stands someone who rivals her. Who is this commander? Jiang Zhu, 28, 29, 30. The woman effortlessly held her position for 30 minutes, then rose, rubbing her slightly sore arms, a triumphant smile gracing her face. At this moment, I no longer fear any man. Jiang Zhu is quite content with her current state. Once a dedicated yoga instructor, she specialized in helping women improve their posture, maintaining a remarkable level of self-discipline and a flawless physique. Miraculously, after enduring a high fever that left her unconscious, Jiang Zhu emerged victorious 3 days later. The fever finally subsiding. However, her body underwent some transformations during this ordeal. She discovered that she no longer feared the cold and had gained considerable strength. Previously, she could only sustain a particular set of movements for a few minutes before becoming breathless. Yet now, she effortlessly maintained them for 30 minutes. A testament to her significant physical enhancement. A few days ago, chaos erupted in Building 14, and with her sweet appearance and perfect figure, Jiang Zhu naturally became the object of desire for all the men. Yet, she felt no fear, wielding an iron rod with one hand. She subdued all the men in the building. As a result, Building 14 had the lowest death toll in the entire community, and she became the queen of the building. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of someone knocking at the door made Jiang Zhu frown. Who could possibly be visiting at this hour? She donned a down jacket to conceal her impressive figure and opened the door to find a young man standing outside, one of her admirers. Sister Jiang. Someone from another building just came to inform us that we need to gather downstairs tomorrow morning for a meeting to discuss the gunman situation. Jiang Zhu frowned slightly. She too was concerned about the gunfire. Although she had become significantly stronger, she could not withstand bullets. Alright. Chapter 17. The Master-S Warning. The Building King's meeting. After agreeing, Jiang Zhu prepared to close the door, but the young man hurriedly blocked her way. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Jiang Zhu's expression darkened. She had already beaten every man in the building, yet someone still dared to flirt with her? It's just, my cat can do backflips, and I wanted to invite you over to see. No other intentions, just to sit. Such an exquisite beauty, even with formidable combat prowess, could still attract numerous admirers. And this young man was one of them. If he could win Jiang Zhu over, it would elevate his status. How ridiculous. Jiang Zhu replied with a face full of disdain and shut the door. At 2 in the morning, the entire community was eerily quiet. Yet Li Xiaoyan was wide awake. She tossed and turned, unable to comprehend why Lin Dong refused to sleep with her. Could it be he was lacking in that department? But the other 2 women appeared well satisfied. It seemed impossible for him to be incapable. After much contemplation, she never considered it might be her own issue. No, I must quickly win Lin Dong over and have him send those 2 women away. With her mind racing, Li Xiaoyan quietly got up and stealthily approached the bedroom. Her movements were light, and the 2 women remained unaware. But Lin Dong suddenly heard the commotion and couldn't suppress a cold smirk. This woman was indeed courting disaster. Li Xiaoyan gently twisted the bedroom door open, creating a small gap. Before her head could fully enter, a gunshot rang out. Bang! The tripwire Lin Dong had set up was triggered as the door swung open. The trigger pulled, and the bullet was instantly fired. Li Xiaoyan, unaware of Lin Dong's meticulous precautions, was struck in the head, blood splattering throughout the room. Her eyes wide with disbelief as her body fell heavily to the ground. What happened? The sudden gunfire jolted the two women awake, and they hurriedly scrambled to turn on a flashlight. Upon seeing Li Xiaoyan's lifeless body, both women froze, cold sweat breaking out across their brows. What is going on? Nothing. Just dispose of this fool's body. Before dawn, clean the house thoroughly, came Lin Dong's indifferent voice from the pitch-black bedroom. Yes, the two women quickly responded. They lifted Li Xiaoyan's body and tossed it out the window, then boiled hot water and began scrubbing the floor. After a considerable amount of time, Ling Shui quietly remarked, was she planning to enter the master's bedroom to be killed? A wave of fear washed over her. Earlier, when she heard Shen Wanyue mention that the master forbade them from entering his room to sleep, she had been contemplating slipping in while he was asleep. Little did she know, the master had already anticipated such a move. Thankfully, she had been too exhausted that night to follow through. Shen Wanyue, with a serious expression, nodded. She had more thoughts on the matter. While changing water in the bathroom, Shen Wanyue quietly voiced her speculation. I suspect Lin Dong is issuing a warning to us. Huh? What do you mean? Last night, we both had some undesirable thoughts about Lin Dong, and he must have sensed it. Yet, he showed no reaction, indicating he is indifferent to our potential betrayal. However, he still allowed that foolish woman to enter, likely calculating that Li Xiaoyan would break the rules, and thus, she met her demise. Lin Dong's message, I believe, is that while betrayal is possible, one must also be prepared for the consequences of being eliminated. So, if we choose to act against Lin Dong, we must ensure he is completely eradicated. Otherwise, he will not grant us any mercy. It is either his death or ours. Ling Shui was astonished by Shen Wanyue's deductions. How insidious. It was clear that Shen Wanyue had accurately deciphered Lin Dong's intentions. He was indeed conveying this message. Lin Dong eagerly awaited how his maids would betray him, while simultaneously warning them that if they chose to do so, they must be fully prepared or face death. In the apocalypse, while others battled against the heavens, Lin Dong believed his strength would only continue to grow. Fighting against the heavens held little appeal for him compared to battling against people. Undoubtedly, this warning had a profound effect, extinguishing the last flicker of Shen Wanyue's misgivings. Ling Shui quickly shook her head. I will not betray the master. I am his most loyal maid. Is that so? Shen Wanyue shot her a sidelong glance, smiled, and fell silent, returning to her task of wiping away the blood. The two women toiled until 4 in the morning, opening windows for ventilation and spraying perfume, meticulously inspecting every corner to ensure there were no traces of blood or any lingering scent before finally settling down to sleep. At 8 in the morning, Lin Dong awoke, enjoying a delightful breakfast served by the two women, and took the opportunity to level up Ling Shui to level 2. After the upgrade, Lin Dong, smoking a cigarette, gazed curiously out the window. Strange, why is it so quiet today? The previous days had been filled with the sounds of smashing and screaming at the break of dawn. Yet today was unusually serene. Shen Wanyue, observing the now sleeping Ling Shui, felt a pang of envy and nudged Lin Dong's pant leg. Master, this morning I saw people from other buildings gathering downstairs. They must be discussing something in the underground garage. Is that so? Lin Dong nodded, rising to his feet and nudging Ling Shui. Wake up, it's time to join the commotion. I wanted to sleep. All right, my master. Look how frightened the child is, nearly on edge. In the underground garage, the leaders of each building had gathered, a bonfire set in the center. Jiang Zhu sat atop a large SUV, clad in a thick down jacket, listening to their mutual suspicions. Building 7, what is going on? Where are the people from buildings 3 and 5? Do they look down on us? Building 6, when I sent someone to notify them yesterday, I found building 5 locked up, and after knocking for ages, no one responded. Building 3 does have a leader named Zheng Dajuan, who said he wouldn't be coming. Building 10, what does this mean? Are we to assume the gunman is hiding in one of those 2 buildings? Building 8, that is possible. Building 11, come on. What is the point of all this guessing? If you haven't noticed, the queen of building 14 is a stunning beauty. As these words were spoken, everyone's gaze shifted towards Jiang Zhu, their eyes lighting up with intrigue. Even clad in a puffy down jacket, Jiang Zhu's delicate visage remained conspicuously visible, standing out amidst a throng of rugged men. Beside her, several men, witnessing someone tease their leader, exchanged bemused smiles. Go ahead and dig your own graves. Provoke Sister Jiang, and see if she won't make you weep. Once they dealt with these nuisances, the residents of Building 14 could receive supplies from the others, thus enhancing their chances of survival. Noticing all the men gazing at her with a haughty demeanor, Jiang Zhu slowly rose to her feet. What? Do you think a woman is easy to bully? With that, she stomped her right foot down hard, causing the airbags of a nearby SUV to implode. Chapter 18. Your gun is fake. Mine is real. Everyone was taken aback by that kick. What kind of strength was this? That was a vehicle. Even a burly man would have to leap to create a dent. This little girl managed to do so with just one kick? No wonder she was the queen of the building. She was formidable. Jiang Zhu's subordinates felt despondent. While their sister was indeed powerful, her straightforwardness was somewhat concerning. By intimidating them so early, who would dare to take action? How could they seize an opportunity like this? Yet they only dared to voice their thoughts internally, as Jiang Zhu was not one to hold back, and they did not dare to speak out. This time, they had come to the meeting of their own volition. Building 7. Well, haha, truly a woman who does not yield to men. Sister, you are remarkable. With a thumbs up, the small interlude concluded, and the discussion shifted back to the matter of the gunman. Yet, after much deliberation, they could not ascertain the gunman's location. At that moment, the king of Building 2 stood up, a brazen smile plastered across his face. All right, enough of this guessing. Gather around and encircle them. With a wave of his hand, over a dozen men from Building 2 swiftly formed a perimeter. Indeed, a dozen men surrounded over 100 people. Building 7 frowned. Tiani, what is the meaning of this? You don't intend to declare war on all of us, do you? Tian-E laughed heartily, pulling a silver handgun from his pocket. I initially wanted to mingle as an ordinary person, but all I received was suspicion, so I shall no longer pretend. I am the gunman, and I am laying my cards on the table. This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd, and chaos quickly ensued. Jiangzhu furrowed her brows deeply. Since the gunman had revealed himself, she could seize the opportunity amidst the commotion to eliminate him and seize the weapon. Silence, all of you. Tian-E bellowed. Indeed. Under the menace of the gun, even the most frightened fell silent. Building 8. Tian-E, stop scaring us. That gun must be fake. Tian-E approached him with a sinister grin, pressing the gun against his forehead. Is that so? Why don't you come and see for yourself if it's real? Cold sweat broke out on Building 8's brow. Given the icy sensation against his skin, this weapon might very well be genuine. He dared not wager his life. No, I believe you. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, Tian-E was quite pleased with the outcome. His gun was indeed fake. It was a replica purchased online, made of metal, indistinguishable from a real firearm. The reason for his intimidation was clear. He had his motives. Tian-E moved to the center of the crowd, smiling amiably. Dear neighbors, I am openly revealing my identity today, not for any other reason, but to seek your assistance with supplies. Our Building 2 is impoverished. We have searched the entire building and found nothing to eat. There is no choice but to resort to this. Building 11 scoffed. What a beautiful thought. Half of your supplies? That is no different from asking for our lives. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Tian-Yi's eyes. At that moment, a subordinate swiftly struck a knife against his forehead. The others were enraged. But Tian-Yi pointed the gun again, and they fell silent. Did you think I was negotiating with you? If I were to take matters into my own hands, it would be more than just half. The various buildings began to ponder, weighing whether to confront Tian-Yi. They were numerous, and no matter how skilled Tian-Yi was, he could not kill them all. Yet, some would undoubtedly perish. The question remained, who would be willing to die? Although referred to as subordinates, they were merely a collective of shared interests. When faced with a threat to their lives, none would charge into battle for the others. So what should they do now? Tian-Yi observed their contemplative expressions, his smile growing increasingly arrogant. His actions were akin to walking on a knife's edge. Should anyone resist, they would soon discover that his gun was fake, and their fates would be dire. Yet, he had a keen understanding of human nature. Those who had survived to this point were particularly wary of death, and they dared not gamble. Fortune favors the bold, indeed described Tian-Yi's present situation. The entire underground garage was enveloped in silence. Suddenly, the sound of high heels clicking echoed from afar, drawing everyone's attention involuntarily. Soon, 3 figures came into view. The man at the center went largely unnoticed, as all eyes were drawn to the 2 women behind him. Today, Shen Wanyue donned a white trench coat that reached her calves, devoid of stockings, revealing her fair ankles as she stepped barefoot into red-soled high heels. A collar adorned her neck, her hair tied in a ponytail, and cat ears perched atop her head. Her cool demeanor exuded an aura of dominance. In stark contrast, Ling Shui wore a black trench coat, also reaching her calves, paired with thigh-high stockings and high heels. Her hair was elegantly styled up, adorned with a little devil headpiece. Her makeup exuding an enchanting allure. A collective gasp escaped the crowd. What stunning women! Jiang Zhu's pupils constricted. Were they not cold in such scant attire? Could it be that, like her, they possessed mutations and superpowers? Upon spotting the 2 women, Tian-Yi felt an immediate surge of excitement. They belong to me. Oh, the door was open? Seems I arrived late. Lin Dong flashed an innocent smile, surveying the crowd before fixing his gaze on Jiang Zhu. What a beautiful woman. From her position, she must be the building queen? Of course, this was not the most important detail. Crucially, in his eyes, Jiang Zhu bore several characters above her head. LV3. Goodness, what is her story? How does she have a level? Could it be she is some sort of superpower wielder or awakened being, possessing extraordinary strength to warrant such a display from the system? Well, she is mine now. Kid, where did you pop up from? Tian-Yi approached with an unfriendly demeanor. Lin Dong shyly scratched his head. Oh, I'm the leader of Building 5. I heard you were holding a meeting of the Building Kings. And since I wasn't invited, I came on my own. The 2 women exchanged glances. Their master was quite the actor. One might think he was merely an innocent young man. Oh really? You arrived just in time. Tian-Yi suddenly raised his gun, aiming it at Lin Dong's forehead. Those 2 women belong to me. Give me half of your supplies, or I'll take you down. Lin Dong looked innocently at him. Come on, brother. I just got here, and you want to take me down? Enough nonsense. Quickly, bring them over and make them kneel. Do you wish to die? Standing at such a close distance to the 2 women, Tian-Yi felt as though he might explode. Lin Dong shrugged. It's not that I don't want to give them to you. It's just that your gun is fake. With that, he swiftly drew a golden desert eagle, pressing the barrel directly into Tian-Yi's mouth. It seems my gun is the real deal. Chapter 19. I most enjoy watching beautiful women fight. Is it still my master's unyielding gun? Ling Xue's timely voiceover left Lin Dong in stitches. However, the others dared not laugh. Two guns had unexpectedly appeared in the community. Which one is real? Or perhaps both are. A weight of dread settled upon everyone. Unbeknownst to them, Tian-Yi was aware that his gun was a fake. He had no knowledge of the authenticity of the other. But he certainly knew his was not genuine. He valued his life too much to take any chances. His earlier audacity had relied on the assumption that no one present was armed. Now, confronted by another gunman, he had faltered, with the barrel pressed against his throat. He dared not move. Lin Dong, uncertain of the authenticity of Tian-Yi's weapon, remained unperturbed. Even if it were real, he was confident in his ability to eliminate the opponent the moment they made a move. What's the matter? Care for a wager? Let us see whose gun is real. Yet, Tian-Yi found himself silenced. How could he speak? Sweat poured from his forehead, his eyes filled with desperation, his body trembling uncontrollably. A warm stream involuntarily escaping between his legs. Damn, I'm talking to you, and you wet yourself? How rude. Bang. Lin Dong, visibly displeased, fired a shot that pierced through Tian-Yi's throat, exiting through the back of his skull. He casually seized Tian-Yi's silver pistol and crushed it in his hand. So it was a fake. You could have mentioned that earlier. Tian-Yi's lifeless body seemed to protest. How could I speak with the barrel pressed against me? The gunshot startled everyone, revealing that the true gunman was Lin Dong, and chaos erupted. Bang, bang. Lin Dong fired 2 shots into the air. What is all this ruckus? Quiet down. Those 2 shots held far more deterrent power than Tian-Yi's, causing everyone to instinctively crouch down, clutching their heads and bowing low, obediently subdued. Lin Dong stepped into the midst of the crowd, while Ling Xue deftly retrieved a cigarette from the trench and handed it to him. Shen Wanyue seized the moment to light it. Both were quite considerate. Ahem, it seems everyone is quite on edge, so I won't waste much time. Hand over all your supplies. I have a penchant for nuclear annihilation and disdain for indiscriminate slaughter. Boom. The crowd felt as if their heads might explode. Damn. At least Tian-Yi had the decency to leave us half. This newcomer is ruthless, demanding it all. This means our lives are at stake. Building 8. This young man. Bang. The leader of Building 8 was shot in the head. I don't appreciate being referred to as Little Lin Dong. I've spent half my life being called Little Lin or Little Dong, and it's quite bothersome. The others were left speechless, realizing this man was unpredictable and exceedingly difficult to handle. Seeing that no one spoke, Lin Dong's expression soured. Why the silence? You're making it seem as though I'm pressuring you. Don't be so stiff. Everyone remained silent. Lin Dong continued, believing their silence to be acquiescence. Since you refuse to speak, consider it accepted. Send a few of your people to bring down the supplies, lest I have to search house by house, wasting time. Yet, they still dared not move. The situation was such that they neither wished to comply nor take the lead. Hey, ignoring me is quite awkward. Lin Dong's expression darkened, preparing for a bloodbath. At that moment, Jiang Zhu, unable to contain herself, stood up. You've gone too far. You want our supplies? Fine. Dare you face me in a duel? If you win, the supplies are yours. If you lose, well, it'll be your end. Hope sparked in the eyes of the crowd. Jiang Zhu's fighting prowess was well known, and the gunman's arrogance stemmed purely from being armed. In a one-on-one, Jiang Zhu could easily defeat him. Lin Dong smiled enigmatically. Very well. I find it hard to refuse the request of a beautiful woman. He then aimed his gun at Jiang Zhu. No guns allowed. Jiang Zhu hurriedly interjected. This man is truly foolish. Using a gun against a woman in a fight? Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. How clever. She's even dictating the terms of engagement. Nevertheless, he smiled and holstered his weapon. At that moment, Ling Xue stepped forward. Master, allow me to face her. Having finally gained power, she was eager to test her strength. You? Lin Dong regarded her oddly. You're only at level 2, while she's at level 3. You might lose. Very well, should you lose, there will be consequences from the master. Rest assured, master, I shall not lose. Ling Xue declared confidently. Shen Wanyue dutifully propped up a bench as Lin Dong reclined. Smoking leisurely. Ladies first. Defeat my maid, and you may earn the right to challenge me. Jiang Zhu approached Ling Xue with a serious demeanor, stretching her limbs. The sight of 2 beautiful women preparing to fight drew the attention of the crowd, who couldn't help but look on, as such spectacles were rare. Defeat me, and you'll be worthy of facing the master, but you won't have the chance. Humph. Shameless. The 2 women charged forward simultaneously, with Jiang Zhu landing the first punch, catching Ling Xue off guard. So fast, she swiftly tilted her head to narrowly evade, countering with a knee strike, which Jiang Zhu met head-on. The 2 exchanged fierce blows, each strike capable of leaving an imprint in the ground. The onlookers widened their eyes, swallowing hard. Wow. These 2 women are incredible. It seems either one could easily take me down. The residents of Building 14, who had initially held confidence in Jiang Zhu, now felt their faith wavering, their worldview challenged. How could all women be this strong? How are we men supposed to survive? As the battle intensified, beads of sweat glistened on their skin. This is interesting. Bring it on. Jiang Zhu, fueled by adrenaline, launched even fiercer attacks. This put Ling Xue in a tough spot. Her level was inferior, and she lacked combat experience, relying only on wild swings, all of which Jiang Zhu deftly blocked. Encumbered by her heavy attire, she was nearing exhaustion. I cannot allow myself to be humiliated before my master. Ling Shui gritted her teeth and persevered, but ultimately, she could not withstand Jiang Zhu's prowess. A kick to her calf sent her tumbling to the ground, where Jiang Zhu swiftly locked her in a bone hold, rendering her immobile. Let me go? Let me go? Ling Shui, seeing Lin Dong's mocking gaze, was engulfed in fear. Enough. You've won, and you have earned the right to face me, Lin Dong declared. Taking Ling Shui's place and conceding defeat, Jiang Zhu stepped back, panting to regain her strength, acutely aware that this man was far stronger than the woman she had just bested. Master, I'm sorry. Ling Shui immediately knelt by Lin Dong's side, looking utterly pitiful. She had entered the fray brimming with confidence, only to find herself utterly defeated. What a tremendous embarrassment. Lin Dong rose, his expression devoid of emotion, his tone chilling. Chapter 20. The cold, icy fish slapping recklessly against the face. Ling Shui trembled uncontrollably, while Shen Wanyue observed her with a face full of bitterness. Ling Shui was of similar caliber to her, yet she had also fallen, surpassing Shen's expectations. Jiang Zhu, noticing Lin Dong stepping forward, took a deep breath, preparing to speak when she spotted a steel pipe on the ground and promptly picked it up. I'm a woman. Is it wrong to use a weapon? Lin Dong chuckled. Suit yourself, then I may use a weapon as well. Rest assured, I want to use a gun. Jiang Zhu, exasperated, thought this man was utterly foolish. Couldn't he let a woman have her way? Lin Dong glanced around, suddenly reaching into Shen Wanyue's down jacket collar, pulling out a frozen fish before her bewildered eyes. Yes, a frozen fish. It appears to be a mackerel. He tapped the frozen fish with his finger, nodding in satisfaction. He had always wanted to test the effectiveness of a frozen fish, and now he could finally put it to the test. Jiang Zhu looked at him quizzically. Are you a Gao? Lin Dong shook his head. No, my surname is Lin. Jiang Zhu was speechless, her small face filled with seriousness as she tightened her grip on the steel pipe. Can we begin? She inquired. Lin Dong nodded, and in the next moment, he seemed to vanish before her eyes. Huh, where did he go? A wave of unparalleled terror washed over her. Suddenly, she felt a light slap on her rear. Not bad. Looks like you work out often, came Lin Dong's voice from behind her. Jiang Zhu was taken aback. When did he get behind me? Without a moment's hesitation, she swung the steel pipe backward, but it was futile, as Lin Dong had reappeared behind her. The disparity between level 11 and level 3 was stark. She couldn't even catch a glimpse of Lin Dong's shadow. Moreover, Lin Dong showed no mercy. He raised a frozen fish and brought it down heavily on Jiang Zhu's left arm. Crack! Ah! Jiang Zhu cried out in pain, her veins bulging as cold sweat poured down her face. The onlookers held their breath, witnessing her arm being brutally broken, twisted outward. What a Sigma male. He truly showed no compassion for women. I apologize for not controlling my strength. Are you alright? Lin Dong said, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Go to hell. Jiang Zhu roared in fury, her remaining right hand swinging the steel pipe once more, but Lin Dong was swifter. Another crack echoed, and her right arm broke as well, the tail of the frozen fish snapping off in the process. It seems this species isn't sturdy enough. Perhaps next time I'll opt for carp or silver carp. Lin Dong mused, stroking his chin. Jiang Zhu, in agony, cried out, her arms broken, rolling on the ground in unbearable pain. Master, you are formidable. Ling Shui praised, but only earned a glance from Lin Dong. The others, witnessing Jiang Zhu's plight, turned pale. Damn, is this man a superhero? What kind of game is this? With your firepower and a gun, why not rob someone else instead of us? Lin Dong discarded the fish tail, sitting down on Jiang Zhu's temple, distorting her delicate face. Jiang Zhu was filled with anger, shame, and pain, her strong legs thrashing violently. Yet she remained trapped. How dare you humiliate me like this? Everyone, she has lost, so you must bring all your supplies to me. You have half an hour. If you fail to comply, I will visit each of your homes personally, Lin Dong declared. Oh, and bring any women you have captured for me to inspect. And also, hand over your controlled knives for safekeeping. I lack a sense of security. I can't sleep with all of you armed. The crowd was left speechless. You already have a gun and still lack security? There was no way to refuse. This guy could shoot, and with the snow blocking their escape routes, they had nowhere to run. The young men who admired Jiang Zhu looked at her contorted face with complex expressions, gritting their teeth before fleeing. Nothing was more valuable than their lives. Once everyone had run off, Ling Shui approached with a beaming smile. Master, you are incredible. Master is mighty. Shen Wanyue sighed. Little piggy, do you think it's realistic to seek mercy through cuteness now? Ling Shui paused. What kind of punishment is this? Shen Wanyue's expression changed dramatically. Tied up in the bathroom. Jiang Zhu seethed. Where did I twist? I just wanted to get up. Soon, people from various buildings began carrying boxes downstairs, forming mountains of supplies. Lin Dong looked at the abundance with satisfaction. Everyone was quite obedient. Naturally, some must have hoarded supplies, but he was too lazy to pursue it. After all, he was a kind-hearted citizen. How could he deny others a chance to survive? This, brother. All the supplies from our community are here except for Building 3. Given the quantity, do you need assistance in moving them to your home? Someone approached, bowing. He was quite clever, attempting to win Lin Dong's favor through hard labor, hoping to secure his own safety. With his lead, several men stepped forward, offering to help. No need. My maid can handle it alone, Lin Dong replied with a smile, gesturing to Shen Wanyue. Shen Wanyue then sifted through the supplies, retrieving all the cigarettes, flashlights, and power banks. It wasn't much, one box sufficed. The crowd was taken aback. What does this mean? Is that all you want? You should have said so earlier. We could have just handed the cigarettes to you without all the fuss. I thought you wanted food. At that moment, a line of women was brought down, and upon seeing the mountain of food, they swallowed hard. Brother, all the women from our buildings are here for your inspection. Lin Dong examined them one by one, quickly growing disappointed. They all looked disheveled, lacking any excitement. It seems I must leave soon. Come eat. You all look so malnourished, he suddenly addressed them. The women exchanged glances. Shin Wanyue was taken aback. Has the master changed his ways? Is he truly being this kind? Can we really eat? One timidly inquired. Lin Dong nodded. Upon receiving his affirmation, the famished women lunged forward like starving wolves, tearing open packages and devouring the food. Most had not eaten their fill in a long time. Had their bodies not retained some value, they would have perished long ago. The men grew anxious. This was their food, albeit taken from these women. As the women finished eating, Lin Dong cheerfully asked, "Are you all full now?" The women nodded eagerly. "Since you are satisfied, come over. These items are yours." He pointed to the controlled knives on the ground. The women obediently picked up a weapon, staring blankly at Lin Dong. "What are you looking at me for? Pay back what you owe. Avenge your grievances." Lin Dong gestured towards the men. The men were left aghast. In mere seconds, tears filled the eyes of a woman. "Li Zhan, you killed my husband and insulted me. I will fight you." One woman led the charge, and the others followed suit. Some had lost husbands, others children, while many had simply endured humiliation, but without exception, they harbored deep-seated hatred for these men. Previously powerless, now filled with food and armed, it was the perfect opportunity for vengeance. The underground garage erupted into chaos, filled with the sounds of slaughter. Meanwhile, Lin Dong smiled softly as he carried Jiang Zhu and departed with Shin Wanyue. Chapter 21. What does it mean to show compassion? Jiang Zhu could not help but exclaim, "You sending them to seek revenge will only increase their deaths." Indeed, even with food and weapons, these women remained at a disadvantage against the robust men. Shin Wanyue teased, "So what? Should I have my master seek justice for them? Help them avenge their losses?" Bestowing them with an opportunity was already an immense favor. Rather than being humiliated to death, at least they resisted now. Wouldn't you agree? Jiang Zhu was left speechless. Upon returning home, Ling Shui had already obediently tied her hands. With a thud, Lin Dong roughly threw Jiang Zhu onto the floor. "Maid you. Take her to wash up and teach her the rules." Shin Wanyue promptly displayed her specially designed maid outfit. "Yes, master." In the bathroom, Ling Shui knelt to one side. Watching Shin Wanyue help Jiang Zhu clean up. "Be gentle. My arms are broken. Alas, you must possess remarkable abilities. Yet why do you not resist? If the three of us strategize wisely, we can surely eliminate him. What manner of attire is this? Is this something a human can wear? I, Jiang Zhu, would rather die today than don such garments. What sort of rule is this? I would rather perish than comply. Is there still any concept of human rights?" Shin Wanyue, listening intently, found herself stifling a laugh. She actually desires human rights? 2 hours later, Lin Dong, smoking a cigarette, accessed the system panel. Servant 3, Jiang Zhu, measurements, 38E-18-36, system rating, 85, current power level, level 3, servant outfit, none. From the data, Jiang Zhu appeared inferior to Ling Shui's luxurious vehicle. Yet due to her long-standing commitment to fitness, Jiang Zhu's waist-hip ratio was more appealing, rendering her physique visually more stunning than Ling Shui's. Ding. Detected that servant Jiang Zhu has sustained severe injuries. Would you like to heal with one click? Oh, the system possesses such functionality? How convenient. However, Lin Dong refrained from immediate healing. It was evident that Jiang Zhu was obstinate, her large eyes darting about despite her condition, starkly contrasting with the previous two women. Let her endure for a while longer. Indeed, Jiang Zhu was filled with curiosity, too preoccupied with her initial pain to ponder her situation. Why is it so warm here? Is it due to that small blue light cube on the table? Why is there hot water? This house is barely over 80 square meters. Where's the food stored? Pray tell, where did your abilities originate? Lin Dong inquired about matters of concern. Do you not already possess them? Why inquire further? Lin Dong frowned. Do not speak in riddles. Be clear, and perhaps I can assist in healing your fractures. On the night it snowed, I inadvertently touched a snowflake. Yet instead of developing sores like others, I suffered a high fever. I endured 3 days of fever at home, and when it subsided, I discovered my body had strengthened. Lin Dong furrowed his brow. This was rather unexpected. It seemed that this heavy snowfall had a minuscule probability of inducing evolution in individuals. Upon venturing outside, they might encounter more superhumans. Aside from enhanced physicality, were there any other changes? I am no longer afraid of the cold. What else? Are you still fearful of toxic snow? I dare not test it. I fear that I might perish. After a series of inquiries, Jiang Zhu's responses were vague and unclear, leading Lin Dong to conclude that this girl was somewhat simple-minded and adorably naive. Indeed, the ancients were not mistaken. The more formidable the lightning, the less cognitive ability it possessed. Currently, among the three women, Ling Shui and Jiang Zhu resembled hidden talents, while Shin Wanyue frequently displayed a glimmer of intelligence in her large eyes, far surpassing the other two. Truly, she was a member of the elite class. Lin Dong opened the system panel and clicked the healing button. Suddenly, Jiang Zhu's arm radiated a golden light. The broken bones swiftly mended, returning to their original state. Is this your superpower? Jiang Zhu was taken aback, having prepared herself for a cast, only to be astonished that Lin Dong had healed her with a mere blink. Shen Huanyue was equally astonished. The more Lin Dong revealed, the more she revered him. The miraculous warm clothing, the temperature-regulating cube, the golden pistol, seemingly endless supplies of food and hot water, all bestowing them with power, and now exhibiting terrifying healing abilities. Did he possess a magical cat that provided for everything? Lin Dong ignored her, pondering the future situation, reasoning that it was illogical for other awakened individuals to be as inept as Jiang Zhu. Some might even possess unique abilities. Thus, system, could you please elevate my level promptly? Jiang Zhu moved her hands, suddenly recalling that this man had taken her to bed, and a wave of disgust surged within her. She stood up. Let me make this clear. Do not presume that because of what transpired, I will develop feelings for you. Nor will I ever adhere to your absurd servant rules. I would rather die than be treated like a dog. Shen Huanyue, alarmed, exclaimed, wait. I just finished instructing you, and you are already breaking the rules. Do not involve me in your demise. Lin Dong raised his head, his eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a dangerous smile. Have you made your decision? No need to think. I, Jiang Zhu, shall never allow a man to dominate me. Smack. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Dong swiftly seized her neck with one hand, lifting her effortlessly. His strong grip caused her alabaster neck to flush with blood, and Jiang Zhu's face turned crimson, her heart racing uncontrollably as if it might leap from her chest, her legs thrashing violently. Jiang Zhu could not help but widen her mouth, attempting to pry Lin Dong's hand away, but her efforts were futile. Shen Huanyue, terrified, knelt down. It's over. Surely, the master is no ordinary lecher. He shows no mercy regardless of beauty. If one defies his rules, death is the inevitable consequence. Jiang Zhu attempted to utter something. Crack. The sound of breaking bones echoed. Jiang Zhu's pupils dilated, her neck twisted to the side, and she ceased to breathe, casting her lifeless body onto the floor. Lin Dong noted that her pants had become damp. He could not help but frown. Damn, that is quite unpleasant. Ding. Detected that servant Jiang Zhu has died. Would you like to revive her with one click? This is also possible. The system is quite extravagant. Then, let us resurrect her and kill her again. Chapter 22. Once again a bandit revive. In an instant, golden light surged from Jiang Zhu's body, her severed neck rejoined, her dilated pupils gradually constricting, and her heart resumed its rhythm. Jiang Zhu opened her eyes, immediately sitting up and gasping for air, instinctively clutching her neck, utterly terrified. Shen Huanyue and Ling Shui, peeking from the restroom, were equally wide-eyed. Goodness, she died and could be revived? Lin Dong approached with a smile. You've returned to life, so let us have you die once more. Without hesitation, he grasped her neck again. Jiang Zhu. This man is a monster. The sensation of suffocation and death was an unprecedented terror. She felt her soul transported to an unfathomably dark place, utterly horrifying. No. Please, don't kill me. Crack. She was dead again. How amusing. Let us revive her again. Lin Dong laughed like a maniac. Jiang Zhu returned to life once more. No, I will not leave. I will obey you. I will be your servant, your dog. Upon awakening, Jiang Zhu knelt and begged for mercy without a second thought. It was too terrifying. He is not human. He is a demon. Lin Dong frowned in displeasure. I preferred your previous defiance. Return to that. I dare not. Master. I promise to obey from now on. Please do not kill me. Jiang Zhu trembled uncontrollably. She never wished to experience death again. Very well, I shall grant you another chance, next time. Rest assured. Master, there will be no next time. Go wash yourself. Thus, Jiang Zhu, the third servant, became utterly obedient. During lunch, Jiang Zhu's down jacket rang with a phone call. Lin Dong opened it to find her phone still fully charged. The caller ID read Beichin. Even amidst power and water outages, the communication base stations remain operational. What a marvel of modern telecommunications. Master, this is my fiancé calling. May I answer? Jiang Zhu hurriedly said upon seeing the phone screen. Lin Dong's eyes brightened, surprised to find himself once again in a position akin to a villain. He passed the phone over, and Jiang Zhu answered. A clear and powerful voice resonated from the other end. Jiang Zhu cast a fearful glance at Lin Dong. It's all right, Beichin. The gunman has been found. I'm safe now, so do not worry. That's good. Xiaozhu, you must prioritize your safety. I will contact you every day, and as soon as the snow melts, I will send someone to fetch you. Okay. It hurts. What happened, Xiaozhu? I'm fine. Just fell on my arm this morning. A little medicine will suffice. Xiaozhu, you must hold on. Once I come to get you, I will ensure you are never alone again. All right. The call ended. Lin Dong paused, his expression peculiar. Your fiancé has never touched you? How admirable, maintaining your purity. Truly remarkable in today's world. Where's your fiancé? Master, what do you intend to do? Please, do not harm him. Beichin, he is innocent. Did I ever say I would harm him? After listening to Jiang Zhu's account, Lin Dong was astonished. Her fiancé, Xia Beichin, was the head of a prominent conglomerate in Jiangqing, a true titan of industry. Lin Dong recalled once attempting to deliver a package to the Xia group, but was stopped by security at the entrance. Nevertheless, the grandeur of that iconic building lingered in his mind, a realm reserved for the elite. To think that an inconspicuous yoga instructor could ascend to such heights, it was as if a kitsch idol drama had materialized into reality. From your fiancé's words, it seems he has the means to send someone for you. Does the toxic snow not affect him? Lin Dong discerned a crucial detail. Jiang Zhu lowered her head, mumbling, Beichen's family is the Xia family of Jiangqing, a powerful lineage. He mentioned that they seem to have prepared in advance, stockpiling resources and assembling armed forces to face the impending apocalypse. Lin Dong halted his cycling, narrowing his eyes. The Xia family had indeed prepared for the coming doom? Or perhaps this toxic snow was artificially induced, with the Xia family as one of its orchestrators? How intriguing. Next time your fiancé calls, remember to speak up, Lin Dong whispered conspiratorially in her ear. Jiang Zhu turned pale at once. To celebrate the arrival of the new maid, lunch was extravagantly lavish, a KFC meal, fittingly on a Thursday. Ling Shui, drawn by the aroma, peeked out with a pitiful expression. Master, I'm hungry. The previous maids had not favored such high-calorie foods, but as the saying goes, before the apocalypse, you ignored me. After the apocalypse, you can no longer reach me. The steaming supreme burger, the golden fried chicken leg, and the sizzling roasted whole chicken. How tantalizing. Seeing Ling Shui, Lin Dong felt a surge of irritation. This foolish girl had just gained a modicum of power and was already getting carried away, lacking any combat experience. She dared to flaunt her bravado, making a fool of herself. It was utterly mortifying. It seemed that none of the three maids possessed combat experience. If they encountered other awakened beings, they would likely falter. Although he could help them level up, it was impractical for the master to handle everything personally. Hence, training in combat was essential. After some contemplation, Lin Dong retrieved 2 kitchen knives from the kitchen and tossed them in front of Shen Wanyue and Jiang Zhu. After lunch, the two of you will practice in the underground garage. Hone your skills. I do not wish to witness another embarrassing incident like with the snow maid. The two girls were bewildered. Wait, are we really starting with knives? Isn't that a bit too ambitious? The two girls exchanged glances, speechless. Jiang Zhu couldn't help but look up. Master, why don't you practice with us? I have no need. Lin Dong patted his chest. I require no skill. Pure numerical superiority is sufficient. Chapter 23. Is death terrifying, or is Lin Dong terrifying? Suddenly, Lin Dong felt discomfort in his stomach after the KFC meal. He excused himself to the restroom. Upon returning, he took the knives and led the two girls to the underground garage. Initially, they were somewhat restrained, laboring for a while without breaking a sweat. If either of you gets killed, you will be bound in the restroom for a day. Lin Dong issued a final ultimatum as he observed their lack of effort. Jiang Zhu and Shen Wanyue's expressions shifted dramatically. A fierce determination and an undeniable fear shone in their eyes. In the underground garage, the sound of their knives clashing filled the air, sparks flying as blood and flesh flew about, an utterly shocking spectacle. Jiang Zhu, being the higher level, maintained the upper hand, swiftly severing Shen Wanyue's left ear and fingers. Yet, Shen Wanyue fought with reckless abandon, unaware of pain, and managed to bite off a chunk of Jiang Zhu's flesh. The two girls exchanged blows, their knives becoming dull from the intensity of their skirmish. Finally, after 2 minutes, Shen Wanyue, clutching her neck, collapsed in defeat, her level insufficient to match Jiang Zhu's. However, Jiang Zhu was not unscathed. She had sustained a gaping wound on her abdomen, bleeding profusely. Revive. Heal. In the next moment, 2 beams of golden light enveloped them, fully restoring their health. The first round concluded, with the moon maid losing. Now, the second round begins, with the same penalty. They resumed their fierce combat. It must be said, although this method was brutal, the results were remarkable. The two girls fought with increasing ferocity, resembling wild dogs, their combat experience rapidly accumulating. Lin Dong declared the training over only after darkness fell. Throughout the afternoon, Shen Wanyue exhibited remarkable improvement, even unleashing her inner strength to reach level 3. From never winning a match to occasionally securing victories, then ultimately achieving a balance of wins and losses, an inspiring journey that brought tears to the eyes. The outcome revealed that Shen Wanyue had died 173 times, while Jiang Zhu had perished 92 times, rendering them somewhat immune to the concept of death. What was there to fear about dying? What could possibly compare to the master? Had Lin Dong not been able to resurrect them endlessly, the two girls might have contemplated death as a mere game. It was utterly exhausting. At midnight, Lin Dong received his rewards for the day. Ding. Today's sign-in rewards are as follows. 1. Infinite cold weapons. 2. Medical emergency kit, containing all types of medical supplies available on the market. 3. Immunity to all poisons talent. 4. A double-yolked egg that is delicious no matter how it is prepared. I choose to overlook option 4. I'll take option 3. After confirming the reward, Lin Dong felt a warm current surging through his body, followed by an overwhelming sense of nothingness. It was time to test this talent's effectiveness. Pressing his lips together, Lin Dong opened the window of his bedroom. A thick layer of snow had accumulated, as hard as a brick. Taking a deep breath, he extended his hand and slapped down onto the snow, waiting in silence. Excellent. The greatest threat to himself had dissipated. It was time to consider an escape. The Jiyuan community was engulfed in gloom. The remaining supplies in the entire community had been severely depleted, with at least 80 of them squandered by Lin Dong and his group of women. The few survivors were enduring a harsh existence. The once fierce competition among the building leaders had dissipated. Under the cover of night, they gathered in secret to discuss how to endure the days ahead. Damn it. Lin Dong is utterly inhumane. I'm left with only half a sausage, and I'll go hungry tomorrow. What can we do? We can't fight him. He has a gun, and we're powerless against him. It infuriates me to think of Lin Dong sleeping soundly with 3 exquisite women while we starve here. But ultimately, these are just futile complaints. Among them, The leader of Building 11 took a drag from his cigarette, the flicker of the flame reflecting a frenzied light in his glasses. He slowly spoke. Everyone, actually, there are alternative ways to survive. The others paused, bewildered. What other methods could there be at this point? Zhang Xian, enlighten us. Zhang Xian, the leader of the 11th floor, appeared to be in his 30s, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, embodying the quintessential intellectual persona. Yet, to become the leader of a building, he must possess more complexity than meets the eye. Zhang Xian smirked, pressing his cracked lips together. Let us not forget, human flesh is still flesh. The group collectively gasped. They never anticipated Zhang Xian would propose such a grotesque idea. In a world where rules have collapsed, they could kill indiscriminately. Yet the notion of cannibalism had never crossed their minds. This was not about morality, it was instinctual. Once the line was crossed, they would no longer be human. What? Are you all sitting here with clean hands? Aren't you all guilty of taking lives? Zhang Xian scoffed. You're just not hungry enough. This is the apocalypse. What does human decency matter? Nothing is more important than survival. However, the others remained silent. The idea was simply too difficult to accept. Very well. Then we must fight for our lives. Zhang Xian ruffled his disheveled hair. If Lin Dong is intent on ending us, then what do we have to fear? Are we just going to wait here to starve? Someone retorted. It's easy for you to say, with Lin Dong's demonstrated combat prowess. We'd be signing our own death warrants. Zhang Xian glanced out the window, suddenly grinning coldly. If Lin Dong is so formidable, why is he holed up in the community and not venturing out? Realization struck, and his eyes brightened. It seems you're not entirely foolish. The biggest distinction between humans and animals is that humans utilize tools and leverage external forces. A direct assault is futile. I propose we send a few people to gear up and stealthily gather some snow to confront Lin Dong. Once we douse him in snow, he will undoubtedly perish. The group immediately became animated, each slapping their foreheads in realization. It made perfect sense. They had been living in fear of poisonous snow, yet had overlooked that it could also serve as their weapon. Let us do it. I'll send someone to gather snow right now. Wait. We must be cautious while tossing the snow. We wouldn't want to harm those exquisite women in his home. They must help him repay his debts for burning our supplies. Keep it quiet. 3 a.m. is when people sleep the deepest. That's when we'll strike. Zhang Xian stood up, stretching his limbs as he moved to the window, gazing at the pitch-black sky. Suddenly, a star twinkled in the heavens. Chapter 24. A snowball fight at 3 a.m. Zhang Xian and a dozen others stealthily approached the 3rd floor of Building 5, hiding nearly 100 people in the safe passage. This illustrated just how much Lin Dong was despised. Essentially, all the able-bodied young adults in the community had gathered. Let us break in. Zhang Xian gestured, and soon 2 sturdy men wielding crowbars set to work on the main door. With a loud creak, the door was pried open, instantly awakening Shen Wanyu and Jiang Zhu, who had been napping by the sofa. Ling Shui, leaning against the bathroom wall, groggily opened her eyes. The bedroom door swung open, and Lin Dong emerged, his expression ashen. He had heard the commotion as they ascended to the 3rd floor. Master, what is this? The women quickly dressed. Lin Dong waved his hand. Release the snow maid. We're preparing for a fight. Damn it, daring to break in at this hour? I'll end you. With a crash, the door finally succumbed to the force of the crowbar, and a dozen people rushed inside. Get him. Without a word, several individuals pulled out black plastic bags and hurled them at Lin Dong. Master, I'm here. Ling Shui, having finally escaped, acted without hesitation, grabbing a nearby 7 wolves and swiftly tearing open the plastic bags. But the next moment, she was in tears. Snowflakes erupted, and within the cramped room, there was no escape. The 3 women and Lin Dong were blanketed in snow. Haha, I hit you. Lin Dong, you're finished. Wait, there are 3 women, not 2. What the hell? How did you throw it like that? The women had also been caught in the snow, which meant they were doomed as well. Ling Shui realized her mistake and wept, looking at Lin Dong. Master, I was wrong. Lin Dong brushed the snow off his head, his face darkening as he glared at her. The punishment for both of them falls on you. Shen Wanyu and Jiang Zhu exchanged delighted glances. They had been confined in the bathroom for nearly a year, and now Ling Shui had taken the fall for them. She truly was a good person. Ling Shui sobbed uncontrollably, feeling as if she might die. Zhang Xian emerged from the crowd, adjusting his glasses with a smirk. Lin Dong, didn't you see this coming? Did you? You've committed so many atrocities, denying others the chance to live. Now, you shall experience the taste of death. Lin Dong looked at him and suddenly burst into laughter, his mirth growing louder. What are you laughing at? Zhang Xian's heart sank. Why was Lin Dong so calm? Moreover, the women appeared unexpectedly composed. I'm laughing at your foolishness. Lin Dong signaled, and the 3 women skillfully set up a chair, lit cigarettes with seamless precision, leaving their assailants momentarily stunned. Wow, you played that well. You thought to use poisonous snow against me, which shows you've put some thought into it. But did you not think to investigate the onset time of the poison? From contact with the poisonous snow to death takes about 5 minutes. You barged in here without a care. Are you not afraid I'll wipe you all out in 5 minutes? The crowd fell silent, cold sweat trickling down their backs. Even Zhang Xian's expression darkened. He truly hadn't known this, or rather, everyone had been so terrified of the poisonous snow that no one had analyzed the symptoms of poisoning. Lin Dong scooped up some snow from the floor, forming it into a small snowball, and continued to laugh. Secondly, if I said this snow was no longer poisonous, would you believe me? Everyone was taken aback. What? Is that even possible? Countless curses flashed through their minds. If the snow were harmless, what was there to fear? They could simply expend a bit of effort shoveling snow to find supplies instead of starving here. But could Lin Dong's words be trusted? Lin Dong struck like lightning, hurling the snowball at Zhang Xian's head. Smack! Zhang Xian lost his composure, frantically swatting the snow off his face, his eyes wide with terror. Lin Dong rose, stepping closer to him. What are you afraid of? Care to take a gamble on whether this snow will poison you? Zhang Xian trembled in fear, repeatedly questioning the toxicity of the snow in his mind. Damn it! How did things turn out like this? What is the true nature of the snow? Is it harmless, or is Lin Dong merely posturing? Why does he exhibit such calmness, devoid of fear? One must admit, those with quick wits tend to overthink in such situations. He is afraid. Those who have survived until now are invariably those who cherish their lives. Indeed. Or perhaps not. Smack! Lin Dong raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap. No need for pleas. All you must do is wager on whether you will perish from the poison. Zhang Xian was on the verge of tears. I bet I won't die from the poison. Very well, let us await the outcome, Lin Dong replied with a cold smile, rising to his feet and clapping his hands. Ladies, it's time for a snowball fight. Yes, master. The three maidens were utterly unconcerned about the potential poison, blindly trusting their master's words. They immediately dashed to the balcony, scooping up snow and forming it into snowballs to hurl at the bewildered crowd. Whoa! Don't hit my face. Wow, this snow is somewhat sweet. Damn it, run. I don't want to become a test subject for poison. No, don't come back in. Let me out. They, too, dared not gamble on whether the snow was indeed toxic. Over 100 individuals, now reduced to a pitiable state by three seemingly frail women armed with snowballs, found themselves fleeing in disarray. Ling Shui busied herself with shoveling snow, while Shen Wanyue carried a bucket, and Jiang Zhu hurled the snowballs. The scene was nothing short of jubilant. Beep. Detected poisoning in maid Shen Wanyue. Initiate detoxification. Detected poisoning in maid Jiang Zhu. Scanning. Lin Dong wore a sly smile as he observed the system interface. Oh dear system. You fail to comprehend the nuances. Why should the maids receive instant detoxification while I must endure the process to achieve immunity? Is this not a double standard? Detoxification initiated. It appeared that despite Jiang Zhu gaining abilities from the poisoned snow, she remained vulnerable to its effects. Lin Dong grasped Zhang Xian by the collar and dragged him to the underground garage, where he watched the three women engage in their snowball fight. Witnessing the over 100 individuals he had brought being mercilessly pelted by three women, his worldview began to shatter. Suddenly, a strange itch crept over his body. What? What is happening to me? Zhang Xian exclaimed, panic-stricken. Lin Dong ripped away his down jacket, sweater, and thermal wear, revealing his arms, which were now marred by bluish pustules that rapidly swelled. I'm poisoned. How could this be? Zhang Xian gasped in horror. No. So the snow is indeed toxic. But why is Lin Dong unaffected? Observing Lin Dong calmly smoking, with no sign of poisoning, Zhang Xian succumbed to despair. No. Please. I don't want to die. Yet the potency of the toxic snow was undeniable. Within 5 minutes, it could prove fatal. Zhang Xian's eyes bulged in terror as he succumbed to death. Chapter 25. Confirmation of speculations. The transformation into zombies not only Zhang Xian, but others began to exhibit symptoms as well, with pustules erupting across their faces and hands. The snow is toxic? No. Please, save me. I was wrong. I will fight you, you wretched women. The three women halted simultaneously, trembling as they observed the others succumbing to the poison, exchanging worried glances. Oh no, what about us three? Ling Shui quickly checked her arms and legs, cautiously peeking beneath her collar, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, nothing's wrong. Still as fair and splendid as ever. Although they were safe due to Lin Dong's presence, the symptoms of poisoning were terrifying for women. The pustules on their faces erupted, rendering them grotesque, reminiscent of the infamous mermaid film known worldwide. Approximately 30 men writhed and fell, their eyes wide open in abject horror, soon to be frozen stiff in the frigid temperatures of -40 degrees. Master, are we safe? Shen Wanyue asked anxiously. Lin Dong replied with a smirk. What do you think? Seeing Lin Dong's calm demeanor, Shen Wanyue finally felt a sense of relief. Jiang Zhu's eyes sparkled with newfound hope, believing she had gained immunity from the toxic snow. I should mention, I can assist in detoxification. But that does not grant you immunity. If you wish to test your resistance, I eagerly await the results. Lin Dong seemed to sense something, his smile widening. Thud. The three women knelt in unison. Master, we will not test it. A jest indeed. For the ability to detoxify and the ability to withstand poison are two entirely different concepts. Should they dare to secretly test the poison behind Lin Dong's back, he would not come to their aid. Lin Dong clapped his hands. All right, now, hide behind me. I shall conduct an experiment. The three women obediently concealed themselves. Lin Dong produced a constant temperature furnace, raising the temperature within a 3-meter radius, enveloping Zhang Xian's corpse. In the midst of the women's terrified gazes, Zhang Xian's body thawed, his fingers twitching slightly, followed by a deep growl from his throat, escalating into a cacophony as his body began to convulse violently. Ling Shui could not suppress her gasp. This scene was all too familiar for anyone who had seen a horror film. A zombie. This was surely a nightmare come true for the survivors hoping for sunlight. Roar. Zhang Xian stood, eyes devoid of pupils, yet fixated on Lin Dong, charging at him in the next moment. At least a level 2 speed, Lin Dong assessed. As Zhang Xian closed the distance, Lin Dong delivered a kick that sent him crashing against a support column, leaving cracks in its surface. Approaching level 3 strength and defense, feeling the recoil in his hand, Lin Dong gained a clearer understanding of the zombie's capabilities. Nevertheless, Zhang Xian continued to struggle and rise, howling once more as he lunged at Lin Dong in a contorted manner. This time, Lin Dong did not hold back, delivering a resounding slap that obliterated Zhang Xian's head. Indeed, one must admit, he is remarkably strong. A mere ordinary man in life, yet in death he possesses such formidable power, truly overwhelming. To put it into perspective, when Shen Wanyue was at level 2, she could take on 10 adult men. At level 3, she could easily handle 20 or 30. Yet a zombie awakens with such strength. How can ordinary humans survive against this zombie virus? Alas, it is quite taxing. Master, what is happening to him? Shen Wanyue gazed in horror at Zhang Xian's headless corpse. Just like in the movies, only a headshot will suffice. The three women shivered in unison. Realizing the extent of the danger, countless individuals in their community had succumbed to the poison, and these would all soon become zombies. If an outbreak were to occur, with their meager abilities, they would be swiftly overwhelmed by a horde of the undead. In a panic, the three women hastened to stay closer to their master, seeking safety in his presence. Jiang Zhu, with a peculiar expression, mused, "So, does this mean I've mutated? Just not into a zombie?" "Yes, that is the implication. And I suspect you are not alone. There are likely many others outside with similar awakened abilities. Thus, hasten your training." The three women rejoiced, their faces alight with excitement. "Yes, master. Oh, and continue binding the snow maidens. No slacking off." "Huh, master, please don't." As the sun rose high in the sky, Lin Dong stretched lazily and approached the window, gazing at the sun now visible in the sky, his gaze turning contemplative. It had been a week since the apocalypse began, and this was the first appearance of the sun. After a night of arduous labor, Lin Dong had not returned empty-handed. Both Shen Wanyue and Jiang Zhu had reached level 4, while even the gluttonous Ling Shui had ascended to level 3, an amalgamation of both strict discipline and sweet rewards. However, the other residents in the community seemed eager to bow to the sun, finally witnessing the light after the terrifying blizzard. This dreadful snowfall must surely be coming to an end, right? At that moment, Jiang Zhu's phone rang. "Xiaozhu, wonderful news. The sun is out, and the snow outside should melt soon. Just hang in there a little longer. I will send someone to pick you up shortly." Okay. It's fine, no rush." "Xiaozhu, are you still asleep? You sound quite tired." "Yes, I'm so sleepy. Last night, there was a riot, and as the leader of the building, I spent quite a long time suppressing it." "Oh, how did it go? Were you bullied? Did you manage to control it?" "No. I couldn't control it. He was too formidable. But I'm fine, don't worry." "That's good to hear. Xiaozhu, I miss you so much. Shall we do a video call?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhu immediately sat up. "Oh no, if Xia Beichen sees me like this, he will go mad. But I still want to sleep. How about we do it another time?" A long silence followed from the other and before a deep sigh was heard. "All right, Xiaozhu, you rest well. Whenever you have time, we can do it then. Just remember, I love you dearly." I also love you." With that, the call ended. After hanging up, Jiang Zhu stared blankly at her phone, the guilt of deceiving her fiancé jolting her fully awake. Even saying "I love you" felt so laborious and awkward. When had she changed? It had only been a day since being captured by Lin Dong. Could it be that she truly was that kind of despicable woman? Chapter 26. The RV arrives. The ex-girlfriend calls on the other side of Jiang City. Over 50 kilometers from Jejun community, an expansive estate stood in stark contrast to its surroundings. Outside the estate, snow piled up 2 stories high, yet within, not a flake could be found. Numerous servants clad in down jackets moved about, and goldfish swam in the estate's pond, while flowers bloomed vibrantly along the walls. It was as if this estate was completely unaffected by the apocalyptic snowstorm. This was the Xia family estate. In the east wing of the estate, a young man clad in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses sat inside, forlornly ending a phone call, staring blankly at a photograph of himself and Jiang Zhu on the wall. This man was Xia Beichen, one of Jiang City's top 10 outstanding youths, CEO of the Xia Group, and a golden son-in-law with multiple prestigious titles. Just as he was about to leave, the door was suddenly flung open, and a tall figure strode in. Xia Qingyu, a woman who seemed to have stepped out of a painting, donned a tasteful loungewear ensemble. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her large, bright eyes sparkled with a piercing intensity. With a high nose and elegantly defined facial features, her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, standing around 167 centimeters tall. She possessed a sweet yet disdainful aura, seamlessly blending 2 contrasting styles, making her a dream girl for countless men. Jiang City's pride and a major celebrity, Xia Qingyu. "Sister, what brings you here?" The domineering Xia Beichen quickly tucked away his phone, his expression somewhat awkward, as if fearful of her presence. Even when facing her brother, Xia Qingyu maintained an icy demeanor. "Beichen, are you still in contact with that dance instructor? Is she still alive?" Xia Beichen was momentarily speechless. Just as he was about to refute loudly, he instinctively lowered his voice upon meeting his sister's gaze. "Sister, Xiaozhu, she's a yoga instructor, and she will be your sister-in-law in the future. Saying things like alive or dead sounds too harsh, don't you think?" What difference does it make?" Xia Qingyu scoffed. "Even with the global death toll rising, not just anyone can marry into the Xia family. If you want to avoid angering father, you should abandon this foolish notion." Xia Beichen fell silent, yet his expression remained stubborn. Sister, Xiao Zhu has actually awakened her powers. She's now the leader of an entire building. Oh. Xia Qingyo's icy facade finally cracked with a hint of surprise. She is indeed fortunate, but with her lowly status, even if she possesses powers, her strength will hardly surpass that of an ordinary person. Without serum, she will remain a mere ant. Humph. You are quite optimistic. This is impossible. Do not bring it up again, or you may find yourself ineligible for serum injection. With that, she strode away with an air of superiority. Xia Beichen watched his sister's retreating figure, speechless and choked with emotion. The entire Jejun community was exceptionally quiet that morning, devoid of conflict or chaos. On one hand, Lin Dong had burned all their food, leaving them with nothing to fight over. On the other hand, everyone was anxiously awaiting the complete melting of the snow, hoping that order might be restored and that authorities might come to their rescue. Many were also fearful of being held accountable afterward. Thus, they had inevitably succumbed to despair. Despite the frigid temperatures, most residents knelt in prayer, hoping for the snow to melt quickly. However, the unfolding events would not align with the wishes of the majority. At noon, dark clouds once again enveloped the sky, and heavy snow began to fall. Why? Oh heavens, why are you so cruel? Why must it continue to snow? Trapped. Forever trapped. Are we destined to perish here? I can't take it anymore, this damned apocalypse. Ha ha ha, let it snow. I won't be held accountable. I can still do as I please. These days of despair are unbearable. Many, unable to withstand the emotional roller coaster from joy to sorrow, chose to leap from heights, their bodies thudding against the snow below. I could endure the darkness if I had never seen the light. It seemed that the sun had intentionally come to toy with their emotions, pushing the survivors, who had been clinging to hope, to the brink of despair and ultimately to suicide. Perhaps in death, they would no longer have to face this sorrowful world. Shen Wanyue and Ling Shui stood by the window, watching the figures occasionally fall into the snow, their eyes reflecting a heavy weight. Of course, they lamented the fragility of life but were not inclined to indulge in pity. After all, without Lin Dong, their fates would likely have been far more tragic, with suicide being a comparatively gentle end. At midnight, the rewards refreshed once more. Beep. Today's sign-in rewards are as follows. 1. High-tech Apocalypse RV, self-generating power. 2. 10,000 barrels of fuel. 3. Multifunctional hardware accessory kit. 4. An incredibly fun flying chess game. As Lin Dong eagerly awaited, he suddenly sat upright. Finally, it has arrived. I choose option 1. Previously, an Apocalypse RV had appeared, but he had hesitated to select it due to other appealing rewards. Now it had returned. Within the system space, a massive armored, dark golden RV materialized. Measuring 20 meters long, 10 meters wide, and 8 meters high, its design resembled that of a tank, moving on treads. Equipped with an ice-breaking cone and internal temperature control, the RV was furnished with all essential features, boasting formidable external defenses capable of withstanding RPG rocket fire. A quintessential artifact for traversing the apocalypse. With it, he could venture out to rescue those beautiful young women in need. Just as Lin Dong contemplated potential travel routes, his phone rang. To his astonishment, it was a voice message from Zhao Yufei. She was indeed alive. After a moment's thought, Lin Dong answered the call. Hello, Lin Dong. You're still alive? That's wonderful. What's the matter? Lin Dong, I miss you so much, I really do. Is that so? I miss myself as well. On the other end of the line, Zhao Yufei was taken aback. Although she had previously stirred up breakups, Lin Dong would always feel a pang of sympathy after she shed a few tears, comforting her in various ways, buying her favorite foods or bags. Why was he so indifferent now? However, considering the current apocalypse, it was understandable that Lin Dong might be under some pressure. Lin Dong, I admit that sending you the breakup message was a bit excessive. But after these days, I have come to recognize my feelings. I love you. I am cold and hungry, on the verge of death, and I just wish to see you one last time before I perish. If I can't see my beloved man before I die, I want to be able to close my eyes in peace. Look at her. She was so adept at playing the victim. You want to see me? You're just hoping I'll bring you food and drink. You're worse than Ling Shui when it comes to mooching. Lin Dong's chest heaved with suppressed anger as he gently inquired, Where are you? Chapter 27. Exiting the community. Shopping at the mall at dawn, Lin Dong approached the window, instantly feeling a wave of frustration. Goodness, it had snowed heavily since noon yesterday, and the snow had accumulated significantly. Gather your things. We're preparing to head out, Lin Dong announced after finishing breakfast. The three women were momentarily stunned, then erupted into jubilant cheers. Wonderful. We can finally go out. I want to shop for clothes. I want a $0 purchase. Speaking of which, how do we get out? Lin Dong led them to the vehicle exit in the underground garage, waving his hand dramatically as the Apocalypse RV made its grand appearance. Wow. The three women were astonished. Master, why didn't you bring this out sooner? Amazing. Master, I want to drive. Ling Shui eagerly raised her hand. Lin Dong chuckled. You can drive? All right then, you take the wheel. In the next moment, Ling Shui, her cheeks flushed, settled onto his lap. Lin Dong, I apologize. I didn't expect this kind of vehicle. Shin Wanyue smiled wryly. Then let me drive. Where are we heading first? Let us head towards Jiangxing Technology University. If we come across any malls along the way, we can stop for you to choose some clothes. Finally able to venture outside, Lin Dong felt quite cheerful. The Transportation Committee of Jiangxing City reminds you, safety first on the road. Drive safely, or face the consequences. Lin Dong and the others exchanged bemused glances. unable to suppress their laughter. This RV was surprisingly user-friendly. Beep beep beep. The RV roared to life, breaking through the garage entrance and the snow, its formidable power sweeping away everything in its path. The windshield displayed a helpful VR projection, clearly showing the surrounding buildings buried in snow. The RV emerged from the snow, carving a massive trench in the community's ground as it slowly made its way to the entrance. Inside the buildings, some noticed this colossal vehicle and, disregarding the falling snowflakes, desperately called for help. Stop. Take me with you, please. I haven't boarded yet. Please, take my child. He's still small. Give him a chance at life. But the RV's soundproofing was so effective that even if Lin Dong heard, he would not have cared. As some saw the RV refusing to stop, they had no choice but to leap onto it, shouting and banging on the roof. Lin Dong sneered, counterattack. Suddenly, the vehicle's metallic exterior emitted a blue glow, and those who had managed to jump on were instantly electrocuted, falling helplessly into the snow, with some even landing in front of the vehicle, watching the massive treads approach. Please. Thud. The treads rolled over, leaving a trail of blood, while the desperate cries of the crowd echoed in the Jia Yuan community. A certain game makes you feel younger the more you play. It's like Mobile Peace Elite. Here, no one calls you bro, because everyone refers to you as a primary school student. Inside the RV, dynamic music played. Shen Wanyue was driving, while Lin Dong and Ling Shui also took turns at the wheel. Jiang Zhu leaned against the window, staring blankly at the snowy scene outside. Everything was blanketed in white. The streets obscured, and familiar buildings were the only way to confirm their location, resembling the scenery from Wandering Little Broken Ball. The RV moved at a moderate pace of about 30 miles per hour and, after half an hour, finally encountered a shopping mall. The Wanyama Mall, a well-known establishment. Cautiously parking the RV at the entrance, the group donned their gear and disembarked, the RV's snow-clearing function having already created a safe surface. Let us go in and pick out some clothes, Lin Dong stated, suddenly glancing up. Through the frosted glass, he noticed that there were still people inside the mall watching them. But if there was one place to survive during the apocalypse, a mall was undoubtedly a good choice. With restaurants and supermarkets, far superior to the community. The mall's doors had long been shut, but that didn't deter Lin Dong. He forcibly tore open the metal door and led the three women inside. The interior was pitch black. As soon as they entered, flashlights were immediately pointed at them. Who's there? How did you get in? Lin Dong smiled, just passing by. We ran out of clothes and came to pick out a few. What? The person questioning them was bewildered. Do you think you're on vacation? Goodness. These girls are stunning, like fairies. Are they not cold wearing just long coats? Today, all three women were clad in black long coats, concealing their impressive figures, high heels revealing their delicate ankles, and sparkling necklaces adorning their necks, resembling vibrant roses amidst the icy landscape. Lin Dong heard them swallow nervously, and he pulled out a flashlight, illuminating the area, instantly taken aback. What the heck? So many people? The entire mall had 4 floors, and from the open area, he could see nearly 100 figures bustling about. Didn't it start snowing at midnight? The mall should have been closed. But upon seeing the cinema sign on the 4th floor, Lin Dong understood. These were likely the audience for a midnight movie, who, upon discovering the heavy snow outside, sought refuge in the mall, relying on its vast supplies to survive. A burly man with a beard approached with a grin. Brother, since you came from outside, we wanted to ask if the snow is still toxic? Are there any rescue teams coming? Lin Dong shrugged. Naturally, it's toxic, and there are no rescue teams. The bearded man sighed deeply, then suddenly looked up at the RV outside, a sly smile creeping onto his face. Brother, how many people can that vehicle hold? The burly man was cut off as the crowd parted, revealing a plump figure at the forefront. Upon seeing her, the bearded man instantly switched to a friendly demeanor. Miss Liang, you've arrived. Her features were obscured, and even her gender was indiscernible. But Lin Dong recognized her by her bright eyes. She was a woman. Moreover, she was an exceptionally beautiful woman. This was intriguing. The atmosphere in the mall was remarkably harmonious, and such a stunning woman hadn't been claimed yet, from the reactions of others upon her entrance. They seemed to hold her in some regard. The woman greeted, Hello, I am Liang Jihan, the safety officer for Jiangxing's Fuan district. Your vehicle has been requisitioned. Chapter 28. Apologies, I lack morality. Lin Dong's expression darkened instantly. Ms. Liang, is it? You can salute Brother Dong, and he would be quite pleased. However, your words and tone are rather displeasing to him. Shen Wanyue and her companions exchanged cold smiles, as if to say this woman still thought it was the pre-apocalyptic era, thinking she could simply commandeer someone else's vehicle. Liang Jihan was taken aback, realizing that her actions were akin to theft. I apologize, my phrasing was incorrect. May I inquire how you prefer to be addressed? Lin Dong. Mr. Lin, might we have a word? Very well. Lin Dong nodded, allowing the 3 women to wander about freely, confident in their level 4 status. Great. There's a brand over there. I'll check if they have any bags. Oh, there's a lingerie store on the 2nd floor. We should stock up. I'll just browse around. The 3 women cheered and dispersed. With a scruffy beard, a man squinted and exchanged glances with his companions before following suit. Liang Jihan led Lin Dong to an empty shop on the 4th floor, where a bonfire crackled. After inviting Lin Dong to sit, she finally shed her thick down jacket, revealing a perfect silhouette and exquisite beauty. Liang Jihan's features were sharply defined, akin to finely crafted porcelain. Despite several days without washing, her long hair remained silky, and her petite mouth was delicately shaped. Standing at approximately 170 centimeters, her long, Straight legs conveyed an impressive physique, hinting at her prowess as a sea-level fighter. On a scale, I would rate her around 83 or 84. It was astonishing that such beauty had not attracted the attention of the men in the mall. However, upon noticing the bulge of a holster at her waist, Lin Dong understood. She holds the key to survival. Mr. Lin, could you enlighten me about the current situation outside? I have just emerged from the community and am not well informed. It resembles a scene from a movie. The city is blanketed in snow, and there are hardly any people on the streets. Sighing deeply, Liang Jihan recounted her experiences. On the night of the apocalypse, she had been trailing a criminal who had taken refuge in the mall. After a standoff in the cinema, where the perpetrator held a hostage and forced her to retreat, he fled the mall just as the snow began to fall. To her horror, many around the mall began to develop sores, collapsing in agony. Predictably, the criminal succumbed to the icy grip of death, while she narrowly escaped, a mere step from losing her own life. Mr. Lin, the reason I sought to requisition your vehicle is in hopes of rescuing more individuals, bringing those trapped in the community to the mall, where they could rely on the abundant supplies to survive, Liang Jihan said earnestly. Lin Dong could not help but scoff at the notion of encountering a do-gooder. And how do you intend to save them? Let me ask you, just how many can you truly rescue? The permanent population of Jiangxing is roughly 10 million. Discounting those who have perished from poison, cold, hunger, or illness, there are at least 1 million still alive. Do you honestly believe you can save 100 in a day? Furthermore, even if I were to lend you my vehicle, what if those already in the mall are unwilling to share the resources? Liang Jihan quickly interjected, I understand, but as a member of the relevant authorities, I have a responsibility to safeguard the public's lives. I am aware of my limitations, yet you are here to assist, are you not? I have calculated that nearby. Stop right there. When did I say I would help? Lin Dong rolled his eyes. If you wish to save lives, that is your duty, not mine. I will not lend you my vehicle. How you choose to rescue people is your concern. I am merely passing through. Do not involve me. Frustrated, Liang Jihan retorted, Mr. Lin, how can you be so heartless? We are all survivors. We should help one another. Do not attempt to morally bind me. I have no morals. Liang Jihan was taken aback, perplexed by his indifference. The atmosphere grew tense and silent. Meanwhile, the three women were enjoying their shopping. Due to the cold, most stayed within the mall, selecting warm clothing and bedding, leaving summer attire untouched. In a lingerie shop, Ling Shui eagerly browsed, choosing items that would surely raise eyebrows. This one's so sheer, but there are no sizes for me. Perhaps for Sister Wanyue, she mused. Oh, this material for the stockings is so poor. The master would surely like this. Outside the lingerie store, a scruffy man, along with 2 others, was secretly watching her. Damn it, this girl is a total tease. Look at all those tiny outfits she's picking. Hey, I can't hold back anymore. I want to have her right now. The burly man, Chun Biao, warned, don't rush. Remember, Ms. Liang forbids us from touching the women here. Aren't you afraid of the gun she carries? His companions, unwilling yet intimidated, nodded in reluctant agreement. The days of Liang Jihan's pistol's intimidation had kept them in check. Are we just going to watch? It's been days since I've touched a woman. Encountering such a gem is unbearable. Chun Biao sneered. I said, be patient. Follow my lead. The signal will come. Aside from these 3 new arrivals, every woman in this mall is ours. Ling Shui, overhearing their conversation, showed no fear and continued to select her lingerie. On the 4th floor, Lin Dong observed Liang Jihan's conflicted expression, stifling a laugh. Just then, a young woman entered, looking somewhat decent, though her colorful hairstyle screamed trouble. Hey, Sister Jihan, what are you all discussing? Can we go outside yet? Liang Jihan looked up. Jingjing, what brings you here? The supplies are plentiful. I suggest you stay put and wait for rescue. I'm discussing with this gentleman about borrowing his vehicle to bring the trapped individuals here. Jingjing's face fell. There were already enough people here, why bring in more? Yet recalling her duty, she donned a sweet smile, rushing over to embrace Liang Jihan, then turning to Lin Dong. Hey, handsome, your car is so cool. Where did you get it? How many people can it hold? Oh, I'm a mechanic. I was stuck at the garage and bored. So I modified it. Lin Dong fibbed without a hint of embarrassment, subtly glancing at her restless hand. Jingjing appeared carefree, leaning against Liang Jihan's shoulder. Sister Jihan, I think we already have enough people trapped. Let us not bring in anyone else, okay? Liang Jihan's expression grew serious. Jingjing, our survival in the mall is already an immense stroke of luck. We have no idea how many people outside are suffering from hunger and cold. As fellow survivors, we absolutely cannot turn a blind eye to their plight. Moreover, before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly felt a loosening at her waist and hurriedly looked down. The gun was gone. Lin Dong shook his head in disbelief. How could someone claim to be a police officer with such a lack of vigilance? Someone had taken the gun right in front of her, and she hadn't even noticed. However, this little girl did possess some skills. She seemed to be a seasoned criminal. Jingjing, what are you doing? This is not a toy. Give me back the gun. Liang Jihan immediately stood up, her face filled with anxiety. Jingjing, with a smile, began to toy with the gun, suddenly clicking off the safety and pointing it at her with her finger on the trigger. Liang Jihan was stunned, her disbelief growing. Jingjing was actually aiming a gun at her? Sister Jihan, do you see how my boyfriend taught me? Is it true that if I pull this you will die? Jingjing, do you even know what you're doing? This is assaulting a police officer. You could end up in prison. Give me back the gun now, and I can promise not to pursue this matter. Jingjing couldn't help but laugh, her sweet smile vanishing completely. You're truly foolish. Prison? Do you think I'm afraid of that? There's only you as a cop here. If I kill you, Who will catch me? I'm not scared at all. Liang Jihan's expression darkened. Is this Chen Biao's plan? What exactly do you intend to do? Jingjing's boyfriend was indeed Chen Biao, nearly 20 years her senior. He could practically be her father. You'll find out soon enough. Now, you two, get out of here. Behave yourselves. Or I might actually shoot. The gun was pointed at Liang Jihan and Lin Dong. I really want to see what you plan to do. Liang Jihan stormed out, fuming, while Lin Dong stood with his hands in his pockets, showing no sign of fear despite the gun aimed at him. In the mall's first-floor hall, the crowd gathered again, but to Liang Jihan's surprise, everyone looked on as she was threatened at gunpoint, seemingly indifferent, even revealing wicked smirks and delight. Why was this happening? If it weren't for her, surely they would have devolved into chaos and caused even more deaths. In an instant, her heart sank. Honey, I've got it. Jingjing shouted. Chen Biao's face broke into a triumphant grin as he waved his hand. Boys, go get those 3 women. The men assigned to follow her instantly sprang into action, rushing into the store. What are you going to do? Ling Shui clutched a large bag of lingerie protectively to her chest, looking pitiful. The men laughed lewdly. What do you think? We're going to have our way with you. With that, they lunged at Ling Shui from either side. But as they closed in, Ling Shui suddenly switched to a mocking expression, her long legs kicking out like lightning, sending both men flying. The sheer force shattered the glass door, propelling them into the second floor, where they crashed headfirst onto the ground below. Unfortunately, the resulting bloodshed meant they would not be winning any awards for their dramatic fall. Chen Biao, charging forward, abruptly halted. What the hell? This woman is so strong. Yet, due to the slippery floor, he ended up on his knees, sliding to Ling Shui's feet. Ling Shui then transformed her expression into one of innocence. Uncle, you're giving me New Year wishes so early? I don't have a red envelope for you. In her line of work as a streamer, her ability to change her demeanor was top-notch. Hearing her sickly sweet voice, Chen Biao's seething anger was instantly extinguished, and he scrambled to escape. Ling Shui made no move to pursue. Without her master's command, she continued selecting clothes. Meanwhile, Shen Wanyue and Jiang Zhu faced similar attacks, sending their assailants flying as well. Some fell to their deaths, while others crashed into walls, meeting a gruesome end. The abrupt chaos startled the crowd in the mall. After being trapped for so many days with few casualties, how could several die in an instant? It appeared that the newcomers were not to be trifled with. Liang Jihan's eyes widened as she observed a women's clothing store on the first floor. Having just witnessed Jiang Zhu effortlessly dispatch 2 grown men with punches and kicks, leaving her utterly astonished. What was happening? How could these women be so formidable? Chen Biao, retreating in disarray to the first floor, breathed a sigh of relief when he confirmed that Ling Shui wasn't pursuing him. He quickly snatched the gun from Jingjing's hands, aiming it at Lin Dong. With the truth in his grasp, he felt a renewed sense of security. His plan was not yet a failure. Lin Dong's expression soured. First, I dislike being called little. I prefer to be seen as the older brother. Second, they are not my women, so there is a distinction. Third, are you sure you want to aim a gun at me? Chen Biao was furious. Are you trying to play games with me? Get those women over here, or I swear I'll shoot you. Liang Jihan immediately stepped in front of Lin Dong. Chen Biao, what do you intend to do? Do you realize you are committing a crime? Chen Biao couldn't help but laugh heartily. Crime? Miss Liang, should I be laughing at your overflowing sense of justice or your sheer foolishness? We are in the apocalypse. Do you understand how many die outside every day? Even if I were to commit a crime, who would come to apprehend me? The gun is in my hands now. My word is law. Who dares oppose me? The crowd shivered at his words. Who would dare defy him? Liang Jihan's chest heaved with anger. Chen Biao, listen to my advice. Return the gun now while you still can. Do you really want to stand against everyone? At that moment, Jingjing interjected. Officer Liang, it's not I who stand against everyone, but you. Everyone. Officer Liang just stated her intention to drive out and rescue the nearby survivors. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately erupted in outrage. More people? The supplies in this mall are dwindling. It won't be long before we run out of food. Why bring in more people? Exactly. I disagree. I, too, do not agree. Miss Liang, the supplies in this mall belong to all of us. You cannot just decide to bring in more people. Oh, she doesn't have the gun anymore. Her word doesn't count now. It's up to us. Ha ha ha, you're all thinking too small. Brother Chun, Miss Liang is no less than those 3 beauties. If we're in charge, I want to have a little fun with Miss Liang. Hey, I almost forgot about that. Count me in, ha. We should deal with her. How can a safety officer this beautiful seem so delicate and incapable of protecting us? She probably relied on underhanded methods to get her position. It's evident she didn't ascend through proper channels. This was spoken by a woman, envious of Liang Jihan's beauty. Listening to the blatant remarks of the crowd, Liang Jihan trembled with rage. Just days after the snow had sealed the roads, she had sensed the impending collapse of order. Chen Biao had taken a few underlings to attempt to dominate them all, prompting her to reveal her identity and authority to quell the brewing chaos. Yet unexpectedly, what she received in return was ridicule. The sharp and cold faces of these people cut into her heart like daggers, leaving her feeling utterly helpless and desolate, ultimately resulting in a tear cascading down her cheek. Everyone, please do not repeat the same mistake. Among the women, an older lady dressed in a mink coat stepped forward. She appeared to be more reasonable and held a certain respect among the women. Miss Liang, it is not that we have erred. It is you who has made a mistake. I'm afraid you are deluding yourself by trying to save others, ultimately leading to no one being saved, which could even bring harm to those of us who are living well. Heed my sister's advice and refrain from meddling. After speaking, she turned to Chen Biao. Biao, now that the gun is in your hands, this shopping mall will be at your command. However, I do have a suggestion. Have that young man hand over the car keys. I will take a few willing women and leave without competing with you. You see. Bang. The gun suddenly fired, a bullet puncturing the woman's head, blood splattering across the faces of others, and as her body collapsed, everyone stood in shock. Damn it. You old fool. Knowing I have the gun, you still dare to negotiate with me? Chen Biao sneered, then raised his voice. Brothers, from this moment on, the supplies are ours, and all the women here belong to us. You can have your pick, except for Miss Liang and the 3 newcomers. Those are reserved for me. Now let's get wild. With these words, the primal instincts of all the men were unleashed, and laughter filled with lust echoed as they charged toward the group of women. No, let go of me, filthy man, don't touch me. A man raised his hand and slapped the woman, causing her to spit blood. Damn it. Even now you still pretend to be a chaste maiden. I've long wanted to have you. In an instant, chaos erupted. The women screamed and fled. But how many could outrun the men? Soon, they were pinned to the ground, hair grabbed, and violence ensued. Please for mercy echoed. No, please let me go. I have AIDS. Oh, what a coincidence. So do I. Filthy loser, let me go. Miss Liang, save me. The loudest cries came from the very woman who had just been the most vicious in her insults. Jingjing quietly listened, her heart sinking as she realized that Chen Biao had taken 4 women more beautiful than herself. She was displeased. Chen Biao, what do you mean by this? With me around, are you still not satisfied? I tell you, you are not allowed to touch any of those women. Without me, how could you possibly have the gun? Chen Biao ignored her. Jingjing grew angrier, tugging at her boyfriend's arm as she began to throw a tantrum. Chen Biao, remember this. I absolutely forbid you from touching other women, or else. Damn it, you can also die. Chen Biao completely lost his temper, raising his hand and shooting Jingjing in the heart. Bang. Jingjing stared blankly at the blood gushing from her chest. Her eyes filled with disbelief as she looked at the fierce Chen Biao, trying to reach out for something, but her body fell helplessly to the ground. The young girl ultimately paid the price for her youthful ignorance. Liang Jihan closed her eyes in sorrow, repeating the same thought. She wished to save some people, but how many could she truly rescue? In the apocalypse, one cannot save everyone. Moreover, even if she did save them, what would it matter? They are a pack of ingrates who would not remember your kindness and would only resent your attempts to restrain them. Liang Jihan felt her faith waver. Chen Biao disdainfully glanced at Jingjing's lifeless body, then turned the gun toward Lin Dong. Kid, hurry and hand over the car keys. Now that he had taken control of them all, as long as he obtained the vehicle, he would no longer fear the threats of the apocalypse. I've already said I don't like being threatened with a gun. Lin Dong sighed deeply, then suddenly raised his hand like lightning, the golden eagle firing a bullet. Before Chen Biao could react, a shot exploded in his head. Damn. Chen Biao's eyes rolled back, and he fell backward, having grasped the truth. He was on the verge of indulging in a life of unrestrained pleasure. How could he die so soon? Unwilling. So very unwilling. This sudden turn of events not only stunned Liang Jihan, but also left the others in shock. What the hell? He has a gun too? The men who were in the midst of violence were immediately paralyzed with fear. Maidens, have you finished your tasks? Lin Dong clapped his hands. All right, master. The 3 women's eyes brightened simultaneously. Good, master. Ling Shui was even rolling up her sleeves, full of fighting spirit. Just as Liang Jihan wondered how they would unleash their prowess, she saw Shan Wanyue distributing large cleavers to them, which she had just collected from the supermarket. The 3 beautiful women wielding giant knives created quite a striking visual impact. In the next moment, the 3 women charged out together. Jiang Zhu ran towards the nearest man, her knife swinging down, splattering blood everywhere, the man's head soaring into the air. The girl beneath him was terrified, blood splattering across her face as she screamed at the top of her lungs. So noisy. Jiang Zhu frowned slightly and brought the knife down once more. The girl fell silent. Liang Jihan watched as the 3 women wreaked havoc among the crowd, indiscriminately dispatching anyone in their path, limbs severed, heads flying, leaving her utterly astonished. These were not 3 weak women. They were 3 female reapers, unlike anyone else who could fight and kill without flinching. Lin Dong, you must stop them. They cannot kill innocently like this. Chapter 31. I fear no death, unless you truly kill me. Observing the maids assertively unleashing their fury, Lin Dong nodded in satisfaction. It seems the death training has proven quite effective. Even Ling Shui, the last to participate, exhibited a fearless killing intent that was intimidating to behold. Turning to Liang Jihan, who wore a face of desperate pleading, Lin Dong could not help but chuckle. Miss Liang, you truly are both saintly and double standard. Just a moment ago, when Chen Biao shot and killed, you said nothing, but now that my maids are killing, you disapprove. Liang Jihan was rendered speechless, her face alternating between red and pale. Lin Dong, that's different. Chen Biao killed to establish power, but they are just committing senseless slaughter. What wrongs have those women committed? Lin Dong laughed. Oh, killing to establish power doesn't count as murder, but senseless slaughter does? Is that not a double standard? Moreover, they have been insulted and clearly do not wish to live. I am merely helping them find peace. Liang Jihan was furious. They wish to live. Even if, in a constrained manner, even if they are insulted, they at least have hope for survival. How dare you decide their fate so easily? Lin Dong shrugged. So you mean, even if you were insulted, You would grit your teeth and persist for your life? That is a fallacious argument. I would rather die than be humiliated. You see, you've just stated that even you would rather die than be humiliated. They certainly would not want to live under such circumstances either. You. This is merely my personal will, which cannot be used to replace theirs. How do you know their will differs from yours? You. Liang Jihan was so furious she was scratching her head. This guy was determined to annihilate everyone here. Lin Dong, regardless of your reasons, as the safety officer, I cannot allow you to act like this. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. If I take down Lin Dong, those women will cease their attacks. Lin Dong's lips curled into a radiant smile. You wish to kill me? Have you considered the consequences? I do not know who you all are, but even if I die, I will stop your outrageous behavior. No, just wait. You will soon discover I can be even more outrageous. Putting the gun away, Lin Dong pulled a frozen fish from behind him. One must at least test which type of fish feels best in hand. Liang Jihan was taken aback. What kind of person carries a frozen fish with them? The three women, driven to madness, couldn't help but scoff at Liang Jihan for daring to strike Lin Dong. It appeared that our ranks would soon swell. Lin Dong was the first to launch an attack. Liang Jihan felt a fleeting blur before instinctively firing her weapon, only to miss completely, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. Where did he go? In the next instant, Lin Dong raised a frozen fish and brought it crashing down upon her back. A resounding crack echoing as Liang Jihan cried out in pain and fell to the ground. One strike ended it all. This blow shattered her spine, rendering her incapable of standing, her firearm slipping far from her grasp. Simultaneously, the frozen fish broke apart. Alas, it seems even the carp was insufficient. Perhaps I should try the silver carp next time? Lin Dong grasped her hair firmly, locking eyes with her. I had initially held you in high regard, for you are one of the rare individuals who maintained a sense of morality in this apocalypse. Thus I had no intention of ending your life. Yet, regrettably, your double standards and self-righteousness have unveiled the ugly qualities buried deep within your humanity. So, should I spare you? Or should I extinguish your life? Liang Jihan trembled, a mix of anger, fear, and disbelief coursing through her. How could this man possess such strength? Did he, like those women, possess superpowers? What sort of world awaited outside? Never mind, I shall end your life. After all, you would rather die than suffer humiliation. And I am a person who respects the will of others. With that, he extended his hand and grasped her delicate neck, gradually applying pressure. A fierce sensation of suffocation enveloped her, prompting Liang Jihan to involuntarily open her mouth wide, desperately attempting to pry Lin Dong's hand away with her own. But her strength was akin to that of an infant before him, utterly futile. No. Please. Liang Jihan struggled violently, but Lin Dong showed no sign of relenting. Panic began to seize her. A rapid succession of memories flashed through her mind. Throughout her life, she had been a favored child of destiny, excelling not only academically but also in sports, and blessed with beauty. Her journey had been smooth, becoming a standout safety officer and successfully collaborating with her partners to solve several major cases, earning her significant accolades. At times, she even questioned what window the heavens had closed on her, for she seemed excessively blessed. Yet, her untroubled life had left her unaware of the darker sides of humanity. She had never truly considered the perspectives of others. She assumed her actions were inherently righteous, thinking, I act for your benefit. You need not thank me, but do not criticize me. Thus, when faced with betrayal, she found herself in utter disarray, confronting the imminent end of her life. Her eyes began to roll back, her tongue lolling out, her legs weakly thrashing, bruises already marking her skin, yet her hands still strained to pry Lin Dong's grip away. I don't want to die. I want to live. In that final moment, Liang Jihan finally articulated her plea. Simultaneously, Lin Dong released his grip. Coughing and gasping for air, Liang Jihan collapsed to the ground, inhaling deeply, never having realized how precious the act of breathing could be. Lin Dong, with a smile, leaned closer, placing his hand to his ear. What did you say? I couldn't quite catch that. After what felt like an eternity of gasping, as the dizziness and suffocation gradually subsided, Liang Jihan felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Her eyes reddened and cast downward in silence. It seems I must have imagined it. Let us continue. Lin Dong displayed remarkable patience, extending his hand once more to grasp her. No. Liang Jihan hurriedly shook her head, tears spilling as she cried out, Don't kill me. I want to live. I do not wish to die. In that moment, she was merely a girl clinging to life, not a safety officer. Lin Dong feigned ignorance. But you just said you would rather die than be humiliated. If you wish to live, does that not imply I may humiliate you? You. As long as you don't kill me, I will do anything. Liang Jihan exclaimed, completely sapped of strength, collapsing on the ground in tears. Indeed, he was right. He was excessively cruel, a true demon. Lin Dong chuckled, stroking her hair, good girl. He then hoisted her over his shoulder and turned to exit the mall, stepping into the RV. Inside the shopping center, it resembled a hellish battleground. With only 3 figures standing amidst the carnage of corpses and shattered bones, a gruesome sight to behold. I'm furious. Were you two doing this on purpose? Refusing to let me win? Ling Shui fumed, hurling her dulled weapon to the ground and stomping on it. The results were in. Shen Wanyue had the highest kill count. Jiang Zhu was a mere head behind, and Ling Shui found herself at the bottom. Clearly, if the two had given her a chance to claim first place, she could have escaped the torment of being bound in the restroom. Yet these two women had outdone her in their bloodlust. This was intolerable. Shen Wanyue wiped the blood from her face, managing a bitter smile. Xiaoxue, we truly didn't want to be bound in the restroom either. Since you've already experienced it, you should have some capacity to endure. Just bear with it a little longer. Jiangzhu nodded in agreement, clearly shaken at the thought of being confined in the restroom. Ah, you two wretched women. Ling Shui seethed, grinding her teeth. Jiangzhu and Ling Shui exchanged glances, sparks of anger igniting between them. Nevertheless, they continued on, knowing that if they returned to the RV covered in blood, Lin Dong might devise some horrifying punishment for them. They must present themselves to him in a fragrant manner. The hot water cascaded over Ling Shui's proud form. She remained irate. Yet as she glanced at the large bundle containing her clothes, a mischievous smile crept across her face. Those two fools think I lack alternatives to evade punishment? Just wait and see. Detection. Maid Liang Jihan is severely injured. Would you like to heal her instantly? Heal. Liang Jihan's shattered spine instantly mended, allowing her to head to the RV restroom to bathe. Maid 4. Liang Jihan. Measurements. 38C-19-38. System rating. 84. Current strength. Level 3. Maid outfit. None. Excellent. The maid household is growing ever stronger, promising a vibrant future ahead. While Lin Dong reveled in his smoke, his phone rang. Zhao Yufei was calling. Hello? Lin Dong, where are you? Why haven't you arrived yet? The moment he answered, her voice was a torrent of accusations. It seemed the woman was not yet desperate enough. She still had the strength to call. Lin Dong smirked, adopting a tone of feigned urgency. Fei, I've managed to secure an RV stocked with food. Don't worry, just hold on a little longer. I'll be there soon. He couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. He truly resembled a scoundrel at that moment. However, considering the maids he had gathered, it hardly seemed like an issue. On the other end, Zhao Yufei's excitement surged at the mention of the RV. Really? That's wonderful, Lin Dong. You truly are my favorite man. Willing to brave danger to rescue me. I'm trapped in the school dormitory. Hurry. All right, Fei, wait for me. Shen Wanyue, having found a smartly tailored suit, donned sheer stockings. Her hair, elegantly styled, and a delicate touch of makeup, looked strikingly similar to the night she had encountered Lin Dong after work. Meanwhile, Jiangzhu opted for a simpler look, sporting a tank top and shorts that showcased her alluring figure. Ling Shui donned a figure-hugging white silk dress, embodying an aura of cunning charm. As a talented live-streaming host, she garnered admiration with just a few steps. Once in the car, she eagerly approached, elegantly turning to showcase her exquisite figure. Master, do I look splendid in this outfit? Lin Dong, with keen eyes, noticed a glimmer in her gaze. His eyes widening in surprise. She was indeed a woman with a sparkle in her eyes. This attire suits you well. Regardless of your previous victory, consider the punishment waived. Thank you, master. You are the best. Ling Shui beamed with a shy yet alluring smile, reveling in her cleverness for discovering this new allure that the two envious women could hardly fathom. Shen Wanyue and Jiangzhu, indeed taken aback, acknowledged the host's worldly wisdom. At Jiangxing Technology University, in the 6th floor of Block C, a woman of considerable beauty set down her phone, moistening her parched lips before glancing at the three women opposite her. Lin Dong is on his way. He should arrive shortly. Let us wait a bit longer. The trio released a collective sigh of relief. It's fortunate that Fei's ex-boyfriend is reliable. He actually found a way to get out. We are saved. Humph. He clearly knows Fei is trapped at school, yet needed her to call for help. How pathetic. Exactly. Fei, you must keep your eyes peeled. A man like him is not worth rekindling a romance with. It's downright nauseating. Zhao Yufei nodded earnestly. Don't worry, I'm no longer in the same realm as him. Had it not been for the other suitors being utterly useless, I wouldn't have contacted him at all. The three women, apart from Zhao Yufei, were named Li Wan, Zhou Xiyu, and Chen Ning. They had been close friends since their freshman year, selecting to pursue postgraduate studies together, though regrettably, only Zhao Yufei succeeded. On the first day of her success, the four celebrated together, indulging in a shopping spree at the supermarket that stocked them with numerous snacks. This bounty sustained them for several days during the apocalypse, yet they grew anxious when they realized they had run out of provisions. Thanks to Li Wan's impulsive purchase of a hand-crank charger, their phones remained charged. The prospect of Lin Dong's willingness to come over rekindled hope among the four. Li Wan, marked by her acne scars and a rather average appearance, chimed in the group chat. We four are lifelong sisters. Zhao Yufei affirmed, indeed. Sisters for life, who will never part. Chen Ning remarked, I've seen online that the outside world is chaotic, rife with violence and theft. Thankfully, our bond remains strong. And we haven't let anyone take advantage of us. Zhou Xiyu added with a laugh. Let us not forget our reputation as Jiangxing's four beauties. Who would dare to rob us? They'd be met with a broken leg. Li Wan confidently declared, as long as we stick together. There's no problem we cannot solve. The others echoed, lifelong sisters. In another chat group titled No Good Zhao Yufei, Li Wan commented, did you both notice Zhao Yufei's smug expression earlier? It's utterly revolting. Zhou Xiyu replied, I did. She's just a worthless woman relying on her ex-boyfriend. Chen Ning expressed her discontent. I truly can't stand being in this dorm any longer. I've lost count of how many classmates have perished outside. It feels like a morgue here. I have an idea I'd like to discuss. What is on your mind? Li Wan inquired. Zhou Xiyu, curious, urged, do tell. Huddled under her covers, Chen Ning warmed her nearly frozen fingers before typing. This entire building must have lost countless lives. It truly resembles a morgue. And I refuse to remain here. If Lin Dong arrives, we should find a way to hitch a ride with him. Since Zhao Yufei doesn't intend to reconcile with Lin Dong, let her stay here alone. Li Wan questioned, if she doesn't leave with him, how can we catch a ride? Zhou Shiyu pointed out, we aren't familiar with Lin Dong. If Zhao Yufei stays, are we really going to swallow our pride and ask him for help? I can't bear the thought. Chen Ying suggested, among us, Zhao Yufei is the most attractive. The likes of Zhao Yufei don't even come close to deserving to be compared to her. Why doesn't Zhao Yufei make a small sacrifice? While there is still time, she should enhance her appearance. Once Zhao Yufei rejects Lin Dong, she can subtly hint at wanting to join him. Given Lin Dong's character, he'd likely be eager to please her, allowing her to propose the idea of getting a ride. He won refuse. Zhou Shiyu exclaimed, what? That's not feasible. What if Lin Dong becomes attached? He may be tall and somewhat handsome, but he is still a penniless loser. Li Wan argued, oh come on, Zhao Yufei. This is an extraordinary circumstance. It's just a slight sacrifice. If it doesn't work, I'll step in. Men adore my slightly plump physique. I could easily win Lin Dong's favor. Zhou Shiyu and Chen Ying fell silent. Li Wan pressed, why are you both quiet? Zhou Shiyu sighed. I still can't accept it. My mother forbids me from associating with those kinds of men. How about you, Chen Ying? You'd be a better fit, after all. With a little makeup, you'd be a campus beauty. I can't do it. Chen Ying protested. Zhou Shiyu reassured her, you absolutely can. Have faith, Chen Ying. Li Wan chimed in, I believe I could do it too. Chen Ying relented, well, fine. I'll make the sacrifice, but rest assured, if I win Lin Dong over, I'll take you both with me. No Zhao Yufei. Zhou Shiyu and Li Wan agreed. Yes, the three of us are true sisters. In another chat titled No Fat Pig Li Wan, Zhao Yufei lamented, if it weren't for that glutton Li Wan, our snacks would lasted us at least 2 more days. Now I have to rely on that loser Lin Dong. It's infuriating. Chen Ying added, exactly. She is as big as a pig and has the gall to call herself a slightly plump girl. It's laughable. Just looking at her pig-like face makes me feel sick. Zhou Shiyu interjected, thank goodness Fei Fei's ex-boyfriend is dependable, otherwise, the three of us would starve due to the fat pig. Zhao Yufei replied, haha, when Lin Dong arrives, we absolutely cannot let that fat pig come along. No amount of food would suffice for her appetite. Chen Ying and Zhou Shiyu both concurred, agreed. In yet another group chat titled No Old Woman Chen Ying, Zhao Yufei questioned, what is that old woman doing? Hiding under the covers to put on makeup? What is her game? Li Wan speculated, who knows? It's freezing. And everything is frozen. If she can manage to put on makeup, it's a miracle. Zhou Shiyu jested, perhaps this old woman is trying to seduce Fei Fei's ex? Given that she is old and unattractive, she wouldn't even leave the house without makeup. Zhao Yufei laughed. That is hilarious. Does she even think she stands a chance? Even if Lin Dong were to be kicked to the curb, he is still mine. A woman like her, nearing menopause, wouldn't attract a single glance even if she were naked on the street? Li Wan cautioned, enough. It's painful to even think about. Li Wan, what? How could she be so shameless? Stealing food? Chen Ying, that's just how green tea bitches are. Fortunately, the three of us sisters are united and share with each other. Otherwise, we would either starve to death or be disgusted by her. Zhao Yufei cast a cold glance at the other 3 girls, placing her phone against her chest to prevent it from shutting down due to the cold, curling up to sleep. Lin Dong, hurry up. In another part of Jiangxing University of Science and Technology, Chen Yunqi was reclining with her legs crossed, accepting a pre-peeled sausage from her boyfriend. With a single bite, she immediately spat it out onto the floor. What is this? It's frozen solid. How can I eat it? Chen Yunqi disdainfully tossed the sausage at her boyfriend, Feng Yi, who quickly caught it and placed half of it by the bonfire to roast, smiling. Baby, let me grill it for you, don't worry. Is there nothing else to eat besides this sausage? Feng Yi, don't you have superpowers? Go fetch some desserts from my favorite dessert shop on the back street. Eating this junk food every day is making me sick of it. Few people know that the pure and innocent campus goddess of Jiangxing University of Science and Technology actually has such a sharp tongue. Feng Yi chuckled wryly, baby, while I possess superpowers, I'm still afraid to touch the snow. What if I can't resist the poison and end up dead? This sausage is the last bit of food I could scavenge from others. I'm reluctant to eat it. But just wait a moment. Monkey will soon break through the tunnel, and we can go to the faculty dormitory for other food. As the president of the student council, Feng Yi is particularly attentive to his girlfriend, who is recognized as the pure goddess of the school. Once the fire died down, Feng Yi discovered that he had acquired extraordinary abilities. His strength became immense, and his eyes could emit lasers, which was quite impressive. Moreover, he was not the only one in this library who had awakened superpowers. Another person, nicknamed Monkey, was also acquainted with Feng Yi. Subsequently, the rules began to crumble, and Feng Yi, alongside Monkey, began to dominate the situation, swiftly seizing all the food from everyone using their abilities. Chen Yunqi, relying on Feng Yi, had never experienced hunger. Chapter 34, Apologize to me. After hearing this, Chen Yunqi couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. After all, she was not an unreasonable girl. Forget it. Having a boyfriend like you is useless. I can't even get any desserts. Let us break up. I feel like Monkey seems to have some interest in me. It would be better to date him. Feng Yi jolted in surprise, immediately crouching in front of his girlfriend with a heartfelt expression. Baby, don't say such things. It's just dessert. Trust me. Within 2 days, Monkey will have the tunnel open to the back street, and you'll definitely get to eat it. Chen Yunqi snorted, slightly pouting. She was merely jesting. After all, in terms of looks, physique, and family background, Feng Yi was incomparable to Monkey. Moreover, Feng Yi possessed superpowers. Without him, she would likely have starved by now. However, Chen Yunxi was unwilling to lower her standards. In her eyes, a man should cater to her and treat her well. After all, she was so beautiful. Over the years, her speed of changing boyfriends was faster than changing clothes, yet she had never let any man touch her, not even holding hands. She had witnessed countless times how her father would try to appease her mother whenever she was angry, which further solidified her belief. Men are despicable. One should not treat them well, nor should one casually give themselves to men. The more aloof and cold one is, the better they will treat you. Humph. I hope you keep your word. Otherwise, I will really go find Monkey. Feng Yi nodded repeatedly, but a glint of coldness suddenly flashed in his eyes. On the first floor of the library, the once smooth and tidy floor had been excavated into a deep hole with a diameter of 2 meters. Suddenly, a pair of dark hands reached out from the hole. Damn it, this is exhausting. A lean and short man crawled out of the hole, shaking off the dirt from his body and cursing. His name was Ho Ming, and due to his surname and stature, he had been nicknamed Monkey since childhood, a name he had grown accustomed to. Looking around, Ho Ming headed up the library stairs. On his way up, he frequently encountered various corpses in tragic states. These were students from Jiangxing University of Science and Technology, some who had failed to escape, some who were habitually studious, and of course, some who couldn't afford a room and secretly came to the library to date. After the toxic snow fell, these individuals were trapped here. Some had been poisoned to death, while most had been brutally killed, with the blood on the floor already frozen into ice. However, such a grim sight no longer fazed him, as he had personally killed many of them. He was a superpower user, and now that he had strength, he could kill whoever he wanted. He arrived at the top floor, where a bonfire made of books and shelves burned, with Feng Yi and Chen Yunxi sitting nearby to warm themselves. Damn it, I've been digging a hole down there while you two lovebirds sit here roasting and flirting. It's really infuriating. Monkey could only think this to himself, as he knew he could not take on Feng Yi. Otherwise, he would have already made a move on Chen Yunxi. Ho Ming sighed. It won't be that quick, but I estimate it will take less than 3 meters to break through. Let me rest for a bit, and I'll dig again this afternoon. Upon hearing that it would take even longer, Chen Yunxi immediately became displeased. What? Only 3 meters left? Then why are you resting? Hurry up and dig through. Ho Ming rolled his eyes. My dear lady, I'm a human being too. Do you really intend to work me to death? Chen Yunxi shouted angrily. What kind of tone is that? Apologize to me. Ho Ming. What the hell did I say? I just mentioned that I was a bit tired. Why do I need to apologize? You ungrateful bitch, do you think I owe you something? If it weren't for me, you'd be waiting to die in this library your entire life, you know? Ho Ming instantly became furious. This so-called pure goddess was indeed blessed with a beautiful appearance, but her spoiled and willful nature was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Thankfully, she wasn't his girlfriend. However, now that it was the apocalypse, if he had the chance to kill Feng Yi, it would certainly be amusing. After all, he had seen Chen Yunxi in a white dress. Her figure was absolutely stunning. You dare to insult me? Chen Yunxi was taken aback. How could such a filthy man dare to insult her, given her beauty? Feng Yi, as the president of the student council, still retained some rationality and quickly intervened to mediate the situation. All right, baby, don't be angry. Monkey is just exhausted. Let us not say too much, okay? No need to cry. However, the murderous intent within him grew stronger. If it weren't for needing Monkey's digging ability to escape, he truly wanted to kill him on the spot. Boo-hoo, no one has ever insulted me in my life. Feng Yi, you have to kill Monkey for me. Chen Yunxi persisted unyieldingly. Ho Ming sat there with a disdainful smirk, thinking, what am I afraid of? Feng Yi was extremely awkward, trying every sweet word he could think of, but nothing seemed to appease her. He could only turn his attention to Ho Ming. Monkey, how about this? You apologize to my girlfriend, and we'll let this matter go? Apologize? I didn't say anything wrong. Why should I apologize? Ho Ming naturally was unwilling. Feng Yi's expression darkened, and his eyes began to glow red. All right, I'm sorry, is that good enough? Seeing that Feng Yi truly seemed intent on killing him, Ho Ming quickly waved his hands in concession. Damn it, if I get the chance, I will definitely kill you both. What is that sufficient? Mean? What kind of attitude is this? Chen Yunxi cried, even louder. Ho Ming, feeling helpless, could only feign a sincere expression. I apologize, it was my fault. Please don't cry anymore. Just be mindful when speaking to me in the future. Training a stubborn man can be effectively achieved through prideful indifference, but crying is equally potent. Ho Ming was nearly beside himself with rage, his chest heaving violently. Yet he ultimately managed to suppress his fury. The three fell silent, the atmosphere gradually thickening with tension. Are you suggesting that you acquired superpowers through your intimate relations with him? Inside the moving RV, Liang Jihan couldn't help but cover her mouth in astonishment. Her almond-shaped eyes wide as she stared at Shen Wanhua. Liang Jihan quickly nodded, glancing at Lin Dong and Ling Shui, her face instantly flushing. Shen Wanhua whispered, the rest of us, apart from Jiangzhu, obtained our superpowers through our master. If you wish to survive well in this apocalyptic world, you should obediently heed your master's words. Liang Jihan bit her lip and lowered her head, then turned to observe Jiangzhu, who was silently gazing out of the window. Lost in thought, this woman seemed different from the other two. Chapter 35. The mutated serum arrives at Jiangxing Technology University. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, the sound of a phone ringing echoed in the RV. Jiangzhu was startled, quickly pulling out her phone, her beautiful eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. It was her fiancé, Xia Beichen, calling. Just as she was about to hang up, Lin Dong's voice suddenly interrupted. Answer it. Jiang Zhu bit her lip until it nearly bled, but she dared not defy Lin Dong. All right, master. The call connected. Xiao Zhu, how have you been today? Is it convenient for a video call? Huh, what is that noise on your end? On the other line, Xia Beichen, filled with longing, wanted to video chat with his fiancée Yi, but upon hearing a woman's voice from Jiang Zhu's side, he panicked. Oh no, has my Xiao Zhu been taken by someone? A surge of uncontainable anger flooded through him. It's nothing, Beichen. I miss you so much, so I'm watching a little movie. Jiang Zhu forced herself to lie, shooting a fierce glare at Ling Shui, signaling her to lower her volume. However, Ling Shui seemed to deliberately counter her, raising her voice even more. Hearing the overlapping sounds of his fiancée Yi's voice along with a woman's cries relieved Xia Beichen. Thank goodness. She hasn't even taken from me. However, upon realizing that his fiancée Yi was watching something inappropriate, he couldn't help but tease. Oh, I didn't expect Xiao Zhu to have such interest in private. You never let me touch you. Why not video chat with your husband? I can show you the real thing. Jiang Zhu took a deep breath. And no, we agreed that we would wait until our wedding night for that. You can't be a rogue. All right, I'll respect your wishes. Xia Beichen laughed heartily. Xiao Zhu, I know you're going through tough times right now, but rest assured. He glanced around, lowering his voice. We've obtained the mutated serum at home, which has a chance to awaken superpowers. We're going to inject it tonight. Don't worry, I will succeed. Once I succeed, I will personally come to get you. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong immediately signaled Ling Shui to quiet down and shot Jiang Zhu a meaningful look, urging her to extract more information. The serum can help awaken superpowers? That sounds intriguing. The other women perked up, attentively listening. Jiang Zhu, somewhat taken aback, asked, the serum? Where did it come from? That involves a very mysterious organization. And I don't know much about it either. Xia Beichen had no defenses against Jiang Zhu. Only my father and sister have contact with them. And my sister mentioned that the probability of the serum helping someone awaken powers is quite low, and there's a high risk of death since it's extracted from toxic snow. But don't worry, I am Xia Beichen, and for you, I will definitely succeed in awakening. Jiang Zhu's heart sank. Beichen, please don't inject that stuff. It's too dangerous. Don't worry, Xiao Zhu, I won't be harmed. I believe my love for you can overcome any difficulties and obstacles. Lin Dong and the others simultaneously shuddered, goosebumps covering their skin. The domineering CEO was being sentimental. Jiang Zhu knew her fiancé was aware that she had gained her abilities through contact with toxic snow, and his masculine pride was driving him to awaken as well. She hastily tried to dissuade him, but he wouldn't listen, showering her with various affectionate words, all implying that for her, he was willing to brave any peril. All right, it seems my sister is coming. Let's not chat any longer. Xiao Zhu, just wait for my news. Xia Beichen hurriedly hung up. Jiang Zhu held the phone in a daze, wanting to raise her head and ask Lin Dong to change course to the Xia family to stop Xia Beichen. But she had no idea how to face her fiancé. They had clearly agreed that their first time would be on their wedding night, yet due to the unexpected apocalypse, she had been thoroughly played by Lin Dong. She felt unworthy of being Xia Beichen's wife. Beichen, I'm so sorry. Overwhelmed with despair, Jiang Zhu couldn't help but cry. Lin Dong patted Ling Shui, signaling her to continue, while Liang Jihan observed Jiang Zhu intently, pondering something in her mind. Half an hour later, the RV finally approached Jiangxing Technology University. Lin Dong donned a down jacket and thick pants, his gaze cold and unyielding. Ling Shui, with a flirtatious demeanor, asked, Master, why is this our first stop on this journey? Lin Dong replied with a smirk, because my first love is still alive. She is waiting for me here. The four women were taken aback simultaneously. First love? No wonder Lin Dong, despite being surrounded by four stunning beauties, looked at them with desire but no affection. It turned out he had someone in his heart already. After several days of serving only Lin Dong, the sudden emergence of an ex-girlfriend worried them, fearing they might have to contend with a new mistress. After all, no woman would allow her man to keep so many exquisite beauties as playthings. And without Lin Dong, their strength would stagnate, leaving them vulnerable to powerful, superpowered individuals. I will ensure she is sent away. Hearing the killing intent in Lin Dong's tone, the women, though unaware of the specifics, could guess the general situation. It was likely a tale of a scorned woman. Ling Shui's big eyes darted around before she leaned in. Master, rest assured. I will make myself look stunning to make your ex-girlfriend regret it immensely. Should I wear sheer stockings, white silk, or fishnet stockings? However, Lin Dong waved his hand. You girls will stay at the nearby hotel and wait. I will signal you when it's time for you to make an appearance. After all, if Lin Dong hadn't been cast aside by a deceitful woman, he wouldn't have become so cold-hearted. It was all her fault. Though they hadn't met her yet, the women had already begun to harbor resentment towards Zhao Yufei in their hearts. So, Master, I want to watch. Ling Shui began to pout. Lin Dong chuckled, raising his hands in surrender. Having you all around would only hinder my performance. Liang Jihan bit her lip, pulling out a button from her pocket. I have a professional hidden camera, previously used to gather evidence, that can connect to my phone. How about? It must be said, gossip is an inherent trait of every woman. Although she still resisted Lin Dong, it did not stop her from wanting to indulge in the drama. Lin Dong's eyes widened, and he rubbed his nose, clearing his throat. Cough, since you wish to see. I shall indulge you this once. Chapter 36. Even death is a luxury. I shall see you shortly, my master. Shen Wanyue and her 3 companions stood at the safe zone by the hotel entrance, waving at the RV. Let us proceed inside and find a clean room to await our master's command. Shen Wanyue tucked the temperature-controlled stove Lin Dong had given her into her pocket and entered the hotel first, followed closely by Ling Shui. Liang Jihan and Jiang Zhu remained still, and once the others had disappeared from sight, Liang Jihan quietly remarked, Miss Jiang Zhu, I can see that you are reluctant to stay by Lin Dong's side. We have an opportunity to escape him, but we must join forces if we are to succeed. This hotel is renowned in Jiangcheng as a 5-star establishment, with excellent facilities. There should be survivors within. Jiang Zhu, hands in her pockets, could not suppress a cold smile. If you understood him, you would realize that unless he is dead, we have no chance of escape. After all, how could Lin Dong so carelessly leave the maids here? He is indifferent to their lives, or rather, he can control their fates at will. Encountering Lin Dong, even death becomes a luxury, let alone the prospect of fleeing. Liang Jihan was indeed not well acquainted with Lin Dong, and could not help but ask, what do you mean? What powers does he possess that instill such fear in you? Jiang Zhu, equally unsure of Lin Dong's abilities, could only let out a deep sigh before turning to enter the hotel, leaving the bewildered security officer behind. Seeing Jiang Zhu give up, Liang Jihan could only furrow her brow and follow suit. She could not escape alone. Wow, this hotel is quite eerie. It has a perfect atmosphere for an escape room, Ling Shui remarked, holding a flashlight and walking alongside Shen Wanyue at the forefront. The hotel was lavishly decorated but devoid of light, resembling some bizarre scenes from a horror film. With many doors ajar and traces of blood and corpses on the walls and carpets, the 4 women made their way to the top floor, where the most luxurious presidential suites were located. After opening several doors only to find chaos or broken windows, they arrived at a room at the end of the corridor. Just as Shen Wanyue was about to kick the door open, her brow furrowed. Be careful, there is someone inside. Even through the thick security door, she could hear sounds emanating from within. What are you afraid of? We can just knock and find out, Ling Shui said with a reckless demeanor, stepping forward. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed, and the room fell silent. After a considerable pause, the door opened a crack, revealing a cautious middle-aged man peeking out. Upon seeing the 4 stunning beauties, he was momentarily stunned. Ling Shui beamed a sweet smile, greeting him. Hi, uncle. We are just passing through. It's quite cold outside. May we come in to rest? The middle-aged man stared blankly for a long moment before dazedly opening the door wider to let them in. How did you get here? I saw a car downstairs. Was it yours? He inquired. Ling Shui feigned innocence as she boldly stepped inside, glancing around at the relatively clean and tidy suite. Nodding in satisfaction. That's not our car. We merely hitched a ride. Now we seek a place to rest. Uncle, can we stay here? The middle-aged man's heart fluttered at her pitiful appearance, and he quickly agreed. Of course. I am Wang Dashing. Ladies, please come in. This hotel is not safe. Wang Dashing rubbed his hands together, joyfully ushering them inside. Suddenly, Liang Jihan frowned and asked, Wang Dashing? The chairman of Dashing Group? Wang Dashing was taken aback. You know me? He exclaimed, quickly adopting a superior demeanor. I am indeed the chairman of Dashing Group, a prominent figure in Jiangqing. Ladies, rest assured. As long as you stay here, I will ensure your safety. Ling Shui flashed her sweet smile. Uncle, you misunderstand. What I mean is, you should leave. We will stay here. Wang Dashing was taken aback. What do you mean, beautiful? Ling Shui replied with a grin. Literally, why don't you just leave? The facilities and environment here are quite satisfactory for enjoying our master's entertainment. Wang Dashing's chubby face contorted in anger. What? I kindly take you in. And you expect to take over my place? Do you think I owe you something? Liang Jihan immediately sensed the impending conflict and quickly grasped Wang Dashing's arm. Mr. Wang, you are a person of stature. Do not stoop to the level of these women. There are plenty of rooms here. Can't you just find another one? Her attempt was naturally to save Wang Dashing's life. Enraging these women would lead to dire consequences. However, she did not anticipate that her words would only pour oil on the fire, causing Wang Dashing to feel belittled. He shrugged Liang Jihan off, pointing at Ling Shui and cursing, You filthy wench. Do you think I built such a large enterprise through honest means? Come, men, seize these 4 women. Once I'm done enjoying myself, you can have your fun. As he spoke, he clapped his hands, and the bedroom door opened to reveal 4 burly men, Wang Dashing's devoted bodyguards, loyal to a fault. Liang Jihan peered into the bedroom, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. She understood why, even in this apocalyptic world, Wang Dashing had bodyguards. The bedroom resembled a miniature brothel, with 4 or 5 women lying on the floor in despair, dirty and shivering from the cold. Clearly, even in such frigid temperatures, they had not escaped the fate of abuse, and judging by their condition, they would soon succumb to the cold. Wang Dashing was indeed willing to share women. Liang Jihan even recognized one as his secretary. The 4 burly men exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with lust. These women had been captured from the hotel, some were other guests, and some were staff. They had long since grown tired of them. Now, with even more beautiful newcomers arriving, their fortune seemed assured. Ling Shui coldly chuckled, flexing her small fists. Just now, you 2 wretched women took my prey. I'm still unhappy about it. Leave these people to me. I will entertain them. Shen Wanyue remained expressionless. Do not spill too much blood. This room is still habitable. All right, Ling Shui replied somewhat reluctantly. The burly men grinned menacingly. Little girl, you alone cannot handle us 4. Since you are 4, why not? Disgusting. Ling Shui snorted coldly and vanished in an instant. Chapter 37. In the apocalypse, there is no good or evil, only strength and weakness. The men on Wang Daxing's side were merely ordinary individuals. Although they were bold, they were nothing against superpowers. Wang Daxing felt a flash before his eyes as the stunning beauty appeared before the 4 bodyguards. Before they could react, Ling Shui had already struck like lightning. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. The sound of eggs cracking echoed as all 4 bodyguards froze in place, an indescribable, unparalleled pain sweeping through their bodies. Ow! They all clutched their groins. Their eyes bulging, their bodies curving like shrimp, crying out in agony. Wang Daxing felt a chill in his groin, unable to help tightening his belt. No man could remain unaffected by such a scene. Humph. If it weren't for my desire to keep the room clean, I would have smashed your heads long ago. Ling Shui clapped her hands and opened the window, ready to throw the 2 bodyguards out, one in each hand. Wang Daxing felt numb. The bodyguards who had helped him deal with countless troubles were now being disposed of. What would happen to him? Just as Ling Shui was about to execute her plan, Liang Jihan suddenly drew her gun, pointing it at her and shouting fiercely, Ling Shui, put them down immediately. Do not commit further acts of innocent slaughter. Ling Shui paused, still holding the 2 men, and turned to glare at her with a dark gaze. What do you mean? Taking advantage of the master's absence. You dare to act against me? Liang Jihan bit her silver lip, recalling the terrifying Lin Dong. Yet her sense of duty and justice urged her not to stand idly by as a murder unfolded. I do not wish to harm you. I know you are being coerced by Lin Dong. I can see it. At heart, you are not a killer. Do not make a grave mistake again. While there is still an opportunity, let us devise a plan to free ourselves from Lin Dong's control. Can we not take charge of our own lives from now on? Ling Shui's fury diminished significantly. She slowly lowered her head, pressing her lips together in silence. Indeed, in just a few days, how had she allowed Lin Dong to twist her into such a demon? Before the apocalypse, she was merely a streamer making a modest living through her looks and figure. Having never committed any heinous acts, how had she come to regard human life so lightly since meeting him? Her only intention had been to survive. Seeing Ling Shui wavering, a glimmer of hope flashed in Liang Jihan's eyes, but the next moment, Ling Shui suddenly raised her head, her gaze fierce as she exerted force. Hurling the bodyguards out of the window, they crashed heavily into the snow, their screams and wails echoing, the outcome already sealed. You, how could you? Liang Jihan was taken aback. Are you acting? There's no point in hoping. We will never escape our master's grasp. Not ever. Ling Shui's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Her voice tinged with sorrow. She recalled the days spent locked in the bathroom. What did death even mean? As long as he was alive, she would have no chance of betrayal. Her life was irrevocably bound to Lin Dong. Shen Wanyue, arms crossed, observed the standoff between the 2 women with a calm demeanor. She had been with Lin Dong the longest and lived next door to him, thus she had a deeper understanding of him. He was a person from the lower echelons, twisted by relentless pressure before the apocalypse. Such individuals, once empowered, could be the most terrifying. Yet, she felt utterly powerless. Ultimately, it boiled down to power. Lin Dong possessed it, and thus they had no choice but to follow him. Enough, Miss Liang, you might as well lower your gun. There is little point in pursuing this conversation. It is futile. Shen Wanyue sighed deeply. Liang Jihan, in desperation, turned to Jiangzhu. Jiangzhu, will you continue to drift aimlessly? You have a fiancé. Cannot you fight for your own happiness? Jiangzhu froze, caught in a tumult of inner conflict. The sudden turn of events filled Wang Daxing with delight. Although he couldn't grasp what had transpired among the women, there was a clear trend of infighting. Now was the perfect opportunity for him to seize control. Damn it, do they think I am a soft target? A few little girls think they can manipulate me? Today, I will eliminate all of you. Fueled by rage, Wang Daxing grabbed his gun and rushed out without a second thought, aiming a shot at the nearest Liang Jihan. This woman had a gun. He needed to take her out first. The sudden turn of events caught the women off guard, and Shen Wanyue shouted, "Watch out." Bang! Liang Jihan felt a sharp pain in her chest, looking down in disbelief to find a large gaping wound, blood pouring forth. Why? She could not comprehend it. She had been trying to save him all along. Why would he want to kill her? Could kindness truly not be reciprocated in this damned apocalypse? Shen Wanyue erupted in fury. This fat pig, sharing a name with her ex-husband, turned out to be such a vile character. Damn it. Ling Shui reacted more swiftly, kicking the nearest bodyguard out, who crashed into the unsuspecting Wang Daxing, sending him sprawling. In an instant, Shen Wanyue lunged forward, drawing a dagger from her thigh and slicing downwards, blood spraying from Wang Daxing's neck in an instant. Yet, she was not satisfied. She continued to stab him repeatedly, as if she were stabbing rice, her newly donned clothes becoming stained with crimson. Jiangzhu caught the collapsing Liang Jihan. Her beautiful eyes filled with complexity as she gazed at her. Now you understand, do you? In this apocalypse, there is no good or evil, only the strong and the weak. I do not wish to abandon my pursuit of happiness. Rather, I have lost the right to pursue it. All I can do is obediently follow orders. I have no other choice. Huff, huff. Liang Jihan coughed up blood, wanting to say something but unable to articulate a single word. This time, it felt more devastating than when she was in the mall, in both a physical and psychological sense. In the apocalypse, there is no good or evil, only strength and weakness. The goodwill she offered was met with betrayal. If she were to be granted a second chance at life, Liang Jihan vowed never to be a saint again, but rather to become a person devoid of emotion. And Lin Dong, You took away my first time. If given the opportunity, I would ensure you suffer 1,000 deaths. Alas, it was all but a fantasy. Ding dong. Detected that maid Liang Jihan is on the verge of death. Would you like to heal her instantly? Lin Dong, who was driving into the gates of Jiangxing University of Science and Technology, was taken aback. What is this? I've been gone for just a few minutes. And she is already dying? Did she get into a fight with the others? Heal. Chapter 38. A different kind of helping hand as Liang Jihan was summing up her life on the brink of death. A flash of golden light enveloped her, and the wound healed completely, her feeble heartbeat returning to a strong rhythm. Her beautiful eyes widened suddenly, feeling strength coursing through her body as she climbed out of Jiang Zhu's embrace. What is happening to me? Jiang Zhu forced a smile. Now you should understand. Encountering that demon, even death becomes a luxury. Want to escape? Where can we flee? Liang Jihan stared blankly at the already anticipated Shun, Wanyue, and Ling Shui, her pupils dilating in realization. Could it be? This was Lin Dong's power? He not only possessed immense strength, but could also manipulate the life and death of others at will, even in his absence. This is utterly unfair. No wonder these women dared not flee. In that moment, Liang Jihan fully comprehended the depth of her fear towards Lin Dong. Shun Wanyue tossed the blood-stained dagger at her feet, stating calmly, after this experience, you should understand. In the apocalypse, you either kill others or be killed. There is no other possibility. You may have once been a kind-hearted person, but now, if you wish to avoid punishment from the master, you must obediently embrace being a villain. There are still several women in the bedroom. Why don't you see them off? Liang Jihan picked up the dagger in a daze and walked into the bedroom. Various sickening odors assaulted her senses, and she could only imagine the inhumane torment they had endured here. Help me, please. A weak voice pleaded, and Liang Jihan turned to see Wang Daxing's personal secretary. Before the apocalypse, she had been a glamorous figure, though everyone knew she was merely an ambitious secretary. However, with the advent of the apocalypse, she became merely a tool for Wang Daxing to manipulate his bodyguards, subjected to the whims of others, living a fate worse than death. Not only her, but the other women here, all possessing commendable beauty and physique, were reduced to mere instruments. Is this the inevitable destiny of women in the apocalypse? Liang Jihan could not help but ponder. The ache in her heart, once overwhelming, began to dull. Perhaps being by Lin Dong's side, enduring torment from him alone, was preferable to the suffering inflicted by countless men. Gripping the dagger tightly in her hand, she crouched beside the secretary, gently stroking her disheveled hair. Do not be afraid. I will assist you now. The secretary slowly revealed a smile, only for it to freeze in place as the dagger in Liang Jihan's hand swiftly sliced across her throat. The secretary's body convulsed violently, her eyes glazing over. Thank you. Liang Jihan faintly heard her murmured gratitude, biting her lip into silence. In a way, she was also helping others, albeit through a different means. Suppressing the urge to vomit, Liang Jihan similarly dispatched several other women, leaving only the four of them in the suite. Emerging from the bedroom with a pained expression, Ling Shui impatiently extended her hand. Quick, take out your phone. We're eager to see our master's exploits. Liang Jihan paused for a moment, then quietly retrieved her phone, swiftly connecting to the button camera on Lin Dong's attire. Observing the three women huddled around the phone, carefree and devoid of concern, Liang Jihan sighed deeply. Perhaps she should be more like them, a heartless dog. In the footage, Lin Dong was seen smoking with one hand while steering the wheel with the other. As he gazed upon the familiar sights of the school, nostalgia washed over him. This was once his alma mater. Had it not been for familial issues, he might have completed his university studies here, continuing on with Zhao Yufei to pursue further education. The large RV carved a long black line through the pristine white landscape, catching the attention of many survivors who could not help but shout for help. Help! Save me! Hey, is the driver deaf? I'm right here, come save me. SOS. I'm a foreigner. Rescue me first. Get lost. Foreigner, take me away. Yet, regrettably, Lin Dong chose to ignore them. He was well aware of Zhao Yufei's dormitory location, and the RV came to a slow stop beneath the dormitory building. The roaring engine naturally drawing the attention of all within, who cautiously poked their heads out to see if a rescue team had arrived. However, they were met with disappointment. The figure descending from the RV was merely an ordinary man. Lin Dong, carrying a box of instant noodles, attracted many curious gazes. Handsome, are you from the rescue team? A girl ventured out of her dormitory. Lin Dong replied with a smile. No, I'm just here to pick someone up. You all can continue eating and sleeping. Don't mind me. The others responded with disappointment. Could you share some noodles with us? We haven't eaten in days. One girl implored pitifully. Lin Dong scoffed. What makes you think I should care about your hunger? Some girls, incensed, were about to confront him further when Zhao Yufei, having heard the commotion, rushed down. Step aside. This is my boyfriend. All of you get lost. Lin Dong had anticipated that reuniting with Zhao Yufei would evoke some complex emotions, given their past intimacy. However, to his surprise, his heart remained as cold as ice, as if he were meeting a stranger. In the hotel, the four women viewed Zhao Yufei through the camera, all grimacing in unison. Is this the master's ex-girlfriend? Not all that impressive, right? Not as well endowed as I am, and she has freckles. The master certainly had low standards back then. Zhao Yufei, without hesitation, rushed forward to embrace Lin Dong's arm, claiming her territory. Seeing a girl come to pick him up, the others were immediately consumed with envy and resentment. Yet being obedient students, They dared not act out. Lin Dong remained silent as he was forcibly pulled into the dormitory. Upon entering, he could not suppress a frown. Phew, it stinks. Did someone do their business on the bed? The cramped dorm was cluttered with clothes strewn about. Snack wrappers and instant noodle refuse piled high. He could hardly fathom how they had endured such conditions. Grateful for the system that allowed him to have a maid keep his home pristine even in the apocalypse, he sighed. Once the door was shut, Zhao Yufei immediately released Lin Dong's arm, her demeanor shifting abruptly. Hurry, boil some water to cook the noodles. Why did you only bring instant noodles? I'm sick of that stuff. Couldn't you have brought something else? It's so annoying. The barrage of complaints made Lin Dong chuckle. The familiar tone reminded him of how Zhao Yufei used to treat him. Any hint of dissatisfaction would result in a scolding. Was he once a masochist? Zhao Yufei noticed Lin Dong standing still, laughing, and her temper flared. What are you laughing at? Get moving. Lin Dong's smile gradually faded as he hoisted the instant noodles and tossed them out the window. If you want to eat, go pick them up from the snow. Don't expect me to cater to you. Chapter 39. I can only take 3 people with me. Lin Dong's sudden action astounded Zhao Yufei. At this moment, forget about instant noodles. Even a single seasoning packet had to be secretly licked clean. He just discarded an entire box of noodles? What was wrong with him? No. What was with his tone? What do you think you're doing? Do you dare to yell at me? Zhao Yufei was furious. As they neared the balcony, Lin Dong finally caught sight of the 3 women's appearances. He recognized them, yet today, they seemed almost alien. Li Wan's chubby face was smeared with some oily substance. Zhou Shiyu's cheeks were so flushed they resembled a cartoon character, and Qining looked even more horrifying, her makeup resembling that of a raccoon. Are you all playing NPCs in a horror game? Li Wan indignantly pointed at Lin Dong. How dare you waste food? You'd better go down and pick it up, or else, my Fei will never reconcile with you. With a swift motion, Lin Dong slapped her across the face, leaving her with a red mark. Who are you to shout at me? Li Wan and the others were taken aback. How dare he strike someone? Lin Dong looked down at his hand in disgust. What on earth? This pig could sustain an oil refinery. Where does all this grease come from? He shook his hand, then pulled out a bottle of warm mineral water from his pocket to wash his hands. The 4 beauties stared at Lin Dong in disbelief. In their memory, he was a submissive, mild-mannered good man, generous to others. What had happened to make him so volatile? Wait, you brought hot water with you? Qining licked her chapped lips, desperately resisting the urge to lick the icy water stains on the floor, and hurriedly stepped in to mediate. Hey, this is between Lin Dong and Fei. Whether or not they reconcile is their decision, and as good friends, we shouldn't interfere. And Lin Dong, as a boy, how can you resort to violence? Why not apologize to Li Wan, and we can let this matter drop? As she spoke, she subtly winked at Lin Dong, showcasing her understanding and poise, far more considerate than that contemptible Zhao Yufei. Yet, Lin Dong appeared oblivious. Tossing the half-full bottle of hot water aside, do you think you deserve an apology? Ignoring Chun Ying's stiff smile, he found a clean seat and turned his gaze toward Zhao Yufei. After all, we once shared a romance. I went through great lengths to bring you supplies, and yet, the moment you entered, you turned your back on me. I'm no longer your boyfriend. Why should I tolerate your disdain? Zhao Yufei froze, realizing she had made a grave mistake. Indeed, he was no longer her boyfriend. What right did she have to demand anything from him? Yet, she quickly regained her composure. Lin Dong's willingness to come suggested lingering feelings. This could work to her advantage. With an awkward smile, she crouched beside him, adopting a pitiful demeanor. Dong, I was wrong. Your coming to rescue me means you still love me, right? I was just a bit hasty earlier, so my attitude was poor. Can you forgive me? She had angered Lin Dong before, but her charm had always worked wonders. Lin Dong chuckled coldly within, though his stern expression softened gradually. What does it matter if I forgive you? After all, we are no longer in a relationship. Zhao Yufei became more convinced that Lin Dong desired reconciliation, her heart swelling with pride. Though we are not a couple, we are certainly not enemies. Please, lighten up. Lin Dong finally revealed a radiant smile. Observing how easily Zhao Yufei had manipulated him, the other 3 women were consumed by envy. Why didn't they have such an accommodating suitor? Li Wan glared at Lin Dong with resentment, her small eyes darting with unspoken thoughts. Zhao Yufei sighed deeply. Dong, this snowstorm is truly terrifying. With your RV, you must have ample supplies, right? Lin Dong nodded. Indeed, I have far more than I can consume alone. The girl's eyes brightened simultaneously. Before Zhao Yufei could respond, Qining rushed over. Is that so? That's wonderful. I knew I was right about you. It's not easy for a man to gather supplies in such circumstances. Lin Dong, you are remarkable. Zhou Shiyu chimed in, praising Lin Dong as well. He raised an eyebrow, perplexed by the sudden change in attitude from Zhao Yufei's 3 roommates, who had always disdained him, coupled with their appearances. Lin Dong felt a shiver. Could they be interested in him? Zhao Yufei felt a flicker of irritation. Qining and Zhou Shiyu were opportunistically vying for attention. Thankfully, Lin Dong returned to his previous earnest demeanor. Zhao Yufei tentatively asked so. Can your RV take me away? Not us, but me. Qining interjected, anxious. Yes, Lin Dong, your RV is so spacious. It can certainly accommodate all of us, right? How dare Zhao Yufei not intend to include them? Li Wan and Zhou Shiyu remained silent, merely casting flirtatious glances at Lin Dong. Lin Dong regarded them, a mysterious smile creeping onto his face. Sure, but unfortunately, my RV only has 4 seats. Besides me, I can only take 3 people. With those words, the atmosphere in the room turned icy. The 4 women exchanged glances filled with malice. the air crackling with tension. They all understood that whoever remained would face starvation or freezing to death, with no hope of survival. Chen, still unwilling to accept defeat, asked, "Only 3 people? But we are lifelong best friends. We can't be separated." Lin Dong, "Can't you squeeze in a bit? We don't take up much space." Lin Dong shrugged. "I can't help it. My vehicle is filled with supplies. Creating 3 empty seats is already a challenge. I genuinely cannot fit a 4th person." The 4 beauties of Jiangsheng felt a chill run down their spines. The battle for seats had begun. Chapter 40. Good friends turned adversaries. Lin Dong chuckled, lighting a cigarette as he observed the 4 silent women. "Aren't you all best friends? You're the famed beauties of Jiangsheng. Come on, showcase your talents." Zhao Yufei was the first to respond. "Dong, if you let me get on your RV, I am willing to reconcile with you." After these days of reflection, I realized that ending our relationship was unwise. Once I calmed down, I discovered that I have always loved you. I dream of you every night, reminiscing about our shared classes and street food escapades. You cannot abandon me. To be fair, Zhao Yufei's acting was quite commendable. Her eyes glistening with tears. She knew her advantages well. Her status as a cherished first love was not to be taken lightly. Meanwhile, in the hotel, Shen Wanyue and the other 3 women felt nauseated. "I can't take it anymore. This woman is truly shameless. She dumped her partner before the apocalypse. And now she has the audacity to claim she still loves him. I wish I could reach through the screen and slap her. Do you think the master would fall for this?" The women exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Dong's heart is colder than the ice and snow outside. If he could be so easily swayed, they wouldn't merely be his servants and not his women." However, to their surprise, Lin Dong smiled and nodded. "All right, I'll take you with me." Zhao Yufei immediately transformed her tears into a smile, casting a triumphant glance at Chen Ying and the others. "See, I only needed to make a small effort, and Lin Dong is obedient. You ugly, contemptible creatures, don't even think about competing with me." Chen Ying and the others were not entirely disarmed, having prepared themselves for this scenario. After all, Zhao Yufei was Lin Dong's ex-girlfriend, so the possibility of him taking her was high. Now, it was up to the 3 of them to fight for the remaining 2 seats. Zhou Xiyu stepped forward first, hurriedly fixing her disheveled bangs and presenting a sweet smile. "Lin Dong, I am Fei Fei's best friend, the kind that never separates for meals, sleep, or even bathroom breaks. You can't let me be apart from her." Her insinuation was clear. If she and Zhao Yufei shared a bed, she could also be present during intimate moments. This was bordering on seduction. Chen Ying frowned. "Xiaoyu, how can you say that? Am I not Fei Fei's best friend too? Besides, Lin Dong, let me tell you." Xiaoyu grinds her teeth in her sleep, making it impossible for anyone to rest peacefully. "Take me instead. I come from a poor family and can handle all household chores." Betrayal began. Zhou Xiyu fumed, "Sistering, how can you say such a thing? When have I ever ground my teeth in my sleep? Don't slander me." Chen Ying scoffed, "Overboard? Ridiculous. I still have recordings of you grinding your teeth at night. Want me to play them for you?" Zhou Xiyu retorted. "You. How could you be so shameless, old woman?" Chen Ying exploded with anger. "I'm only 2 years older than you. What gives you the right to call me old?" A woman's age is a sensitive topic. Bringing it up is a surefire way to ignite conflict. Seeing Chen Ying flustered, Zhou Xiyu took the opportunity to taunt her. "Oh, just 2 years older? By the way, according to our hometown's customs, that's 3 years if we count the virtual age. Rounding up makes it 5. Isn't that old enough?" Chen Ying's anger boiled over. "You green tea BTCH, I'll tear your mouth apart." As the altercation escalated, Zhou Xiyu, caught completely off guard, was effortlessly shoved to the ground, her eyes shimmering with a hint of vulnerability. The sound of her pained exclamation resonated deeply. However, the disparity in their appearances was stark. One was a vision of ethereal beauty, while the other bore a more grotesque charm. One evoked sympathy, while the other incited a desire to extinguish her presence. Zhou Xiyu, seizing the moment, turned to Lin Dong with a playful pout. "Brother Lin Dong, look at her. She actually pushed me. She has violent tendencies. You mustn't take her away." Chen Ying, her chest heaving with indignation, retorted, "You vile green tea, get up. I barely touched you. Don't even think about putting on an act." With that, the two became entangled, exchanging hair pulls and foul language, creating quite the ruckus. Lin Dong watched with amusement, only to notice that Li Wan was remarkably uninvolved in the fray. What gave her such confidence? At that moment, Li Wan remained silent, merely striking poses. She firmly believed that men were drawn to her voluptuous allure. With a flick of her hair and a subtle bite of her lip, she effortlessly captured Lin Dong's attention. Unlike the 2 women on the floor, who were engaged in a messy brawl devoid of grace. "Oh, how I lament the perfection of my appearance." Li Wan sighed dramatically against the window, feeling akin to a tragic heroine. On the floor, Chen Ying and Zhou Xiyu were locked in a primal struggle, resorting to hair yanking, clothing tugging, and even biting in their fervent attempts to overpower one another. Zhao Yufei, observing with a smirk, felt compelled to intervene as a good friend and rushed over to separate them. "Stop fighting. Please, you're both lifelong friends. Let us not ruin our sisterhood over something uncertain. Can't we discuss this amicably?" Chen Ying and Zhou Xiyu shot her daggers. "You think you're so noble. You're sitting pretty, so of course, you can afford to preach. If it weren't for your connection to Lin Dong, you wouldn't have the audacity to speak here." Ultimately, Zhao Yufei managed to part the two, but when their eyes met, the prior camaraderie was replaced by a fierce animosity. Suddenly, Chen Ying had an epiphany. Why were they fighting over the last seat when there were still others available? Zhou Xiyu, too, came to the same realization, and both women turned their gaze toward Li Wan, who was still posing and occasionally casting flirtatious glances at Lin Dong. Let us leave that hefty pig behind, they simultaneously thought. Qining cleared her throat. Li Wan, you seem to be quite the eater. I'm worried there won't be enough food for Lin Dong. Perhaps you should stay behind and wait for rescue. Zhou Xiyu chimed in. Yes, trust sistering. Just hold on a bit longer in the dorm. Help will surely arrive. The two women, now in perfect harmony, appeared completely unbothered by their previous confrontation, leaving Lin Dong astonished. Was this the infamous mood swing of women? Upon hearing their words, Li Wan felt her temper flare. What do you mean? You want to leave me behind? Are you judging me for eating too much? Is it a crime to enjoy a few more buns, bowls of rice, plates of spicy chicken, and bottles of cola? Her attempts to argue fell flat, as she felt she had already given Lin Dong ample hints. Now was the time to reel him in. Lin Dong, take me with you. Lin Dong smiled. Scram. Chapter 41. You must certainly like me, right? Scram? Li Wan stood frozen, struggling to comprehend the word. After a moment, she rose, elbowing her way past Qining and Zhou Xiyu, and fixed her gaze on Lin Dong, demanding, why won't you take me with you? Don't you like me? Like you? What nonsense are you spouting? Li Wan began counting on her fingers, just now. Your hand brushed my face. Doesn't that mean you like me? And when you were smoking, the smoke always drifted my way. Clearly, you were flirting. Plus, you smiled at me several times. You even stole glances at me. Yes, you must like me. Seeing the sincerity in Li Wan's eyes, Lin Dong realized the gravity of the situation. First of all, that was a slap, not a caress. Secondly, the smoke was bound to drift your way since you were sitting by the window. I was laughing because of the fight, not because of you. What kind of delusion is this? Frustrated, he had never noticed how self-absorbed Li Wan truly was. Yet, she was undeterred, pointing to her round face. You're definitely lying to me. You're just pretending not to like me. Whenever you took Fei Fei out to dinner, I was always there, and you would often glance at me. I noticed everything. But since you were Fei Fei's boyfriend, I didn't say anything. You can stop pretending. You like me. Lin Dong sighed deeply, unable to suppress a laugh. It was true that when faced with utter absurdity, laughter was an involuntary response. He couldn't be bothered to explain further. Anyone dining with a pig would inevitably steal a few glances at it. Wouldn't they? Qining scoffed. Come on. Li Wan, let us be real here. What website convinced you that you're beautiful? Just so you know, not just me, but also Xiaoyu and Fei Fei. We all find you incredibly unappealing. You eat excessively, snore like thunder when you sleep, and yet you parade around calling yourself a curvy girl. Just looking at your face makes me want to vomit. Zhou Xiyu added without mercy. Exactly. You creak the bed every time you get in. I'm terrified you'll break it one day. Lin Dong is taking the whole dorm out to eat, not just you. Zhao Yufei continued the onslaught. Li Wan, we had enough snacks for days, but you just had to eat them all. Maybe you should consider a diet. Staying behind for a few days wouldn't be a problem. Li Wan felt as if the entire world had turned against her. Her eyes wide with disbelief as her so-called good friends ruthlessly criticized her weight. You've never treated me this way before. I can't believe you see me like this. It's just that I enjoy eating a little more. Why do you have to say such hurtful things? Seeing Li Wan on the verge of tears, Qining and Zhou Xiyu felt a sense of relief. As long as they could leave the pig behind, they would be free to move on. Now that facades were completely shattered, Li Wan decided to retaliate. Fine. If you all find me so repulsive, I'll expose all your dirty secrets. With that, she pointed at Qining. Qining was taken aback. Li Wan then turned to Zhou Xiyu. You wretched green tea. You can't even function around handsome men, yet you look down on the less fortunate. I can't stand people like you who pretend to be innocent while secretly indulging in unsavory activities. Zhou Xiyu was taken aback. Finally, Li Wan turned to Zhao Yufei. Lin Dong, I'll let you in on a little secret. Your girlfriend constantly berates you for being poor and unambitious. She is even considering finding someone better. She used your closeness to buy shoes for another guy, using your resources to flatter someone else. Don't be fooled. At that moment, during the intimate payment process, Lin Dong discovered that Zhao Yufei had purchased a pair of branded men's sports shoes with his money, which brought him a fleeting joy. He had thought that his girlfriend might be buying him a gift, despite the fact that it was his own money being spent. However, the shoes never materialized, and when Lin Dong inquired about them, she claimed they were a present for her father. He chose not to pursue the matter further. Little did he know, he had unwittingly become the butt of the joke. What does it feel like to be caught in the crossfire of gossip? Surprisingly, Lin Dong was not filled with rage. Rather, he found himself chuckling at his past naivety. Shut your mouth. What nonsense are you spouting? I'll tear your filthy mouth apart. Li Wan, I'll smash you. Zhao Yufei, in a fit of rage, instinctively tried to stop Li Wan from spilling more secrets, and chaos ensued once more. Li Wan, robust and formidable, managed to hold her ground against the three, refusing to back down. You fat pig, go die? Zhao Yufei seized the opportunity to strangle Li Wan, her eyes filled with malice. She feared facing the wrath of Lin Dong. If he abandoned her, she would be left to face these wretches alone. Thus, she resolved to silence Li Wan first before attempting to explain herself to Lin Dong. Qining and Zhou Xiyu flanked Li Wan, grasping her arms, turning what were once inseparable friendships into a vendetta. Lin Dong, observing the mayhem while puffing on a cigarette, found it rather amusing. There are two types of female fights. One resembles the chaos of his maidens, limbs flailing and bloodshed rampant, while the other, like the current scuffle, is devoid of technique, relying solely on brute strength and hair pulling. It was comical, as none utilized any tools. The four of them tumbled about in utter disarray. Blood. So much blood. Li Wan, overwhelmed by the trio's onslaught, accidentally struck her head against a metal frame, her eyes rolling back as she collapsed. Chun Ying and Zhou Xiyu, horrified, quickly retreated, their gazes fixed on the crimson-stained floor beneath Li Wan. We've killed her. Chapter 42, the enhanced version of youth being a well-educated crowd. While the outside world spiraled into madness, those within had never contemplated murder or robbery. Now, having inadvertently caused Li Wan's death, the three women were utterly terrified. Chun Ying trembled as she wiped the blood from her hands. No, I didn't kill her. I only tried to hold her back. It was you, Fei who did it. Zhao Yufei, fearing the blame, quickly shifted it elsewhere. No, I was just holding her neck. It was Xiaoyu who killed her. Zhou Xiyu, already in tears, protested. It wasn't me. It was all of you. I did nothing. The trio's immediate reaction was to pass the blame. They were bright university students, unwilling to bear the weight of a life lost. It was all Fei's doing. I said it wasn't me. It was Xiaoyu. It wasn't me. I was the farthest away. Right. It was Fei who did it. You killed Xiaowan. Chun Ying and Zhou Xiyu quickly formed an alliance, ready to shift all blame onto Zhao Yufei. It was you, Xiaoyu, and I saw it with our own eyes. You did it. Chun Ying's tone became resolute. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Zhao Yufei shook her head in terror, unable to clean the blood from her hands. Now outnumbered, Zhao Yufei was engulfed by fear as the argument escalated, leaving Lin Dong with a pounding headache. Enough of this noise. Before he could interject, Zhao Yufei suddenly lashed out, forcefully shoving Chun Ying, who collided with the corner of a table, her eyes rolling back as she fainted. Blood gushed forth once more. Fei, you've killed again. Zhou Xiyu cried, her face streaked with tears. Zhao Yufei stood frozen, her expression a mixture of terror and shock as she stared at her bloodied hands. No, it wasn't me. I didn't kill anyone. Stop crying. Please. Stop crying. But Zhou Xiyu could not hear her plea, her sobs growing louder. In a frenzy, Zhao Yufei, overwhelmed by the gravity of her actions, pressed her bloodied hands over Zhou Xiyu's mouth. I told you to be quiet. Just be silent. Let me go. Help. Zhao Yufei is a murderer. Zhou Xiyu struggled violently. After what felt like an eternity, Zhou Xiyu's body stiffened, her eyes rolling back, her tongue protruding. Zhao Yufei, lost to madness, failed to release her grip, holding on tightly. Finally, Zhou Xiyu lay still, and Zhao Yufei, as if awakening from a trance, released her hold. I didn't kill anyone. I told you to stop calling. She broke down into tears. As the chaos subsided, Lin Dong could not help but applaud. Bravo. What a dramatic scene worthy of a film. Betrayals, backstabbing, accusations, rage, murder. Every element was present in abundance. This was far more raw and exhilarating than anything on screen. Zhao Yufei suddenly looked up at Lin Dong, her eyes flashing with fury. It's all your fault, Lin Dong. Yes, it's all your fault. You are the one who drove me to murder. You are the executioner who deserves to be punished. Lin Dong raised his hands in mock innocence. What did I do? I merely tossed a box of instant noodles and smoked a few cigarettes. What part of that is my fault? Zhao Yufei retorted, I don't care. You must help me. I cannot go to prison. Lin Dong scoffed, what? A prestigious graduate student, and you've let your intellect slip away? You dare to act, but not face the consequences? Aren't you supposed to be above all of this? Aren't you the one bearing the weight of your future alone? Just continue to bear it. I believe in you. Lin Dong aimed to shatter her lofty pride, reminding her that her so-called bright future and confidence were all afforded by him. Without his support, she was nothing but a wretched creature. Everything she had, food, clothing, shelter, was provided by him. And yet she had the audacity to use his money to seek better prospects while discarding him. The other women's insults about her being a shameless harlot were not unfounded. Lin Dong was not angry, but he was certainly displeased. Zhao Yufei was in tears. Fine, even if I am at fault, can you not take any responsibility? Lin Dong erupted into laughter, raising his hand to deliver a sharp slap across her face. I don't care about your excuses, just as he prepared to further torment her. A sudden sound echoed from afar. Woof, woof, woof. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. A barking dog? In this day and age, there are still dogs alive? This was no ordinary pet bark. It sounded more akin to a wild beast's roar. What kind of dog is that? Lin Dong moved to the window, peering in the direction of the noise, catching a glimpse of a streak of red light slicing through the sky, only to vanish moments later. What was that? It resembled a laser. Intrigued, Lin Dong observed closely, realizing that both the laser and the barking originated from the same direction, not far from the school. That direction. It seemed to be the faculty housing area. He decided to investigate. Seeing Lin Dong prepare to leave, Zhao Yufei immediately interjected, Lin Dong, you cannot abandon me. Leaving her behind with 3 corpses would be worse than killing her. Lin Dong had no intention of letting her off so easily. All right, then come with me. Seeing that Lin Dong had not abandoned her, Zhao Yufei was overjoyed, not even bothering to wipe the blood off her face. She hurriedly stowed her phone and followed closely behind Lin Dong, furtively covering her face, fearful that others would discover the shameful deeds she had just committed. As for the 3 corpses in the dormitory, she could no longer afford to concern herself with them. In her panic, all she wanted was to escape. Just as she entered the RV, chaos erupted in the dormitory building. Murder. Zhao Yufei has killed someone. Zhao Yufei turned pale with fright, urging Lin Dong with a trembling voice, hurry. Don't let them see me. Wait, Lin Dong, is this RV large enough? It can fit 4 people. It can fit more than just 4. It can accommodate 10. Moreover, the RV is equipped with beds, incredibly warm. It's practically a mobile fortress. Distracted by the RV, Zhao Yufei began to scrutinize it, her gaze quickly settling on the bed, which was somewhat disheveled, with a woman's underwear scattered at the foot. The size was larger than her face. Lin Dong, have you been unfaithful? Zhao Yufei exclaimed, furious. Though she no longer liked Lin Dong, the thought of him finding a new partner was more painful than 1,000 cuts. Chapter 43. To kill or not to kill? That is the question, Lin Dong scoffed. I don't have a girlfriend. I can choose whoever I want, sleep with whomever I wish. What does infidelity even mean? Zhao Yufei was left speechless, her face flushed with anger. In her mind, Lin Dong was her dog. Even if she had exhausted his worth, he should still be loyal to her. Without her permission, he was not allowed to seek other women. No, Lin Dong, I want to allow you to associate with other women. I want to reconcile with you, and you must not find anyone else. Lin Dong coldly laughed. Reconcile with me? You should first consider how to clear your name from the murder accusations. I have no desire to date a murderer. Half an hour prior, Ho Ming, through relentless effort, had finally dug through the tunnel. Feng Yi quickly brought Chen Yunqi along, and the 3 of them had finally changed to a new map. Damn, if we find food later. I'll take the first bite. Ho Ming's golden hands gradually dulled to a flesh color as he dusted off the dirt on his body, feeling quite unlucky. He had single-handedly cleared the passage from the library to this place. There should be no one to order him around. Feng Yi helped his girlfriend up, carefully brushing off the dust. You're so slow, Feng Yi. Hurry up and find something to eat. I want something warm. The girl was quite satisfied with the new environment. This place, belonging to some teacher, looked tidy and clean, and no one seemed to be living there. Ho Ming dashed into the kitchen, rummaging through cabinets, and indeed found a considerable amount of food, devouring it ravenously. Chen Yunqi watched Ho Ming feast while Feng Yi was taking his time, feeling quite angry. Feng Yi, what are you dawdling for? If you don't find food soon, he'll finish it all. Feng Yi was unfazed, his eyes fixed on Ho Ming. He was contemplating whether to kill Ho Ming right then and there. This teacher's apartment was primarily structured as 1-bedroom units, each with a kitchen and pantry, totaling over 100 units. If he could seize all the supplies in this building, it would be enough for him and Chen Yunqi to survive for quite some time. However, he was uncertain. If he killed Ho Ming and the subsequent supplies were insufficient, he would still need Ho Ming's tunneling skills. After all, outside was a frigid wasteland, and his tunneling ability was essential for scavenging supplies. To kill or not to kill? Feng Yi was caught in a moral quandary. Unlike him, Ho Ming was wolfing down food while keeping a wary eye on Feng Yi, contemplating how to secretly eliminate him. Currently, the situation was that Feng Yi might need him, but he had no need for Feng Yi at all. Engaging him openly was impossible. He needed a clever plan. The thought of Chen Yunqi's innocent visage beneath him ignited a fire within Ho Ming. Ultimately, Feng Yi decided to observe first, wanting to ascertain the situation in the building before making any decisions. Monkey, leave me some. After about 10 minutes, the 3 finally had their fill. Although Chen Yunqi complained that it was not hot food, she relished it nonetheless. Monkey, once we're full, let us check each house. We need to gather all the supplies. What if there are survivors? Feng Yi made a throat-cutting gesture. They had already killed numerous people and were acutely aware that living humans served only to waste resources. Unless they were exceptional beauties like Chen Yunqi, there was no reason to keep them alive. Ho Ming nodded, and the 3 of them boldly stepped outside. Both he and Feng Yi were awakened beings, so there was no need for stealth. They kicked open the door to the neighboring unit, the loud crash echoing throughout the building. Soon, someone was awakened. What is that noise? What happened? Is someone here to rescue us? Wonderful, we're finally saved. No, I don't see any rescue vehicles or planes. Where's the rescue team? Although the building housed over 100 units, only a few were occupied, and many residents peeked out from their doors. Ho Ming and Feng Yi, like merciless door-kicking machines, opened every unit on the first floor in less than half a minute. Upon seeing 3 students, many of the teachers recognized Feng Yi and were overjoyed. An elderly balding man hurriedly approached. Wonderful. Feng Yi, how did you get here? You've lived up to my expectations as the student council president. Did you bring a rescue team? Feng Yi's expression was peculiar. He recognized this balding old man, the head of a certain department, with whom he was somewhat familiar, named Zheng Fang. Dean Zheng? Thank goodness you're still alive. Feng Yi eagerly approached to chat. Ho Ming immediately understood Feng Yi's intentions and followed silently. Zheng Fang was in tears. Yes. This disaster is truly terrifying. The rescue team hasn't come, and our food is nearly gone. By the way, how did you get here? Has the rescue team arrived? Feng Yi maintained an excited smile, glancing behind him, where several people were gradually gathering. Yes, Dean Zheng, the rescue team is on its way. However, they need time to arrive. So I came as their advance party to see how many people were left in our faculty building. His voice was loud, and Zheng Fang along with the teachers behind him were filled with elation. Really? That is wonderful. There's really a rescue team? I knew it. Trust in the relevant departments. We are finally going to be saved. At the back of the crowd, a woman bundled in a bulky down jacket, wearing large glasses, silently retreated while cradling an adorable white puppy. Feng Yi cheerfully remarked, Dean Zheng, you are a respected elder of the school. Why don't you gather all the teachers here? You don't need to bring anything, as the rescue team will be here soon. We must hurry. Zheng Fang nodded. Yes, you make a good point. There are still many in need of rescue, and as teachers, we must not waste the rescue team's time. With that, he turned and called out loudly, "Teachers, the rescue team is on its way. Please gather here quickly, and don't bring too many belongings." Zheng Fong nodded in satisfaction, realizing his words were indeed effective. After counting heads, Zheng Fong furrowed his brow. Strange, where is teacher Qin Xiao? Qin Xiao? Feng Yi and Ho Ming's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. In this university, if it is unquestionable that the campus belle is Chen Yunxi, then the title of the most beautiful flower in the entire university undoubtedly belongs to Qin Xiao. It is not that Qin Xiao is significantly more beautiful than Chen Yunxi, but rather it is her aura. 6 months ago, when Qin Xiao arrived, she caused quite a stir. Rumors circulated that this new and stunning female teacher was an overseas returnee from a prestigious institution and hailed from a prominent family, with connections to the principal. Besides her mysterious background, Qin Xiao exuded an air of coolness, charm, and elegance. It is hard to fathom how a woman could embody such a blend of qualities. Yet she did, swiftly captivating the hearts of countless students of all ages on campus. Many affluent male students often drove various sports cars in an attempt to catch the attention of this enchanting teacher. The male faculty members, whether married or single, were even more fervent in their pursuits, finding ways to ask her out. One would expect that a beauty of her caliber would be surrounded by scandals. Yet Qin Xiao managed to maintain a prudent distance, never allowing any rumors to surface, making her the dream girl of all men. Although Chen Yunxi had never allowed any man to touch her, the frequency with which she changed boyfriends was an undeniable fact. Thus, in comparison, Qin Xiao naturally garnered more admiration than the infamous Chen Yunxi. Upon hearing that Qin Xiao was alive and residing in the same building, Chen Yunxi pouted in discontent. Humph. How could that wretched woman be more beautiful than me? Why does she overshadow me? She was already plotting to have Feng Yi confront Qin Xiao, to see if she still retained her allure. Feng Yi and Ho Ming were both brimming with excitement, particularly Ho Ming, who felt it was unjust that Feng Yi could date the campus belle while he could only admire her from afar. Heaven has been kind to me, leaving behind a stunning teacher. He even began to contemplate whisking Qin Xiao away after winning her over, to prevent Feng Yi from having any thoughts about her. As the student council president, Feng Yi suppressed his exhilaration and asked, "Director Zheng, is teacher Qin truly still in this building? Is she alive?" "Yes. I saw her walking her dog just yesterday. She's definitely alive." "I'll go fetch her," Director Zheng replied. Feng Yi's mind raced, and he quickly stopped him. No, let us form a line first. Perhaps teacher Qin will come down shortly." "That works," Director Zheng conceded. Being older and feeling the chill of the season, he was reluctant to move. Otherwise, he would have insisted on knocking on teacher Qin's door for a chance to speak with her. "Everyone, the rescue team is on its way. Let us line up and exit in an orderly fashion." The teachers were all abuzz with excitement, swiftly arranging themselves and whispering to one another, their conversations laced with anticipation for the imminent rescue. Feng Yi maintained a cold smile, his eyes glinting with a predatory gleam. "These stubborn old fools, I've already dispatched dozens outside, and they're still waiting for a rescue team? Truly, teaching has dulled their wits." Director Zheng, the most eager of the lot, stood at the front, gazing expectantly at Feng Yi. Suddenly, he noticed something amiss. "Hey, Feng Yi, why are your eyes glowing? Is it?" In an instant, Feng Yi's eyes shot forth 2 beams of crimson light, piercing through Director Zheng's head, incinerating it instantly. Zheng's head was as fragile as paper against the red light, and the beam continued to the next person, then the third, then the fourth. Within half a second, the lined-up teachers were struck down, and even the walls bore witness to the carnage. Those taller teachers stood in shock, staring at the gory aftermath before them, their own chests marked by 2 gaping holes. The sound of their bodies collapsing echoed through the halls, leaving no room for screams or pleas for mercy. Feng Yi, satisfied, closed his eyes, the crimson glow within them gradually fading. Ho Ming, gritting his teeth, felt a twinge of envy. Feng Yi's supernatural ability was nothing short of remarkable. He recalled how Feng Yi had previously employed this power when they were trapped in the library, rallying the students to line up before unleashing devastation. A swift and effortless solution. Above, a heavily clad Qin Xiao watched from the shadows, horrified as she witnessed Feng Yi mercilessly eliminate all the teachers. She quickly covered her mouth, her eyes glistening with tears, trembling uncontrollably. Residing on the top floor allowed her a better view, and when Feng Yi mentioned a rescue team, her first instinct was disbelief. Thus, she had stealthily slipped away, intending to observe the situation from a distance. Little did she expect that the amiable and courteous student council president, beloved by all teachers, would turn out to be such a cold-blooded killer. He was a veritable demon. The heat of the laser even produced a hint of charred meat aroma, and Ho Ming waved his hand, savoring the scent. "Feng Yi, let me make it clear. You already have Chen Yunxi. Teacher Qin is mine." Feng Yi slowly opened his eyes, a slight frown creasing his brow. Fine. His ability required a brief cooldown after use, or he would have eliminated Ho Ming right then. However, it was no great concern. Once the cooldown ended, he would swiftly take care of Ho Ming. Soon, both Chen Yunxi and Qin Xiao would belong to him. The mere thought of Qin Xiao's flawless visage and figure ignited a fervor within him. Ho Ming, bursting with excitement, raced up the stairs. "Chen Yunxi, you must clarify something with me first. If we encounter Qin Xiao, you won't choose her over me, will you?" Jealousy was palpable in her eyes. Feng Yi replied with a sincere smile. "Silly girl, I only want you. Choices are for children. In Feng Yi's heart, though he was deeply enamored with Chen Yunxi, it did not preclude his desire to share intimacy with teacher Qin as well. Imagining both the student and teacher submitting to him was enough to send waves of exhilaration through him. Chen Yunxi finally let a hint of a victorious smile cross her face. Then it settled. You better mar her face for trying to steal my spotlight. We'll talk about that later, Feng Yi mumbled, hastily leading his girlfriend to follow. Feeling something soft beneath her feet, Qin Xiao glanced down and quickly scooped up her fluffy white dog. Nuan, they've come looking for me. What should I do? Aren't they students? How could they be so wicked? They would even dare to kill a teacher. Oh, I'm so scared. The seemingly harmless and adorable little white dog appeared to comprehend its owner's distress, nuzzling its head against her face. Chapter 45. The mutated great white dog Ho Ming hurriedly ascended the stairs, brimming with excitement, having already caught a glimpse of Qin Xiao's figure. Though she was bundled up, he was certain it was her. Teacher Qin, where are you? Your students have come to seek your guidance. At that moment, his demeanor resembled that of a delinquent rather than a distinguished student from a prestigious university. Finding the room was easy, as each door bore a nameplate. The three stood before Qin Xiao's door, with Ho Ming struggling to suppress the urge to kick it open. He composed himself, smoothed his hair, licked his dry lips, and gently knocked on the door. In the presence of Qin Xiao, no student could resist adopting a gentlemanly demeanor. Knock, knock, knock. Teacher Qin, please open the door. Your students have come to see you. Inside, Qin Xiao bit her lip, nearly drawing blood, as she remained silent, clutching her pet, Nuo, curled up beside her bed. Still not opening? Teacher Qin, please, come out. I know you're home. No response. Ho Ming's patience waned, and his knocks grew more insistent. Hey, are we playing hide and seek? Fine. With a forceful kick, he flung the door open and rushed inside. There stood Qin Xiao, wrapped up as if she were a dumpling. Yet Ho Ming knew that beneath that down jacket lay an alluring figure. Pale and panic-stricken, Qin Xiao shouted, don't come in. Get out quickly. In that moment, the beautiful teacher appeared as helpless as a pure white lamb. Ho Ming licked his lips with excitement. No need to call for help, Teacher Qin. No one will come to your rescue, no matter how loud you scream. From now on, you'll be with me. Don't worry. I will take good care of you. Hearing his taunting words, Qin Xiao was on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by a sense of resistance. No, who would want to be with you? You're all bad people, demons. With a wicked grin, Ho Ming slowly approached. A demon, you say? Call me a demon if you wish. Soon you'll witness a far more formidable one. Suddenly, Qin Xiao felt a loosening in her embrace, as Nuo leaped from her arms, baring its tiny mouth and lunging at Ho Ming. Oh, there's a dog too. Might as well have dog meat hot pot tonight. Unfazed, Ho Ming raised his hand to swat the little creature away. Such a small dog knows how to save its owner. For its thoughtfulness, I'll add extra spice tonight. But in the next moment, a terrifying transformation occurred. The tiny Nuo ballooned in size, its once tiny mouth morphing into a gaping maw, its cute baby teeth replaced by sharp fangs. A little puppy had transformed into a fearsome tiger. Its height surged from 12 centimeters to an impressive 2 meters. With a sickening crunch, Ho Ming's arm was bitten clean off, blood splattering onto the pristine white fur. Ho Ming cried out, clutching his severed limb and retreating hastily. This sudden turn of events shocked not only him, but also Feng Yi, Chen Yunxi, and the bewildered Qin Xiao. Is this my Nuo? Feng Yi's expression shifted dramatically. Quick, retreat. It's a mutated dog. He grasped the situation instantly, realizing that this dog, like himself and Ho Ming, had been exposed to toxic snow, acquiring extraordinary powers. He immediately pulled Chen Yunxi to flee, while Ho Ming, tears streaming down his face from the pain of his severed arm, began to run wildly. Nuo, gnawing on the severed limb, blood dripping from its mouth, looked terrifying. Having devoured the arm, the now carnivorous Nuo hurried after them, concerned for her pet's safety. Qin Xiao struggled to chase after them. In the corridor, a chase ensued between the three individuals and the dog, with Ho Ming's heart racing as he saw the bloodied, snarling beast approaching. Feng Yi, you deal with it, he shouted, panic surging through him. He wasn't foolish, with his current state. He had no means to confront the formidable dog, and so he sprinted faster. In the midst of their flight, Chen Yunxi stumbled and fell, being an ordinary person. She couldn't keep up with the awakened ones. In less than a tenth of a second, Feng Yi decisively abandoned any thought of rescue and continued running. No matter how much he cared for his girlfriend, his own life took precedence. Tears streamed down Chen Yunxi's face as she cried out, "Don't eat me. Feng Yi, help me." At that critical moment, Qin Xiao shouted from behind, "Nuo, don't bite anyone." Her command proved effective, as Nuo halted its sharp teeth just above Chen Yunxi's forehead, sniffing her curiously and nudging her gently, behaving obediently. Frightened, Chen Yunxi dared not open her eyes, while Qin Xiao, relieved to see Nuo obeying her, exhaled deeply. Though confused by the sudden transformation of her pet, she was grateful that it was still her Nuo. Moreover, its new size provided a sense of security. Feng Yi and Ho Ming, realizing that the large dog hadn't harmed Chen Yunxi, paused to observe from a distance. After a prolonged moment of digesting the situation, Qin Xiao approached to help Chen Yunxi up. "Are you alright, classmate?" Chen Yunxi, gazing at the massive dog beside her, timidly shook her head. I'm fine. Thank you, Teacher Qin." Sighing, Qin Xiao turned her attention to Feng Yi and Ho Ming. "Students, Let us not make matters worse. As long as you don't intend to harm me, I can ensure that Nuonyo won't harm you either. And that studentess' arm is severed and needs immediate treatment. Otherwise, the situation will become dire. As a teacher, she couldn't bring herself to be harsh with her students. With her inherently kind nature, Qin Xiao decided to let them go. Feng Yi and Hou Ming exchanged glances, their excitement palpable. Yes, teacher, it was all our fault. Rest assured, we will never harm you again. Rubbing his eyes as if wiping away tears, Feng Yi moved closer. But when he was within 5 meters, he suddenly shoved his hands aside, crimson lasers erupting from his eyes. This turn of events was too sudden. Nuonyo reacted swiftly, yet was still struck by the laser, which severed one of its legs. Wong, wong, wong. Nuonyo howled in pain, charging forward with a deafening roar. Feng Yi quickly redirected his gaze toward Nuonyo. At such close range, even a mutated dog could not withstand the laser, which instantly cleaved it in two. The laser continued through the wall, piercing the outside. Only then did Qin Xiao comprehend the gravity of the situation, her heart sinking as she watched her beloved dog being shot through. Nuonyo, however, wasn't without its own defenses. Before its demise, it managed to strike Feng Yi's chest with a powerful swipe, leaving deep gashes that sent him flying backward, crashing into the wall and rendering him unconscious. Both sides suffered grievously. The rapid shift in circumstances left Hou Ming dumbfounded, yet soon, a wave of elation washed over him. What an opportunity! With the big white dog dead and Feng Yi incapacitated, these two beauties will be mine. Yet, he first had to ensure Feng Yi was dead. Ignoring the blood pouring from his severed arm, Hou Ming, pale and in pain, staggered toward them. Feng Yi, are you all right? He cautiously patted Feng Yi's cheek. Gazing at Feng Yi's wound, he gasped in horror. This dog is truly fierce. The scratches were perilously close to the internal organs. Since you're already gravely injured, you might as well perish. Hou Ming was practically bursting with excitement, finally having the chance to eliminate his rival. His hand glimmered gold as he thrust it toward Feng Yi. But Feng Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and the crimson laser was much quicker than Hou Ming's movement. With a sharp pain, Hou Ming realized too late that his eyes had been shot out, the beams piercing through his skull. The situation had shifted once more. Cough, cough. Think you can take me down? Not a chance. Feng Yi pressed his hand to his chest, coughing a few times. Ignoring the cool down of his ability, he unleashed the laser again. Feeling dizzy as his already wounded body endured further strain, he toppled Hou Ming's lifeless body and struggled to rise. Fortunately, the resilience of the awakened ones was remarkable. Otherwise, he would have been in critical condition. Seeing her boyfriend still alive, Chen Yunqi rushed over, filled with joy. Great, Feng Yi, you're alive. Now that everyone else is dead, hurry and scar Qin Shuyu's face. As Qin Shuyu wept for Nuonyo, her wailing abruptly ceased. Her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Chen Yunqi. She could hardly fathom how such a beautiful girl could utter such venomous words. After all, it was she who had saved her life moments ago. Not only was there no gratitude, but she actually wished to mar my face. The kind-hearted Qin Shuyu felt both sorrow and rage. These students were not human, they were demons. She regretted not allowing Nuonyo to tear these scoundrels apart. Feng Yi chuckled wryly. Darling, I'm gravely injured. Could you find me some medicine for my wounds? Even Chen Yunqi, despite her arrogance, recognized that Feng Yi was her lifeline in this apocalyptic world, and reluctantly went to search for medicine. Fine, this is infuriating. And about you abandoning me earlier, I'll settle the score later. In the corridor, Qin Shuyu glared at Feng Yi with a venomous gaze. You all deserve death. Once this heavy snow passes, prepare to be apprehended and executed. Feng Yi leaned against a pillar, unable to restrain a hearty laugh, though the motion exacerbated his wounds, causing him to grimace in pain. Are you certain, Teacher Qin, that you are a graduate returning from abroad and not a simpleton? Do you truly expect this snow to melt away? Don't kid yourself. Even I, a mere student, understand that this snow will not dissipate. All departments and institutions have long since collapsed. Chaos reigns, devoid of order or rules, where only the strongest survive. I have no qualms in telling you that Hou Ming and I traversed a tunnel from the library and have already slain over 100 students. What are a few more teachers and a dog? Qin Shuyu felt an icy chill run through her. Her phone had long lost power. And given that the faculty in this building were quite cultured, order had not yet disintegrated. Thus, she was entirely unaware of the chaos outside. Upon hearing that Feng Yi had killed so many, her worldview shattered. To either be toyed with by a throng of people or to follow a powerful man, what a dire choice. Teacher Qin, I advise you to comply with me. You've seen my powers. Only I can ensure your survival. Qin Shuyu bit her lip until it bled. Although she did not read novels, she had watched some foreign films that revealed the darker aspects of human nature during apocalyptic scenarios, and she recognized the truth in Feng Yi's words. In the face of calamity, human nature proved to be more terrifying than natural disasters. She had previously been skeptical, but today, she had witnessed it firsthand. You shan't have your way. I would rather die than align myself with someone as vile as you. Yet, despite her defiance, she found herself in a precarious predicament. Who would wish for death if survival were an option? She contemplated taking advantage of Feng Yi's injury to eliminate him, but feared his laser vision. Following Feng Yi was not even a consideration. With no avenue of escape, she found herself in an awkward position. A vehicle? Qin Shuyu exclaimed with delight. It must be a rescue team. Prepare for your reckoning. Feng Yi felt a moment of panic, but soon regained his composure. So what if it's a rescue team? I possess superpowers. I am the chosen one, the president of the student council. Who can capture me? He had resolved that if a rescue team arrived, he would simply eliminate them. As the vehicle approached, two figures, a man and a woman, emerged. Qin Shuyu eagerly waved from the building. Excuse me, are you part of the rescue team? It was naturally Lin Dong and Zhao Yufei. Upon hearing the commotion, they both looked up. Lin Dong's eyes lit up. Another stunning beauty. This trip is worth it. What? Upon hearing they were not a rescue team, Qin Shuyu's hope dimmed. She yearned to rush down and plead to be taken away, but the passage downstairs was blocked by Feng Yi. This was troublesome. Chun Yunxi and Feng Yi eyed the RV outside with avarice. Such a vehicle was a valuable asset. Hey, Feng Yi, let us lure them up, and you can eliminate them. We'll seize their vehicle and escape. Feng Yi, concealed behind the wall, nodded in agreement. Without the monkey, a vehicle had conveniently arrived. Truly fortuitous. Chun Yunxi poked her head out. Handsome, my boyfriend is injured. Could you come up and assist us? Lin Dong turned to look. Wow, a target has appeared. This little beauty is alive. I just hit the jackpot. Chapter 47. This might hurt a bit. Qin Shuyu shouted urgently. Don't come up. Her boyfriend is a murderer. Chun Yunxi glared at her. What nonsense are you spouting? You're the murderer. My boyfriend was injured by your dog. You. Qin Shuyu was infuriated. How could this person be so unreasonable? Upon hearing murderer, Zhao Yufei reacted instinctively, grabbing Lin Dong. Let us go. What are you afraid of? Aren't you a murderer too? Let us go up and meet him. Who knows? We might become prison buddies. Lin Dong chuckled and, glancing at the mangled corpses in the shadows, ascended the stairs unperturbed. Hey, Zhao Yufei, unable to restrain Lin Dong, had no choice but to follow. As they reached the upper level, the light was considerably brighter, and Zhao Yufei was taken aback. Teacher Qin, Chun Yunxi, is that? Feng Yi. The three were notable figures at the school, recognized by most. Upon seeing Ho Ming's gruesome state on the floor, she was instantly horrified, shrinking behind Lin Dong, trembling. Qin Shuyu, in a state of desperation, exclaimed, How could you come up here? Hurry and leave. It's dangerous. This woman was polite and kind, making Lin Dong feel somewhat embarrassed. Chun Yunxi stepped in front of Lin Dong, her sweet smile deceptively charming. Handsome, don't listen to that old woman's ramblings. She is insane and on a killing spree. First, help me check on my boyfriend. Lin Dong followed her gesture towards Feng Yi, donning a peculiar smile. LV4. Not bad. This guy is on par with my servants in terms of combat prowess. The wound on the male student's face was evidently caused by the same laser that had shot into the sky, indicating that Feng Yi's superpower was indeed the ability to emit lasers, likely from his eyes. Impressive, he is a superhero. At that moment, Feng Yi appeared pale. Not feigning it. He had genuinely lost too much blood. Even an awakened individual could not withstand such trauma. You, hello. Could you help me stop the bleeding? Lin Dong, ever the altruist, immediately approached him. All right, you're fortunate to have met me. I used to study medicine and am quite skilled at dressing wounds. Feng Yi nodded with a smile. Since the individual had experience in wound care, he thought it prudent to wait until after the bandaging to eliminate him. Oh no, I accidentally pressed on the main artery, and blood is gushing everywhere. Are you alright? Feng Yi trembled in pain, forcing a smile. I'm fine, just be careful. Come on, don't move around. Look, it's gushing again. Alright, I want to move, is that good enough? Yes, that is more like it. By the way, just stopping the bleeding isn't enough. We need to disinfect it, or else the wound will get infected, which would be troublesome. Lin Dong turned to rummage through bottles and jars. Feng Yi nodded repeatedly, impressed by Lin Dong's professionalism in knowing to disinfect first. Found it. Lin Dong extracted a bottle of liquid from a glass container, lacking a label to indicate its contents. Feng Yi hurriedly raised a hand to stop him. What? What is this? Don't mix it up. Oh, this is iodine. Trust me. I'm a professional. I can't be mistaken. This might hurt a bit. Fear not. It won't be painful. Well, alright then. Feng Yi gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. Adopting a demeanor of one resigned to fate, Lin Dong deftly twisted open the bottle cap, and with a slight tilt, the contents spilled onto the wound. Feng Yi's eyes widened in shock, beads of sweat instantly forming on his forehead, his body convulsing violently as he gasped and writhed on the ground. Pain. Excruciating pain. This is worse than being executed by 1,000 cuts. Oh dear, my apologies, I misread that. It appears to be safflower oil, Lin Dong said with a sheepish expression. Zhao Yufei. Qin Shuyu. Chun Yunxi. It is no wonder Feng Yi was in such agony. Applying safflower oil to a wound is indeed rather excruciating. Feng Yi could only mutter incomprehensibly, his pain rendering him speechless. Meanwhile, the maids watching from the hotel felt a collective shiver. Their master must have done this on purpose. Does he possess such a wicked sense of humor? Lin Dong continued rummaging through the first aid kit, eventually retrieving another bottle. Classmate, this is iodine. I just made an error. You must trust me. Feng Yi gritted his teeth and shouted. I trust you, damn it. His eyes instantly turned crimson, a terrifying laser re-emerging. I'll turn you into dust if it's the last thing I do. I swear I won't be Feng Yi anymore. Zing. Yet Lin Dong was prepared, merely tilting his head to evade the laser, simultaneously pinching Feng Yi's chin in astonishment. Wow, you can actually shoot lasers? Are you a superhero? Feng Yi. I'm a damn human. Though he yearned to twist his head and blast Lin Dong, the latter's grip was like a hydraulic clamp, firmly holding his head in place. making it impossible to turn. How could this be possible? His strength was several times that of an ordinary person. What on earth is this guy? Lin Dong, rather than hastily ending him, acted like a curious child, posing questions. Hey, classmate, can your laser be fired indefinitely? Where does the energy come from? By the way, how penetrating is your laser? Can it pierce a walnut? Wow, it looks quite hot. Could you help me cook a hot pot later? Feng Yi was at a loss, hastily closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. He was no fool. The fact that this individual could easily subdue him indicated that he was definitely an awakened one. Faced with an awakened one, and not knowing the extent of their abilities, he decided to bide his time. Bro. Big bro. I was wrong. Spare me. I truly made an error. Lin Dong was somewhat surprised. You're quite adept at this, begging for mercy so skillfully? Feng Yi felt he had no choice. His girlfriend had trained him well, making apologies a habit. Chen Yunxi was utterly astonished. It was her first time witnessing Feng Yi being subdued by someone else. Zhao Yufei had already hidden away, bewildered by this incomprehensible world. Lin Dong patted Feng Yi's head and turned to Chen Yunxi. Do you live in the Jiyuan community? Chen Yunxi paused. How do you know? Have you been following me? Lin Dong. Another narcissistic individual. However, this one's looks surpassed their photographs, indeed giving them reason to be conceited. He pulled out a photo from his pocket and tossed it to her. I live in the same community. I ran into your mother before coming here, and she asked me to rescue you, so here I am. Chen Yunxi recognized the photo immediately, realizing it was from her family album, and felt a sense of relief wash over her. Since that was the case, she had nothing to fear. So, where's my mother? And my father? Why didn't they come to get me themselves? Oh, your father was killed protecting your mother, and your mother, well, she met a tragic fate. Chapter 48, The Foundation. Chen Yunxi stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. The news of her parents was simply too devastating. How could this person express such a shocking statement with such a calm demeanor? Shouldn't they have delivered the news with a more somber tone and careful wording? Her first reaction was disbelief. No way. It can't be true. You must be lying to me. Chen Yunxi cried out, her face buried in her hands. Despite her outward demeanor of arrogance and cruelty, she held deep affection for her parents, and this sudden news was too overwhelming to process. Lin Dong shifted his gaze to Qin Shuyu. Your big white dog is doing quite well. What kind of feed have you been giving it for it to grow so large? He then playfully slapped Feng Yi on the forehead. Are you even human? You're actually abusing a dog. Be careful not to get cancelled. Feng Yi. Have you ever seen a dog capable of biting an awakened person's arm off? Upon mentioning Nua, Qin Shuyu's eyes reddened again. I don't know. Nua wasn't he this big before. It was only about the size of my two hands. Just now, when they tried to harm me. Nua suddenly grew larger to save me. Oh, it can grow larger? Lin Dong's eyes brightened. Did your dog come into contact with toxic snow before this? Qin Shuyu was taken aback. How did you know? Nua crawled into the snow earlier and then fainted for several days. I thought Nua was dead, but it turned out to be alive and well. Lin Dong nodded. That confirms it. Indeed, besides humans, animals also have the potential to awaken. But what about plants? Just as Lin Dong pondered how to emotionally persuade Chen Yunxi and Qin Shuyu, a series of whooshing sounds echoed from outside the building. The others heard the commotion and couldn't help but look toward the windows. Peering outside, they noticed a small black dot appearing in the sky. As the dot drew closer, they discerned its true nature. It was a helicopter. Qin Shuyu exclaimed joyfully, wonderful. It's a helicopter. Is it a rescue team? Feng Yi immediately shuddered. No way. I'm the student council president, the chosen one destined for greatness. How can I be imprisoned? Zhao Yufei was even more distressed, trembling uncontrollably. She feared that her involvement in a murder would be uncovered by the rescue team. She had only just been accepted into graduate school. How could she end up in prison for killing someone? No. Lin Dong, grasping Feng Yi by the nape of his neck, narrowed his eyes at the helicopter. Something felt off. With millions trapped in Jiangxing, how could a single helicopter possibly rescue them? Moreover, this helicopter had a clear target, their building. Thus, either there was someone important within the building worth rescuing, or it had been drawn in by Feng Yi's laser earlier. The helicopter hovered in the air, its doors swinging open, revealing a tall man in a tailored suit, sporting gold-rimmed glasses, who stood at the doorway, unfazed by the biting cold and harsh winds. He curiously surveyed the vehicles below. This is intriguing. The suited man waved his hand, and four armed personnel appeared behind him, expertly shooting grappling hooks at the wall, sliding down the ropes, and breaking into the building through the windows. Meanwhile, he leaped into the air, spinning a few times before gracefully landing with a superhero-like flourish. Think Black Widow's landing pose. Impressive. The first impression among the group was that this man exuded an undeniable flair. In Lin Dong's view, the flashy suited man displayed a level of LV5, while the four-armed individuals were mere ordinary folk. Noticing that the others were still in a daze, Lin Dong took the initiative to applaud. The complexity of this set of movements is at least 3, 2, or above. As the athlete leaps, their body exudes a powerful vigor. Soaring into the air with an indomitable spirit, executing 3.5 somersaults before landing gracefully, or rather, making contact with the ground. Though there is no splash, this sequence poses a significant challenge to any competitor. It is evident that the athlete's confidence stems from rigorous training. I bestow upon you a perfect score of 10. The crowd. A hand strikes Feng Yi's forehead. What are you dawdling for? It's your turn to score. Feng Yi. The man in the suit slowly rises, adjusting his glasses with a casual flick of his middle finger. Placing one hand on his left chest, and slightly bowing. This gentleman is overly generous. I am but a diving enthusiast. And I am truly grateful to receive your score of 10. Lin Dong chuckles and waves his hand dismissively. Oh, no need for pleasantries. We are on the 4th floor, and you could even attempt to dive into the snow. Shall we switch up the movements? Perhaps something like 250 SB? The man in the suit. Ahem, let us set that aside. I am here for a more pressing matter. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Huang Fei, representing the Foundation. He surveyed the surroundings, and, upon seeing Qin Xiao and Chun Yunqi's exquisite beauty, could not help but be captivated. You all may not have heard of our foundation. Let me explain briefly. We are an international organization with substantial funding and extensive connections, committed to global peace. After the arrival of the snowy apocalypse, our foundation discovered that the toxins within the snow have a minuscule probability of causing mutations in humans or animals, endowing them with superpowers. Among those present, only Zhao Yufei had never encountered a superpower and couldn't resist cautiously peeking out. Our research on superpowers is at the forefront globally, and we are eager to recruit awakened individuals to join our foundation. Just now, we observed a laser shooting into the sky. It must be the result of someone's superpower. So, Lin Dong once again smacked Feng Yi's forehead. It's your turn to take responsibility. Feng Yi recoiled, genuinely intrigued by the foundation. What does your foundation need so many awakened individuals for? Huang Fei cleared his throat and smiled. That is a matter we can discuss once you join the foundation. For now, all I need to know is whether you are willing to join. Feng Yi raised an eyebrow. What are the benefits of joining? If you join, the advantages are plentiful. Huang Fei displayed remarkable patience. For instance, ample resources, a comfortable living environment, and pathways to enhance your strength. Feng Yi inquired, and what if I don't join? In this apocalyptic world, who would willingly submit to authority? Surely, a lawless existence is far more exhilarating. Huang Fei's smile gradually chilled. If you do not join, then death is the only option. With that, four armed personnel immediately turned their weapons towards him. Chapter 49, Why don't you ask me? Wait. Feng Yi, startled, hurriedly raised his hand. He had not anticipated that this seemingly courteous man in a suit would resort to threats so swiftly. Quite impolite indeed. Despite possessing superpowers, he could not withstand the harsh reality. Feng Yi's eyes darted around, and he quickly relented. Fine, I will join the foundation. But I have one condition. He gestured towards Chun Yunqi beside him. This is my girlfriend. May I bring her along? Huang Fei raised an eyebrow, glancing at Chun Yunqi. May I inquire if this young lady is also an awakened individual? Chun Yunqi shook her head. Then I regret to inform you. Huang Fei sighed. Our foundation only accepts awakened individuals. We do not recruit ordinary people. Feng Yi grew anxious. Is there truly no other way? I cannot bear to be apart from her. Huang Fei smiled. Well, there is not entirely no way. For instance, let this young lady touch the snow. If fortune favors her and she is not poisoned, she may awaken, thereby qualifying for our foundation. Chun Yunqi froze, recalling the horrific fates of those who had encountered the poisonous snow in the library, bodies covered in sores. Grotesquely deformed, utterly repulsive. No, I refuse to touch that stuff. I would rather die. Feng Yi grimaced. Is there no other option? This is far too perilous. Regrettably, there appear to be no alternatives. Huang Fei bowed slightly, a look of remorse on his face. I commend the deep affection you share with your girlfriend, but I must adhere to my duties. I apologize. Everyone assumed his apology was sincere when suddenly, Huang Fei's long arm swung out, revealing a glint of cold steel. A flying knife shot from his hand at a speed rivaling that of a bullet, and Feng Yi barely had time to react. Thud! The knife embedded itself deep into Feng Yi's forehead. No. Feng Yi's eyes bulged as he stared at the knife lodged in his head, blood quickly streaming down his face. No, I am the president of the student council, a prodigy. How could this end in death? Thud! Feng Yi's body crashed to the ground, lifeless. Qin Xiao and Zhao Yufei gasped, covering their mouths in shock, while Chun Yunqi stood frozen, staring blankly at her boyfriend's corpse, rendering the scene chaotic. Huang Fei straightened his suit, gently placing a finger to his lips. Shoo! The armed men behind him raised their weapons, aiming at Lin Dong and the others. Indeed, with the threat of firearms, the terrified women fell silent, paralyzed with fear as they gazed at Huang Fei. He was an elegant, yet violent demon. Huang Fei, hands clasped behind his back, regarded Chun Yunqi and Qin Xiao. Ladies, I have a proposition for you, and I invite you to consider it. Firstly, you could become my pets. In the future, should I need to associate with influential figures, you could serve as leverage. Rest assured, you would want for nothing. Secondly, as I previously mentioned, you may either face death or risk jumping into the snow to test your chances of awakening. Should you succeed in awakening, I shall treat you both with the utmost respect and honor. What do you think? Simple, direct, and courteous. Even Lin Dong couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. This man has a certain finesse. Compared to him, I feel like a mere rogue. I must change my approach. Chun Yunqi wiped her tears and shouted angrily. Absolutely not. I, Chun Yunqi, would rather die than serve you wretched men. As for jumping into the snow to awaken, that was entirely out of the question. Qin Xiao bit her lip. I will not agree either. I refuse to be a tool or a pawn in your hands. Huang Fei feigned disappointment. Is that so? What a pity. Zhao Yufei's eyes darted around, unable to contain her curiosity. What about me? Everyone. Huang Fei was momentarily taken aback by the question. His smile faltering. but he quickly composed himself and inquired, "May I ask what you mean, young lady? I mean, why don't you ask me? I am willing to be your pet." Zhao Yufei cast a complex glance at Lin Dong, then, with a determined expression, stepped forward. So many had perished here. Just moments ago, Feng Yi had met his end, affirming the rumors online that people die every day. Given this reality, what was there to fear? As the saying goes, the law does not punish the masses. With everyone engaged in murder, it was likely that no one would pursue her for her actions. With her mental barriers lifted, Zhao Yufei began contemplating her future survival. It was clear to her that while Lin Dong was obedient and useful, the resources in his vehicle were limited and would not last long. In contrast, Huang Fei had a helicopter. By comparison, Lin Dong was merely a lowly figure. Though the notion of becoming Huang Fei's pet sounded unappealing, it was certainly a position of greater standing than being Lin Dong's girlfriend. Moreover, should the opportunity arise to present oneself to a distinguished individual in the future with her grace and abilities, Zhao Yufei was confident she could ascend the social ladder and become someone of significance. With this thought in mind, her confidence soared. After all those palace intrigue dramas were not watched in vain. Lin Dong stared at her in shock, disbelief etched across his face. "Sister, where does this confidence stem from? Do you truly believe others are as naive as I once was?" Zhao Yufei's face tinged with a hint of regret, yet she quickly asserted, "I apologize, Lin Dong. But I cannot reconcile with you. We no longer inhabit the same world." Her words conveyed a sense of finality, as if the matter were already settled. Lin Dong was at a loss for words, unsure whether to be angry or amused. In the hotel, Ling Shui stood up in a fit of rage. "This is infuriating. In all my years, I have never encountered such a despicable woman. I must go and support my master." Shen Wanyue and the other two maids could not help but agree. Though they feared Lin Dong, the thought of him being toyed with by Zhao Yufei incited their indignation. The four maids, unusually united in their opinions, immediately exited the hotel and followed the path carved by the vehicle to find Lin Dong. Detected toxic reaction in maid Liang Jihan. Would you like to detoxify? Detected toxic reaction in maid Jiang Zhu. Lin Dong was taken aback. What were these maids up to? Had they collectively succumbed to poison? After some contemplation, he decided to detoxify them first and assess the situation later. "I'm sorry, miss, but you are not part of my plans." Zhao Yufei hurriedly interjected. "Why am I not part of your plans? I am no less attractive than they are. Do I need to spell it out for you? Have you looked in the mirror? With that appearance, how dare you consider being my pet? Spare me the disgust." Huang Fei could not contain his fury. Zhao Yufei was left speechless. No one had ever dared to call her ugly before. Truth be told, she was not unattractive. Her looks were at least above average, certainly enough to have captivated Lin Dong in the past. However, in comparison to Chun Yunqi and Qin Shuyao, she found herself lacking. "I apologize for raising my voice earlier. I did not mean to startle you. Regrettably, you cannot be my pet. If you wish to survive, I recommend you seek out the toxic snow." Zhao Yufei was on the verge of tears, exclaiming, "Is there no end to your insults? Lin Dong, I'll reconcile with you if you help me eliminate him." Lin Dong smirked. "Are you really trying to negotiate with me here?" After locking eyes with Huang Fei, Lin Dong chuckled. "What should I do then? Perhaps I could be your pet instead?" Huang Fei felt a chill run down his spine. "Sir, you jest. I do not accept male pets." "Indeed, this is a sentiment I can relate to." Lin Dong gave a thumbs up in approval. Huang Fei chuckled. "Though I have enjoyed our conversation about diving, my responsibilities compel me to suggest you engage with the toxic snow. If your awakening is successful, you shall be my esteemed guest." His politeness struck Lin Dong as worthy of reciprocation. "Oh, is that so? But I have already successfully awakened. Why didn't you inquire about that?" Huang Fei froze, then burst with joy. "You've awakened? That is wonderful. Join our foundation." Lin Dong waved his hand dismissively. "But I am quite fearful. You wouldn't capture me as a test subject, would you?" Huang Fei awkwardly stammered. "That would never happen. Our foundation is a noble organization dedicated to ensuring the healthy development of humanity's future. Do not slander us." "Oh, you didn't deny it." Lin Dong smirked coldly. "It seems my suspicions were correct. In that case, I shall refrain from joining." There was no need for hesitation. In apocalyptic times, any organization claiming to champion peace and humanity's future was likely a cult. Huang Fei's behavior further confirmed he was not to be trusted. Huang Fei smiled noncommittally. "But you have no choice, do you?" Lin Dong twirled his wrist, revealing a golden eagle pistol. With the truth in hand, "I certainly have a choice." In an instant, the gunmen redirected their weapons towards Lin Dong. Huang Fei burst into laughter, producing a finely crafted throwing knife. "Do you believe your firearm can outpace my blade? I concede. At 10 meters, your gun is undoubtedly faster, but within that distance." Bang! A gunshot interrupted his words, a gaping wound appearing in the center of Huang Fei's forehead. Lin Dong blew the smoke from his gun's muzzle. "Apologies, but at 10 meters. My gun is both swift and precise. What business do you, a mere 5th-level wretch, have here?" Huang Fei's strength ebbed as he collapsed, disbelief etched on his face. The scene unfolded too quickly for Huang Fei to comprehend, and the gunmen, along with the women present, were equally stunned. The ostentatious and formidable Huang Fei had been felled by a single shot from Lin Dong. "Boss!" the gunmen shouted, raising their weapons to retaliate. In the chaos of gunfire, Lin Dong holstered his weapon, swiftly maneuvering closer as the terrified women fled, clutching their heads. The first gunman barely registered the blur before Lin Dong drew the dagger from his leg and swiftly slashed his throat, blood gushing forth. "Here!" The remaining gunmen pivoted their weapons, disregarding their fallen comrade as they continued to fire, only to be riddled with bullets from automatic rifles. Yet Lin Dong vanished from their sight once more. Where is he? The gunmen, demonstrating their training, formed a defensive triangle, scanning for Lin Dong's presence. Suddenly, his voice echoed from above, "Look up!" The gunman fired at the ceiling, reducing it to rubble without spotting him. Suddenly, one was struck from behind, clutching his throat before collapsing in despair. Only two remained. Terrified, they spun in place, their backs pressed against each other. Though they were ordinary individuals, they had once been renowned mercenaries before the world fell apart. They had never encountered such a ghostly combat style. How could there be such a powerful awakener? Lin Dong appeared between them, cold light flashing as he severed their gun holding arms in one swift motion. Ah! Their agonized cries echoed as they fell to the ground, writhing in pain. In an instant, only Lin Dong stood unscathed, not a drop of blood on him. The cold wind swept through the building, billowing his clothes and carrying an unsettling smile that sent shivers down spines. The helicopter pilot, witnessing Lin Dong's terrifying prowess, hastily severed the rope, pivoted the aircraft, and activated the radio. "Headquarters, this is Team Lynx. We have an emergency." "An emergency? This is Headquarters. Team Lynx, please report." Before the pilot could respond, a dagger was pressed against his neck. Lin Dong leaned in, a smile gracing his lips as he whispered, "What emergency do we have? Care to share?" The pilot's eyes bulged in fear, his body trembling uncontrollably. How had Lin Dong gotten on the helicopter? "Answer me." Lin Dong's tone turned sharp, the dagger slicing through flesh as the pilot's head fell, blood staining the cockpit. Without the pilot's control, the helicopter began to lose its balance, spiraling a few times at low altitude before plummeting into the deep snow. The remaining two gunners, witnessing the ease with which this individual could obliterate a helicopter, were utterly flustered, discarding their weapons and kneeling in surrender. Lin Dong paid them no mind and called out into the hallway, "All right, stop hiding. It's safe now." Zhao Yufei and the other two women cautiously peeked out, exhaling in relief at the sight of the fallen corpses. "You are incredible," Chen Yunqi exclaimed, bouncing over, entirely shedding her earlier sorrow. "Handsome, you have a car. Let me accompany you." She had never truly liked Feng Yi, merely relishing his attentions. With a more formidable man now at hand, she was prepared to invest some effort in training him. Lin Dong, raising an eyebrow at Chen Yunqi, remarked, "You are quite perceptive. However, if you wish to follow me, are you aware of what you must sacrifice?" Chen Yunqi nodded. "I understand. Men only think about one thing, right? Just wait and see how I can manage you." Chapter 51. I am a joke. Lin Dong regarded her with a half smile. "No, you do not comprehend what you will be giving up. Nevertheless, since I have accepted you, I shall let the other maids train you properly. After all, maid you excels in such matters." Upon hearing that Chen Yunqi had become Lin Dong's girlfriend, Zhao Yufei felt a wave of jealousy and discomfort wash over her. She rushed over, tugging at his arm with an earnest expression. "Dong, you must have killed that man to get back together with me, right? I am willing to reconcile." Lin Dong was taken aback. Before he could respond, four women burst in from downstairs. "I have never seen such a shameless harlot," Ling Shui shouted angrily, her gaze fixed on Zhao Yufei. Lin Dong was surprised to see them. It seemed they had come here unexpectedly. The sudden appearance of these four stunning beauties left everyone in awe, and they were dressed in a manner that seemed to defy the cold. Ling Shui stormed onto the fourth floor, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhao Yufei. "Do you have no shame? As a woman, you are fickle and capricious. I truly wish I could slap you into oblivion." Shen Wanyu crossed her arms and scoffed. "You only love him when you need something. When you don't, you act as if you are from another world. Our blue star has no place for someone as shameless as you." Jiang Zhu remarked nonchalantly, "The more people I meet, the more I find dogs to be lovely, for some individuals are worse than dogs." Liang Jihan huffed, "So many creatures have vanished from Blue Star. Why are you still here?" The four maidens continued to berate Zhao Yufei in a relay of insults. Overwhelmed and blushing furiously, Zhao Yufei shouted, "Who are you? This is a matter between my boyfriend and me. What does it have to do with you?" "Your boyfriend?" Shen Wanyu sneered, boldly wrapping her arms around Lin Dong's left arm. "Humph, he is mine now." Ling Shui followed suit, encircling his right arm. "Humph, he is also mine." Jiang Zhu sighed and nestled into Lin Dong's embrace. "He is mine too." Liang Jihan fidgeted with her hair, feeling a bit awkward. Their relationship with Lin Dong was not as intimate, and there was simply no space left. Ling Shui glared at her. "You shameless wench, what are you pretending for? You've already slept with the master. Stop acting like a chaste maiden. Stay in formation. He is also mine." Liang Jihan quickly wrapped her arms around Lin Dong from behind, resting her chin on his shoulder. Lin Dong couldn't help but chuckle to himself. "Are you all here to fuse with my armor?" Yet, being surrounded by so many beauties was indeed a pleasant feeling. You all." Zhao Yufei stammered, pointing incredulously at them. Her pupils dilated and contracted rapidly, her lips trembling, her breath becoming erratic as her complexion fluctuated between red and pale. It felt as though her mind had been struck by a heavy blow, leaving her blank, her thoughts consumed by chaos. My worldview has shattered. In her perception, Lin Dong was merely a pathetic loser. Had it not been for his considerate nature and local roots, she would never have looked his way. Yet, this very loser had attracted the affections of four stunning beauties? Oh, and with Chen Yunqi, that made five. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You are all deceiving me, right? You must be lying. Zhao Yufei had never felt such anguish before. Even killing her roommate earlier had not stirred such panic within her. Shun, one you coldly retorted. Deceiving you? Do you think you are worthy of our deceit? Her disdain for Zhao Yufei was palpable. Had it not been for Zhao Yufei's abandonment of Lin Dong, he would not have become the cold-hearted individual he was now. If Lin Dong had retained his former kindness, she would not have suffered alongside Zhao Yufei. Thus, she blamed this wretched woman. Impossible. Impossible. Zhao Yufei cried, turning to Lin Dong with tearful eyes. Dong, they're all fake, right? I am your girlfriend. You belong to me. Lin Dong scoffed. One moment you call me your boyfriend, the next you kick me away. Do you truly think I am a dog? No. I regard you as my most beloved. Zhao Yufei hurriedly defended herself. What I said before was merely a test of your feelings. Is that so? Have I misjudged you? Lin Dong sneered. Since you claim I am your most beloved, I shall pose you a simple question. What day is my birthday? Zhao Yufei faltered, unable to respond. I remember it's this month. Yes, it cannot be wrong. Lin Dong sighed. It was yesterday. You cannot even recall. Yes, it was yesterday. I was just a bit anxious and couldn't think clearly. It was indeed yesterday, but I just remembered that my birthday is tomorrow. You. Zhao Yufei was dumbfounded. Is he playing with me? Lin Dong waved his hand dismissively. Enough of your charade. You clearly do not love me. I appreciate you allowing me to see how foolish I was in the past. Let us part ways. Unwilling to give up, Zhao Yufei asked. Then why did you come to school to save me? Lin Dong chuckled. Because I wanted to see your downfall. See my downfall. A joke. The word joke struck her heart like an arrow, piercing deeply. Lin Dong's words were more hurtful than those of the four maids. A joke? Am I merely a joke? Zhao Yufei felt as though she had been struck by lightning, staring blankly at him. Before long, she began to laugh maniacally. I am a joke. Ha ha. I am a joke. Ha ha ha. I am a joke. As she laughed, she suddenly leapt up and ran away in a frenzy. Lin Dong buried his face in his hands. Goodness. Has she gone mad from the shock? Jiang Zhu watched the frenzied Zhao Yufei, lost in thought. If only she could be that carefree. Perhaps she wouldn't feel so miserable. Lin Dong pointed at Chen Yunqi. This is the new arrival. You all take care of her and teach her the rules. The four maids bowed in unison. Understood, master. Chen Yunqi frowned. Master, what is this new game? Is this how society works? Letting them be. Lin Dong walked toward the beautiful teacher hiding in the hallway, watching the scene unfold. Qin Shuyu quickly adopted a defensive stance. You better not come closer. Otherwise I. After a lengthy pause, she realized she had nothing to threaten Lin Dong with. Lin Dong chuckled softly. Do not be so tense. I will not harm you. Since arriving here, the beautiful teacher had exhibited remarkable kindness and politeness, leaving Lin Dong with a very favorable impression of her. I merely wish to convey that matters here have reached their conclusion, and I intend to take them away. Would you care to accompany us? Depart? Qin Shuyu's eyes brightened, then timidly pointed at the four maids, asking, will I become like them? Chapter 52. Maintaining an air of mystery is intriguing. Having studied abroad, she had not personally encountered the pig, but had certainly seen it run. The title of the four maids master instilled a sense of foreboding within her. There must be an unhealthy relationship between these four women and this man. Qin Shuyu found herself engulfed in deep conflict. Lin Dong had expected her to ponder for an extended period, yet to his surprise, it took merely half a minute. All right, I will go with you. Lin Dong was somewhat taken aback. Oh, have you made up your mind? Qin Shuyu nodded earnestly. I have made up my mind. With a sorrowful gaze fixed upon the lifeless body of Nuonyuo on the ground, Qin Shuyu explained, previously, I held on to the hope of a rescue team. But after today's events, I have come to understand that we shall not be rescued. The future survival environment will only become increasingly perilous. Human hearts are treacherous, and I am no longer protected by Nuonyuo. As a frail woman lacking the strength to fend for myself, I will eventually be targeted for humiliation or death by other awakened individuals. I am still young. I do not wish to die. I want to live. With reddened eyes, Qin Shuyu stared intently at Lin Dong, proclaiming loudly, I want to live. Her voice echoed throughout the building, startling everyone. Lin Dong chuckled. Well then, considering your understanding, I shall accept you. However, let it be clear that I will not grant you any additional privileges simply because you are sensible. You will be my maid, just like them. I will provide you with the strength to protect yourself, the means to survive in this apocalyptic world, ensuring that no one will bully you apart from me. Qin Shuyu nodded emphatically. Yes. Lin Dong stepped closer, his large hand caressing her long hair as their faces gradually drew near. Qin Shuyu instinctively attempted to retreat, but Lin Dong's hand held her firmly in place, causing her face to flush a deep crimson, her heart racing. Surely, he could not be so impatient. She was not ready yet. However, Lin Dong did not kiss her. Instead, his tone grew cold. To be my maid, you must learn to kill. Choose one of those two living targets, he said, gesturing towards the two gunmen. Qin Shuyu's delicate face turned pale. You want me to kill? Lin Dong nodded. Otherwise, do you think being my maid only entails serving me? No. Is it not? Qin Shuyu's expression was one of resistance. Lin Dong paused, then chuckled. Well, that may be true, but their beauty and physique are not inferior to yours, and their methods of serving me are far more depraved and diverse. What makes you deserving of the role? Prove your worth. I do not support the useless. He then glanced at Chen Yunqi, who was currently in a daze, overwhelmed by the maid's rules. You too. Choose one and finish them off. Qin Shuyu and Chen Yunqi looked at the two handguns being offered, their bodies radiating reluctance. Now, Lin Dong's commanding shouts startled the two girls into hastily accepting the weapons. Qin Shuyu trembled, her hands shaking as she aimed the gun at one of the gunmen. Paralyzed by fear and unable to pull the trigger, the air fell silent, save for the pitiful pleas of the two gunmen, pale from blood loss. If I kill someone, I can survive. Qin Shuyu, you can do this. Students can kill. How can I, as a teacher, be so cowardly? Everyone is killing. You can kill too. Do not fear, do not fear. Qin Shuyu repeatedly encouraged herself. Meanwhile, Chen Yunxi was no better off, her face as pale as the gunman she was pointing at, having not eaten for days. It was only when Lin Dong's expression darkened that Qin Shuyu finally shut her eyes. Bang, 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 bang. After emptying the magazine, Qin Shuyu struggled to open her eyes, her almond-shaped eyes wide with shock, her body collapsing to the side as she began to vomit. Although she had witnessed numerous murder scenes, this was her first time taking a life herself, and the psychological impact was overwhelming. Chen Yunxi, startled by the gunfire, reflexively closed her eyes and pulled the trigger, completing the task as well. Satisfied, Lin Dong nodded approvingly. Well done. Liang Jihan timidly approached and asked, Master, all these individuals are from the Foundation. From their words, it seems to be a very mysterious and powerful organization. Why do we not spare one to inquire about the situation? Lin Dong waved his hand dismissively. There is nothing to ask. Isn't it better to maintain an air of mystery? I cannot spend every day traveling in an RV, collecting maids. That would quickly become tedious. Let them surprise me in due time. Ling Shui shyly remarked. Master, have you grown tired of them? I have yet to perform the new dance I learned for you. The other maids chimed in. We will compete with you. You flirt. With matters concluded, the women boarded the RV. It is so warm here. Qin Shuyu exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Chen Yunxi appeared as curious as a child. Why is it so warm? This RV is constructed so uniquely. Yet before they could pose any further inquiries, they saw Shen Wanyue and the four maids skillfully shedding their trench coats, revealing attire that would cause anyone to blush. The maid rules had already begun to take root in their minds. Moon Maid, take the wheel. We shall not be going anywhere today. Find a high-end community, preferably one with a private pool. I have just acquired 2 new maids, and since the master is pleased, we shall host a barbecue pool party this afternoon. Upon hearing about the pool party, Ling Shui was the first to cheer with delight, while the other women displayed expressions of excitement. Liang Jihan suggested, let us go to Jinghu Spring. It is not far from here, and it is a luxurious villa area, with each house boasting a private pool. With a destination in mind, the RV began to slowly depart. I am a joke, I am a joke. Within the building, the dazed Zhao Yufei saw the RV leaving and ran downstairs to chase after it. Big car, such a big car. Do not run away. Her feet sank into the snow, and soon, snowflakes began to settle on her head and shoulders. Big car, wait for me. She pursued for quite a distance until the girl suddenly collapsed in the snow, unable to rise again. Jiang Zhu stared blankly, murmuring to herself, so, what is the end of love? Lin Dong rolled his eyes. The end of love is poetry and distant shores, or perhaps corpses and the police. If one has the leisure to lament others, they might as well take the 2 of them for a proper cleansing. Inside the RV, Ling Shui enthusiastically showcased her newly learned dance, while Shen Wanyue drove, and Liang Jihan accounted for the confiscated firearms. Master, we have collected a total of 4 M16 rifles, approximately 370 rounds of ammunition. For M1911 semi-automatic pistols, around 106 rounds, all accounted for. These firearms are not commonly used in Dragon Country, indicating that this foundation is quite significant. It is indeed a foreign organization. Lin Dong took the weapons, examined them briefly, then tossed them back to her. Whatever, just store these for now. Apart from the 2 newcomers, each of you 4 will be equipped with an M16, and the ammunition will be evenly distributed. Liang Jihan's thoughts of rebellion had vanished completely, and she nodded deeply. Understood, Master. Chapter 53. Nie Shaoqian dancing seductively before the Buddha? Liang Jihan appeared somewhat embarrassed, but obediently recounted her experiences. Ling Shui, caught up in her dancing, shuddered as memories of her traumatic ordeal being bound in the bathroom resurfaced. Yes, Master. Liang Jihan quickly bowed her head. The camper van progressed slowly, filled with the vibrancy of spring. Inside the spacious bathroom, Jiang Zhu watched with satisfaction as Qin Xiao and Chen Yuxi emerged, freshly washed. It must be said that Lin Dong's fortune was indeed remarkable. Both were exquisite beauties, possessing not only flawless faces but also commendable figures, and both were untouched. The master had struck gold. As the youngest among them, Chen Yuxi radiated an air of innocence and freshness, her budding form reminiscent of a green apple. In contrast, Qin Xiao embodied a blend of diverse styles. If she were to fully unleash her charm, she could certainly rival Ling Shui, the fiery temptress. While the 2 women reveled in the rare pleasure of a hot shower, Jiang Zhu presented them with 2 sets of clothing. These are our daily outfits as we accompany our master. You 2 should change into them. The provocative attire made both women blush simultaneously. Qin Xiao bit her lip in silence, accepting the clothes without a word, while Chen Yuxi hesitated. Sister, must we change? This is too embarrassing. Besides, I'm quite hungry. Is there anything to eat here? Observing the sweetly smiling Chen Yuxi, Jiang Zhu sighed. I suggest you change. As he is not a benevolent soul, if you provoke him, the consequences could be quite dire. Very, very dire. Moreover, we can only eat the leftovers from our master. If he is in a good mood, He might reward us additionally, provided you perform well. Chen Yushi interjected, will he strike women? Then what is the worry? I truly don't understand why you all fear him so much. You're all older than me, and yet have endured so much, she thought. A man like him is easy to handle. Oh no, don't tempt fate. Jiang Zhu exclaimed in alarm. He may not hit women, but once he decides to act, you'll understand the meaning of despair. It would be better to suffer a beating. Unfazed, Chen Yushi waved her hand dismissively. Oh, don't worry about me. I know my limits. With that, she hastily donned her old clothes, pushing open the bathroom door. Lin Dong was enjoying the sight of graceful movements when he noticed Chen Yushi stepping out in her own attire, his brow furrowing. The other women immediately displayed expressions of schadenfreude. Jiang Zhu followed closely, her face filled with trepidation. Chen Yushi cheerfully approached Lin Dong, deliberately leaning against his arm, and playfully asked, Brother, do you have any other clothes? The ones you chose are not to my liking. Confident in her charms, she recalled how a simple call of brother had once sent Feng Yi scurrying to fetch her a limited edition LV bag. Men find it difficult to resist the allure of a beauty like her. Lin Dong regarded her with a bemused smile. Oh, what kind of attire do you wish to wear? Chen Yushi pretended to ponder before cheerfully replying, I would love to wear a dress. Do you have one here? Lin Dong exchanged a knowing glance with Ling Shui, who promptly began rummaging through the collection of clothes they had acquired during a shopping spree, soon producing a white dress. Here, this should suit your figure. Receiving the dress, Chen Yushi beamed with delight. You ladies have wasted your beauty. Don't you know that a woman's charm is her greatest asset? Thank you, brother. I'm so hungry. Is there anything to eat? Lin Dong paused, his smile turning more peculiar. Yes, what would you like? Really? I want hamburgers and fried chicken. Upon making her request, Chen Yushi feigned sudden regret. Oh, I forgot that conditions are tough now. Those items must be unattainable. I'm sorry, brother, but I don't mind. As long as I'm with you, even leftovers will suffice. I believe you'll procure better food in the future. The other maids, including the newly emerged Qin Xiao, shivered at her audacity. Are you trying to manipulate him? And manipulate the master? This is akin to Nie Shaoqian performing a seductive dance before the Buddha. Is there anyone as reckless as you? Jiang Zhu's face paled. Had she known Chen Yushi would be this way, she should have trained her properly before letting her out. This was a disaster. Entangling herself in the mess, the maid's hearts raced, foreseeing Lin Dong's wrath. Ha! Lin Dong laughed heartily, reaching out to stroke her hair. Be good and change into that dress. Once you're done, there will be food. Really? Thank you, brother. I'll change right away. Chen Yushi exclaimed, rushing back into the bathroom, even humming a tune out of joy. Look, with me in action, it's all too easy. The maids exchanged bewildered glances, as if witnessing a ghost. Oh no. Has the master changed? Is he now susceptible to her charms? What a foolish notion. I'll bet 5 dimes that the master will explode. I'm uncertain. I'm new here, but I feel inexplicably anxious. Help, help. Unaware of the tension among them, Lin Dong set the table with a KFC family bucket and a bottle of ice-cold soda, which made Qin Xiao gulp in anticipation. However, she lacked Chen Yushi's boldness. Standing timidly to the side, Lin Dong glanced at her, nodding in approval. The beautiful teacher was indeed a sight to behold, previously concealed beneath layers. She revealed herself as a stunning figure, particularly her long, slender legs. One could only wonder how many students had been enthralled by her presence during class. As Chen Yushi emerged, she spun around. Brother, do I look beautiful? Lin Dong smiled and nodded. The combination of a campus beauty in a white dress was lethal to any man, evoking an involuntary romantic response. Chen Yushi, now more exuberant, spotted the fried chicken and hamburgers at the table, squealing, wow, there really is. Brother, you're amazing. Are you a superhero? Without hesitation, she plopped down and began devouring the food, disregarding any semblance of ladylike decorum. Lin Dong rested his chin on his hand, watching her indulgently, gently wiping the grease from the corner of her mouth with a napkin. Be careful, eat slowly. Once you finish, we'll be on our way. Chapter 54 on our way. Where to? Chen Yushi's sweet smile faltered. Where are we going? Lin Dong replied with a sweet smile. Of course, to the underworld. Am I taking you home? Chen Yushi exclaimed. What? Why do you want to send me to the underworld? I merely ate a bit of your KFC bucket. Is that necessary? Brother, you're joking, right? Do I look like I'm joking? Lin Dong's expression remained serious. Chen Yushi began to cry. Why? I haven't done anything wrong. Why treat me this way? To mitigate the situation, Jiang Zhu seized the opportunity to educate her. I told you to address the master with respect. You called him brother from the start. What do you think he is? Some university student you can toy with? The master's commands are absolute. If he asks us to wear something, we must comply without question. How dare you attempt to manipulate him? With that, she immediately knelt before Lin Dong. Master, it is my failure in education. Please punish me. A clever tactic of retreating to advance. Lin Dong snorted coldly. You should be punished. Start by locking yourself in the bathroom for a day. Jiang Zhu's complexion instantly turned ashen, and Ling Shui displayed a malicious smile. You wretched woman. Let you taste my suffering. Chen Yunshi's tears ceased. Her earlier sobbing was but a pretense. The sweet smile faded, replaced by an expression of resentment and coldness. You lunatics, all of you in this vehicle. Just because you possess a modicum of ability, you bully women. Who do you think you are? I have no interest in playing your sordid games. Stop the car. I wish to alight. The other women gasped internally. Wonderful. She still wants to get out? Lin Dong's smile grew increasingly frigid. As you wish, let us stop. The vehicle gradually came to a halt, and Chen Yunshi, pouting in indignation. Approached the door, but suddenly froze. Outside lay a blanket of pristine snow. Where could she possibly go? Stepping out would mean certain death. Lin Dong laughed heartily, lifting a piece of crispy chicken to Qin Shuyo's lips, who trembled before obediently taking a bite. Do you know what time it is? He offered her a sip of soda, and she willingly accepted, her face lighting up with satisfaction. Indeed, fried chicken and soda are a perfect match. Lin Dong slowly rose, his countenance dark as he fixed his gaze upon her. We are in the midst of an apocalypse. Do you understand what that means? With just this box of chicken nuggets, I could have a live streamer kneeling to lick my feet. A bucket of chicken would have a domineering CEO's wife dutifully serving me. What are you even worth? You've consumed my food, used my hot water, sipped my soda, and called me a lunatic. Now you dare to say you want to leave? I will grant your wish. Get out of the car now. Do not delay my journey. Begone. Chen Yunxi trembled, defiantly raising her chin. So what if I had a bite of your food? Do you have any idea how many men outside would love to take me out for a meal? I've never encountered such a petty man as you. It was merely a bite. If you're so offended, take back your food. Consider it a repayment for your hamburger. You pathetic loser. I refuse to get out. If you have the guts, kill me. I'm not afraid of you. The women gasped in astonishment. Lin Dong was indeed incensed, unable to fathom that this seemingly innocent school beauty had such a willful and unreasonable nature. Very well, woman, you have successfully captured my attention. Chen Yunxi's tension dissipated, and she could not suppress a cold snicker. Indeed, men are so easily swayed. A few harsh words, and they relent. Jiangzhu, bind her to the back of the vehicle. Do not allow her to touch the snow, nor let her freeze to death. If she dies, your punishment will be tenfold. Jiangzhu promptly complied. What are you doing? Do you dare to bind me? Are you even human? It's freezing outside. Do you want me to die of cold? Chen Yunxi was appalled. This man was a complete pervert. Compared to him, Feng Yi seemed as innocent as a lamb. Release me. Let me go. Lin Dong. You are a scoundrel. As she watched Jiangzhu approach with the rope, Chen Yunxi struggled violently. But as an ordinary person, how could she possibly match Jiangzhu's strength? At the rear of the vehicle, there was a small partition. Jiangzhu tied her securely to it, ensuring she would not come into contact with the snow. Stepping from the warmth of the vehicle into the frigid outdoors, where temperatures plummeted to 30 or 40 degrees below zero, the icy gust sent Chen Yunxi shivering. Let me go. I want to get back inside. It's too cold out here. You're inhuman. You're torturing me. Help. Someone please. Chen Yunxi cried out in desperation. Jiangzhu snorted coldly, tightening the rope, closing the rear door while leaving a small opening to monitor her condition. What a stroke of bad luck to encounter such a stubborn girl. Having dealt with Chen Yunxi, Lin Dong noticed the atmosphere inside the vehicle had become tense and could not help but chuckle. Let the music play on. Let the dance continue. The vehicle resumed its journey as Lin Dong pinched the beauty teacher's chin, grinning wickedly as he appraised her flawless visage. Qin teacher, may I ask what subject you taught before? French. Really? I don't know French yet. Would you teach me? But I didn't bring any textbooks. How would I teach? Simple. Just read the words aloud. I'll listen. Meanwhile, in the Xia household, a slender man with a hawk-like nose and shifty eyes lounged in a chair, propping his chin on his hand as he examined a report. Behind him stood a man and a woman. The man was diminutive, around 1.50 meters tall, with a sharp face and a lecherous smile. The woman was exceptionally beautiful, standing about 1.70 meters, easily scoring 80 points in Lin Dong's eyes. With red lips and white teeth, slender eyebrows, and a delicate waist, every movement exuded an enchanting allure. At this rate, when will we complete the tasks assigned to us? The beautiful woman interjected. Come on, darling. Although there are many survivors in Jiang City, the number of awakened individuals is limited. The steward has considered things more thoroughly than you. Wouldn't you agree, steward? She said, extending her delicate fingers to caress the back of the seated man, her eyes sparkling with allure. Interestingly, the woman's husband, the short man, showed no signs of jealousy or anger. Instead, he appeared excited. The man known as the steward furrowed his brow. Yun, remove your hand. I'm well aware, otherwise, I wouldn't have chosen to cooperate with the Xia family. What I fear is, the steward's expression grew serious, and he sighed deeply. Never mind. Jin Tong and Yuan, I have a task for you too. The short man was Jin Tong. The couple exchanged a shocked glance. What about Huang Fei? Haven't he heard anything from him? The steward shook his head with a sigh. None. I suspect he encountered a formidable awakened individual and was eliminated. You must be cautious. According to the Foundation's ratings, Jin Tong, Yuan, and the team leader Huang Fei were all A-level, among the elite awakened. If the adversary could take down Huang Fei, they likely posed a grave threat to either Jin Tong or Yuan. However, the steward had faith in them, as this couple was no ordinary pair. Their appearances and abilities were exceptionally deceptive. Jin Tong chuckled, patting his chest. Rest assured, steward, together, we are invincible. We fear no one. Yuan smiled wickedly. Except for the steward. Jin Tong awkwardly cleared his throat. Right, except for the steward. The steward shook his head with a wry smile. He was well aware of this couple's temperament. All right, you may proceed. Contact me immediately if you encounter any emergencies. Yes. Upon exiting the steward's room, Jin Tong and Yuan exchanged excited glances. Jin Tong grasped his wife's clothing eagerly. Wonderful, my dear. We can find new toys. Let us hurry. Yuan smiled coyly, suddenly recalling something. Wait, darling, there's also the incredibly handsome Xia Beichen. I want to have some fun with him. Jin Tong frowned. But our relationship with the Xia family is a partnership. Isn't it inappropriate to toy with their son? It could disrupt the steward's plans. Yun tugged on her husband's arm, pouting. Oh, it's not every day you meet someone so dashing. I simply can't resist. Don't worry. I'll know when to stop. Fine. Jintong ultimately relented. In Xia Beichen's room, devoid of the bustling work and intense business battles, the domineering CEO gazed blankly at a photo of his fiancée. Xiaozhu, my love for you is deeper than the mountains and vaster than the seas. Do you understand? Xiaozhu, I regret not being by your side all along, leaving me to suffer from longing. But rest assured, I will come to fetch you soon. Xiaozhu, I. Knock, knock, knock. The knock on the door interrupted his soliloquy. Xia Beichen furrowed his brow and rose to open the door. You are. The domineering CEO paused, recognizing the visitor as a member of the mysterious organization collaborating with his family. The enchanting woman giggled and gracefully slipped into the room. Ah, Brother Beichen, it's so warm here. Unlike that cold, dry place I've been. Your family's hospitality is rather lacking, don't you think? Miss Yunu, what brings you here? She playfully adjusted her clothing, revealing a delicate shoulder to fan herself. Why so distant, Brother Beichen? You can call me Xiaoyu. I've just been so bored and wanted to chat with you. Xia Beichen swallowed hard. Ever since he had fallen for Jiangzhu, he had been as chaste as a monk. Suddenly being teased by Xiaoyu stirred a slight excitement within him. Ahem. What would you like to discuss, Miss Xiaoyu? Brother Beichen, am I a fearsome beast? Why are you sitting so far away? All right. Please have a seat. I must clarify, I am engaged. It wouldn't reflect well on your reputation for us to be alone together. Hee, Brother Beichen, how amusing. What era are we in? I'm not afraid as a woman. Why should you be? Afraid of your fiancé finding out? As she examined a photo of Jiangzhu, a hint of jealousy flared within her. Indeed, Jiangzhu was beautiful, but not as captivating as herself. Once seated, Xia Beichen graciously offered her tea. However, Xiaoyu toyed with the cup without drinking, her smile bright. Brother Beichen, I've been staying at the Xia family for a few days, and I'm feeling a bit unwell. Xia Beichen was taken aback. Unwell? You've awakened, yet you still feel unwell? Perhaps I should summon a doctor? No. It's not necessary. Xiaoyu feigned difficulty in breathing. I just feel a bit tight in the chest and have a headache. Can you help me? Tightness in the chest? A headache? Xia Beichen pondered for a moment before walking to his desk and pressing the intercom. Bring the x-ray machine here. Oh, and the MRI as well. I want to see them within 5 minutes. He then turned to Xiaoyu earnestly. Don't worry, our medical equipment is top-notch. We'll do a chest x-ray and an MRI to identify the issue. Xiaoyu was taken aback. Wait, what? I don't think I have a problem. I think you do. What are you bringing those machines for? In the world of the domineering CEO, such eccentricities were beyond ordinary comprehension. Xiaoyu awkwardly chuckled. No. Really, it's an old issue. A simple touch would suffice. Seeing his obliviousness, Xiaoyu decided to be direct. She grabbed Xia Beichen's hand and placed it on her chest. Brother Beichen, my chest feels uncomfortable again. Can you help alleviate it? Flustered, Xia Beichen, a lifelong bachelor, turned crimson. Ah, this? Isn't appropriate, is it? It's fine. It'll feel better soon. Just don't take advantage of me. All right. I assure you, I'm a man of integrity. You needn't worry about that. Unbeknownst to them, outside the window, Jintong was peering through the gap, excitedly witnessing the unfolding scene. Seeing Xia Beichen making advances toward his wife, Jintong clenched his fists in excitement. Chapter 56. The Awakened One is a pervert. What are you doing? Suddenly, a chilling voice interrupted. Jintong jumped, startled, before quickly turning to see it was Xia Qingyu. He instinctively recoiled. And nothing. He hesitated, thinking to himself, why should I fear her, an ordinary person? Besides, it's your brother who is misbehaving with my wife. You should be the one in the wrong. However, facing Xia Qingyu's formidable presence, Jintong found himself intimidated. Forget it, I won't argue. A woman with such a frosty demeanor and strength will inevitably be trampled by a man. Xia Qingyu slightly furrowed her brows as she opened the window. Catching sight of her brother, flustered and fumbling, and the leisurely dressed Xiaoyu, wearing an expression of regret. What are you two doing? Xia Qingyu's expression darkened. Faced with his sister, Xia Beichen felt instinctively subdued, trembling slightly. And nothing. Xiaoyu said she felt unwell, and I was helping her. Xiaoyu gracefully leapt out of the window, adjusting her attire and casting a disdainful glance at Xia Qingyu before leaving with poise. Darling, let us go. Xia Qingyu glared fiercely at the retreating figures of Jintong and Xiaoyu before turning to her brother coldly. Stay away from them in the future. They are not good people. If I catch you with them again, I'll break your legs. With that, she stormed off in anger. Wait, sister, you've misunderstood. Let me explain. Xia Beichen wanted to clarify but found himself at a loss, sitting down with a distressed expression. Ever since his sister got engaged to Brother Yun, she had changed completely. Recalling the alluring scene moments ago, Xia Beichen found himself lost in thought. Smack. Xia Beichen chastised himself. How could you let this happen? What about Jiangzhu? He looked at his fiancée's photo, his resolve strengthening. He could never again entangle himself with another woman. The feelings of guilt and longing for Jiangzhu intensified, prompting Xia Beichen to take out his phone and initiate a video call with his fiancée. After a long wait, the call connected. Great, Jiangzhu. You finally answered my video call. Are you in the restroom? Jiangzhu nodded from the other side of the phone. Xia Beichen chuckled. What bad timing. By the way, how have you been? Is anyone bullying you? And no, I'm doing well. That is good to hear. Jiangzhu, do you miss me? What exactly do you want to say? Xia Beichen paused, realizing his tone was too heavy. Jiang Zhu smiled apologetically. Sorry, Beichen, I'm not feeling well. Can you get to the point? Oh right. Xia Beichen quickly smiled. Jiang Zhu, a woman came to see me just now. She tried to seduce me. But don't worry, I pushed her away immediately. My heart is yours, and so is my loyalty. Jiang Zhu was left speechless, only managing an awkward smile. The longer she spent with Lin Dong, the more she felt her fiancé was immature. It was exhausting. After exchanging a few affectionate words, Xia Beichen reluctantly ended the call. Jintong and Xiao Yu left the Xia residence, both visibly displeased. Darling, you're such a failure. You couldn't even keep watch properly. Humph, I don't care. Xiao Yu crossed her arms defiantly. This time, I'm going to find 10, no, 100 men to give you a taste of betrayal. All right, I'll do as you say, Jintong replied with a doting smile. The helicopter slowly descended into Jiangxing Technology University, revealing a large trench on the ground. The couple exchanged glances, donned their specially designed protective suits and masks, instructed the helicopter to return, and leaped from it, landing smoothly on the ground cleared by the RV. What kind of traces are these? Who brought a tank out? Xiao Yu exclaimed, surprised. Jintong looked around and shook his head. No, this passage is much larger than a tank. It must be a modified special vehicle. This could be interesting. Let us go check it out. The exquisite maiden gazed disdainfully at the lifeless body, marred by unsightly, ruptured sores. With a wicked grin, the golden youth replied, what a delightful fantasy you have, but I could never bear to lose my beloved wife. Upon arriving at the teacher's apartment building, the two individuals encountered a helicopter that had fallen into the deep snow, and within the building, they discovered the bodies of the Lynx team. It appears that this awakened one's extraordinary ability is related to firearms, as he was able to strike first and deliver a fatal shot to Huang Fei under the onslaught of his flying daggers, demonstrating formidable strength. Jintong analyzed earnestly. Moreover, this extraordinary individual was not alone. They even had the leisure to instruct novices, using members of the Lynx team as targets for shooting practice. How ruthless. I admire that. The maiden's delicate fingers gently caressed the frozen body of Huang Fei, her face etched with sorrow as she lamented, alas. Brother Huang Fei, your departure was so abrupt. Little you will forever cherish the fleeting moments of our spring night together. Fear not, my husband shall avenge you. Meanwhile, the golden boy crouched on the ground, inhaling deeply, and exclaimed in astonishment, so many distinct scents of women mingled with that of a man, all vanished at the doorway. This awakened one is quite the lecher. The maiden's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Is that truly so? That is splendid. As long as he is lecherous, I shall effortlessly win him over. Once the lascivious attributes of the target were confirmed, no virtuous maiden could resist. If all else failed, there was always the golden youth. After acquiring the clue, the two departed, following the pathway created by Lin Dong's RV directly to the Mirror Lake Spring. This locale, a rare high-end, manor-style community in Jiangxing, boasted estates ranging from 3,000 to 5,000 square meters. To reside here, one had to be either affluent or noble, a realm inaccessible even to Lin Dong during his days of delivering packages before the apocalypse. After nearly an hour's journey from Jiangxing University of Science and Technology, the RV finally arrived. At that moment, Lin Dong was engaged in foreign language studies with teacher Qin, instructing the other maids, you all go in and tidy up. I will need half an hour. Remember to bring that foolish female university student from the back of the vehicle with you. I must focus on my studies and have no time to attend to her. The maids complied, and Jiang Zhu emerged from the bathroom, rescuing the nearly frozen Chen Yunqi. The young woman's pride lasted less than 3 minutes before she was on the verge of becoming an ice sculpture. It was Liang Jihan who aided her, periodically bringing out a temperature-regulating stove to keep her warm, thus averting a frozen demise. However, the relentless alternation between cold and warmth induced a high fever in Chen Yunqi, and she now lay unconscious. Chapter 57. Do the wealthy also form cults? Most of the buildings within the entire community lay ensconced beneath a thick blanket of snow, revealing only a few rooftops. Shun Wanyue disembarked from the vehicle, and with remarkable strength, she shattered the formidable 10-centimeter thick alloy security door with but 3 strikes of her fist. Jiang Zhu and Jihan were assigned to the basement and the first floor, while I, alongside Ling Shui, took charge of the second and third floors, ensuring that every nook and cranny was meticulously examined, leaving no living creature unaccounted for. Any disruption to the master's enjoyment would result in consequences that were well understood. The interior of the house, shrouded in darkness due to the snow, was utterly devoid of light. Utilizing the beam of a flashlight, Ling Shui could not help but exclaim, this is truly the life of the affluent. The opulence of this decor is simply astonishing. Not merely lavishly decorated, the residence was adorned with priceless antiques, filling every corner of the space. Shun Wanyue even speculated that opening the refrigerator might yield a cascade of cash. The entire building was devoid of any living soul. Not even a corpse to be found. Perhaps the owner had fled abroad before the apocalypse. The house was impeccably maintained, which certainly alleviated many concerns. As anticipated, the lower level housed a private swimming pool, and in the adjacent utility room, they stumbled upon a fuel generator along with several crates of fuel. After considerable effort, they restored electricity to the home, illuminating it in an instant. With power restored, the heated swimming pool commenced operation, and the thick layer of ice began to melt gradually. It seemed they would soon be able to plunge into the water. Liang Jihan meticulously scrutinized every inch of the premises and fortuitously discovered a passage leading to the underground lower level. A subterranean garage, perhaps? Out of an abundance of caution, she chose to descend and investigate. Stepping carefully into the underground parking garage, she was greeted by an expanse of impenetrable darkness. Yet, her keen eyes soon discerned a flicker of light in the distance, accompanied by the murmur of numerous voices. As she approached slowly, an exceedingly eerie scene unfolded before her. At the heart of the garage, countless candles were arranged in several concentric circles, encircling over 100 individuals who sat cross-legged, their eyes closed, intently listening to a middle-aged man with graying hair at the center of the gathering. He was reciting something with fervor, due to the folly of the mundane. We have offended the divine, resulting in celestial retribution. We, the affluent, are blameless. Do not be alarmed. For I am a servant of the divine, and shall faithfully adhere to the heavenly mandate, guiding you towards ascension. However, among my congregation, there remain those who show disrespect to the divine and betray the hearts of their fellow worshippers. Dear ones, what punishment shall befall such transgressions? The crowd glared with fury, collectively raising their fists and chanting, Divine Servant, enlighten us. Divine Servant, enlighten us. Divine Servant, enlighten us. Liang Jihan felt a chill run down her spine as she observed the gathering of affluent individuals, distinguished by their extraordinary demeanor. In that moment, they appeared as though they had been subjected to a form of brainwashing, their eyes bloodshot and filled with fervor, creating a truly terrifying spectacle. The man who proclaimed himself a divine servant made a gesture of reverence customary in Western culture and slowly turned his gaze toward a young and beautiful girl within the crowd. Upon sensing the divine servant's scrutiny, the girl's complexion turned ashen. The divine servant spoke in a measured tone. Miss Jiangxi, you do not believe in the divine, and the deities have grown wrathful. However, in their boundless mercy, they are willing to grant you an opportunity for redemption. Will you accept my divine admonition? The girl named Jiang, she shook her head in terror. No, I have not shown any disrespect towards the divine servant. You have misunderstood me. You are mistaken. My devotion to the deities is unwavering, my heart sincere and earnest. I have never exhibited any disrespectful words or actions. Observing the unkind gazes of those around her, Jiangxi hurriedly sought to defend herself. She grasped the arm of a middle-aged man beside her. Godfather, I have always been by your side. You can testify for me. Her godfather's face was etched with conflict. He wished to elucidate matters to the divine servant. However, the moment their eyes met, a flicker of white light danced within the servant's gaze. Instantly, the godfather's expression shifted from turmoil to solemnity. My dear daughter, he proclaimed, I place my trust in the divine servant. He speaks no falsehood. You should obediently accept the divine punishment, lest the wrath of the deity befall you. A consequence you cannot bear. Jiangxi was utterly oblivious to the truth. No matter how she attempted to elaborate, her benefactor steadfastly insisted that the divine servant spoke no falsehood. The divine servant is astute. The divine servant is astute. The divine servant is astute. The men surrounding Jiangxi spontaneously seized her, pinning her down at the feet of the divine servant, restraining her hands and feet. Poor Jiangxi struggled fiercely, but her strength was utterly trivial in the presence of so many men. Liang Jihan, curious about the meaning of the divine servant's teachings, was taken aback as she witnessed the divine servant calmly remove his trousers. So this is what the teachings entail. Liang Jihan could only cover her face in disbelief. This is nothing short of a cult. Have these affluent individuals been brainwashed? How could one believe in such nonsensical things, and even go so far as to send their own goddaughter out to be toyed with by others? Oh, it seems that the role of a wealthy man's goddaughter is merely this. Just as Liang Jihan was pondering how to deal with this group, the divine servant had already risen to tidy his garments. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, so soon? The sound was thunderous, imbued with a palpable sense of astonishment. The divine servant swiftly turned around, exclaiming with fury, Who goes there? What insidious deeds are you plotting in the shadows? A group of devotees swiftly rose to their feet, positioning themselves protectively around the divine servant, their expressions fierce as they glared back. Since her presence had been unveiled, Liang Jihan no longer felt the need to conceal herself and stepped forward with poise. The sudden appearance of such a stunning beauty took everyone by surprise. The divine servant's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his heart raced with exhilaration. How had they never noticed such an exquisite gem residing in this neighborhood before? Someone inquired. New face, who are you? How did you gain entry? Liang Jihan, fearless and resolute, strode confidently before the gathered crowd and declared, I have come to host a party. And unexpectedly, I have made an intriguing discovery. Her gaze then shifted to the so-called divine servant. You seem quite capable, managing to deceive so many. If this were not the apocalypse, I would certainly apprehend you. The divine servant adjusted his attire, regaining an air of celestial grace as he stepped through the throng. Madam, do not speak recklessly. I am a servant of the divine sect, tasked with guiding those who are pious, helping them escape their suffering and ascend to the heavenly realm. With a playful smirk, Liang Jihan replied, Is that so? Yet, it has been snowing for several days. Why have you not ascended yet? Is it because the mortal realm holds value? Liang Jihan scoffed. You charlatan, your words are quite well prepared. It seems you are a habitual offender. Cease your blasphemy. Someone shouted, pointing a finger at her in indignation. The crowd echoed, Divine servant, we follow. Bang. Losing her patience, Liang Jihan fired a shot into the air, silencing the crowd instantly. With that level of skill, do you dare to preach to me? Chapter 58, Brainwashing? Liang Jihan falls victim. The crowd gasped in shock. However, to everyone's surprise, despite their fear, they did not scatter. Instead, they remained fervently standing behind the divine servant. His knees began to tremble as he fought against his fear and asked, How? How do you possess a firearm? Who exactly are you? Humph. Liang Jihan retrieved her security officer badge from her pocket and held it up to his face. I am from the 3rd Security Officer Team of Jiangxing Gushan District. Do you see clearly? In the flickering candlelight, the divine servant recognized the official seal on the badge, his face turning pale. Ultimately, he was just an unemployed drifter who had stumbled upon the fact that wealthy individuals often believed in feng shui. He had diligently studied certain knowledge, presenting himself as a master of feng shui to swindle money from others. He had indeed managed to con a considerable amount. When the toxic snow fell, he happened to be helping a wealthy merchant with feng shui and, after drinking heavily, stayed the night at the merchant's residence. Upon awakening the next day, he discovered the snow had begun to fall. In a twist of fate, he encountered the toxic snow, becoming the sole awakened individual in the community. Thus, the feng shui master transformed into a divine servant, leveraging his newfound abilities to become the local ruler. Yet, at his core, he was merely a fraud, and the one thing a fraud fears most is a security officer. Nevertheless, he managed to maintain his composure and asked, So, are you here to rescue us? Liang Jihan, still confused, shook her head. No, I told you. I came to host a party. The divine servant's spirit surged. This meant she was the only security officer? Why do you ask that? Liang Jihan frowned at him. Sensing a shift in his expression from fear to something more sinister, and an ominous premonition flashed through her mind. I must tell you, do not think. Suddenly, the divine servant's eyes gleamed with a white light, and Liang Jihan was instantly entranced. A peculiar sensation enveloped her, as though the deceiver before her had transformed into the person she trusted most. Her hand, which had held the firearm, slowly descended, and the badge fell to the ground. You vile wretch, dare to frighten me? I shall bind you and make you pay. The divine servant internally cursed, yet his face maintained the guise of a charlatan. My dear lady, you too appear to be a sufferer. Join the divine sect. As long as you are sincere to the divine, I shall overlook your offense, and together we shall ascend to the heavenly realm. Liang Jihan, in a daze, nodded, all right, thank you. The crowd erupted with fervent shouts. The divine servant is compassionate. The divine servant, thrilled, reached out his rough hand to grasp Liang Jihan's, but a voice suddenly echoed from afar. Jiangzhu had arrived. Upon seeing Liang Jihan standing among the crowd with her back to her, Jiangzhu instinctively sensed something was amiss. She sprang forward, reaching her side in an instant. Jihan, what are you doing? Liang Jihan turned, her face displaying an odd smile. Jiangzhu, let us join the divine sect together. We can ascend to the heavenly realm. Jiangzhu's expression changed dramatically. What nonsense are you spouting? What have they done to you? She then seized the divine servant by the collar and shouted, What have you done? The divine servant, excited at the sight of yet another beautiful woman, replied, Madam, you should join us too. His eyes flashed with white light again. Jiangzhu suddenly felt dizzy, as though her thoughts were being forcefully controlled. Yet, being an awakened individual, she quickly shook her head, horrified, and pushed the divine servant away, grabbing Liang Jihan and fleeing. This is not right. We must leave at once. The sensation of forcibly regaining her mental clarity was unpleasant. Jiangzhu stumbled as she ran, Liang Jihan struggling fiercely on her shoulder. Let me down. I want to ascend to the heavenly realm. The crowd caught the nearly fallen divine servant, and someone shouted in fury, Do not let them escape. They have offended the divine servant. They must be punished. The divine servant quickly called out, No need to pursue. The crowd obediently halted, having exerted his abilities consecutively. The divine servant also felt dizzy. No need to chase. I will later request the divine to punish them for their offenses. In truth, he was simply exhausted and needed rest, and given that the other party possessed a firearm, recklessly pursuing them could lead to casualties. These wealthy merchants were his sources of income. He could not afford to lose them. As for those two women, once he had rested, he would see how far they could run. Let us continue our prayers to the divine. Servant 5, Qin Shuyu, measurements, 36D-16-35, system rating, 86, current strength, level 1, maid outfit. None. Lin Dong stepped out of the vehicle, thoroughly satisfied with the data on the beautiful teacher. Very smooth, quite delightful. Upon entering the brightly lit and clean house, Lin Dong nodded. The environment is quite nice. I could stay for a few days. Shen Wanyue and Ling Shui were already there to welcome him. Lin Dong tossed the unconscious Qin Shuyu onto the couch, puzzled. Where are the other two? What are they up to? Master. Jiangzhu spoke, her voice trembling. Master, there is an awakened individual in the underground garage. Awakened individual? Lin Dong gazed at his maid, who appeared somewhat unhinged, finding it peculiar. Jiangzhu nodded. That person seems to possess abilities akin to hypnosis. After making eye contact, I felt as though my thoughts were controlled. Jihan has already fallen victim. Let me down. I want to join the divine sect. Lin Dong was torn between anger and amusement. I leave you for just half an hour, and you're already brainwashed? Approaching Liang Jihan, he grasped her chin firmly, locking eyes with her. Do you know who I am? Liang Jihan displayed a foolish grin. Master, you should join the divine sect with me. We can ascend to the heavenly realm together. Lin Dong chuckled, suddenly raising his hand. Slap. He delivered a heavy blow across her face, causing her delicate features to redden and swell. Now, do you still wish to ascend? I have other means to elevate you to the heavenly realm. After the harsh strike, confusion flickered in Liang Jihan's eyes, her pupils refocusing. Upon meeting Lin Dong's cold gaze, she was instantly terrified and fell to her knees. Master, I am sorry. Panic surged within her. How could she have been ensnared by an illusion, and even thought to invite her master into a cult? Was she courting death? Seeing her return to normal, Lin Dong did not pursue the matter further, rising with a cold smile. Come, let us descend and meet this individual. Chapter 59. Lin Dong eliminates the 3 pests at this moment. The divine servant was leading the congregation in prayer, seizing the opportunity to rest while contemplating how to respond to the situation at hand. The fact that the second woman could forcibly break free from his mind control was indeed unexpected. However, he believed it was due to his diminished mental strength from continuous exertion. Once he had rested, she would never escape again. Ah, there are quite a few of you. A mocking voice echoed. Lin Dong scanned the surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze on the divine servant, whose status was displayed above his head. LV3. Impressive. A level 3 little rascal managed to take down 2 of my mates. The divine servant turned, momentarily stunned. Why are there so many people? A man accompanied by 4 women stood before him. Aside from the 2 beauties he had just encountered, the other 2 were also exquisite. Where did all these beautiful women come from? This is incredible. The divine servant locked his gaze onto Lin Dong. From the positioning, it was evident that this man was the leader of the group. If he could deal with Lin Dong, the 4 women would be trapped. Welcome, everyone, to our divine cult. The deity has conveyed a message to me, indicating that he is not offended by the earlier actions of these ladies. Let us express our gratitude for the deity's grace. As he spoke, he slowly approached Lin Dong and the others. Lin Dong scratched his ear and frowned. Is there really a deity? Where is he? I can't see him. The divine servant smiled. The deity resides in the heavenly realm. We mere mortals cannot easily behold him. Is that so? Then how can you chat with him? Lin Dong inquired. I am the voice of the deity on earth. Thus, I possess the ability to communicate with him. The divine servant replied. Lin Dong pondered, scratching the back of his head. Really? I am quite interested in joining you. My maids mentioned that your position allows you to play with other people's daughters. I must admit, I envy that. Could you possibly relinquish your position to me? The divine servant's smile faltered. Sir, your jest is not amusing. I do not toy with women. Rather, I punish those who show disrespect to the deity on his behalf. Lin Dong couldn't help but laugh heartily, glancing at Shen Wanyue and the others. This man is quite amusing. If you are indeed playing with women, how clever of you to come up with such an excuse. For your audacity, I, Lin Dong, am inclined to call you the strongest. A hint of anger flickered across the divine servant's face. Sir, your blatant disrespect towards the divine servant is akin to disrespecting the deity himself. Are you not afraid of divine retribution? Lin Dong shrugged. What do I have to fear? You have a deity, but I have one too. Should we summon our deities and see whose is superior? The divine servant was taken aback. You also have a deity? May I inquire which deity it is from the heavenly realm? Internally, he speculated that this fellow might be of a similar ilk. Since we are both engaging in deception, why undermine my position? In a flash, Lin Dong drew his golden sand eagle, pointing the barrel directly at the divine servant's forehead. Behold, my deity is none other than the god of headshots from ancient Greece. Why not bring forth your deity and see if he can save you? Simultaneously, the 4 maids each readied an M16, their barrels aimed at him. The divine servant exclaimed, What the? Why does everyone have a gun? Are you all robbing the security bureau? Ahem, everyone, this is rather unfriendly. I have been quite amicable by not ending you right away. So why not summon your deity? Sir, you must understand that the heavens are watching. By doing this, have you considered the consequences? 3, 2. The divine servant, now panicking, shouted, Devoted followers of the deity, this man, armed with firearms, is brazenly offending the deity. He will surely incite divine wrath upon us all. For the safety of the masses, let us call upon the deity to punish this villain. Instantly, the crowd rose, their hands crossed in prayer, chanting fervently. The villain must be punished. We beseech the deity to descend. The villain must be punished. We beseech the deity to descend. The divine servant's intent was simple. There were many of them, and even if he had a gun, what could he do? As the saying goes, the law does not punish the multitude, and besides, they had a security officer among them. They would never dare to unleash a massacre. However, Lin Dong merely scoffed, chambering a round in his pistol. I have consulted the god of headshots, and he granted me 9 sacred cups. If the next 9 bullets jam, then I shall simply switch to the M16. His fingers squeezed the trigger. Click. Lin Dong was slightly taken aback. Oh, it really jammed? How rare indeed. The divine servant was on the verge of panic, his face devoid of color as he activated his powers. A flash of white light flickered in his eyes, and Lin Dong felt a gentle tap on his head. It was itchy, but nothing more. The mind control interference posed no significant effect on Lin Dong. The divine servant was drenched in sweat, his pallid complexion betraying his fear. How is this possible? Why are you unaffected? Who are you? Bang. The second shot rang out. A blood hole appeared on the divine servant's forehead, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Lin Dong. His body gradually slumped to the ground. The chanting of the congregation was abruptly interrupted by the gunfire, leaving them in stunned silence as they gazed at the divine servant's lifeless body, unsure of how to react. The atmosphere grew still. The villain must be punished. We beseech the deity to descend. Someone, perhaps to rally the spirits, continued to chant loudly. The crowd, suppressing their fear, resumed their fervent chanting, even more passionately than before. The divine servant is not dead. He has merely been taken by the deity. Lin Dong sneered, aiming his gun at the divine servant's corpse. The villain must be punished. We beseech the deity to descend. Bang. The villain must be punished. We beseech. Bang. The villain. Bang. The. Bang. Bang 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 bang. With the magazine emptied, Lin Dong grinned wickedly, stowing away his pistol and snatching the M16 from Shen Wanyue's grasp, pointing it at the crowd. Continue. The crowd fell utterly silent, an indescribable wave of terror sweeping over them. Run. Someone bolted, and chaos erupted in an instant. To hell with your so-called deity. Don't kill me. With the shock of the gunfire, the crowd began to awaken from their brainwashed state. Before long, the garage fell silent. Lin Dong chuckled to himself, tossing the gun to Shen Wanyue. What a bunch of pathetic fools. The maids quickly followed suit, and Ling Shui asked curiously, Master, why not kill them all? Lin Dong rolled his eyes. Why would you think that? Do I seem like someone who enjoys indiscriminate slaughter? ISNT that. Master is the kindest person in the world. Yay. In the garage, only the grotesquely perforated body of the divine servant remained, a horrific sight. Chapter 60. The Jade Maiden comes knocking. The vast horizon is my love. Beneath the endless green mountains, flowers bloom. Suwei, 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 Suwei. Oh, Lu Wei. 857. 857. In the private pool on the first basement level, colorful lights flickered as several maids, clad in alluring swimsuits, frolicked in the heated waters, dancing in an enticing display. Lin Dong, wearing beach shorts and sunglasses, lounged on a deck chair, one hand holding a cigarette and the other a cold beer, utterly at ease. This is what life is meant to be. Beside him sat Qin Xiao, who had just awakened but was still hesitant to enter the water due to pain, grilling skewers over a barbecue. Master, the skewers are ready, she said. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, unable to meet Lin Dong's gaze. Lin Dong gazed at the several skewers of charred meat before him, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. Do you intend to poison me? He exclaimed. No. I wouldn't dare. I shall roast them again. He sighed, observing the despondent expressions around him, realizing that if he continued this way, they would all go hungry through the night. Go ahead and amuse yourselves. I shall take over the grilling. With deft hands, Lin Dong retrieved the skewers once more, skillfully sprinkling them with cumin seasoning before placing them over the flames. In the past, in his quest for extra income, he had worked at a barbecue restaurant, and his movements were remarkably proficient. Although the system provided ready-made skewers, the act of grilling them himself brought a certain joy. Since the apocalypse began, everyone but Lin Dong had remained in a state of relentless tension. Now, with a rare opportunity to unwind, the maidens were filled with merriment. Even Jiang Zhu, typically burdened with worries, chose to cast aside her troubles and engaged in a contest of breath-holding with Liang Zihan. Ha ha ha, you lost. I was once the record holder for our team's underwater endurance. Even though you are an awakened one, you are no match for me, Liang Zihan declared triumphantly. Unwilling to concede, Jiang Zhu retorted, let us see who swims faster then. Humph, who's afraid? By the poolside, Shen Wanyue and Ling Shui chatted, each holding a glass of cocktail. How did you grow so buoyant? Is it truly all natural? Shen Wanyue gazed enviously at Ling Shui's remarkable attributes. Ling Shui chuckled and patted her chest. Of course, it's all natural. The master himself has verified it. How could there be any doubt? Sighing deeply, Shen Wanyue's expression turned somber. What's wrong? Ling Shui inquired, puzzled. Oh, it's nothing. I just haven't received my monthly visit. I don't know if it's delayed or if I. Ling Shui's eyes widened in shock as she whispered, no way. Are you pregnant? Whose child is it? Shen Wanyue managed a bitter smile. I'm not even sure if I am pregnant. If I am, who could it possibly be? Her beautiful eyes fleetingly glanced at Lin Dong, who was absorbed in grilling. What if Lin Dong were to reject her? Should she terminate it? But what if Lin Dong wanted it? Would she then elevate from maid to mistress? What if Lin Dong thought she desired to leverage the situation and thus punished her? The thoughts spiraled endlessly. Ling Shui's mind was much simpler. Her face gleamed with envy as she gazed at Shen Wanyue. How wonderful. I too wish to bear the master's child. Then I wouldn't have to worry about being tied up in the restroom. Shen Wanyue replied. Is that truly your only aspiration? Unbeknownst to the women, Lin Dong had long since disabled the option for maids to conceive, rendering any possibility of pregnancy impossible. Qin Shuyu sat at the pool's edge, lost in thought, occasionally glancing at Lin Dong with a blush on her cheeks, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Clearly an internal conflict. The aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, prompting Lin Dong to call out, time for skewers. The maidens gathered around, their eyes sparkling at the sight of the delectable skewers. Wow, the master possesses such culinary skills. Delicious. The master is amazing. Lin Dong tasted one himself and found it quite satisfactory. His skills had not waned. Suddenly, Jiang Zhu asked nervously, Master, this place is so comfortable. Could we possibly stay a few more days? The others nodded in agreement. The location boasted electricity, ample space, and cleanliness. Truly a delightful refuge. Lin Dong smiled knowingly at Jiang Zhu, instantly grasping her unspoken concern. She feared facing her fiancé upon their next destination at the Xiao family. Lacking a better plan, he reasoned that if they could delay for a day, it would be worth it. Very well. We shall extend our stay for 2 more days and also practice leveling up. Lin Dong had become wary after Liang Zihan's mishap. The maid's skills varied greatly, making mishaps likely. To mitigate such risks, he resolved to strain his own back a bit more to assist in their training. The maids erupted in cheers, while Qin Shuyu, still in the dark, asked, leveling up? Are you still playing games? Ling Shui leaned in to whisper a few words, causing the beauty teacher's face to flush crimson. Allowing them to revel in their excitement, Lin Dong stepped outside to store the RV in the system's space. A woman approached, a slender, tall figure clad in scant attire that accentuated her alluring form, her face appearing somewhat pallid. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly. Level 5. Ah, an awakened one has arrived. Did she come here by accident? Or is she from the Foundation? Upon seeing Lin Dong, the woman beamed with joy and hurried toward him. Handsome, could you let me in to hide for a moment? Observing her pitiful demeanor, Lin Dong smirked and stepped aside. Come in. The woman expressed her gratitude profusely as she slipped past him, casting a fleeting glance at the fist marks on the door. It took several punches to break it open. Seems her strength is not remarkable, she mused internally. The visitor was undoubtedly a seeker from the Jade Maiden sect. After all, the path opened by the RV was too easy to trace. As she passed by, a fragrant breeze wafted from her, prompting Lin Dong to chuckle softly as he shut the door. Once you enter my abode, leaving will be a challenge. Upon entering, the woman was astonished. Why is it so warm in here? And there's electricity? I can even hear DJ music. She mused. This handsome guy is throwing a party? Quite the host. Lin Dong rubbed his nose. Oh, I have a generator. The air conditioning is set to maximum. By the way, where did you come from? Why are you out alone at night? The woman bowed deeply, revealing her ample cleavage. Thank you, handsome. I'm from the neighboring community. The men there have been committing random murders. My husband was killed by them, and they even attempted to assault me. Terrified, I escaped and discovered this place, which led me here. Tears welled in her eyes as she spoke. Lin Dong gently patted her back. Rest assured, you are safe here. No one will harm you. Thank you, thank you. The woman continued to express her gratitude, her legs giving way as she leaned against Lin Dong. Handsome, I'm so weak. May I rest here for the night? Chapter 61. Why does your blade emit a green glow? Lin Dong appeared every bit the lecher as he tightly embraced the woman. Of course, you may stay as long as you wish. Are you cold? Shall I fetch you a bowl of hot soup? The woman hesitated slightly, her cheeks flushed. Then, thank you, handsome. Outside the estate, Jin Tong stealthily approached, crouching by the window to spy, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Lin Dong feigned ignorance, leading the woman to the dining room and retrieving a bowl of hot soup from the kitchen. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Lin Dong. How should I address you, beautiful? The woman accepted the hot soup, smiling shyly. I'm not really a beauty, just a widow. You may call me Xiaoyu. Speaking of which, brother Lin, you wouldn't have put anything harmful in this soup, would you? I am but a fragile woman. You mustn't take advantage of me. Lin Dong laughed heartily. I added an aphrodisiac. Do you dare drink it? The woman paused, then brightened, drinking the hot soup in one go. Brother Lin, don't scare me. Xiaoyu believes in you. Thus, they engaged in conversation. The woman displaying no flaws, combining the modesty of a widow with the allure of a young matron. Had it not been for the glaring level 5 hovering above her, Lin Dong might have already succumbed to the allure. However, aware that she was not here with good intentions, Lin Dong remained cautious. As the hour grew late, he said, seeing you so weary, let me take you to rest. That's too much trouble. I can manage with a couch, she replied. That's simply one tea do. I shall lead you to the bedroom. You must have a nice hot bath to truly rest. Thank you. Just then, Jiangzhu received a text message. The master said he had encountered a new toy and instructed us not to approach. Ling Shui pouted. What? Another new toy? I want to join too. The other girls responded with silence. Ah, this is brother's master bedroom. How can Xiaoyu sleep here? Yu gasped in astonishment at the spacious bedroom. Lin Dong waved his hand dismissively. It's fine, just sleep here. But what about you, brother Lin Dong? As a delicate lady, you must be frightened in this unfamiliar environment. I'll sleep on the sofa in the bedroom. All right, then Xiaoyu will go take a shower. Brother Lin Dong, you mustn't do anything bad. Go ahead. I am a gentleman. In the bathroom, Yu quietly opened the window, and Jin Tong was already brimming with excitement. Wife, you are incredible. That Lin Dong will soon be under your spell. Of course, when I make my move, no one can resist. Hurry and hide. I suspect he will barge in. As she predicted, he did indeed intrude. Jin Tong, peering through the window, felt reassured. He was all too aware of his wife's prowess. No man could withstand her allure. Not even the steward, who dared not allow Yu to tease him. Lin Dong had already taken the bait. In less than 5 minutes, he would surely be powerless. 5 minutes later, Jin Tong smirked. This guy is about to fall. After 10 minutes, Jin Tong frowned. It seems he has some genuine skills. Half an hour later, Jin Tong began to panic. Why hasn't he been subdued yet? An hour later, Jin Tong's face turned pale. Hey, let go of my wife. He roared, bursting through the window with a knife. Lin Dong smiled coldly and leaped back to evade the attack, quickly supporting the unconscious Yu in his arms. Jin Tong, distraught, glared at Lin Dong. What have you done to my wife? Another LV5, Lin Dong grinned wickedly. You've been eavesdropping at the window for an hour. What do you think happened? By the way, is she truly your wife? You two seem quite playful, with your short, unimposing stature. Could it be that you're lacking in certain areas? No wonder she is so fiery. By the way, her name is Yu. She is quite the temptress. No need to record her. System, remove her. Lin Dong silently commanded. Indeed, Yu Nu's information vanished. Jin Tong's face turned green as he gently laid Yu Nu on the floor, spinning his dual knives, his expression cold. Kid, regarding my wife. I'll tell you after I sever your head. With that, he spun rapidly, creating a miniature whirlwind of blades aimed at Lin Dong. However, his speed was far too slow for Lin Dong, who easily dodged with a light jump. Jin Tong attempted to strike again, but Lin Dong merely evaded, engaging in banter. You seem quite excited. Looks like you and your wife are a perfect match. Hey, are you part of the Foundation? Jin Tong paused, his attacks intensifying. It seems I was right. Your Foundation has quite a few peculiar characters. The last one, Huang Fei, was odd, and you both are even stranger. I find myself increasingly intrigued by you. By the way, are there many women like your wife in the Foundation? If so, let me know where you hide them. I might stop by for a visit. Hey, why does your knife emit a green glow? Oh, it matches your hat perfectly. Jin Tong was furious. Why are you dodging? Dare to take a hit from me. Lin Dong smiled. All right, I 1T dodge. You go too far. Jin Tong's face contorted, his body radiating green light. You will pay for your arrogance. Witness my pure love strike. With blades crossed, Jin Tong launched himself at Lin Dong, intent on cleaving him in two. Lin Dong slowly extended his index finger, standing firm to find the opportune moment, and suddenly jabbed. Crack. The dual blades were severed by a single finger. How? Is that possible? Jin Tong gasped in horror. This move could not be so easily countered, even by the steward. How could he have broken it with just a finger? What level is he? S? Perhaps SS? Or even an SSS level master? A rarity documented by the Foundation? Nothing is impossible. Lin Dong swiftly grasped Jin Tong's neck, using his other hand to seize the broken blade. In two swift motions, both of Jin Tong's arms were severed, blood gushing forth. Jin Tong collapsed, screaming in agony, his body convulsing rapidly. Yu Nu awoke to the sound of her husband's cries, her eyes widening in shock at the sight of his blood-soaked arms. Husband. She then fixed a piercing gaze on Lin Dong. It's you. You knew I would come after you from the very beginning, didn't you? Lin Dong squatted before her, discarding the knife and smiling as he stroked her hair. Don't look at me like that. Weren't we quite happy just now? Your sudden change of demeanor makes me uneasy, haha. Chapter 62. You two seem quite affectionate. You knew had completely shed her previous allure, speaking coldly. Kid, I want to hide it from you. We are part of the Foundation. You might not realize how vast its power is. I advise you to help my husband heal quickly, or I may consider introducing you to the Foundation. Otherwise, you and everyone you care about will face the relentless wrath of the Foundation. Lin Dong was taken aback. How clever of you to threaten me. He grasped Yu Nu's delicate wrist, slowly applying pressure. Yu Nu immediately screamed in pain. Jin Tong shouted, Kid, let go of my wife. If you have any tricks, come at me. Yu Nu's eyes brimmed with tears from the pain, but she quickly shook her head. It's fine, husband. I can't endure. Kid, let go? Bullying women is no skill. Husband, don't get angry. Think of a way to stop the bleeding. Crack. Yu Nu's right hand was crushed, and Lin Dong could not help but exclaim, You two seem quite affectionate? If you are so loving, why engage in such theatrics? Jin Tong scoffed. Our bond is stronger than gold. You know nothing. Lin Dong sighed deeply. The world is vast and full of wonders. I truly do not understand. The world of the bull-headed people is beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. With that, he struck swiftly, shattering Yu Nu's left hand and both legs. Yu Nu's eyes widened in shock, her face turning pale, sweat trickling down her forehead, her body convulsing uncontrollably. Wife. Jin Tong's tears flowed freely, his yellowed teeth nearly grinding to dust as he glared venomously at Lin Dong. Kid, if you have the ability, kill us. We will await you in the afterlife. Lin Dong chuckled coldly. Want to die? Certainly, I will grant you that wish. However, it must be on my terms. Jin Tong's expression shifted dramatically. By the poolside, Shen Wanyu, dancing to the music, received a message and hurriedly turned off the sound system. The master had issued an order for everyone in the community to gather in the underground garage. Jiang Zhu questioned, What is this about? Shen Wanyu shook her head. I'm not sure. Ling Shui exclaimed excitedly. Are we going to eliminate them all? Great. I'll change my clothes right now. The maids exchanged glances, bewildered. But that did not hinder them from gearing up and heading to the underground garage. Even Qin Shuyu was handed a handgun. In an instant, the entire community descended into chaos. What are you doing here? What do you want? No, I don't want to go to the garage. Let me go. Hello there, lovely lady. Is that firearm truly authentic? Please, do not discharge it. I shall remain silent. Are you not supposed to be the security officer? How can you conspire with these nefarious individuals? I have paid so many taxes, only to support individuals like you? Alas, I am filled with trepidation. Will that man not once again teach me in a dubious manner? Rest assured, my dear adopted daughter. Did not the divine messenger instruct you before? You must have sensed it, did you not? The maids executed their tasks with remarkable efficiency, gathering all the living souls of Mirror Lake Spring in less than 10 minutes. Jiang Zhu couldn't help but nod in approval. It seems everyone is quite cooperative. Qin Shuyao covered her face and pointed her gun, exclaiming, How could they not cooperate? The group of affluent merchants trembled under the looming threat of firearms, their hushed whispers speculating the purpose of their summons. Soon, Lin Dong approached. The maids, poised to greet him, were taken aback as they beheld a beautiful woman bound in a myriad of ropes slung over his shoulder, while he dragged along a diminutive man with a severed arm, leaving a long trail of blood in his wake. Confusion enveloped them, What on earth was happening? Shin Wanyue bowed and said, Master, there are a total of 174 individuals in the entire community, and they are all present here. Lin Dong inquired. How many of them are men? Truly, they are the elite of society. Observe how impeccably they perform their duties. The crowd fell silent, yet no one dared to depart. One person, unable to contain their curiosity, ventured to inquire. Excuse me, may I ask if you will truly allow us to leave? Will you shoot me in the back? Lin Dong laughed heartily and waved his hand. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. Let us leave swiftly. The women amidst the crowd exchanged anxious glances, and after a moment, one brave woman, trembling with trepidation, ventured away, disappearing into the hallway. Once the others realized that Lin Dong had indeed refrained from firing his weapon, they scattered in a flurry, akin to startled birds. Now, it was the men's turn to panic. Could it be that this young man intended to eliminate all the men? In this manner, all the women in the community belonged solely to him. Soon, only 103 trembling men remained on the scene. The blood-drained golden youth seemed to sense something. A faint flush of crimson appearing on his face. He was inclined to curse, yet hesitated. Lin Dong cast the golden youth aside. Gentlemen, there is no need for such trepidation. I assure you, I am not one to indiscriminately take innocent lives. That so-called divine servant was clearly the leader of a malevolent cult. My actions in eliminating him were, in fact, a means of delivering you from peril. Upon hearing this, it seems to resonate with the collective understanding. However, the act of aiming a gun at us lacks any persuasive power. As for myself, I possess no other passion than the joy of assisting others. The purpose of gathering everyone here today is to bestow upon you all some benefits. Suddenly, the terrified yet subtly excited maiden was cast at their feet. As the crowd remained bewildered, Lin Dong remarked, I see you gentlemen are all in the prime of your youth. This young lady is now a gift for you. No need to thank me. Someone gazed at the delicate and gentle maiden, unable to restrain themselves from inquiring, is she alone? But before they could finish, a sudden bang echoed through the air. Before the words were fully uttered, Lin Dong delivered a fatal blow. Some individuals, truly, should not be given an inch and then take a mile. The crowd exchanged glances, compelled to remain silent. 5 hours later, the maiden perished. The young man succumbed to excessive blood loss. Yet his face bore a distinct expression of exhilaration at the moment of death, leaving Lin Dong utterly bewildered. At midnight, the system issued rewards once more. Today's sign-in rewards are as follows. 1. Enchanted electromagnetic gloves. 2. Strength level 10. 3. Telescope, unaffected by snow and mist. 4. A DJ music USB that compels one to dance. There is no need for hesitation. Select option 2. Chapter 63. The Awakening of the Xia Family within the Xia household. The steward furrowed his brow, holding his phone with a hint of anxiety. Several hours had passed, yet the golden boy and the jade maiden remained unreachable. Had something gone awry? Rationality informs him that the golden boy and the jade maiden possess formidable strength, ranking among the rare ill-level experts of the Foundation. It is inconceivable that any awakened individuals from the outside world could surpass their prowess. Furthermore, this peculiar couple, especially the golden boy, thrives on adversity. The more he is wronged, the stronger his combat capabilities become. Have these two once again indulged in their escapades, neglecting to answer my calls? At this moment, a subordinate reported, Master Steward, the equipment and the Xia family members are fully prepared and await your command. The steward nodded, lifting a small briefcase at his side, which contained the awakening serum developed by the Foundation's research department. Extracted from the poisonous snow, although its lethality remains high, the success rate surpasses that of awakening via the toxic snow significantly. The underground plaza of the Xia family estate was ablaze with light, filled to capacity with the direct descendants of the Xia clan. On the other side of the plaza, 20 uniquely designed devices stood in readiness. At this moment, the head of the Xia family, Xia Junfeng, stood with arms crossed, addressing more than 30 of his direct descendants. The reason for gathering everyone tonight is surely clear to all. With the heavy snow sealing the heavens and the apocalypse upon us, the Xia family's former wealth and connections have vanished like smoke in the storm. Now, we stand on the brink of a new era. It is evident that individuals with extraordinary abilities or awakeners have emerged across the globe. I firmly believe that the future will undoubtedly belong to those endowed with such remarkable powers. Fortunately, our family, the Xia family, has had the privilege of partnering with the Foundation, allowing us to awaken our extraordinary abilities in a relatively safer manner. Moreover, the serum developed by the Foundation is highly specialized. For our Xia family, it is specifically attuned to the ice attribute. This implies that, upon successful awakening, every member of the Xia family will possess ice-related abilities, allowing us to no longer fear the frigid elements outside. Upon hearing this, the members of the Xia family were filled with excitement. Such powers are indeed extraordinary. No one can remain composed in the face of the allure of superpowers. Xia Junfeng coughed lightly and said, Now, those whose names I call, step forward. Xia Qingyu, the eldest daughter of the Xia family, stepped forward with an air of calmness, her cool and proud demeanor attracting numerous glances. In her eyes, there was not a trace of turbulence, only an abundance of confidence. Xia Beichen. Xia Beichen stepped forward to stand beside his sister, his eyes brimming with uncontainable excitement. Xiao Zhu, for your sake, I shall undoubtedly succeed. Wait for me. Xia Jian, Xia Fangyun Xia. A plethora of 20 names were called out, most of whom were youthful and vigorous individuals. According to the deacon, The success rate among the young adults is relatively higher. Among them was also Xia Junfeng himself. Xia Qingyu furrowed her brows slightly and said, "Father, you are the cornerstone of the Xia family. Why must you take such risks?" Xia Junfeng laughed heartily, exclaiming, "What is there to fear? Both my daughter and son have embarked on their journeys. How can I, as their father, possibly retreat? As the head of the family, I must lead by example." The steward approached and, gazing upon the 20 individuals before him, remarked with a calm demeanor, "Let me first clarify that the success rate of serum awakening is not absolute. It will induce a high fever accompanied by considerable suffering. To succeed, one must possess unwavering belief and formidable willpower. Should anyone wish to withdraw, it is best to do so promptly. I have no intention of wasting the serum on those who are fearful of death." Just moments ago, those who were filled with fervor were doused with a bucket of cold water, yet not a single individual chose to retreat. Xia Junfeng clasped his hands and declared, "Rest assured, steward, for the future of our family, we are all prepared to make sacrifices. There shall be no retreat." The steward nodded indifferently. "Then let us commence." Soon, these individuals were positioned beneath the awakening apparatus, their bodies swiftly secured with restraints and oxygen masks affixed to their faces. The steward meticulously opened the suitcase, revealing 20 vials of an enigmatic azure liquid. Following their distribution, the injection commenced, mirroring the symptoms experienced upon contact with the toxic snow for the initial 5 minutes post-injection. None of the participants felt any discomfort, only a sensation of coolness enveloping them. As the 5-minute mark approached, a member of the Xia family let out a piercing scream. "Ah, it hurts. Let me go? I can't take it anymore." Veins bulged on his forehead, beads of sweat cascaded down, and his body convulsed violently. Xia Beichen's eyes narrowed. He knew what was coming. Indeed, the excruciating pain surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, enveloping every inch of skin. It felt as though countless searing iron rods were piercing through him, every muscle quivering, each breath tearing at his insides. The once fearless tycoon was now desperate to bite his lips, not from a lack of will to scream, but because he simply could not. Or perhaps, a cry would only intensify his suffering. A hoarse, fragmented groan emanated from his throat. The underground plaza echoed with cries of anguish. "I can't endure this anymore. Help, Mom. Make them let me down. I don't want to play anymore." Those from the Xia family who had not been chosen gasped in terror. Finally, someone could bear it no longer, their body convulsing violently, skin turning a sickly hue, before suddenly falling silent, eyes wide and lifeless. Xiaoli, a woman, wept uncontrollably, attempting to rush forward to save her son, only to be held back forcefully. Xiaoli's demise seemed to trigger further despair, as more members of the Xia family succumbed to silence. In the blink of an eye, 8 lives had been lost. The air was thick with lamentation, and some were tempted to lash out at the Foundation's personnel, but the threat of firearms kept them at bay. After all, the longer they endured, the more powerful their abilities would be upon awakening. Among those worth noting were the Xia Junfeng family of 3. At this moment, the head of the family, Xia Junfeng, had lost his usual poise, his face twisted in agony as the machine displayed the serum fusion progress. 21. The steward nodded discreetly, believing the old man would be fine. Exceeding 20 indicated success, ensuring at least a C-level ability. Ultimately, his fusion progress halted at 26, the pain vanishing instantly. Xia Junfeng gasped with lingering trepidation. And after a brief respite, he felt a tremendous, overwhelming power surge within him. Have I succeeded? The restraints that had once held him captive now snapped easily. The steward smiled and nodded. Congratulations. According to the Foundation's rating, you are now a B-level expert. B-level? Xia Junfeng clenched his fist, casting a furtive glance at the steward. This serum was truly extraordinary. If he eliminated the steward, could he? Xia Beichen felt his spirit shatter, bloodshot eyes nearly ready to burst. Xiazhu, wait for me. I will succeed. Chapter 64. Exceptional Talent. Xia Junfeng pushed aside his tumultuous thoughts and hurriedly turned his gaze to his son. Fusion progress. 29. Xia Junfeng was elated. Really? That's wonderful. Gradually, more members of the Xia family succeeded, but equally, some faced failure. Time passed slowly, with only Xia Qingyu and her brother still holding on. Xia Junfeng counted the remaining family members and sighed deeply. Aside from myself, Xiaoyu, and Beichun, only 5 out of the remaining 17 have succeeded. Even including us, that makes just 8. A mere 40 success rate. Steward, this is truly. The steward replied coldly, be grateful. The serum you received has already been improved. The original version had a success rate of less than 10. Do you have any idea how many died during the trials? If you are still unsatisfied, I wouldn't mind extracting your serums and seeking cooperation with others. Feeling the veiled threat in the steward's words, Xia Junfeng recoiled slightly, forcing a smile. Steward, you misunderstand. I am merely concerned for my kin. From the steward's words, Xia Junfeng understood that the Foundation's power was still beyond the Xia family's grasp, and he temporarily shelved his calculations. Best to be cautious. The steward snorted dismissively and explained coolly, even if the improved serum is lethal, it will not turn your kin into mindless monsters. You can rest assured that the deceased can be buried properly, without concern. What? Xia Junfeng, fearing for his son, turned swiftly. Fusion progress. 31. Isn't this going well? Xia Beichen seemed to have emerged from his torment, catching his breath. It appeared his son would at least be an A-level expert. Then he noticed the steward's eyes widening in disbelief, fixated on Xia Qingyu. At that moment, the young star had her eyes tightly shut, brows furrowed, perspiration glistening on her skin, biting her lip as she persevered through immense pain. Despite her suffering, the girl's beauty remained untouched, almost pitifully captivating. Xia Juanfeng's pupils dilated. His voice rose sharply. Fusion progress. 35? Xiaoyu. The steward exclaimed, congratulations. Your daughter is exceptionally gifted, and her perseverance is remarkable. The Xia family may soon welcome an A-level awakener. Really? Xia Junfeng was beside himself with joy. Though he was merely B-level, with an A-level son and daughter, the future of the Xia family was assured. Xia Beichen broke free from his restraints, feeling an explosive surge of power, his eyes sparkling with excitement. As everyone's gaze remained fixed on Xia Qingyu, Xia Beichen turned to see his sister, his excitement swiftly turning to bitterness. Fusion progress. 36. It's over. I thought my determination for Xia Zhu had propelled me to 31, but my sister is still so formidable. Now, her standing within the clan would undoubtedly soar, and she would likely look down upon Xia Zhu. This was troublesome. Xia Qingyu continued to endure. 37, 38. All members of the Xia family forgot their pain, anxiously watching her. Ultimately, the fusion progress halted at 39. Xia Qingyu suddenly opened her eyes. Everyone felt as though they were under the gaze of a ferocious beast, their hearts nearly stopping. Still unable to break through 40? What a pity. She broke the restraints and gently wiped the sweat from her brow. Xia Junfeng exclaimed, Xiaoyu, congratulations. You are indeed my daughter. The steward has stated your strength is rated A, which is exceedingly rare within the foundation. Xia Beichen, anxiously congratulating her, said, sister. You're amazing. Listening to the congratulations, Xia Qingyu showed no sign of excitement, her cold gaze fixed on the steward. May I ask, steward, what is your strength rating? Was she planning to turn hostile? The steward suppressed his inner turmoil, sneering, like you, A-level. What guidance do you seek, Miss Xia? Another A-level? Xia Qingyu sighed. I wouldn't dare to seek guidance. I just wanted to inquire. She had indeed contemplated taking action. This serum was a remarkable asset. If she could eliminate the steward and seize it, her power would undoubtedly ascend further. Unfortunately, the steward was also A-level, and she did not possess complete confidence in her ability to defeat him. Moreover, she had yet to fully adapt to her newfound strength. The steward stated flatly, congratulations. Head of the Xia family, your daughter is a prodigy, destined to lead the Xia family to continued glory in the apocalypse. I hope you will fulfill your promise and help us capture more awakeners for experimental material. After all, the Foundation requires these materials to develop a stable serum for enhancing abilities. Xia Qingyu was taken aback. The steward was implying, attacking me would be futile. Here, we possess only the awakening serum. Even if you steal it, it would not enhance your own abilities. It would be wiser to cooperate for the benefit of all. It must be said that the formidable aura of Xia Qingyu compelled even the proud steward to offer an explanation. Xia Junfeng, naturally understanding, chuckled and clasped his hands, proclaiming, that is only natural. Tomorrow, I shall arrange for the awakened clan members. I assure you, esteemed steward, you shall not be disappointed. Once the awakening concluded, the steward departed with his entourage. The Foundation had established its stronghold in Jiang City, and the disconnection of the golden boy and girl heightened his unease. Moreover, he withheld a crucial detail. The injection of the serum bore side effects that magnified one's darker psychological inclinations, all while the individual remained blissfully unaware. Earlier, both Xia Junfeng and his daughter had displayed a murderous intent towards him, and with no formidable allies present, he felt profoundly insecure remaining at the Xia residence. Xia Qingyu cast a sidelong glance at her brother. Beichen, how much longer can you endure? Xia Beichen, resembling a wilted flower, hung his head. 31. Father says I am A-grade, sister. Why? Even if I am not as capable as you, I should be. He attempted to argue further, but fell silent under the icy glare of his sister. For reasons unknown, he sensed that after her successful awakening, she had grown even colder, her presence more commanding. Xia Junfeng, brimming with joy, patted his daughter's shoulder and said, Xiaoyu, you truly are the pride of your father. In the past, I disregarded your opposition and forced you into an engagement with the son of the Yun family. Reflecting now, I realize I was remiss in my considerations. Who says women are inferior to men? My daughter is more than capable of holding her own in this world. A flicker of mockery flashed in Xia Qingyu's eyes as a faint smile graced her lips. Then I am grateful to you, father. Chapter 65. Has Qin Yinchi fled? The Xia family was now caught in a bittersweet situation, celebrating the emergence of several awakened individuals, with Xia Qingyu's A-grade prowess being particularly uplifting. Additionally, Xia Beichen had attained A-grade, while Xia Junfeng stood at B-grade, with the remaining 5 at C-grade. Such strength provided them with a survival foundation in the apocalypse. And those who had awakened could hardly contain their eagerness to test their abilities, the sounds of their experiments echoing incessantly. The sorrow stemmed from the loss of 12 clan members, whose deaths were gruesome, now being laid to rest. With a sharp exhale, Xia Qingyu clenched her right hand, crushing the snowflakes that fell within it. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. From this day forth, my fate shall be solely in my hands. It is time to challenge the archaic tradition of valuing sons over daughters within the Xia family. In the bedroom of Xia Beichen, although the domineering young master had been significantly affected by his sister's rebuke, he remained exhilarated. I must share this joy with Xiaozhu. She must be worried about me. He dialed her number, but after a prolonged silence, he realized she was likely asleep at such a late hour. Perhaps a message would suffice. In the Mirror Lake Spring, through Lin Dong's efforts, Jiang Zhu had reached level 5, her phone's ringing drowned out by the raucous music, leaving her entirely oblivious. Alternatively, even if she had heard it, it would have been of no consequence, as she was currently striving to reach level 6. In her bedroom, Chen Yunxi, suffering from a high fever, slowly awakened to bright lights and a tidy room. Where am I? Have I been rescued? Dragging her weak body out of bed, she noticed the sky outside beginning to brighten, heralding a new day. The house was vast, and after wandering for some time without encountering anyone, she fortuitously discovered cold medicine and hot soup in the kitchen. After taking the medicine, she quietly made her way down to the basement, where she found Lin Dong and others zealously leveling up, and she stealthily retreated. A group of despicable harlots and vile perverts. I cannot remain here. I must find a way to escape. How peculiar. Where is that large RV? Gritting her teeth, Chen Yunxi ventured inside. Lin Dong squinted slightly, casting a sidelong glance outside before dismissing her entirely. This community is not so large. Where could she possibly flee? Escaping the den of horrors, Chen Yunxi began to run frantically, her heart racing as if it would leap from her throat. Utilizing a small nightlight, she ran aimlessly. Suddenly, she stumbled upon several corpses. One had been riddled with bullets, another had suffered a gunshot to the head, and a small male corpse lay without arms, blood pooling around it. There was also a female corpse. Chen Yunxi merely glanced at it before swiftly averting her gaze. How many people had tormented her in life? It was devastatingly tragic. Having grown desensitized to corpses while in the company of Feng Yi, she now felt a deep-seated fear being alone in the dimly lit garage. Avoiding the scene of carnage, Chen Yunxi discovered an ascending staircase and, mustering her courage, began to climb. Within a particular house, a dozen men sat in a circle, their faces etched with worry. The unfortunate Jiang Shi, who had been exploited by the divine servant, respectfully poured them hot tea before retreating behind her godfather. A balding man addressed the leader, Mr. Qian. This cannot continue. These outsiders are brazen and capricious, armed with firearms. Our safety is utterly compromised. Your business is the largest. Surely you possess the intellect to devise a solution? Mr. Qian sighed. What can I do? I lack any knowledge of their identities. I cannot formulate a targeted response. They were all affluent businessmen, revered and admired wherever they went. Yet, when faced with Lin Dong and his group, they were akin to scholars confronting soldiers, unable to articulate their reasoning. Although Lin Dong had no intention of killing them, his possession of a firearm rendered their continued presence in the community a ticking time bomb. Thus, Lin Dong must perish. A vice president of a certain company glanced at Jiang Shi and suddenly remarked, Xiao Shi, you must be weary from assisting us for so long. Why not take a nap and rest? You are still young. Do take care of your health. This insinuated that there were matters she should not overhear. Jiang Shi looked to her godfather, who nodded, and she exited. Mr. Zhou, do you have a brilliant idea? Mr. Zhou interlocked his fingers, contemplating for a moment before stating, Gentlemen, I believe it is time we reveal our trump cards. Otherwise, even if we deliberate until nightfall, we shall arrive at no solution. Mr. Zhou, I do not comprehend your meaning. What trump cards? Mr. Zhou smiled, suddenly producing a pistol from his breast pocket and placing it on the table, causing the eyes of the others to widen in shock. He possesses a firearm? We are all intelligent individuals. I shall not beat around the bush. We are in the business of trade. Our hands are not entirely clean. For the safety of ourselves and our families, do not tell me none of you possess such items. If you claim you do not, then there is no need for this meeting. The others had not anticipated Mr. Zhou's forthrightness, their faces now somewhat uncomfortable. The Dragon Kingdom enforces stringent gun control. They dared not display such items openly. Mr. Qian laughed heartily. Mr. Zhou sees through it all. We have been foolish. After all, this is an apocalyptic scenario. Can we truly fear the safety officers coming to apprehend us? Years ago, I procured a handgun from abroad. As for ammunition, I still have 17 rounds. With Mr. Qian leading the charge, the others began to reveal their own secrets. I have one too. It took considerable effort to acquire this, a pistol with 9 rounds. Mr. Qian is correct. As for safety officers, those bastards are now serving others. I possess. My father was a hunter. He has an old hunting rifle. And as for bullets, I have one too. Once they accounted for their possessions, they discovered, astonishingly, that they collectively possessed 10 firearms of varied models. One among them, brimming with enthusiasm, remarked, What have we to fear? They are merely 5 individuals, and we have 10 firearms. It would be a breeze to eliminate them. However, Mr. Qian shook his head. It is not so simple. Have you forgotten how we were previously brainwashed and controlled by that charlatan? In this narrative, Lin Dong is presumably an awakened individual endowed with superpowers, and relying solely on firearms is futile. Zhou Dong nodded in agreement, acknowledging that while weapons may serve as our trump card, devising a strategy for our resurgence is imperative. Just then, the security door leading to the garage was knocked upon. Is anyone there? Help. Chapter 66. The young girl harbors quite a sharp wit. The sudden noise startled everyone, causing their faces to pale in fear. Zhou Dong hastily tucked his gun into his pocket, only to fumble and drop it. Is it, Lin Dong? What should we do? Could he have overheard our meeting? I spoke quite softly. We must flee. However, Qian, the ever-cautious one, hissed, What chaos is this? Do you truly believe that if Lin Dong were here, he would bother to knock? Reflecting on this, The group recalled how the women had barged in the previous day without hesitation. Zhou Dong secured his firearm and, feeling awkward, adjusted his attire, stating, Qian is right. If Lin Dong truly has arrived, locking the door would be futile. We might as well open it. After exchanging glances, the youngest among them, who had the least business acumen, stepped forward to open the door. Who are you? How did you get here? The sudden appearance of a stranger put everyone on high alert. Chen Yunqi gazed at them in wonder. You are the general manager of Genia Media? And you own Yuangu Company? You are the president of Minfu Technology? You are. The gathering was taken aback, astonished that this young girl knew their identities so well. Qian cleared his throat. Young lady, who are you? How do you know us? Oh, I am a student from Jiangxing University of Science and Technology. My name is Chen Yunqi. The girl seemed somewhat shy in the presence of these prominent figures, but soon regained her composure. These individuals were renowned, and protecting a mere university student would be effortless for them. Her familiarity with them stemmed from her aspirations. Marrying into a wealthy family was her dream. Thus she had done her homework. Although many among them were older than her father, some could even be her grandfather, it was inconsequential. What mattered was that she had finally encountered these illustrious figures, all gathered in one place, and her excitement was palpable. You are all famous and wealthy in Jiangxing. Well, social elites, I see you on television, which is how I recognized you. Observing her innocent demeanor, the group nodded in approval. It was evident that she was a well-educated student, speaking with sincerity. Qian inquired, how did you come to be here? A hint of fear crossed Chen Yunqi's face. I was at school when I suddenly encountered a devil. He is exceedingly lecherous and has already captured several women, including my teacher. He even intended to harm me. When I refused, he bound me in a car, leaving me to endure the cold and hunger. I managed to escape while he was distracted. Please, you must save me, she cried, tears streaming down her cheeks. To be fair, Chen Yunqi possessed a deceptively innocent appearance. Her pure aura combined with her pitiful tears evoked an instinctive desire to protect her. Qian furrowed his brow. The devil you mentioned, is he named Lin Dong? Yes. That's him. Brother Qian, have you encountered him? Qian chuckled. At my age, I could easily be your father. You can call me brother if you wish, but I wouldn't mind being your godfather. The girl seemed to have ulterior motives. Those present were not easily fooled, quickly discerning her true intentions. Indeed, as you have described, he is a devil. Do you know what Lin Dong's superpower is? And what about the abilities of the other women? What are their identities? Chen Yunqi counted on her fingers. Lin Dong is merely a courier. I am unsure of his powers, but he seems to have remarkable marksmanship and physical prowess. I have not witnessed any other abilities. Among them, my teacher, Qin Xiao, is an ordinary person. There's a female broadcaster named Ling Shui, a bank employee named Shen Wanyue, and a security officer named Liang Jihan. Lastly, there's Jiang Zhu, who appears to be a yoga instructor. They all seem to possess supernatural abilities. Qian's eyes sharpened. This information was invaluable. Is that so? We must devise a plan to confront this devil and rescue those women, he declared. Everyone fell silent. The young girl indeed possessed a sharp wit. Qian nodded. Thank you for the information, Zhao Yongxi. Please, go upstairs and rest. Rest assured, we will deal with Lin Dong. This devil will surely be vanquished. Then I shall not be polite. The girl felt reassured and skipped upstairs. Qian's eyes gleamed with determination. Everyone, did you hear that? A concerned voice asked. Qian, can we trust this girl's information? What if she is an undercover agent sent by Lin Dong? Zhou Dong scoffed. Undercover? Do you think with Lin Dong's abilities, he needs an undercover agent to eliminate us? He could have wiped us all out last night. Qian concurred, nodding. I share Zhou Dong's assessment. This girl is indeed an escapee, and her information is likely accurate. Zhou Dong queried. Do you have a plan, Qian? Yes, I have an idea. Lin Dong and his group are all wage earners. Even in these extraordinary times, certain aspects of their nature remain unchanged. We can exploit this very fact. Qian replied confidently. As the sun reached its zenith, the Xia family began to fulfill their promises. Aside from Xia Junfeng, who remained at the family estate, the other 7 awakened individuals departed in teams to capture more awakened beings. Xia Beichen had initially intended to head to the ancient mountainous region, but was forcibly reassigned to another area. Xia Jian, a young man in his 20s, glanced at the photograph he received, tucking it into his pocket. Of course, let me clarify. If we don't encounter her, you cannot blame me, as the mission is paramount. Xia Beichen sighed deeply, patting Xia Jian's shoulder. She is very important to me, more so than my own life. I am counting on you. At that moment, Xia Qingyu emerged, clad in a form-fitting white outfit, her figure strikingly revealed without the bulk of a winter coat. Her high ponytail accentuated her poised elegance. With a cold glance at Xia Beichen, she waved her hand, commanding, let us move. The Xia family members surged forward like untamed horses, joyfully leaping onto the snow, creating a layer of ice beneath their feet. The security team donned their skiing gear and matching tight suits, ready to embark. Xia Jian stood atop the ice, raising his arms in celebration. Haha, I'm finally out. I was going crazy. A security member queried from the rear, young master, where do we head first? Xia Jian slowly revealed a mischievous grin to Jiayuan community. After all, nothing is better than dumplings, and nothing is more enjoyable than a beautiful sister-in-law. Brother, don't blame me for being captivated by such beauty. Chapter 67. Woman, you have captured my attention. In a certain community, Xia Qingyu stood with one hand behind her back, her hair flowing in the cold wind, resembling a fairy amid the snow. Submit. I do not wish to waste effort on you. The chilling words from the young girl sent a shiver through the imposing figure before her, who then smirked. What a bold star. Since awakening, I have indulged in every woman in this community, but I have yet to have my way with a celebrity like you. You think you can capture me? If you wish to waste effort on me, you are merely courting death. A glint of coldness flashed in Xia Qingyo's eyes as she waved her hand, sending a flurry of snowflakes speeding towards the brute, instantly piercing through his chest. The burly man was completely taken aback, staring in astonishment at her as his lifeless body thudded heavily to the ground. The security personnel behind him wore a pained expression. Miss, the Foundation's directive was to capture him alive. Why have you killed him? Xia Qingyu shot him a cold glance, causing him to hastily lower his head in silence. She owed no explanations to anyone. Upon witnessing the demise of the man who had oppressed them, the women under his control erupted in joy, expressing their gratitude towards Xia Qingyu. Thank you, Miss Xia. This wretch killed my husband and took me against my will. Others pleaded for help. Xia Qingyu, I am your fan. I adore your songs. Could you please take me with you? There is nothing left to eat here. With these words, a chorus of women echoed their pleas. Xia Qingyu regarded them coldly, uttering not a word as she turned to leave. Wait, are you truly abandoning us, great star? One called out. How could you be so heartless, Xia Qingyu? After all my support for you, you won't even lend a hand in our time of need. I'll switch from fan to foe. Another lamented. I used to rush to see your films at premieres, only to discover my idol is such a person. It infuriates me. The women, now chastened, shrank back, unable to meet her gaze. Do you expect me to rescue you? Xia Qingyu slowly raised her hand, her demeanor exuding indifference. Very well, I shall save you. With a delicate motion, a chilling wave of frost swept through the area, instantly transforming the women into ice sculptures, all in a single stroke. The security personnel gaped in astonishment, swallowing hard. Miss, how formidable, and so ruthless. From now on, no one shall bully you again. This, too, is a form of salvation. Xia Qingyu remarked, devoid of any guilt, as she coldly turned away. In a different underground parking lot, Xia Beichen faced off against a plump middle-aged woman with his security team. The stench here is unbearable. Someone, clear the air, he declared, wrinkling his nose in distaste. Accompanying the security was Uncle Wong, the family steward, who grimaced. Young master, please bear with it. Once we subdue this woman, we can leave. Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself? Xia Beichen replied haughtily. Uncle Wong, with a pained expression, gestured to the security, who quickly fanned the air. Dressed in a tailored suit, Xia Beichen, hands in pockets, addressed the woman. Madam, I detest idle chatter. Come with me. The woman giggled flirtatiously. Oh, handsome young man. Where are you taking me? Why not stay here with me? Xia Beichen frowned. Are you the goddess of stone? Why do you speak in such a manner? The woman paused, realizing he was mocking her weight, and retorted angrily. Young man, you've crossed a line. Do you think your appearance can soften my heart? I'll tell you. I've eliminated all the men in this community. You cannot escape. Xia Beichen raised an eyebrow. Oh, you intend to kill me? He scoffed. I'll drain you dry before I perish. The woman sneered. Do you think you can frighten me with such feeble tricks? Nevertheless, you have indeed piqued my interest. Uncle Wong sighed, and Xia Beichen adjusted his tie, unfastening his jacket. He extended his hand, beckoning. I shall grant you this opportunity, but you have only one chance. The security personnel stifled their laughter. This arrogant young master was more comical than the plump woman. The woman snarled, her fists clenched as her body swelled grotesquely. This was a peculiar ability, akin to a transformation, her form expanding like a rolling meatball barreling towards him. Xia Beichen calmly extended his right hand, a layer of frost enveloping his palm, emanating an icy aura. With a resounding crash, the corpulent figure collided with his hand, abruptly halting its advance. The woman was taken aback, spinning faster in a desperate attempt to break through. Yet, Xia Beichen remained unmoved, as if his icy hand were an impenetrable wall. Feeling the friction against his palm, he chuckled coldly. Is this all you can muster? You little temptress, do not think to resist me. With a slight push of his arm, the woman was sent sprawling, rolling far across the ground, and crashing into several vehicles, unconscious. Pathetic, Xia Beichen declared, extending his hand toward Uncle Wong. With a resigned sigh, Uncle Wong produced tissues and hot water, swiftly cleansing and drying Xia Beichen's hand in one fluid motion. The security team rushed forward to bind the woman and escort her away. The other women in the community, witnessing how easily he subdued the plump woman, erupted in cheers. Wow, he is so handsome. I adore him. Goodness, he is both powerful and attractive. I feel my heart racing. Handsome, will you take me with you? Xia Beichen merely fastened his suit jacket, replying coolly, I'm afraid my heart can no longer accommodate any other women. Farewell. With that, he departed with an air of nonchalance, leaving behind a flurry of infatuated sighs and longing glances. Upon arriving at the Jiyuan community, Xia Jian was left dumbfounded. What on earth has transpired here? He gazed at the passageway carved out by the RV, astonished. Bring every living soul here. Soon after, the security team rushed through the floors, herding all the survivors into the underground parking lot. Surveying the fewer than 100 individuals before him, Xia Jian frowned. Odd. Where's my sister-in-law? Didn't that fool Xia Beichen say she was still alive? Ladies and gentlemen, I am a civilized man and wish to avoid violence. Xia Jian produced a photograph, inquiring, has anyone seen this woman? Where is she? The survivors exchanged glances, and a young man exclaimed, is that Sister Jiang? Are you looking for her? Oh, so you know her? Xia Jian gestured for the young man to approach. Tell me, where is she? The young man, who had previously demonstrated his acrobatics during a family gathering and harbored feelings for Jiang Zhu, replied, Sister Jiang left yesterday. She should be with Lin Dong in his RV. Xia Jian furrowed his brow. Lin Dong, where has he gone? Chapter 68. You must attend the feast at Hongman. The young man shrank back slightly. Lin Dong. He drove off in his RV, and we couldn't convince him to stop. We don't know where he went. The RV? Xia Jian pondered, recalling the vast passageway outside. Thank you for the information. Do you have any wishes? The young man perked up. I wish for food. No. Could you take me away from here? Xia Jian revealed a sinister smile, forming his hand into a blade, a 30-centimeter ice shard manifesting. With a swift motion, the young man's head soared into the air, blood splattering across the scene. Licking the warm blood from his lips, Xia Jian sneered. Did you truly think I was granting wishes? The common folk simply lack manners. The remaining survivors were struck with horror, chaos erupting in the aftermath. Kill them all. Rather than endure a painful existence, one might as well savor the thrill of death. The trained security personnel, akin to wolves among sheep, turned Jiyuan into a sea of blood. After eliminating all living souls in the community, Xia Jian departed. Sister, do not let them ruin you. My elder brother is still waiting for you. As night fell, Master Lin reclined on the sofa, relishing the massages and fruit offerings from the maids. Through his diligent efforts, the maids' progress was commendable. Shen Wanyue, Ling Shui, and Jiang Zhu had all reached level 10, their combat prowess exponentially enhanced. Meanwhile, on the system's combat maid interface, a new feature emerged, level control. Lin Dong possesses the ability to manipulate the levels of his maidservants at will, provided they remain within their maximum capacity. At this moment, Ling Shui is engaged in an arm wrestling contest with Jiang Zhu, testing their strength against one another. Perhaps only they are aware of the terrifying power concealed within their slender, alabaster arms. The two are evenly matched, and the marble dining table beneath them bears the scars of their struggle, already showing signs of cracking. Without the strength bestowed upon you by the master, how could you ever hope to compete with me? Ling Shui scoffed. As if you haven't received power from the master yourself. You already have a fiancé, and yet you are more forward than I am. You wretched harlot. Ling Shui, who had previously suffered defeat at Jiang Zhu's hands and faced punishment as a consequence, was determined to emerge victorious this time. Conversely, Jiang Zhu had narrowly escaped a fate of being bound in the restroom and would not allow this insufferable girl to triumph over her. Suddenly, Jiang Zhu felt a powerful force within her dissipate rapidly. In the blink of an eye, she was reduced to an ordinary person. Crack. Unaware of the sudden shift, Ling Shui seized the opportunity to apply force, resulting in Jiang Zhu's arm being forcefully twisted and broken, shattering the marble table into fragments, leaving a gruesome scene of blood and flesh. Jiang Zhu's face turned pale, racked with excruciating pain. Yes, I have won. Ling Shui cheered, exultant in her triumph. Jiang Zhu, despite her agony, turned her ashen face towards Lin Dong. Master, it was not Lin Dong's intention to punish her. Rather, she had lost her strength. Now she felt akin to an ordinary person, utterly weak. This was far more terrifying than being bound in the restroom. In this post-apocalyptic world, devoid of power meant a complete loss of self-defense capabilities, and she was fearful of being abandoned by Lin Dong. After all, even the recently recruited Liang Zihan and Qin Shuyu had already reached level 7. Lin Dong does not support the useless. This scene transpired so suddenly that Jiang Zhu was left in a daze for a considerable time, her expression shifting to one of horror as she gazed at Lin Dong. So, it was he who had caused her power to vanish so abruptly? He could not only bestow strength, but could also withdraw it at will. Ling Shui remained oblivious, tilting her head in confusion. What experiment? Thud, thud, thud. Several other maidservants had already knelt down. Lin Dong observed the trembling women, a wry smile creeping across his face. Oh no, I frightened them again. The transition from modesty to extravagance is easy, but the reverse is quite challenging. Such is the nature of things. Who would choose to be a mere foot soldier when they could be a commander instead? Rise, everyone. Tonight we shall dine. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Dong was suddenly startled. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was knocking at the door. The sound echoing from the corridor leading to the underground garage. The maidservants swiftly donned their attire, exuding an air of menace. Is Mr. Lin Dong present? A sweet voice inquired. Shen Wanyue opened the door to reveal a young and beautiful woman, adorned with delicate makeup, nervously standing at the threshold. Who are you? What is your business? Liang Zihan whispered to Lin Dong. Master, this is the woman who was taken advantage of by that charlatan yesterday. Jiang Shi, feeling the wave of heat wash over her, nervously scrutinized the woman before her. 100 questions raced through her mind, yet she managed to maintain a smile. Hello, sister. I am Jiang Shi. May I ask if Mr. Lin Dong is available? Shen Wanyue coldly retorted, speak plainly. Jiang Shi was taken aback by her imposing demeanor, her face paling. My godfather wishes to invite Mr. Lin Dong and all the sisters to a meal. I hope you will grace us with your presence. A meal? Lin Dong inquired curiously. Oh, just a casual meal? Your godfathers are all wealthy individuals, yet they cannot afford a lavish banquet? No, I only have one godfather. Jiang Shi hurriedly clarified, unable to meet Lin Dong's gaze. Mr. Lin Dong, you jest. My godfather has prepared all the food he has stored at home. It's quite a large spread. You must come. Shen Wanyue furrowed her brow, unable to discern the intentions behind these people's actions. Were they attempting to curry favor with the master? Lin Dong chuckled heartily as he rose. Very well. Dining on the same fare repetitively grows tiresome. Since there is an invitation, we shall attend this banquet. Jiangshi nodded eagerly. Yes, yes. You must come. There will be plenty of delicious dishes at the banquet. The maidservants exchanged glances, thinking, this girl isn't particularly bright, is she? Meanwhile, at Qian's residence, the expansive dining hall was filled with an array of elegantly dressed women and young girls, all wearing displeased expressions. Really, what do they take me for? A mere entertainer? One complained. Is it just because he possesses a weapon? There are so many men among us, with our firearms. We could easily rid ourselves of him without all this fuss. These women were either the newly-wed wives of wealthy businessmen or their daughters or adopted daughters, all possessing considerable beauty. Qian, the head of the household, snorted in disdain. Do not underestimate this Lin Dong. If we were confident, we would not resort to such a strategy. Zhou Dong chimed in. Your task this time is of utmost importance. Our future stability depends on your performance. So do not create any trouble for me. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. A middle-aged beauty smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. Dealing with an inexperienced young man will be a piece of cake. Before long, Lin Dong arrived. Chapter 69. What? The apocalypse is coming to an end? As soon as he entered the room, he was met with an overwhelmingly warm reception. The atmosphere was as if Lin Dong were a leader of sorts. Brother Lin Dong, you have finally arrived. Welcome, welcome. We have been eagerly awaiting your presence. Please, take a seat. Qian approached Lin Dong with enthusiasm, grasping his hand warmly. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, puzzled by the display. What is the purpose of this? You invite me to a meal. Let us get straight to the point. Qian laughed heartily. Why so formal, Brother Lin? Just call me Qian. There is no other intention. I simply noticed your remarkable appearance and demeanor, which surely marks you as someone exceptional. Moreover, since you helped us escape that old charlatan yesterday, I was at a loss for how to express my gratitude. A few of us neighbors decided to invite you to dinner. Please do not take offense. Lin Dong took his seat at the head of the table without hesitation. Is that so? Then I shall not be polite. Qian smiled inwardly, recognizing Lin Dong as a naive country bumpkin. He enthusiastically invited the women to sit beside Lin Dong, while the maidservants were relegated to the far end of the table. I wasn't sure what you like to eat, so I ordered some home-style dishes. If they do not suit your taste, please let me know. Qian clapped his hands, signaling for the dishes to be served. Lin Dong's expression grew peculiar as he surveyed the spread before him. You call this home-style cooking? Dishes like orchid-flavored bear paws, boiled cabbage, and braised chicken wings adorned the table, each a symbol of luxury from the pre-apocalyptic world, with ingredients and craftsmanship that ordinary people could only dream of. It was evident that this group of wealthy merchants had ample supplies. However, given the size of the residence, it made sense that they had a dedicated storage facility for food. Seeing Lin Dong's astonishment, Qian felt a swell of pride. This was precisely the reaction he sought to elicit from someone so inexperienced. Lin Dong, however, wasted no time and picked up his chopsticks to sample the food. While it does not quite compare to the flavors produced by the system, it is nonetheless quite delightful. Zhou Dong signaled to the beautiful woman seated beside Lin Dong, who understood the cue and retrieved a bottle of red wine. Xiao Dong, you must be thirsty after all this food. Here, try the 1982 Lafite. This is the genuine article, not the mass-produced variety. Ah, the taste is delightful, even surpassing that of soda. Hee, Xiao Dong, you are truly delightful. The wealthy merchant's women gazed triumphantly at the maids. A group of less fortunate women, even adorned in luxurious coats, could not conceal the air of poverty that clung to them. The maids watched with gritted teeth, infuriated that these seductive and brazen women dared to entice their masters and mock them in the process. In the local area network, engage in private conversation, please. Ling Shui, I shall tear apart the faces of those hideous women. That old hag had the audacity to touch the master's hand? Isn't that akin to indirectly provoking my ire? How infuriating. Shen Wanyue, do not act rashly. It appears that the master is enjoying a delightful conversation with them. Do not make your presence known, lest you incur punishment. Jiangzhu, what should I do then? Liang Jihan, delicious, truly delightful. Oh, what are you all discussing? Ling Shui, Shen Wanyue, and Jiangzhu. Qin Shuyu, the flavor is indeed delightful. However, I wonder if the broth of this boiled cabbage was simmered for an insufficient duration. Additionally, the dish featuring orchid and bear's paw seems to have utilized frozen tofu as a substitute, which detracts significantly from its texture. Moreover, there is an odd taste permeating these dishes. Liang Jihan, what peculiar flavor? How can I not taste it? Ling Shui exclaimed in exasperation. What time is it? You are still thinking about eating. Liang Jihan, I apologize. Qin Shuyu, something feels truly amiss. The flavor. Several maids continued their private conversations as Mr. Qian raised his glass. Come, Brother Lin Dong. Since you have taken residence in Mirror Lake Spring, we are now neighbors. As the saying goes, distant relatives are not as valuable as close neighbors. From now on, we are family. Allow me to introduce you. This is Chairman Jin of Jin Yi Group. He is the leader in the IT industry of Central China. And this is General Manager Fei of Wanyan. He proceeded to introduce a plethora of individuals, all affluent figures from the world prior to the apocalypse. Lin Dong was left even more perplexed. What on earth was he attempting to achieve? As the atmosphere reached a suitable crescendo, Mr. Qian chuckled heartily and said, Brother Lin Dong, Addressing you in such a formal manner feels rather distant. Given that I am a few years your senior, let us call you Little Dong. Once the calamity has passed, would you be interested in joining our company? With your capabilities, the position of Deputy General Manager is undoubtedly meant for you. Chairman Jean waved his hand, exclaiming, "Oh, Mr. Qian, this is rather excessive. Xiao Dong is a promising young talent whom I hold in high regard. He must join my company." Zhou Dong slammed the table and rose to his feet. "No one should compete with me. Xiao Dong possesses extraordinary abilities, and I believe he is the most suitable candidate to be my successor. Am I wrong? Has the disaster passed?" Lin Dong displayed a perplexed expression, inquiring, "What brings about such a statement?" Mr. Qian and the others were momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "Oh, my apologies. It seems, Xiao Dong, that you have yet to receive the news." Lin Dong, increasingly perplexed, inquired, "What news?" Mr. Qian coughed, and the atmosphere in the restaurant fell into a hushed silence. "Xiao Dong, we consider you as one of our own, and that is why we confide in you. You must not share this with others. As you are aware, our business has flourished significantly, which undoubtedly implies the involvement of higher authorities." Lin Dong nodded absent-mindedly. "Recently, we have received news from above that the research department has successfully developed a vaccine against the toxic snow, and mass production is underway. Soon, a considerable number of drones will be deployed to ensure the salvation of all citizens. Just think, once the snow toxin ceases to pose a threat to humanity, can a mere heavy snowfall still be regarded as a disaster? In the face of the national machinery, the restoration of the previous order is an inevitable occurrence." Lin Dong was taken aback. "Really? Do not deceive me." Mr. Qian wore a mysterious expression. "What purpose would I have in deceiving you? Otherwise, why do you suppose that while chaos reigns outside, we continue to coexist harmoniously here? It is precisely because we receive the news first that we need only to await with calm assurance. Furthermore, once order is restored, the authorities will undoubtedly hold accountable those criminals who have recklessly slaughtered the innocent." After speaking, he gave Lin Dong a knowing glance. "You took advantage of the chaos to acquire a firearm and indiscriminately slaughtered the innocent. Now you shall await your reckoning." Lin Dong was indeed flustered, to the point where even the wine lost its allure. "What then shall we do? Esteemed individuals, I beseech you not to report me, for I am a person of good character, having committed no wrongdoing. Indeed, you have conspired together to bring about the demise of a woman, and you shall not escape the consequences." Mr. Qian's expression turned serious. "However, Xiao Dong, you should be aware that we occupy high positions and have protective umbrellas behind us. It is improbable that we will face retribution. After all, at the end of the day, we, over 100 individuals, managed to eliminate a single person, whereas you. How many lives have you taken?" Indeed, Mr. Qian is correct. What course of action should I take? Mr. Qian approached and gently patted Lin Dong's shoulder, saying, "Xiao Dong, my suggestion is this. As long as you can serve us well, we will spare no effort to ensure your safety. What do you think?" Chapter 70. The Chaos of the Elite Circle. Lin Dong gazed intently at Mr. Qian, who reciprocated with a look of genuine concern. "I truly am. Ha ha." Suddenly, Lin Dong burst into laughter. Mr. Qian's expression tightened. "Xiao Dong, what brings you such mirth? You are quite similar to the elders from my hometown, who, after indulging in a few drinks, passionately pontificate about national affairs and the future direction of our country. It is utterly comical." Mr. Qian furrowed his brow, exuding an aura of authority that commanded respect without the need for anger. "Do you believe I am jesting with you? Be confident, eliminate any doubts. You are merely jesting. This joke is quite amusing. I could easily consume 3 bowls of rice." "Humph. Lin Dong, we genuinely wish to assist you. Do not be ungrateful." Lin Dong burst into laughter once more, gazing at the drowsy women beside him, and took a swig of Lafite in one go. "Is that so? Why do you place sleeping pills in my food? What assistance are you providing me? Are you trying to lead me to the other side?" Mr. Qian's expression changed dramatically. "What are you talking about? What sleeping pills? We sincerely invited you to dine with us, yet you speak with such unfounded accusations." Meanwhile, several maids began to display signs of lethargy. "Master, I feel so drowsy," they murmured, gradually leaning against their chairs, their breathing steady. Clearly having succumbed to slumber, Lin Dong raised his hands in exasperation. "We have laid all our cards on the table. Why do you still refuse to admit it? In the dishes served before me and my maids, you have surreptitiously administered sleeping pills. How generous of you, indeed, to have used such a substantial dosage." He casually reached out to caress the fair visage of the beautiful woman. "Zhou Dong, is this your wife? You affluent individuals certainly indulge in extravagance. And Mr. Fei, is this your daughter? Oh, is this the niece of Director Jean? How intriguing. You do not even spare the niece. The circles you inhabit are truly chaotic. Do they not realize that an overdose of sleeping pills can be fatal? Or do they simply not care about the lives of their wives and daughters?" Zhou Dong hastily reached into his bosom, only to be thwarted by Mr. Qian. The rotund visage of Mr. Qian revealed no trace of anxiety. He adjusted his glasses and chuckled. "Lin Dong, our resort to such desperate measures was not without compulsion. Your extraordinary abilities and possession of a firearm leave us feeling rather insecure. We hope you can empathize with our predicament. If you agree to hand over the firearm, I assure you that these women are entirely at your disposal. You may indulge in whomever you desire. From now on, we shall be a family, and you can reside here with complete peace of mind. Even if food becomes scarce, we are still able to provide." However, Mr. Fei's expression shifted dramatically. "Mr. Qian, This is not what was previously stated. What a lamentable display of ineptitude from my companions. Are they not aware that I am currently engaged in the art of procrastination? In addition to the meal before him, the wine in Lin Dong's hand had also been laced with a drug. He had recklessly consumed it moments ago. It was only a matter of time before he succumbed to its effects. Lin Dong could not help but give a thumbs up, truly deserving of a businessman. Decisive and efficient, his wife and daughter offer gifts without hesitation? Since that is the case, I shall graciously accept. As he spoke, he tore the woman's elegant garments apart. Zhou's face turned a shade of green, yet the people around him hastily restrained him, leaving him helplessly watching Lin Dong act without reservation. Damn, this is my wife. Let me go? If looks could kill, Zhou would have wiped the floor clean. Mr. Qian's heart raced, teetering in his throat, filled with anxiety. Why hadn't he fallen yet? Another hour passed, and many wealthy merchants present were now green with envy. They no longer wished to harm Lin Dong, but were instead intent on eliminating Mr. Qian. What kind of absurd idea did this Qian come up with? My wife, daughter, niece, and goddaughter have all been toyed with by him, yet he remains so composed. Mr. Qian chuckled awkwardly. Lin Dong, you've had your fun. Isn't it time to fulfill your promise? Lin Dong gazed at him seriously before bursting into laughter. All right, I have no other virtues, but I do cherish my promises. Given how understanding you all are here. The golden eagle was tossed out, and Mr. Qian hastily caught it. The gaze behind the lenses turned icy as the gun was aimed at Lin Dong. Kid, I've finally waited for an opportunity. The other wealthy merchants promptly drew their weapons. A mix of handguns, shotguns, and rifles. Faced with the barrels of a dozen guns, Lin Dong remained unfazed, smoking a cigarette. What's this? Mr. Qian has turned so quickly? Weren't we just having a pleasant collaboration? Huh, you, of all people, dare to partner with me? If it weren't for the apocalypse, I would have made your family suffer in an instant. Mr. Qian was furious, though he couldn't fathom why the sleeping pills had no effect. If he didn't kill Lin Dong now, Zhou and the others would certainly butcher him. Lin Dong shrugged, swiftly grabbing the unconscious beauty and placing her in front of him. Wife. Mr. Fei shouted in alarm. Lin Dong, are you still a man? Let go of my wife. Lin Dong laughed heartily. Wasn't my masculinity proven just now? You. Bang. Mr. Qian gritted his teeth and pulled the trigger, the bullet tearing through the beauty's body. Blood erupting forth. Mr. Fei gasped. You. Enough nonsense. Your wife has already been toyed with by Lin Dong. If she dies, she dies. If we don't kill Lin Dong now, we're all dead. Mr. Qian bellowed, his unease intensifying. Bang, bang, bang. The crowd hastily opened fire. The beauty instantly riddled with bullets. Yet Lin Dong's figure had vanished. Where did he go? At that moment, Lin Dong had somehow appeared behind the maids. Kicking a chair. Still pretending to sleep? Get up and work. The maids instantly awakened. Ling Shui sleepily stretched. Master, what should we do with these people? Lin Dong smirked. Naturally, we kill them all. Not a single one shall escape. These wealthy individuals were quite amusing, setting a trap, luring him into lowering his guard with beauty, then using the apocalypse as a ruse, and finally employing sleeping pills, only to pull out a dozen guns at the end? Why go through all that trouble? He preferred a more straightforward approach. The wealthy merchants were filled with terror, immediately turning their guns to shoot. But what kind of strength did the maids possess? They surged in like famished wolves into a flock of sheep, easily dodging bullets while effortlessly picking off one child after another. Mr. Qian was petrified, shooting while fleeing. Stop hiding. Come out and eliminate them all. No sooner had he spoken than the entire neighborhood burst in with kitchen knives, only to flee in horror upon witnessing the maids wreaking havoc. They were a pampered bunch. They had never encountered such a hellish scene. Chapter 71. The beautiful teacher goes mad. This was a massacre. Ling Shui and the others even found shooting unsatisfactory and picked up kitchen knives. Uncles, don't run. Let me have a swing. The maids' voices were sweet, yet terrifying. Only Qin Shuyu cowered beneath the dining table, gun in hand, too afraid to show herself. Lin Dong covered his face, stepping forward and slapping her on her rear. What are you scared of? Qin Shuyu pouted. Master, I'm scared. Last time, it took a great deal of courage for me to decide to kill. If you keep being timid, I'll no longer want you. Lin Dong threatened her and then instructed the maids. You few, go clean out the neighborhood. This building is left for her. Ling Shui looked displeased. I haven't had my fill of killing yet. After all, most people had hidden in Mr. Qian's home, very few had escaped. But since the master had spoken, they had no choice but to obey. Lin Dong turned to Qin Shuyu. Go. Others are shooting at you. How much longer are you going to be scared? Qin Shuyu wanted to say something more, but Lin Dong's gaze grew increasingly dark, making her shudder. All right, I'll go. At that moment, in Mr. Qian's home, countless individuals were hiding, aware that they had become sitting ducks, yet none dared to rush out, self-deceivingly hiding away. Soon, Qin Shuyu kicked open a room door, and the people inside were instantaneously terrified, kneeling in supplication. Please don't kill me. It was all Mr. Qian's idea. I was forced. Qin Shuyu raised her gun, struggling for a long time, yet ultimately pulled the trigger, blowing his head off. Next room. Don't kill me. I'll be your slave. Bang. Next room. Spare my life. Bang. Next room. Bang. Lin Dong watched with immense satisfaction as the beautiful teacher became increasingly skilled in her craft. Indeed, killing becomes addictive. Eventually, when she ran out of bullets, Qin Shuyu voluntarily picked up a fruit knife, opting for hand-to-hand combat. Don't be nervous. Take a deep breath. Feeling dizzy is normal, she reassured herself, gripping a man's neck with one hand and stabbing repeatedly at his heart with the other. Only after the man's heart was thoroughly pierced did she discard his body and reach out to stroke the hair of a nearby woman who was terrified beyond measure. Don't scream, shhh. With a swift motion, she sliced the woman's throat. Uncertain of how many people she had killed, Qin Shuyu seemed possessed, her eyes bloodshot as she approached the last room. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking echoed like the death knell. Hee hee, I know you're hiding inside. Open the door. If you don't open it soon, I'll come in myself. With a bang, the door was forcefully kicked open, revealing 3 individuals, Mr. Qian, his goddaughter Jiangxi, and Chen Yunqi. The 3 trembled in fear, staring at the blood-soaked Qin Shuyu, with Chen Yunqi appearing utterly horrified. This is, Teacher Qin? How has she become like this? Mr. Qian was so scared he trembled like a leaf, raising his gun to shoot at Qin Shuyu. Bang! She didn't flinch, allowing the bullet to hit her shoulder, yet she showed no sign of pain, instead revealing a sinister grin. You hurt me. That really stings. Chen Yunqi was so frightened she was dazed, her pants soaked. Oh my god, has Teacher Qin gone mad? Mr. Qian, his corpulent body drenched in sweat, found it impossible to aim as his hands shook uncontrollably. As Qin Shuyu took a step forward, Mr. Qian shut his eyes and squeezed the trigger repeatedly, quickly emptying the magazine. When he opened his eyes again, Qin Shuyu was nowhere to be seen. Where is she? Turning around, he saw Chen Yunqi and Jiangxi trembling in fear, staring at something behind him. Qin Shuyu's lips slowly drew near his ear. You missed. I'm right here. Die. Mr. Qian swiftly swung the gun behind him. Qin Shuyu deftly caught it, wiped it clean, and tucked it into her embrace. This is the master's gun. Meanwhile, Mr. Qian seized the fruit knife from Jiangxi's hand and pressed it against Chen Yunqi's throat, shouting, Stay back. If you take one more step, I will kill her. Indeed, this dramatic display proved effective, causing Qin Shuyu to halt her advance. Brother Qian, what are you doing? She thought, utterly astonished that the gentlemanly and imposing Mr. Qian would resort to taking her as a hostage. Mr. Qian barked, What do you mean? Just stand still and don't move. I have no intention of dying here. This wretched woman, it's all your fault for providing false information that led to my misjudgment. Now everyone is dead. Do you understand? Do you understand? Chen Yunqi, bewildered by his outburst, displayed a pitiable expression. This isn't my fault. I had no idea how you planned to deal with Lin Dong. It has nothing to do with me. With a resounding slap, Mr. Qian struck her face, causing it to swell instantly. And you think this has nothing to do with you? You fool. At this point, it's all irrelevant. If I die, you will die with me. Chen Yunqi felt numb. After escaping the clutches of despair, she had believed she had found a new ally in Mr. Qian. She had even contemplated how to enjoy his resources without being touched by him. Little did she know that in just one day, her newfound support had been utterly dismantled by Lin Dong. No, Lin Dong had not even appeared. It was merely Qin Shuyu who sufficed. But wait. Wasn't Teacher Qin an ordinary person? A sudden jolt of realization struck Chen Yunqi, understanding why Mr. Qian accused her of providing erroneous intelligence. Previously, she had explicitly stated that Liang Jihan and Qin Shuyu were ordinary individuals. Yet now, she had single-handedly eliminated so many people. Was this truly the work of an ordinary person? In sheer horror, she turned to Qin Shuyu and asked, Teacher Qin, when did you acquire superpowers? Qin Shuyu flashed a charming smile. Naturally, it was bestowed upon me by my master. In just one day, I have become quite formidable. Chen Yunqi gazed at her in astonishment. Is it truly that simple? She was acutely aware that her ex-boyfriend, Feng Yi, had endured a high fever and unconsciousness for 3 days before gaining his powers. Yet she could achieve it in a single day? Was Lin Dong truly capable of such miraculous feats? With another slap, Mr. Qian struck her again. Stop your incessant prattling. Is this your teacher? You need to make her let me go, quickly. Chen Yunqi looked at her pitifully. Teacher Qin, I am your student. Previously, I was impulsive, but as your student, it is your duty to ensure my safety. Could you please leave and spare us? However, Qin Shuyu shook her head slowly. But you wanted to mar my face before, didn't you? Furthermore, suddenly, she seized the trembling Jiangxi nearby, positioning the knife against her neck. My master commanded that everyone here must perish, leaving not a single soul behind. Chapter 72. The proud school bell bows down. The bloodied blade rested lightly against Jiangxi's snow-white neck, causing her to cry in terror. Godfather, Godfather, please save me. As his goddaughter was taken hostage, Mr. Qian's internal struggle flickered across his face. Are you still a teacher? How can you have the audacity to use my goddaughter as a hostage? Qin Shuyu shrugged. You are a public figure. If I recall correctly, you were the vice chairman of the Jiangxing Business Alliance. Yet you also took students as hostages, didn't you? Either we both release our hostages, or you will witness your goddaughter's death before your very eyes. You. Mr. Qian was rendered speechless. Damn it, you make a valid point. I am at a loss for words. Jiangxi cried. Godfather, please let her go. I'm so scared. Damn it, you fool. Mr. Qian yelled angrily. If I let her go, neither of us will escape. Little she, I have treated you well. I have spent quite a bit on you over the years. So consider this a sacrifice for your godfather. Jiangxi stared at him blankly, momentarily at a loss for words. Could he truly be this heartless? Mr. Qian scoffed. Isn't this what a goddaughter should do? Do you think my money is for nothing? Qin Shuyu replied calmly. It appears your godfather doesn't care for you at all. I can only express my apologies. The blade began to graze Jiangxi's neck, causing her to writhe violently, her eyes fixated on Mr. Qian as if she wished to consume him whole. Witnessing his goddaughter's potential demise, a flicker of compassion crossed Mr. Qian's eyes, but it quickly hardened. Nothing was more important than his own life. If his goddaughter had to die, so be it. As long as he survived, he could find another. At that moment, Lin Dong entered. Is it not over yet? Why are you dragging this out? Chen Yunxi felt as if she had seen a savior. Lin Dong, please, save me. Lin Dong responded, this is ridiculous. Seeing Lin Dong remain unresponsive, Chen Yunxi's panic escalated. With Teacher Qin harboring a grudge against her and Mr. Qian treating her as a hostage, if Lin Dong refused to save her, her fate was sealed. Lin Dong, no, master, I was wrong. I truly regret my actions. I should not have treated you that way, nor should I have run away. I sincerely wish to be your maid. You may do as you please. Just please don't kill me. Mr. Qian hastily added, Lin Dong, I swear I haven't touched this woman. If you let me go, I will not harm her. Lin Dong turned to Qin Shuyu. What are you hesitating for? Let us finish this. Both were taken aback. Lin Dong was resolute in his intent to kill them. Wretched woman, useless fool. As Qin Shuyu prepared to act, Mr. Qian immediately shoved Chen Yunxi aside and sprinted toward the window. With a swift motion, Qin Shuyu hurled the fruit knife, piercing him through the chest. Mr. Qian gazed at the blade protruding from his body, filled with resentment as he collapsed to the ground. Now, only Chen Yunxi remained. The girl was in tears, truly terrified. It was all over. She fully comprehended that in this apocalyptic world, no one could be relied upon. She had believed that Feng Yi, with his superpowers, would elevate her status, yet when true danger arose, he had abandoned her without hesitation. Upon encountering Lin Dong, she had intended to manipulate him in the same manner she had with Feng Yi, but instead, she was met with brutality. It turned out she was merely a joke, delivered to her own demise. Unwilling to accept this fate, she gazed enviously at the fierce Qin Shuyu. The once feeble teacher now possessed immense power, capable of dictating her own life and death, as well as that of others. And this was solely because she chose to submit to Lin Dong. With that thought, Chen Yunxi steeled herself, biting down hard. With a swift motion, she tore away her thick down jacket, allowing the frigid air to assault her bare skin. Master, I was wrong. I am willing to do anything for you, to serve you faithfully. Please do not kill me. I beg you, do not kill me. In that moment, Chen Yunxi cast aside all pride and dignity, pleading solely for her life. Qin Shuyu stood by, letting out a deep sigh. This foolish child, has she only now come to her senses? In moments like these, all cunning is meaningless. Only powerful men and strength are the true currency for survival. Leaning against the doorframe, Lin Dong wore an enigmatic smile. Oh, but who was it that proclaimed they would never become my dog, even if it meant death? I still prefer your untamed spirit. Please regain that. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Yunxi had thrown caution to the wind, bowing deeply until her forehead split open, blood streaming down her face, her once innocent and lovely features now appearing grotesque. I was wrong. I will never dare again. Lin Dong coldly chuckled, grasping her chin. I sensed your sincerity, and thus I have decided to grant you the opportunity to serve as an intern maid. Your responsibilities will include attending to me as well as assisting several other maids. If you disagree, I am willing. Master, you may freely assign tasks to Yunxi. However, you must seize this opportunity wisely. Do not follow the unfortunate path of the previous intern maid. Chen Yunxi was taken aback, anxiously inquiring, what did she do? Lin Dong chuckled. She violated the rules and was executed. The scene was quite gruesome, with blood and brain matter everywhere. Chen Yunxi hurriedly trembled and bowed again. Do not worry, master. I will certainly obey. Good girl. Ling Shui jumped with joy. Yay, I killed the most this time. Shen Wanyue sighed. This pig-ass feat luck was truly remarkable. Observing the somewhat distracted Jiangzhu, Liang Jihan asked, What's wrong? Are you hurt? No. No. Jiangzhu quickly shook her head. The reason for her distraction was the message she received from her fiancé. Beichen has successfully awakened and become an ability user. Throughout the day, she had been engulfed in anxiety, fearing that Xia Beichen would suddenly appear and discover that she had transformed into Lin Dong's form. Given his domineering personality, it was likely he would never accept it. Well, it seemed that no man would. Being caught in the middle would be exceedingly difficult. Yet, she had no means to escape this predicament. She had been in a state of avoidance. But how long could she continue to evade? Deep down, Jiangzhu actually relished the thrill of this taboo, but she also understood that such a state could not last forever. Once Beichen encountered Lin Dong, it would undoubtedly result in a life-and-death scenario. Just as she pondered this, all the maids simultaneously turned their gazes towards the door. Someone was coming. Chapter 73. Is your sister-in-law so strong? Damn, I've chased quite a distance, making it quite difficult for me to track you down. Xia Jian arrived at Mirror Lake Spring. Throughout the day, aside from the stroke of luck in capturing 2 awakened individuals, he had mostly been following the trail of the RV. Where's the vehicle? Xia Jian was momentarily bewildered. Never mind, since the trail has vanished here. It surely indicates that the other party is hiding nearby. I shall go in and search. Bring all the residents of the community out. The security personnel were just about to act when the door swung open. Xia Jian's pupils immediately constricted. Wow, so many beautiful women. One woman looked strikingly familiar. Xia Jian took out a photo for comparison. Indeed, I found my sister-in-law. As expected, she is even more captivating in person. This sister-in-law. No, I'm definitely having this dumpling. Shen Wanyue stated coldly. I do not care who you are or what your intentions are. I advise you to leave. What an arrogant woman. Xia Jian couldn't help but scoff. Leave? In all my life, This is the first time someone has dared to speak to me like that. Wouldn't you agree, sister-in-law? He then shifted his gaze to Jiangju. Jiangju's fair face instantly turned pale. The Xia family has arrived. Shen Wanyue frowned. She is your sister-in-law? You are Xia Beichen's brother? Sister-in-law, I'm here to take you home. Come with me? Shen Wanyue sneered. Since they are your in-laws, you deal with this yourself. Xia Jian slowly approached, smiling as he scrutinized Jiangju. To be fair, though that foolish older brother may lack intelligence, his aesthetic sense is commendable. This beauty, this physique, rivals many of the starlets I've encountered. She is only slightly inferior to the eldest sister back home. Xia Jian unabashedly reached out to grab Jiangju. As for Beichun, when I get the chance, I will personally provide him with an explanation. Xia Jian coldly snorted. You filthy whore, you truly have no shame. I will not only stay, but I will take you and those other girls with me. Jiangju was taken aback, her body trembling with rage. Xia Jian, what nonsense are you spouting? This foolish child, don't court death. Ling Shui peeked out from behind the door. He wants to eat dumplings. Not only is he named Xia Jian, but he is also quite despicable. Xia Jian laughed heartily, taking pride in his reputation. You understand me well, little girl. I will treat you gently later. He is doomed. Must I resort to violence? Whoosh. An ice blade materialized in Xia Jian's hand. Enough of the chatter. I hope your mouth remains as sharp later. Knowing that Jiangju was also an awakened one, he wasted no time in launching the first attack. Jiangju leaned back to evade, her fair face growing cold. Since the opponent was repeatedly courting death, she would not hold back. Oh, not bad with the skills. Xia Jian sneered, conjuring another ice blade. With both blades, he struck simultaneously. Jiangju clenched her fists and brought them down heavily against the ice blades. Seeking death, Xia Jian scoffed. His ice blades were far sharper than ordinary steel, and it was a pity for sister-in-law's beautiful hand. Crack. The impact of her flesh against the ice blade caused it to explode, sending countless shards flying. What? Xia Jian's pupils dilated. Yet Jiangju's fists continued to surge forward. At a critical moment, an ice armor formed over Xia Jian's chest, and with a thunderous crash, Jiangju's fist struck him squarely in the chest. The tremendous force surged forth, causing Xia Jian's eyes to bulge as he was propelled backward, carving a long trench into the ground. The security personnel were left dumbfounded. Young Master Xia was knocked away, coughing. Xia Jian struggled to rise from the ground. The ice armor had shattered, and his expression was incredibly ferocious. Had it not been for the ice armor, that punch would have surely pierced right through him. Why are you still standing there? Kill her. The security personnel hurriedly drew their guns and opened fire. Jiangju's face was icy as she leaped high into the air, then came crashing down. Bang. One security guard was obliterated on the spot. These were ordinary individuals, posing no resistance whatsoever. Liang Jihan gaped. Jiangju has gone mad, attacking her in-laws so fiercely. Shen Wanyue huffed. Have you ever seen a sister-in-law being coveted by her brother-in-law? Killing her is just right. Ling Shui chuckled. I've seen something like this in Japanese movies. The plot was incredibly thrilling. Imagine if Xia Jian really captures Jiangju. Wouldn't we get to witness a live performance? Shen Wanyue rolled her eyes. You wish to see the master being cuckolded? Liang Jihan. Internally, she began to feel alarmed. This group of women, aside from their bloodthirstiness, harbored ill intentions toward one another. She must tread carefully. In mere moments, Jiangju had dispatched over a dozen security personnel, leaving only the astonished younger brother. I warned you. Had you left earlier, perhaps you would not have met your demise. Jiangju felt a pang of sorrow. By doing so, she had effectively severed ties with the Xia family. Shen Wanyue, you are truly ruthless. Yet why did it bring a sense of relief? Perhaps it was the disappearance of that entangled anxiety after finally making a choice. Xia Jian trembled, incredulously asking, why? Why are you so strong? According to the Foundation's intelligence, most awakened individuals outside are merely C-class and lack any special abilities. Though he was also C-class, possessing ice abilities and formidable combat strength, it was utterly shocking. Sister-in-law was excessively powerful. If this continued, Xia Beichen would be utterly humiliated. The fiancé of the future heir of the family mingling with commoners would never be tolerated by the family head. But who would have thought sister-in-law would be this strong? Chapter 74, The Xia Family's Misery. The star's fury Xia Jian cursed the Foundation in his heart, while simultaneously channeling his abilities to create ice skates beneath his feet. Unable to win, he prepared to flee. Jiangju discerned his intent, sighed with a complex expression, and suddenly vanished from her position. Alas, Xia Jian was taken aback and turned to flee. Yet, that blood-stained little pink fist, imbued with an aura of terror, struck heavily towards his head. Crack! Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, like a watermelon crushed. Jiangju stared blankly at the sky, allowing droplets of blood to fall upon her, her eyes reddening as she covered her face and wept. It was not for Xia Jian's misfortune, but for the self that once loved Xia Beichen. The last remnants of hope and wishful thinking, hidden deep within her heart, dissipated entirely. From now on, she would no longer be Xia Beichen's fiancée, but merely a servant to Lin Dong. The master was her everything. The maids hastily turned, only to have their pupils constrict in shock as they gasped. What was it that their master carried upon his shoulder? It appeared to be a person? But how utterly tragic. Was the master a mad bull, so capable of destruction? Shen Wanyue quickly composed herself, saying, Master, the Xia family has just approached. After hearing the maid's account, Lin Dong wore a mischievous smile as he looked at her. You truly understand. He was well aware that Shan Wanyue was compelling Jiang Zhu to sever ties with the Xia family entirely, forbidding her from serving the master while still pining for her fiancé. Ling Shui quietly inquired, Master, who is it that you are carrying? Oh, that foolish university student. Lin Dong said, tossing Chun Yunqi onto her. From this day forth, she shall be a trial maid. Take her away to wash up and rest. If she dares to behave as she did before, dispose of her. Ling Shui received her, unable to suppress a smirk. She had thought she understood her master's capabilities. But it seemed she was still quite naive. Maid 6, Chun Yunqi, measurements, 36C-14-32. System rating, 84, current strength, level 3. Maid outfit, none, overall. The campus belle was indeed quite appealing, but alas, her constitution was too frail. To raise her level, Lin Dong worked exceptionally hard. The result was that Chun Yunqi almost followed the same tragic path as her mother. However, the unexpected delight of the day was the beautiful teacher. Who would have thought that the female instructor possessed such duality? In her normal state, she was gentle and demure, appearing pure and kind-hearted. Who could have anticipated her insanity when it came to killing, displaying such a unique personality? As night fell, the Xia family was shrouded in gloom. In the morning, the 7 members of the Xia family set out, filled with confidence. Xia Qingyu, Xia Beichen, and a fortunate cousin from the Xia family. As for the others, they had completely lost contact. Xia Juanfeng's face grew dark enough to drip water, and if not for his position as the family head requiring composure, he would have smashed something. Was the Foundation deliberately trying to sabotage the Xia family? Hadn't the steward mentioned that the awakened ones outside had at most sea-level strength? Why had his sea-level kin, accompanied by armed security, lost contact with the majority? The outcome was evident. They had surely perished outside. Just as the Xia family was about to soar, in a single day, they suffered such a heavy blow. Who could endure such a fate? The more he thought, the angrier he became, and Xia Junfeng quickly called the steward. 2 minutes later, he crushed his phone in fury, his expression thunderous. Dad, what did the Foundation say? Xia Qingyu inquired coldly. What else could they say? Xia Junfeng bellowed. The Foundation is nothing but a pack of ravenous wolves, devouring without remorse. Their intelligence was erroneous. Yet they turned the blame on us for our inefficiency. In a whole day, we captured fewer than 10 experimental subjects. The steward even proposed to reduce the serum supply for the next collaboration. Damn it, you are all useless. Such a waste of serum. And you can't even handle those insignificant creatures outside. Had I known you were this incompetent, I would have chosen a new batch. The Xia family's descendants were too intimidated to show their faces. This time, the losses were indeed catastrophic. Those who had awakened yesterday were the backbone of the Xia family. Many awakened had perished, and today, more had died while capturing experimental subjects. It was not just a grievous injury, but a calamity. Without a sufficient number of awakened ones to bolster their foundation, the Xia family would inevitably be outpaced by the numerous awakened from the outside world. Xia Qingyu tried to console him. Dad, please calm down. Calm down. How can I calm down? Xia Junfeng turned his ire upon his daughter. Don't think I'm unaware. You, relying on your strength, have mistakenly killed how many experimental subjects? If it weren't for your meager captures, would I be so passive in negotiations with the Foundation? Xia Qingyu bitterly replied, Dad. But those experimental subjects. Enough. I see it clearly now. You only consider yourself and never the future of the Xia family. Xia Junfeng interrupted. I have decided. We shall continue the engagement between the Xia and Yun families. Xia Qingyu's face turned pale. Dad, you personally told me yesterday that the engagement was cancelled. How can you go back on your word? Xia Junfeng snorted coldly. I once thought that with you as an A-level, the Xia family's foundation would soar. Yet you have disappointed my trust. Since you are heartless, do not blame me for being ungrateful. Coincidentally, the young master of the Yun family contacted me today, and tomorrow he will bring serum from the Foundation as a gift and pay us a visit. This batch of serum is crucial for the Xia family. It must be obtained at all costs. Xia Qingyu trembled violently, her eyes filled with disbelief as she stared at her father. At that moment, she fully grasped that her father did not regard her as a daughter at all. She was merely a tool for maintaining the stability and development of the family. When the family was weak, she was a pawn for marriage. When the family rose, she was a leader. Should the rise fail, she would inevitably revert to being a mere tool for marriage once more. He was unwilling to grant her even a moment of time, decisively negating everything about her. Xia Qingyu clenched her fists tightly, the fury and resentment in her eyes deeply buried within her heart. Since you deem me heartless, do not blame me for being so. Xia Junfeng disregarded his daughter's wrath, standing up to declare loudly. Although we have the Yun family's serum, we cannot sever ties with the Foundation. Tomorrow, the 3 of you must continue to capture experimental subjects for me. Some people, I hope you meet your end. Chapter 75. Hell Demon sat in her chamber. Xia Qingyu's gaze was venomous as she contemplated something. Suddenly, footsteps approached. Knock, knock, knock. Sister, are you asleep? It was Xia Beichen. Xia Qingyu opened the door with an impassive expression. What is it? Seeing his sister's displeasure, Xia Beichen displayed a hearty smile and squeezed inside. Sister, I know you're feeling down, so I came to comfort you. Dad was indeed excessive today, but he is also considering the family's future, so don't be too angry with him. The moment he mentioned it, Xia Qingyu erupted in fury. For the family's future? Is it so easily justifiable to sacrifice me? Am I his daughter, or merely a tool? Do you think the Xia family's current stature came from nothing? Do you think you deserve to be the president of the Xia Group? It is all because of me. It was I who struggled in the entertainment industry. I who navigated through various capital. I who accompanied laughter and drink to secure investments for the family. I invested every penny I earned to establish the family's enterprises, only to have my shares rendered worthless. The entire Xia family feeds off my blood. Do you know that? Now, with money rendered useless, I have become a mere tool for marriage once more. Do you think I should not resent him? Xia Beichen stared at his sister, rendered speechless. If he were in her shoes, he would likely feel even more heartbroken. Since comfort is unattainable, let us divert the conversation. Sister, the situation is beyond alteration. We can only look forward. I discreetly inquired about father earlier, and it appears that brother Yun is now also of a rank. His prowess is certainly on par with yours. Once you two are wed, you shall undoubtedly become the most enviable couple in the Dragon Kingdom. As I spoke, thoughts of Jiangzhu surfaced, and my expression dimmed. How is Xiaozhu faring? Xia Qingyu scoffed. What does it matter if he is A rank? I, Xia Qingyu, am never inferior to any man, nor will I submit to one. Sensing her brother's unusual mood, she quickly realized he was yearning for a woman. A glimmer of mischief crossed her mind, and she flashed a radiant smile. Beichen, do you harbor deep feelings for Jiangzhu? Xia Beichen's demeanor became serious. Sister, I shall marry no one but her in this lifetime. Then allow me to assist you. Xia Qingyu replied nonchalantly. Really? Xia Beichen's eyes lit up. You agree to let me visit Xiaozhu tomorrow? Xia Qingyu shook her head. You cannot go. I will. Xia Beichen, perplexed, asked. Why not? Oh, my foolish brother. Xia Qingyu sighed. Are you not afraid she might refuse to see you? Xia Beichen fell silent. Xiaozhu had not contacted him all day. Surely, she was upset. They had agreed that once he succeeded in awakening his powers, he would fetch her. Moreover, since father does not trust me, why should I exert myself to capture experimental subjects? In this family, apart from me, you possess the greatest strength. For the sake of the family, the task of capturing experimental subjects falls upon you. Do you understand? Xia Beichen frowned. Though the reasoning felt somewhat tenuous, he could find no fault in it. Most importantly, he had immense faith in his sister. Rest assured, the domineering brother departed with a cheerful expression. Watching her brother's retreating figure, Xia Qingyu's countenance gradually darkened. Why should you be allowed to pursue happiness while I am relegated to being a tool for the family as sacrifices? This is unjust. My dear brother, do not blame your sister. In the spring of Mirror Lake, within a spacious, bright bedroom, Lin Dong lay alone on the large bed, resting. Even now, he would never allow any maid to stay by his side for company during the night. Training the maids was laborious, from yesterday until today, apart from eating and slaying. It was all about training, while also supervising their sparring and ensuring adequate rest. Ding. Today's sign-in reward options are as follows. 1. Apocalypse opening artifact, capable of breaking all barriers. 2. Infinite cigarettes. 3. Hell demon suit. 4. A pen that will not fall no matter how it is turned. Lin Dong immediately sprang up, his eyes gleaming with excitement. No way, no way, the suit has arrived? Ever since he unlocked the combat made feature, Lin Dong had longed for the moment when the suit would drop. The wait had been arduous, and at last, it had materialized. I choose option 3. Within the system space, a card appeared. On the card was a vividly depicted demon image, boasting horns, a fearsome visage, and majestic demon wings, exuding an aura of formidable power. Hell demon suit can be worn by the host or any maid, and can be removed and redonned at will. Suit effect. Upon wearing, the user can transform into a hell demon at will, with no time limit, and will gain demon powers based on the user's own abilities. The introduction was rather succinct. However, it did not specify the exact effects of the demon power. I shall find out by trying. Lin Dong thought, excitedly licking his lips. Use. In an instant, a thick, viscous black aura enveloped him, and a dark radiance erupted from within Lin Dong, intertwining with the black mist. His breathing grew heavy, his eyes turned crimson, and horns sprouted from his forehead. With a flourish, 2 massive demon wings, each over 3 meters long, unfurled. The black mist gradually coalesced into his body, completing his transformation. Had he grown taller? Lin Dong opened his eyes, his first reaction being that he had risen above the ground. Originally standing at just over 1.8 meters, he now towered over 2 meters. His entire body was clad in black and red armor, and beneath it, his skin had become robust and dark, radiating strength. Not bad, not unattractive. Lin Dong assessed himself in the mirror. Although his eyes had turned red and horns adorned his head, his face retained its original handsome features, only darkened slightly. The 2 great wings behind him flapped gently, inciting a gust of wind within the room, moving as if they were an integral part of him. With a crash, Demon Lin Dong shattered the window and soared into the sky. Oh ho ho ho! Lin Dong exclaimed joyfully. I can fly now. With a twist of his wrist, a massive demon scythe, over 3 meters long, materialized, and with a casual swing, streaks of light burst forth. Lin Dong carefully assessed the abilities of the demon suit. Aside from granting flight and a weapon, it significantly enhanced his physical attributes, boosting his combat power by an astounding 10-fold. Marvelous. Simply marvelous. The only drawback was that although it had no time limit, it consumed energy. However, that was inconsequential. At his level, he could sustain its use for half an hour. Chapter 76. The Hell Demon Suit much loved by the maids. Ah, master, where have you been? Chen Yunxi rushed over, her face filled with concern. The other maids thought, this new arrival is just a green tea girl, quite the performer. Ling Xue's nose crinkled in displeasure. She actually stole my spotlight. Lin Dong, in high spirits, did not chastise them for barging into his bedroom. Nothing much, just testing out a great new item. He surveyed the maids, contemplating who might be suitable to test the suit. Among the maids, Chen Yunxi seemed the most fitting. She was a little devil herself. However, as a trial maid, she was not worthy of wearing the suit. Moreover, he felt it would be more fitting to create a contrast. Ling Xue immediately pushed Chen Yunxi aside, puffed out her chest, and provocatively glanced at her, sweetly asking, "Master, what is this wonderful item? Can I use it?" Chen Yunxi pursed her lips in disdain. That little vixen. Lin Dong pondered for a moment, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Qin Shuiyue. At that moment, the beautiful teacher appeared drowsy, looking somewhat dazed. He activated the system interface and equipped the Hell Demon suit onto her. Qin Shuiyue froze, looking at her hands in confusion, her delicate face filled with shock. "Master, I feel as though something has been added within me." Shen Wanyue gasped in astonishment. "What? This is impossible. Just 2 days, and you." Today her relatives had arrived, and her earlier worries had proven unfounded, leaving her feelings quite complex. I haven't conceived. Could it be that Qin Shuiyue has? Lin Dong rolled his eyes. Why make such a fuss? Close your eyes and feel it properly. Use your mind to channel it. Qin Shuiyue obediently closed her eyes. And soon, as Lin Dong had experienced, a thick black mist manifested, and the demon suit began to integrate with her. Before long, amidst the astonished gazes of the maids, the demon Qin Shuiyue emerged. Lin Dong was equally taken aback. The demon form of the beautiful teacher bore a striking contrast to his own. While the horns on her forehead and the black-red wings were somewhat similar, her skin had not darkened as his had. Instead, it glowed with a radiant fairness. Her hair danced gracefully without wind, and her crimson eyes appeared incredibly enchanting. Though she had grown taller, her physique lacked bulging muscles, presenting a harmonious silhouette. The armor adorning Qin Xiao does not envelop her entire body like Lin Dong's. Rather, it is perfectly tailored to her exquisite figure, revealing her fair, slender arms and delicate shoulders. A layer of black and red fishnet stockings appears on her long legs, and a charming little tail sprouts from behind. The overall appearance is undeniably alluring. The demonic version of Qin Xiao leaves the other maids wide-eyed in astonishment. What is this? Ling Xue gazes in awe, drooling at the sight. This outfit is simply stunning. If she were to wear it, wouldn't it be explosively seductive? Qin Xiao cries out in alarm, "Master, what is this?" In a moment of panic, her wings flap, propelling her upwards, only for her devilish horns to become lodged in the ceiling as her long legs flail helplessly. "Help!" Lin Dong mutters to himself. This outfit has distinct male and female versions. It looks imposing on me, yet incredibly sexy on the maids. Quite intriguing. This is my new toy. I merely tested it earlier, and the effect seems, well, what are you all doing? Before he can finish, the maids, already dazzled, crowd around him. "Master, I want one too. Master, I'll do anything. Master, I can cosplay as the security officer. You little vixen, you are already the security officer. Master, I can wear a wedding dress." They can all tell that the ensemble Qin Xiao donned is far more than a mere change of attire. It surely possesses other capabilities. Such a remarkable item is far more enticing than any designer handbag. Lin Dong chuckles. "You're all dreaming. I currently possess only one set. As for who will receive it, I shall deliberate." Upon hearing this, the maids exert every effort to please Lin Dong. The sky looms dark and heavy. The already gray expanse cloaked in thick, ominous clouds, seemingly brewing a more significant storm. At the headquarters of the Jiangxing Foundation, the steward stands with arms crossed, casting a grim gaze upon the awakened individuals in the laboratory who are crying out in distress. "Let me go? This is an illegal human experiment. A violation of ethical standards. Release me." The plump woman, previously knocked unconscious by Xia Beichen, screams at the top of her lungs. Her hands and feet are shackled with chains of a special material, rendering her utterly immobile. Clad in a white coat, a technician cautiously retrieves a syringe filled with an unknown red liquid. "Stop struggling. Your sacrifice will greatly aid humanity's evolution. You should be grateful." With that, he plunges the needle into the woman's neck, injecting the liquid into her body. "Ah, no. Please, no." The woman thrashes violently, the chains clanking in protest. Suddenly, her body goes still, her eyes wide as she stares at the ceiling, the whites of her eyes beginning to show. The steward squints. Aware that this is the last experimental subject at hand, it must succeed. Soon, the woman's skin begins to swell rapidly, the flesh and blood beneath the surface becoming alarmingly visible, crimson liquid coursing beneath her skin. Her body expands, her expression contorting into a grotesque grimace as her yellowed teeth grind audibly, her eyes filled with bloodshot veins. Alas, another failure, the steward sighs, shaking his head in disappointment. No sooner has he spoken than the woman's body explodes, flesh and tissues scattering like confetti. The technician, caught off guard, is splattered and promptly vomits. "Damn it. You're all useless. In this apocalyptic world, anything can happen. If you fail to make progress in 3 days, you will inject yourselves with the awakening serum and become the experimental subjects." The steward, recalling the missing golden boy and girl, cannot help but curse. The technicians tremble in fear, too intimidated to utter a word. The head technician steps forward, saying, "Steward, please do not be angry. We have made some breakthroughs. The issue lies with the physical condition of the experimental subjects, which cannot withstand the violent potency of our latest ability enhancement serum. With precise calculations, we believe that if we had an A-grade experimental subject, we could achieve success and obtain valuable data. The steward glares at him intently, coldly retorting, "So you're suggesting that I become your experimental subject?" The head technician shakes his head in terror. "No, steward, that's not what I meant. I was saying." Before he can finish, a small, winged ant crawls onto his nose. What is this? The little ant suddenly burrows into his nostril. Chapter 77. The revenge for the murder of a wife is unforgivable. The head technician gasps in horror, desperately trying to extract the ant from his nostril. Swatting and forcefully blowing air. Get it out, get it out. Within mere seconds, the technician's eyes bulge with blood, and his eye sockets explode. Blood and eyeballs gushing forth. Even more terrifying, blood begins to pour from his ears, nose, and mouth as his head rapidly deflates. The technicians huddle in the corner, pale-faced and horrified at the scene. The steward frowns. "Chong-di, stop playing around." Seemingly understanding, the little ant crawls out of the technician's eye socket, dripping with blood, shaking off the crimson liquid and returning to its original dark form. At that moment, the laboratory door swings open, and a small figure enters. "Hee, uncle, isn't my little cutie impressive?" The newcomer stands just over a meter tall, appearing as an adorably toothless little boy. His face is pale and clean, topped with a bowl cut, large glasses resting on his nose, and a lollipop in his mouth, giving him an innocent appearance. The little boy waves at the ant, which immediately obeys, darting like a bullet to land gently on his fingertip. "What? You want to eat more? You're so small. And that brain of yours isn't enough for you. All right, let me find another one for you. Let us see whose brain is tastier." The boy beams with a charming smile as he surveys potential targets. The technicians watch him with desperate eyes, pleading for mercy. The steward coldly remarks, "Enough. These individuals are still of use. If you wish to feed your pet, go to the garbage room. There are plenty of discarded experimental subjects there for you to feast upon. And here, refer to me as steward." Chong-di is his nephew, 20 years old. Before the apocalypse, he suffered from a rare disease that left him in this perpetual childlike state. Years of illness have twisted his psyche, and after gaining abilities in the apocalypse, he has become increasingly deranged, now commanding his little ants to devour human brains. A true little deviant. Were it not for his being a relative, the uncontrollable Chong-di would have likely wreaked havoc throughout the Foundation's headquarters by now. Chong-di pouts, visibly displeased. "Uncle, those discarded experimental subjects are dead. Some even had their heads blown off. My little cutie cannot eat cold food. It will get a stomachache." The steward rolls his eyes in exasperation. "Your mutated little ants are ferocious like monsters. How could they possibly get a stomachache? Fine, just obey, or I'll take away your game console." "All right, fine." Chong-di seems to have found his weak spot, reluctantly tucking the little ant into his sleeve. Just as he is about to leave, he suddenly asks, "By the way, uncle, where's little you? I've told you many times, call me steward." "Okay, uncle. Do you know where Aunt Yu is? I want to play the adult game with her." The steward sighs deeply. The jade girl has gone missing, along with the golden boy. Chong-di's expression shifts. "What? Even Uncle Nyoto is missing? Were they killed? What kind of existence lurks in the ancient mountains to cause me to lose 3 key members in succession?" The moment the young insect brother transformed into a figure of vengeance, he declared, "I made a promise to Aunt Xiaoyu that I would marry her when I grow up. Uncle, who is responsible for their deaths? I will avenge my wife." The steward responded with exasperation. "There are too many points of contention here. I truly do not know where to begin. You should not concern yourself with this matter. I will continue to dispatch people to investigate their whereabouts." "No, I must avenge my wife," he insisted. "Stop this nonsense. If you continue, I will confiscate your gaming console. Confiscate it if you must. The murder of my wife is a matter of utmost gravity, uncle. If you do not reveal to me who is responsible for their deaths, I shall unleash my adorable companions upon everyone here." The young insect brother's expression was resolute. "You cannot deter me, uncle." The steward felt a wave of headache wash over him. Once his nephew was roused to fury, there was little he could do to restrain him, unless he could bring himself to harm his own nephew. The young insect brother, possessing extraordinary abilities suitable for infiltration and group combat, had long been the subject of ridicule due to his stature, rendering him extremely sensitive and quick to anger. Fortuitously, the couple known as the Golden Boy and Jade Girl were also peculiar characters who had managed to win over the young nephew during a moment of vulnerability. The situation had escalated to the point where he was unaware of who had killed them. Previously, Huang Fei had discovered that Jiangxing University of Technology was conducting laser experiments. After much internal conflict, the steward ultimately decided to tell the truth. A fierce light of hatred ignited in the young insect brother's eyes. "Is it the ancient mountain area? I shall see what monstrous entities lurk there." With that, he took off running. The steward reached out to stop him, but his hand hung in midair as he sighed heavily and shouted, "Be careful. Contact me immediately if anything happens." Once again, it was clear there was no stopping the young insect brother in his pursuits. Despite his childish demeanor and appearance, he understood that his nephew possessed the mentality of an adult, and he was not overly concerned about him being led astray. Furthermore, the young insect brother's glasses had been equipped with a camera, allowing the steward to monitor his condition in real time. Donned in snow gear, the young insect brother slung his small backpack over his shoulder and exited the Foundation, filled with determination. "My adorable companions, let us set forth." In an instant, A cacophony of buzzing sounds erupted. A wisp of black mist began to materialize in the air, rapidly gathering in greater numbers towards the young insect brother. The steward could hardly contain his astonishment. When did he acquire so many insects? The entrance to the foundation was enveloped in black mist, teeming with countless insects, perhaps numbering in the millions. Just how many lives had this boy consumed? It seemed likely that all living beings within several kilometers had been devoured. Countless small insects began to attach themselves to the young insect brother's back, swiftly forming two large black wings. His body gradually lifted off the ground and soared into the sky. The steward's pupils constricted in shock. The sheer volume of insects under such precise control demonstrated the young insect brother's formidable strength. Meanwhile, Xia Qingyu was also heading towards the ancient mountain area. Miss, the head of the family has instructed that you must capture at least 10 experimental subjects today. The task is quite demanding, and the ancient mountain area is rather remote. It may not be suitable for you to fulfill your mission. Perhaps you should reconsider. An anxious security officer couldn't help but voice his concerns as he noticed her unwavering resolve to proceed to the ancient mountain area. Xia Qingyu's aura grew increasingly frigid as she stopped and coldly regarded them. Do I require your guidance in my endeavors? The security officer quickly lowered his head. I dare not presume. It's just that the head of the family has issued a strict order that we must complete the task today, no matter what. Might you show some understanding? Xia Qingyu's beautiful eyes darkened as she slowly raised her right hand, small snowflakes swirling at her fingertips. Understanding you? With a flick, the small snowflake shot forth, piercing the man's forehead in an instant. Understanding you? Who will understand me? She revealed a menacing smile. The other security personnel stood frozen in shock. The young lady has killed. Miss, what have you done? He was only. Before he could finish, a blood hole appeared in his forehead as well. I have had enough of being dictated by fate. If you do not treat me as a human, then let all of you perish. The already sensitive and fragile heart of Xia Qingyu was further scarred by the security officer's words. With a wave of her hand, the fleeing security personnel were swept away by a fierce blizzard. When the snowstorm subsided, ice sculptures stood where they had once been. Having dealt with all the security personnel, Xia Qingyu scoffed coldly and continued her advance towards the ancient mountain area. An hour later, her beautiful eyes narrowed as she gazed at the massive chasm in the ground, the very passage created by Lin Dong's RV. What could this be? Xia Qingyu looked up and spotted the distant buildings of Jiangxing University of Technology. Upon entering the passage, her pupils constricted in shock as she beheld a small boy, rosy and delicate, standing in the corridor with a backpack, arms crossed, deep in thought. What is a child doing here? She thought, instinctively becoming wary. The young insect brother's first target was Jiangxing University of Technology. After a brief exploration and finding no trace of the jade girl, he had just exited when Xia Qingyu arrived. Seeing a stranger, the young insect brother's eyes brightened as he raised his hand in greeting. Hello, sister. Do you know what kind of vehicle created this path? Sensing something amiss, Xia Qingyu turned away in silence. Hey, where are you going, sister? The young insect brother hurried after her, his little legs moving quickly. Why are you running, sister? I'm not a bad bug. Panting, he gazed at Xia Qingyu with wide eyes. What a beautiful sister. I wonder if she would play adults entering the chamber game with me. Wow, sister, you are so pretty. When I grow up, can I marry you? Xia Qingyu was taken aback. Little brother, what are you doing here? Why are you in this place? She scrutinized the young insect brother, who appeared to be an ordinary child. But which child would dare venture out into such frigid conditions? The young insect brother adopted a pitiful expression. My wife has died, and I came out to avenge her, but I do not know who the enemy is. Xia Qingyu was bewildered. The young insect brother continued to gaze at her with growing affection, exclaiming, Sister, you are even prettier than my wife. How about you become my wife? Not interested. Find someone else, Xia Qingyu replied, turning to leave. Indeed, this child is quite mad. The young insect brother began to throw a tantrum. I won't accept it. I want you to be my wife. But Xia Qingyu had already distanced herself. My ex-wife is dead, and my new wife doesn't want me. How pitiful. The young insect brother began to wail. Xia Qingyu stumbled slightly, her eyes turning cold. Why is everyone bullying me? As her agitation grew, a slender ice spear materialized in her hand, which she hurled with force towards the young insect brother's forehead. The ice spear flew swiftly, aimed directly at him. But in the next instant, Xia Qingyu's furious expression froze in disbelief, for as the ice spear soared through the air, it appeared to dissolve, and by the time it reached the young insect brother, only small shards of ice remained. This child is not right. Wiping his tear-streaked eyes, the young insect brother rose, his expression transforming into one of ferocity. If you won't be my wife, then you seek to kill me. Adorable companions, devour her. In an instant, countless small insects erupted from within the young insect brother. Xia Qingyu felt her scalp prickle with discomfort. How disgusting. Her pupils constricted as she raised her hands, and countless small snowflakes began to swirl around her. Go. A small ice tornado formed from the swirling snowflakes, charging towards the black mist composed of the small insects. Countless tiny insects were mercilessly dismembered by sharp, delicate snowflakes, their remains littering the ground. Yet, the sheer number of these minuscule creatures allowed them to effortlessly drift through the wind toward her. Summer Qingyu's expression shifted dramatically as her gestures swiftly transformed. An ice prison. Instantly, for ice walls erupted from the snowy surface, converging at the top to form a secure ice cell around her. The insects quickly surrounded this icy fortress, their sharp claws and teeth beginning to batter against it. The insect brother danced with excitement, exclaiming, "Sister, you are amazing. Your mind must be incredibly delectable." Observing the precarious state of her ice prison, Summer Chinyu clenched her teeth, her eyes starting to glisten with a pale hue. Her once dark hair transformed into a striking white, flowing elegantly without a breeze. A terrifying aura began to brew. Boom. The ice prison shattered in an instant. An arctic mist erupting from within her, freezing countless insects into ice sculptures that fell to the ground, only to be crushed under her foot. This single strike resulted in the insect brother losing nearly half of his swarm. "Ah, my little darlings, you shall pay for this," he lamented, his eyes reddening with anguish. The swarm scattered once more, buzzing as they charged at Summer Chinyu. At that moment, a cold smile graced her lips. Ice armor. In an instant, a layer of exquisite, translucent ice armor enveloped her entire body. The swarm, attempting to bite, found themselves utterly ineffective. "Now it is my turn." Summer Chinyu grinned wickedly, twisting her wrist as an ice spear swiftly materialized. With the formidable defense of her ice armor, she broke through the swarm's blockade, advancing toward the insect brother. In that moment, she resembled a warrior goddess, wielding her ice spear to rend apart the lines of insects, step by step drawing closer to her foe. "No, I cannot defeat her," the insect brother thought despairingly. His unique ability allowed him to control the mutated insects, but aside from a slightly enhanced physical prowess, he had no combat capabilities. Being caught up close would mean certain death. Flee. With a sweeping motion, he summoned another swarm that clung to his back, forming wings, and soared into the sky. "You shall not escape." Summer Chinyu was evidently intent on exacting her vengeance upon him. She hurled her ice spear with great force, aiming directly at his wings. However, since his wings were composed of countless insects, the strike merely felled a few of them, allowing him to distance himself further. Pressing her hands to the ground, Summer Chinyu formed a slick ice pathway, propelling herself forward to pursue him. The two engaged in a chase, intentionally or otherwise, traversing the snowy surface along a designated route, soon arriving at the Mirror Lake Spring. Chapter 79. Two level 6s present themselves. Is it going to snow heavily again? Lin Dong stretched lazily as he opened the door, gazing at the thick, dark clouds in the sky while murmuring to himself. Since last night, when the little one showcased a demonic set, the maids had enthusiastically joined the leveling party, practicing until morning before finally succumbing to sleep. It was already noon when Lin Dong reluctantly woke up from a brief nap. The result was that aside from the trial maid, Chen Yunxi, who had just reached level 7, all the other maids were now at level 10. His own level stood at 21, the highest he could assist the maids to was level 10. Chen Yunxi exemplified what it meant for a post-2000 individual to reform the workplace, wholeheartedly leveraging her youth to gain an advantage. The maids consumed Lin Dong's leftovers, while she feasted on the remnants of the maids' meals. She eagerly took on household chores like laundry and cleaning, inciting jealousy among the other maids, who were left speechless. Whenever confronted, she would simply say, "Sisters are right. I am willing to change." The maids had already labeled the beautiful campus flower as a scheming green tea. The more arrogant she had been before, the more humble she became now. They could even foresee that once Chen Yunxi was confirmed as a regular, their advantages would vanish. This cunning little vixen is quite the performer. However, none of this mattered to Lin Dong. Let them compete, as he would be the sole beneficiary. At the entrance of the community, a small figure stumbled in. The insect brother, upon seeing Lin Dong, barely had time to cry for help before an ice spike exploded at his feet, sending him hurtling away, rolling numerous times before pitifully collapsing at Lin Dong's feet. "Big brother, save me," the insect brother cried. "What grudge do we have? Why is she fixated on me? I thought I could fly. That madwoman wouldn't catch up. But who knew she could create a slick path? I was shot down by an ice spike. If not for my little darlings risking their lives, I would have been done for." Lin Dong, noticing the insect brother's level 6, slowly narrowed his eyes. "Oh, you dodged quite well. But too bad I don't have a bowling ball. Otherwise, that would have been a strike." "The insect brother? Did you just compare me to a bowling ball?" The explosion had been quite loud, prompting the maids inside to rush out. Upon seeing the delicate little boy with red eyes looking pitiful, they were immediately smitten. "Oh my, what an adorable little brother. Come here, let me pinch your cheeks. How did you end up here? Where are your parents? Who could be so cruel as to harm a child?" They were eager to scoop the insect brother into their arms, but upon sensing Lin Dong's bemused gaze, Shen Wanyue quickly pulled them back. "Danger. Don't act recklessly." The insect brother was dazzled by the sight. So many beautiful sisters. "Pretty sisters, would you like to be my wives?" His face flushed with shyness. Lin Dong wore a strange smile. "Little one, you truly have some guts." Ling Shua paused, smiling as she said, "That probably won't work, little brother. You are still too young. Perhaps when you grow up a bit." The insect brother's face lit up with anticipation. "But that sister will never be your wife." His expression immediately fell. Summer Chinyu appeared at the doorway, noticing the insect brother hadn't fled, and unleashed an ice spike with violent intent. The insect brother gasped, "Ah? Save me." Lin Dong furrowed his brow, and just as the ice spike was about to strike the insect brother, he swiftly extended his finger, snapping it, causing the spike to shatter instantly. The insect brother froze in shock. "Wow, this guy is a bit formidable." Seeing her attack easily dismantled, Summer Chinyu halted her advance, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she began to scrutinize her surroundings. When her gaze fell upon Jiangzhu, her expression transformed into one of surprise. "Why is she here?" Jiangzhu, Upon recognizing Summer Qingyu, momentarily flashed a look of panic, but it quickly subsided. So she has finally arrived. Lin Dong stroked his chin, narrowing his eyes as he observed Summer Qingyu. Miss, you look quite familiar. Have we slept together? This beauty was also level 6, a rare find. Summer Qingyu. You shall pay for this. Shen Yunxi exclaimed excitedly. Is that Summer Qingyu? It must be her. Shen Wanyue and the others exchanged glances. A hint of unspoken understanding passing between them. Oh, look, the beauty has come to us. It seems our group is about to expand. Lin Dong feigned realization. Oh, so it's you. Just as I saw on television, stunning and fierce. You nearly made my heart flutter. He patted the insect brother on the head, asking, Kid, are you feeling stirred? The insect brother hastily shook his head. Ridiculous, I nearly got killed by her. Summer Qingyu ignored Lin Dong, fixing her gaze intently on Jiangzhu. Why are you here? Lin Dong and the others were taken aback, glancing between Jiangzhu and Summer Qingyu. Do you two know each other? Lin Dong's anger flared. Why didn't you mention you knew Summer Qingyu earlier? Are you asking for a beating? Oh, wait. Jiangzhu's fiancé is surnamed Xia, Summer Qingyu. Xia Beichun. Lin Dong felt he was piecing together a puzzle. Jiangzhu pressed her lips together and calmly stepped forward. Miss Xia, it's been a while. Upon seeing Jiangzhu standing behind Lin Dong, Xia Qingyu immediately deduced that this wretched woman had betrayed her brother. However, shouldn't you feel flustered, fearful, or even inclined to explain upon encountering me? Why do you maintain such tranquility? Jiangzhu sighed and smiled. In the past, when I addressed you as sister, you were displeased. Now that I call you Miss Xia, are you dissatisfied again? As for why I am here, there is no need for me to provide you with any explanation. Xia Qingyu's chest heaved with anger. So you refuse to even act. Is that it? Do you not owe it to Beichen to honor his patience? Are you aware of the immense pressure he has endured and the efforts he has exerted for you? You vile creature, how dare you betray my brother? Lin Dong clapped his hands, exclaiming, It's a confrontation between the fiancé and the sister-in-law. A flicker of pain crossed Jiangzhu's eyes. But after taking several deep breaths, her expression turned calm. I acknowledge my wrongdoing towards Beichen, yet the deed has been done, and I shall not seek excuses or rationalizations. Shen Yunxi silently scoffed, thinking, compared to you, I am nothing but a novice in the realm of malice. You are the true embodiment of treachery. A wave of indescribable fury engulfed Xia Qingyu as she forced herself to regain composure, her tone icy. I shall not allow you to perish easily. I will make you kneel before Beichen, forcing him to witness the disgraceful reality of the woman he loves, sharing a man with others. If earlier her intent was merely to eliminate Jiangzhu to inflict pain upon Xia Beichen, now she yearned to present the unfaithful Jiangzhu before Xia Beichen, ensuring her dear brother's utter despair. Chapter 80. Xia Qingyu versus Jiangzhu. Jiangzhu was taken aback, her delicate brows furrowed deeply. Miss Xia, are you intent on destroying Beichen? Xia Qingyu coldly retorted, the one truly destroying him is you. Why is it that every member of the Xia family is so obstinate? Yesterday, it was Xia Jian, and today it's you, Xia Qingyu, all willingly leaping into the abyss. Having risked punishment from her master time and again to counsel her to depart, she believed she had shown enough mercy. If Jiangzhu persisted, her fate would undoubtedly be grim. Xia Qingyu scoffed as if she had heard the most ludicrous joke. It seems your luck has granted you powers that have rendered you blind. You think I am no match for you? She had truly had enough. One after another, they belittled her, and her fragile, sensitive pride suffered yet another blow. Xia Qingyu extended her arms, surrounded by swirling ice and snow, her white hair dancing as her body began to levitate. I will shatter your limbs and toss you among men, allowing Beichen to witness the pitiful state of the woman he adores. Oh dear master, she. Jiangzhu glanced at Lin Dong. Just don't kill her, Lin Dong replied nonchalantly. Shen Yunxi was the first to grab a stool, while Ling Shui, fuming, hastily produced a cigarette from her chest. Shen Wanyu lit it, Liang Jihan brought hot tea, and Qin Shuyu provided snacks. It was a seamless operation. Little brother watched enviously and timidly inquired, where should I sit? Lin Dong shot him a sidelong glance. On the floor, of course. This kid was up to no good. Did he really think I wouldn't notice the little trick he played earlier? Yet. I am too busy enjoying the spectacle of beautiful women clashing. I will deal with him later. Jiangzhu inhaled deeply. She truly did not wish to engage physically with Xia Qingyu, but Lin Dong had already spoken, and the implication was clear. The new mate candidate could only be her. Ice spikes. Xia Qingyu launched the first attack, dozens of ice spikes forming around her, shooting forth at Jiangzhu. Jiangzhu narrowed her eyes. Her opponent's strength was formidable, and had it not been for her master's diligent training in recent days, she would have struggled. But now, with a swift motion, Jiangzhu vanished, evading the ice spikes that fell harmlessly to the ground. Such speed. Xia Qingyu's pupils constricted, and without a moment's hesitation, she spread her arms wide. An aura of extreme cold beginning to swirl. Ice blade cyclone. A frost tornado, 2 meters in radius, formed, countless snowflakes glimmering with lethal light. Jiangzhu's advance came to an abrupt halt as she plunged a hand into the ground, tearing it up and hurling it at the tornado. The cyclone was disrupted, forcing Xia Qingyu to retreat, but Jiangzhu pursued her relentlessly. Frost ring. Xia Qingyu changed her gestures, and an ice ring shot forth. Such theatrics. Jiangzhu coldly scoffed, charging directly into the ice ring without flinching. You are too naive. Xia Qingyu sneered, elegantly snapping her fingers. The ice ring exploded instantaneously. a terrifying wave of frigid energy expanding, encasing Jiangzhu in a solid block of ice. Little brother stuck out his tongue. Big brother, this white-haired sister is impressive. The black-haired sister has been frozen solid. Aren't you going to save her? Lin Dong spat out the sunflower seed shell into Liang Jihan's hand, who savored it as if it were a treasure, making little brother's mouth twitch in disbelief. I thought I was bizarre enough, but it seems there are even greater masters. What do you know, you little brat? Just enjoy the show. Little brother retorted, if you keep calling me a little brat, I will get really angry. Xia Qingyu descended gracefully. I warned you. Your luck will only blind you. You will lose. Boom. Before she could finish, Jiangzhu shattered the ice, bursting forth like a cannonball. Impossible. Xia Qingyu gasped in shock. You broke free in less than half a second? I refuse to believe you can escape again. Ice prison. Ice walls surged from the ground. Bang. The prison shattered. Frostbind. Bang. The binding snapped. The blind one is you. Jiangzhu cried out, charging forward. Xia Qingyu's complexion shifted dramatically, and she swiftly crossed her arms. Ice armor. A magnificent, resplendent ice armor enveloped her once more. Boom. Jiangzhu's heavy fist collided with the ice armor, sending Xia Qingyu hurtling backward. Crack. What overwhelming force. Blood began to trickle from Xia Qingyu's mouth. Even with the protection of the ice armor, Jiangzhu's blow had inflicted internal injuries. In truth, Jiangzhu had held back considerably. Seizing the opportunity, Jiangzhu relentlessly pursued, her petite fists raining down blows, leaving Xia Qingyu entirely on the defensive. Little brother watched in astonishment. This sister is amazing. The one who was previously chasing her is now being thoroughly trounced by another sister. I cannot comprehend this world at all. Not only he was bewildered. The steward watching the video from the Foundation's base was equally stunned. His nephew had been beaten upon leaving, and now another fearsome woman appeared, accompanied by a man whose depths were inscrutable. When did awakeners outside become this formidable? Xia Qingyu found herself utterly dominated, quite literally. Once close, Jiangzhu displayed terrifying close combat skills. Although Xia Qingyu had performed martial arts in her early years against Jiangzhu, who was accustomed to chaotic battles, it was mere showmanship, utterly ineffective. Smack! Jiangzhu mercilessly pressed Xia Qingyu's head down, dragging it across the ground, carving a long trench. Ah, Jiangzhu, I will kill you. Xia Qingyu roared in fury, her eyes turning snow-white, the temperature plummeting around her as her energy surged, clearly preparing to unleash a powerful attack. Blizzard of wind and snow. Boom. Jiangzhu's eyes glinted coldly. With a swift whip kick, she shattered the ice armor. The tremendous force struck Xia Qingyu on the head, causing her eyes to roll back as she collapsed into a deep pit, unconscious. KO. Ling Shui provided a timely commentary. Shen Wanyu quietly inquired, Master, I actually wanted to ask you earlier about our... Shen Wanyu bit her lip and nodded. In this post-apocalyptic world, after so many days, they have encountered beings capable of shooting lasers from their eyes, throwing knives, and even brainwashing individuals. Now, yet another formidable foe wielding ice and snow elemental attacks has emerged. Yet, the only advantage the few maids, including Lin Dong himself, possess is their extraordinary physical prowess. Aside from that, they lack any other abilities. This puts them at a significant disadvantage against other superpowered beings. Lin Dong shrugged and remarked, Don't ask. Simply return to the essence of existence. The reality, however, is that he is just as clueless as anyone else. Their powers were bestowed by the system, with the final interpretation resting solely with it. Chapter 81. A gift for the bug brother indeed. The system's enhancement of physical attributes is not as superficial as it appears. Alongside increased offensive and defensive capabilities, mental fortitude and resilience seem to be simultaneously augmented. The most evident example is the previous brainwashing technique employed by the Divine Servant, which could simultaneously manipulate numerous wealthy individuals, signifying its potency. Yet, it failed against Jiangzhu and had no effect on Lin Dong. As for Liang Zihan, she fell victim due to being only at level 1 and lacking experience in leveling up. Even now, Jiangzhu remains unharmed by the ice and snow elemental attacks, not solely due to her level advantage, but also owing to her extraordinary resilience. Is there an absence of attribute suppression? Lin Dong has begun to comprehend the fundamental reason behind the system's enhancement of physical capabilities. This indicates that once one's strength level has been elevated through the system, the possibility of failure is non-existent. As long as my level exceeds yours, you will be unable to contend with me. It seems the apocalypse remains perilous. I must exercise caution. Lin Dong felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. At merely level 21, he has already encountered an opponent of level 6. Does this not speak volumes? The apocalypse is terrifying. In a state of alarm, Lin Dong hastily extracted a bottle of AD calcium milk from Qin Xiao's collar and took several large gulps to steady his nerves. Xia Qingyu, with her disheveled hair and wide, vacant eyes, lay fainted on the ground, resembling a caricature. Jiangzhu seized her hair and dragged her before Lin Dong. Master, good master, she exclaimed before promptly sprinting away. Hey, don't rush off, little brat. Stay and chat with your elder brother. Lin Dong grasped the nape of her neck as if lifting a chick. Bug brother immediately clutched his chest in terror. What are you going to do, big brother? I'm still a child. ISNT what you're doing illegal? Smack. Lin Dong delivered a swift slap to the back of his head. What are you thinking, you little rascal? Seeing how adorable you are, I've decided to give you a gift. Bug brother paused, his expression turning bitter. Can I not have it? What do you think? Bug Brother internally lamented. It's over. He is surely going to send me to my demise. Bringing Bug Brother into the room, Lin Dong excitedly retrieved a cardboard box. Here, don't be shy. Bug Brother, feeling anxious, hesitated to open it. Open it. This is your elder brother's heartfelt gesture. If you refuse, I might just get angry. Then I'll open it. Bug Brother took a deep breath and cautiously opened the box. Inside was homework, a mountain of assignments. Sweat immediately broke out on Bug Brother's forehead. Are you out of your mind? Why on earth would you give me so much homework? Lin Dong leaned in eagerly. So what do you think of this gift? Look, this lady is a teacher. I'll have her tutor you, all right? He gestured toward Qin Xiao. The beautiful teacher immediately adjusted her expression. Rest assured, Master, I will ensure the little brother completes his assignments. No homework, no food. Bug Brother. Fine, I'll do it. Good boy. Stay for dinner tonight. Your elder brother has matters to attend to, and we'll check on you later. Lin Dong wore a satisfied smile as he departed with the other maids. Bug Brother, looking forlorn, began to sift through the assignments. The first question read, Xiaoming has 60 yuan. After spending 20 yuan on snacks at the supermarket, how much change should the cashier give him? This is just elementary school work. How hard could it be? Bug Brother confidently wrote down 40. Smack. Qin Xiao slammed her palm on the desk, her expression stern. Incorrect. Review the question again. Bug Brother. What did I get wrong? ISNT 60 minus 20 equal to 40? Qin Xiao adjusted her glasses and calmly explained. This question is a classic trap question with multiple solutions. First, Xiaoming could have brought 3 20s, allowing him to pay directly without needing change. Second, he could have had 6 10s, and so on. Bug Brother was dumbfounded. When did elementary school work become this absurd? Meanwhile, the insect reconnaissance had just finished surveying the entire neighborhood and discovered the already cold bodies of the Golden Boy and Jade Girl in the underground garage. Bug Brother was immediately filled with rage. Indeed, Uncle Bullhead and my future wife died here. It must have been that man's doing. Damn it. This is my future wife, and you dare to use her for team building? Bug Brother's chest heaved with fury as he glared at Qin Xiao. Smack. Again. Qin Xiao slapped his forehead. What are you staring at? Focus on the question. Do you see the answers on my face? Bug Brother. All right, good teacher. For reasons unknown, despite having already graduated, he still felt intimidated by teachers. This is simply illogical. Master, you're truly a devil. Making the little brother do so much homework, Ling Shui chuckled, covering her mouth as she recalled Bug Brother's pitiful expression, finding it utterly adorable. Shun Wanyue shook her head. You're mistaken. The master surely has a purpose in this. This child is not simple. Lin Dong laughed heartily. Wanyue, you're quite astute. Liang Zihan looked perplexed. What do you mean? Is there something wrong with that child? It's not that there is something wrong. There is a significant issue. Lin Dong entered the bedroom, where the freshly washed Xiaqing Yu lay, her eyes slightly closed, appearing to be in a deep slumber. Jiang Zhu had already dressed her in a snug white lace nightgown, showcasing her exquisite figure. There's pesticide in the utility room. You all go and sweep every corner of the house. Remember, those aren't ordinary insects. Shen Wanyue was taken aback. Does Master imply that those insects are related to the little bug? Will Xiao be alright alone there? Go. Lin Dong began ushering them out. If the little brat truly dares to lay a hand on the beautiful teacher, then things will become quite interesting. The maids rushed off to deal with the pests, while Lin Dong remained unhurried, calmly lighting a cigarette and sitting down. Stop pretending to be asleep. Your acting is good, but it won't fool me. Sure enough. Xiaqing Yu's eyes flew open, and she sprang up like a carp leaping from the water, disregarding any embarrassment as she conjured an ice spear aimed directly at Lin Dong's face. Chapter 82. The clever Xiaqing Yu Lin Dong remained seemingly unresponsive, his body motionless. The tip of the ice spear halted just 2 centimeters from his eye. Why aren't you striking? Lin Dong smiled nonchalantly, exhaling a smoke ring. You're quite clever. Lin Dong commended the star's wit. If she truly dared to strike, she would be met with a frozen fate. Can you tell me your strength? S-class. Or perhaps SS-class? In that fleeting moment, she sensed a powerful confidence and a fleeting murderous intent emanating from this man. It was evident that he possessed the strength to effortlessly annihilate her, coupled with the fact that even Jiang Zhu, who had been thoroughly beaten, obeyed his commands. It was not difficult to deduce. This man is overwhelmingly powerful. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. It seems you have your own system of ratings. What level are you? Her tone carried a hint of deep self-mockery. After enduring so many hardships and finally breaking her limits to attain A-level strength, she had suffered a significant blow today. Being easily defeated by Jiang Zhu made her realize how limited her previous perspective had been. Hey, then what is lower? What about him? Xiajian? It seems he met his demise at your hands. His rating is C. I see, Lin Dong acknowledged. If C equated to 3, then B was 4, A was 5, and A was 6. As for my level, you may interpret it as above SSS. Xiaqing Yu's pupils constricted, her heart trembling with shock. Her first instinct was disbelief. Impossible. Even the formidable organization of the Foundation only has A-rated city stewards. How could there possibly exist a man of such immense strength? Yet, recalling how easily Jiang Zhu had defeated her, it became reasonable to consider that this man might indeed be even more powerful. Am I truly destined to be unable to seize control of my own fate? Just as I gained power, I encountered an even greater force. With that thought, Xiaqing Yu suddenly raised her head. Did Jiang Zhu acquire his strength from you? Lin Dong nodded.
Yes. Pressing her lips together, Xia Qingyu stood up. Could you possibly share some of that power with me? I am willing to do anything you ask. I can do what Jiangzhu can do. Oh, are you certain? Lin Dong's cold smile widened as he stepped closer, grasping her delicate chin and greedily inhaling the fragrance that emanated from her. This was not mere perfume. It was the unique scent of a woman. Surely you do not believe that merely becoming my woman will grant you power? Suddenly confronted by the proximity of a stranger, Xia Qingyu instinctively resisted, attempting to break free, but found it utterly impossible. Isn't it so? Isn't Jiangzhu your woman? Lin Dong shook his head with a sneer. Of course not. She is merely a maid. Do you understand what a maid signifies? The last words were whispered closely in her ear. Xia Qingyu's pupils constricted. Not. Is it truly such a twisted game? The fiancé of the illustrious Xia Group CO holds such a lowly status before you? In an instant, she found herself engulfed in an internal struggle. She was exhausted from her father's cold, harsh demeanor, drained by the Xia family's relentless exploitation, and weary of being treated as a mere pawn. She had had enough. She truly had. All she desired was to take control of her own destiny. Why was it so difficult? Even if she submitted to this man, could her fate truly change? The only difference would be that the master shifted from her father to him. Lin Dong was exceedingly patient, playing with Xia Qingyu's hair, allowing her the time to contemplate. This woman was intelligent. He trusted she would make a wise choice. After a lengthy pause, Xia Qingyu, her eyes reddened, closed them momentarily, then opened them again. Filled with determination. I am willing, but I have one condition. Oh, you dare to negotiate terms with me? However, since I am in a good mood today, do share. Grant me strength and allow me to annihilate the Xia family. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. Well, my dear star, this is indeed unexpected. Others seek power to protect their families, yet you wish to destroy your own? How delightfully wicked. I like it. Xia Qingyu resigned herself to her fate. She understood that from the moment she was defeated by Jiangzhu, she had lost her choice and could only submit to him. This was her destiny. She knew Jiangzhu had a strong bond with her brother, Xia Beichen, and her attempts to thwart that connection had been futile. Since the outcome was submission, why endure further suffering? Having made her choice, the Xia family could not be spared. After all, the esteemed Xia family could never permit their young lady to become someone else's dog. Their dignity would not allow it. And the inevitable conclusion would be the Xia family's downfall at the hands of this man. Given her profound hatred for the Xia family, it would be far more satisfying for her to personally bring about their destruction. She wanted her obstinate father to see just how feeble he truly was. Congratulations on joining my ranks of maids. Now, allow me to bestow upon you some strength. Lin Dong grinned mischievously. Xia Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, her excitement palpable. What method will you use? The most primal method. Ah, this problem is too difficult, too difficult. Chongdi exclaimed, clutching his head and howling at the sky, his eyes bloodshot and his expression utterly grotesque. He had had enough. He truly had. Previously, he thought of himself as the odd one. Now he believed that the teachers assigning these problems were the real deviants. For instance, a math problem. 1 square table seats 8 people. How many can 3 square tables seat? The answer was 24, only to be rebuffed by a beautiful teacher. Or a language question. Compose a sentence using the characters white, small, I, am, eat. He answered, I am a small white eater, and was met with ridicule from the beautiful teacher. There were far too many instances like this. Not a single question was normal. This was not elementary school work. This was a death sentence. Qin Shuyu tilted her head. Well, it's not entirely your fault. These questions are indeed somewhat unconventional and test logical reasoning quite rigorously. It's reasonable that you can't solve them all at once, so don't be anxious. You've just completed 2 books, and there are, 19 left. Let us continue. I'm done with this. Chongdi completely broke down. Are you calling me stupid? With a swift gesture, he commanded a swarm of ants to rush towards Qin Shuyu's neck. Damn woman, my little cuties will bite through your neck and burrow into your brain, devouring your thoughts. Let us see you mistreat children now. But in the next instant, he was left utterly stunned. Like bullets, the tiny ants collided against her neck, and then nothing happened. Her fair neck was as hard as iron, and despite the ants exerting all their strength, they could not breach her defenses. How is this possible? Chongdi's face turned pale. Smack. Qin Shuyu felt an itch at her neck and swatted it away, revealing a smear of blood on her palm. Is there a mosquito in this cold? Chapter 83. Liang Jihan's torture, my little cutie. Chongdi wailed upon witnessing the demise of his most beloved aunt. Qin Shuyu frowned. Little brother, you cannot address your teacher that way. You must learn to respect your elders. Do you understand? I respect my ass. Who the hell called you? Chongdi dropped all pretenses, extending his arms. Myriad insects devour bones. In an instant, countless small insects began to emerge from every corner of the room, swiftly converging towards Qin Shuyu. The beautiful teacher's face turned pale with fright. This is too disgusting. Ha ha ha. My little cuties have already spread throughout the entire house. They will crawl into your nostrils, your ears, devouring your innards, every ounce of flesh and blood. Even your bones. I'll make you pay for mistreating children. Chongdi's demeanor shifted from cute to sinister. Don't come over here. Get those bugs away from me. Qin Shuyu grabbed a book to defend herself, searching for a place to hide. Chongdi sneered. Give up. My little cuties are endless. I told you, not just this room. The entire house is infested with my bugs. Where are my bugs? Chongdi was once again left speechless. He had secretly released all the insects to hide in various corners of the house, and logically, they should have quickly devoured everything around them, including the building. Yet, apart from the insects in this room, there was no sign of movement from any in the other rooms. Meanwhile, the other maids were in a frenzy. Heavens, there are far too many bugs. It seems we'll need another thorough cleaning today. Enough chit-chat. Thankfully, the insecticide still works, or it would be a bigger hassle. Clear the way, clear the way. Watch as I set them ablaze. Don't act recklessly. Be careful not to ignite the house. The insect brother, having waited in vain, felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. Something was amiss. He needed to subdue this woman quickly and assess the situation outside. My adorable little ones, consume her. The swarm of insects swiftly swarmed around, encircling Qin Shiao. Don't come near. Help. Qin Shiao was on the verge of tears, shouting at the top of her lungs. Soon, insects crawled onto her, causing her to jump around, swatting at them in panic. Woe is me, master, save me. So many insects. The insect brother chuckled with excitement. Although this female teacher had formidable defenses, she could not withstand my overwhelming numbers. Once they burrowed into her body, she would undoubtedly perish. More and more insects crawled upon her, pushing Qin Xiao's mental state to the brink of collapse, her eyes reddening. Stay away. Woe is me. Little brother, do you wish to die? The pleading tone suddenly turned icy, causing the insect brother to shudder. What is happening? At that moment, Qin Xiao was no longer the panicked figure from before. Instead, she bore a bloodthirsty grin, staring directly at him. Countless insects crawled across her snow-white skin, yet she remained unperturbed. Sensing something was amiss, the insect brother hastily commanded the swarm to burrow into her mouth and nose. With a resounding clap, Qin Xiao struck her palms together, causing a deluge of insect corpses and blood to flow slowly down her hands. The repugnant odor, begone. With a thunderous roar, her aura suddenly erupted, shaking off all the insects that had been crawling upon her, some even meeting their demise in the process. The insect brother was left in a daze, astonished by the transformation of the seemingly gentle female teacher, whose strength was equally astounding. Teacher. Shall we continue with the questions? The insect brother quickly retracted the insects, forcing a harmless smile. My goodness, I cannot possibly contend with this woman. Where in the world am I? Little brother, using insects to frighten the teacher is a prank that demands punishment. Qin Xiao unsheathed a dagger from her thigh, approaching slowly with feline grace. The insect brother. Danger. Within the villa, the insect brother's piercing screams echoed. The maidens, having exterminated the insects, rushed forward. Xiao, what happened? Staring at the scene inside the room, the maids stood frozen in place. They had thought Qin Xiao was the victim, only to find the tables turned. The insect brother was pinned to the ground, his face marred and bloodied. Will you speak? Qin Xiao's tone was both delicate and frigid. The insect brother's eyes were bloodshot. What nonsense. Do you think a mere knife can intimidate me? I've killed before, and you. Another wound appeared on his face, a gash from the corner of his mouth to his ear. Shun Yunxi felt her legs weaken, instinctively placing herself in front of Shun Wanyue and the others. It's over. Teacher Qin has gone mad again. The last time, she had brutally slaughtered Mr. Qian in front of her. Her rage was terrifying. Not willing to speak, Qin Xiao's gaze shifted, the dagger slowly descending from his face to his groin. The insect brother turned pale, yet gritted his teeth. I've lived for over 20 years. Do not think you can frighten me like this. I have endured enough ridicule in this body. If you have the guts, kill me. In 20 years, I shall rise again. You possess quite the spirit. I shall grant you a swift end. Qin Xiao lunged with her dagger. Wait. Liang Jihan dashed forward, seizing her wrist, patting her chest. I excel at interrogating culprits. Leave this to me. I am a safety officer. I have this handled. Qin Xiao smiled, her eyes narrowed. Good. Liang Jihan let out a sigh of relief, feeling a tinge of fear upon meeting her gaze. She usually appeared so adorable and weak. With a swift motion, she hoisted the insect brother onto a chair and waved her hand. Wanyue, Lingshu, ensure he remains still. Bound and restrained, the insect brother smirked coldly. Do not even try. I fear not death, and I certainly do not fear your interrogation. I endured the agony of awakening. What need have I to fear mere torture? However, Liang Jihan paid him no mind, stepping out briefly before returning. Here, eat. She tossed a plate of sauced chicken legs. The maids. The insect brother. What does this mean? Poison, is it? Humph. I am not afraid of poison. As he was freed of one hand, he grasped the chicken leg, about to shove it into his mouth when Liang Jihan shouted, Don't let him eat. Shun Wanyue immediately seized the insect brother's arm. The insect brother, what? Are you reluctant to see me die? If you want tea, let me eat, then I shall. Before he could finish, the sauce from the chicken leg began to drip down his wrist. Liang Jihan grinned maliciously. The sauce slides past your fingertips, down your wrist and arm. You can't wipe it away, and you can't lick it off. How does that sticky sensation feel? The maids shivered in unison. How cruel. The insect brother's expression twisted. If you have the ability, then release me. What sort of skill is this? Let me lick it, just a little. Chapter 84 The Death of the Insect Brother, a Vicious Foundation. How despicable. Aside from the seduction ploy, I shall reveal nothing. The insect brother was nearing madness, relinquishing the chicken leg. Though he played with insects, he still valued cleanliness. However, the sticky sauce clinging to his arm created an uncomfortable sensation that surged from his soles to the crown of his head, a feeling that no ordinary person could endure. Humph, you think you can use seduction against me? Liang Jihan mocked as she waited. As time passed, the sauce began to dry, becoming increasingly adhesive. The insect brother's expression grew more twisted, his eyes bloodshot. The revolting sensation of his fingers sticking together was unbearable. It's intolerable. So unbearable. Chen Yunxi, keeping her distance, felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thankfully, Lin Dong hadn't allowed this vile woman to torment her. Otherwise, she would have succumbed. Rather than endure such disgust, being tied to the back of a vehicle in the cold wind seemed trivial. The insect brother thrashed violently, yet he was restrained. Unable to move. This is too disgusting. It's not over yet. Ling Shu, help him clean up. Liang Jihan produced a pack of tissues. Ling Shu, puzzled, wondered why they were letting him off so easily when he hadn't even confessed yet. Nevertheless, she complied. As she began to wipe, Ling Shu quickly realized something was amiss. Once the sauce dried, it couldn't be wiped away, and this tissue is of such poor quality. It tore with a single swipe. Soon, bits of tissue were stuck all over her hands. What are you doing? Can't you wipe properly? If not, I'll do it myself. The insect brother broke down. Now his hands were covered in sticky brown sauce, mixed with white tissue fragments. It was even more disgusting. Liang Jihan smirked, retrieving a switch from the insect brother's pocket and tossing it before him. My game console. The insect brother, terrified, unleashed an unprecedented surge of power, breaking free and catching the console. Yet immediately his hand froze. His sauce-covered hand gripped the console's screen, slick and slippery. The feeling of disgust peaked. The maids could barely contain themselves. What? An utterly perverse form of torture. The insect brother nearly shattered his own steel teeth. Engulfed by a wave of fury and sorrow. Plop. The insect brother knelt, bowing his head, weeping profusely. Do not torment me any longer. I will speak. I will reveal everything. Humph. All done. Liang Jihan clapped her hands, concealing her triumph. Speak. Confess honestly. If you dare to lie, I have my methods to deal with you. The maids raised their thumbs in admiration, clearly impressed by you. The boy, known as Bug Brother, looked up dazedly. What should I say? Why don't you ask me? Liang Jihan remained silent. At this moment, Qin Shuyu had already regained her usual composure, absent-mindedly touching her head. Oh? It seems I forgot to ask. Oh no. Why is there so much blood on my hands? How disgusting. She hurriedly ran out to wash her hands and hair. The maids exchanged glances, while Bug Brother remained speechless. Shin Wanyue inquired, where do you come from? What are your abilities? Inside the Foundation's base. The steward's eyes were filled with rage as he watched the video. Ever since Bug Brother left the Foundation, he had been observing closely. It was all too clear. Brutality. It was overwhelmingly brutal. How could he be so powerful, so strong and so twisted? Xia Qingyu was easily defeated by Jiang Zhu, and Bug Brother was effortlessly subdued by the female teacher. This series of events exceeded all comprehension. The awakened individuals outside could not possibly be this strong. Steward, the Foundation's secrets must not be leaked. Please initiate Bug Brother's self-destruction program, someone suggested. The steward immediately turned, his gaze fierce enough to kill. The atmosphere in the surveillance room grew tense. Bug Brother was not only his subordinate, but also his nephew, whom he had treated like a son throughout his life. How could he dare to suggest killing him? His underling trembled under the steward's glare but persisted. Steward, you understand the Foundation's rules. If someone leaks information, the consequences would be dire. Enough, the steward barked. Bug Brother is my own nephew. I believe. He wanted to say that he trusted Bug Brother would not easily reveal the Foundation's secrets. But in the next moment, a voice from the video filled him with despair. My nickname is Bug Brother. I come from the Foundation, and my ability is controlling mutated insects. The steward's face turned ashen. It was over. Shin Wanyue frowned. So he indeed comes from the Foundation? Please provide details about the Foundation, including its scale, personnel structure, and who is in charge. Although her master was not interested in the Foundation specifics, as a maid, she felt it necessary to understand. Bug Brother fell silent. His uncle had repeatedly warned him never to disclose information about the Foundation, or the consequences would be severe. Yet, he feared suffering that inhumane torture once more. My lord, we cannot delay any longer. His subordinate urged desperately. The steward's hands clenched tightly, his teeth grinding. In front of him lay a tablet displaying Bug Brother's information and the self-destruction program switch. My lord, Bug Brother took a deep breath. The Foundation is a vast organization. I don't know much, but there is a branch in Jiangqing located at. Suddenly, Bug Brother's head exploded without warning. Blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. The small headless body fell slowly to the ground. Shin Wanyue was momentarily stunned, then instantly filled with rage. Damn. The Foundation actually implanted a bomb in his head. In her mind, the danger level of the Foundation escalated dramatically. Ling Shui furrowed her brows. How did they accomplish this? Does triggering certain keywords cause it to explode? Liang Jihan shook her head. It's not that mystical. I suspect he was equipped with some monitoring device, and someone was watching his every move. When they sensed something amiss, they detonated it immediately. Chen Yunqi gasped. That's too ruthless. The Foundation should not be underestimated. Once the master finishes, we must report truthfully and clean up this place first. Shen Wanyue sighed deeply. Ling Shui lamented, what? We just finished off the bug, and now we have to clean the room. I really feel like a maid now. In the Foundation surveillance room, the steward's eyes brimmed with tears as his fingers weakly slid off the tablet. In the end, he had personally killed his own nephew. Now there was no need to speculate on how Huang Fei and Jin Tong Yunu had disappeared. It was clear that it was that man and his women who were responsible. Bring in all the mercenary captains, suspend current missions, and gather within an hour. I want revenge. The steward glared fiercely at the screen displaying lost signals, filled with murderous intent. Chapter 85. Yes, I am unwell. Maid 7. Xia Qingyu. Measurements. 40E-16-31. System rating. 88. Current strength. Level 7. Maid outfit. None. Through Lin Dong's persistence and tireless efforts, the new maid Xia Qingyu finally broke through the A limit and reached S level, which is level 7. Now, she is on par with the probationary maids. Feeling the newfound strength within her, Xia Qingyu struggled to kneel. Thank you, Master, for granting me this power. In that moment, her body and soul completely surrendered to Lin Dong. How incredible! She could not forget the immense pain she endured during her awakening, striving for greater strength. A torture that shook her from body to soul. Even to continue gaining power, she had to assist the Foundation, seeking that elusive opportunity. But here with Lin Dong. Well, it did come with initial intense pain, but compared to the pitifully low success rate of the Foundation's serum, this was a breeze. Lin Dong, with a cigarette in his mouth, chuckled. Now your level is the lowest among the maids. I look forward to your performance. Truly, as expected of a wealthy celebrity. She had not been subject to any underhanded dealings. Quite impressive. Yes, Master. Xia Qingyu bowed her head even lower. Indeed, Jiangzhu's limits did not end here. Just wait. I will certainly surpass you. Tonight, the young master of the Yun family is coming, and we might as well wipe them all out. Lin Dong nodded. Sure. Take Jiangzhu with you. Let her settle things with your brother. Yes. At this moment, the Xia family was festively decorated, with everyone bustling about. This was all because today, the young master of the Southern Yun family, Yun Zhe, would be visiting. Even before the apocalypse, the Yun family was superior to the Xia family in both wealth and influence, and it remained so after the apocalypse. If they messed this up, it would be a laughingstock, and the Xia family would never hold their head high again. Xia Beichen had no idea how his sister was doing and could only comfort his father. Don't worry, Dad. My sister is not that kind of person. My little Zhu. I miss you so much. Suddenly, a sound of helicopter blades echoed from the sky. A helicopter was approaching. Xia Junfeng quickly stood up, composed his expression, and prepared to welcome them. The helicopter slowly descended onto the Xia family's helipad. As the door opened, a handsome man in a black suit stepped out. Yunze. Haha. My nephew Yunze is still so charming. Welcome, welcome. Xia Junfeng was the first to step forward. Yunze revealed a warm smile. Uncle Xia, you're too kind. I hope you will excuse my sudden visit. Xia Junfeng waved his hand. Oh, we will be family from now on. Calling me uncle makes it sound distant. What do we have to worry about? If you continue to be so formal, I might just get angry. Yunze smiled and nodded, then glanced behind him. Unable to help but ask, where's Xiaoyu? She. A hint of embarrassment crossed Xia Junfeng's face as he inwardly cursed his daughter for her lack of manners. Yunze continued nodding, then turned to Xia Beichen. Beichun, it's been a while. How have you been lately? Brother Beichun, a girl around 20 years old emerged, exuding youthful energy. Yun Mingli had exquisite features, her soft contours making her appear exceptionally lively. The young girl possessed a complexion as fair and luminous as porcelain, delicate and smooth. Her cheeks adorned with a subtle blush of health. She wore a minimalist, sleeveless sweater on top, paired with denim shorts that revealed her long, snow-white legs. Standing tall at an impressive height of 1.7 meters, it was evident that she, too, was an extraordinary individual. Who are you? Xia Beichen was momentarily taken aback. Sensing a flicker of familiarity, yet unable to place her, Yun Mingli pouted her small, rosy lips, her face brimming with discontent. Humph. I've missed Brother Beichen so much. And you can't even remember me? Yunze chuckled, feigning reproach. Mingli, we have elders present. Must you always be so lacking in decorum? Oh, I forgot. Yun Mingli gasped, hurriedly bowing to Xia Junfeng. Hello, Uncle Xia. Yun Mingli. At last, Xia Beichen recalled, gazing in astonishment at the beautiful girl before him. Is that really you? You've grown so much since those years when you were just a little girl. Xia Junfeng laughed heartily. Mingli, it's been years. You've blossomed into a stunning beauty. I barely recognized you. I wonder which young man will be fortunate enough to win your heart. Come in. Yun Mingli, feeling bashful, furtively glanced at Xia Beichen. In the reception room, Yunze engaged in conversation with Xia Junfeng. Uncle, these are 10 vials of serum obtained through a collaboration between the Yun family and the Foundation. Though the quantity is modest, I hope you will not mind. Upon seeing the serum, Xia Junfeng's heart raced with excitement. This is wonderful. With this, our family can awaken several more individuals, and through our alliance with the Yun family, we can ensure our lineage's stability and longevity, even in the face of calamity. Meanwhile, Yun Mingli had approached Xia Beichen. Brother Beichen, I remember you once had a schnauzer. I have one too. Unfortunately, my brother Wen Ti let me bring it along. Would you come visit my home sometime? Brother Beichen, why aren't you responding? Are you unwell? I must tell you, my ability is healing. You can tell me if something troubles you. Indeed, I am ill. Can you cure me? Yun Mingli asked anxiously. Really? What ailment do you suffer from? Love sickness. Xia Beichen's tone was deep, imbued with profound affection. Yun Mingli's cheeks flushed crimson. How long have you been suffering from this ailment? 7 years. 7 years. Yun Mingli felt her heart racing in her chest. Oh my, Brother Beichen, how could you endure such a thing? 7 years ago marked the time when Xia Beichen had gone abroad for studies, while she had longed for him throughout that time. So, Brother Beichun had always. Yun Mengli buried her face in her hands, feeling her cheeks burn. Brother Beichun, this ailment is not easily treatable, she confessed, her heart pounding. With a sigh, Xia Beichen remarked, indeed, it seems it cannot be cured. Perhaps my affliction will only mend when I see you. Yun Mengli hesitated. It's not impossible to treat. Could you describe the symptoms of your ailment? Xia Beichen pondered for a moment. Every second I think of her, I suffer from headaches, shoulder pain, and a heavy chest. Yun Mengli, puzzled, replied, I understand the other symptoms, but why the shoulder pain? The pressure surrounding my impending marriage to Xiao Zhu is immense. Not just from my sister, but also from my father. These were the unspoken burdens he carried. Yun Mengli's eyes glistened with unshed tears. So, Brother Beichen truly cares for me. Indeed, 7 years ago, as a young girl, she had captured Brother Beichen's heart, yet he must have been too shy to express it. Fearing ridicule, the thought of Brother Beichen enduring such affection alone for all these years filled Yun Mengli with an aching sense of longing. Brother Beichen, she began, her words faltering. She yearned to say, I've grown up now, you need not hide your feelings anymore. Yet, the thought of Brother Beichen's sister soon becoming her sister-in-law weighed heavily on her heart. What should I do? I can massage your shoulders. It may alleviate your pain. She offered. Xia Beichen nodded, lost in thought. Yun Mengli timidly placed her small hand on his shoulder, her trembling fingers gradually emanating a green energy. Xia Beichen felt an immediate sense of relief wash over him, reminiscent of the comfort Xiao Zhu provided during his sleepless nights spent in the throes of cutthroat business battles. In that moment, Yun Mengli's figure seemed to merge with that of Xiao Zhu. Xiao Zhu, how I miss you, Xia Beichen whispered, gently grasping the young girl's hand. Yun Mengli's heart soared, oblivious to his murmured words. Brother Beichen, he is holding my hand. Brother Beichen, you need not suppress your feelings any longer. I am willing. Their gazes locked, faces inching closer. Seeing Xia Beichen about to kiss the stunning girl, Xiao Zhu froze momentarily, then shook her head with a bittersweet smile. This is for the best. For reasons unknown, her heart felt lighter. A sudden loud noise startled the two about to share a kiss. Yun Mengli's cheeks flushed crimson, while Xia Beichen, momentarily dazed, turned towards the entrance, eyes widening in shock. Xiao Zhu, my Xiao Zhu. Xia Beichen's heart raced. Staring in disbelief at his long-awaited fiancée, he, momentarily forgetting to rise. Xia Qingyu, what brings you here? Xia Junfeng glared. Do you dare to talk back? Guards. Moreover, Xiao Yu is now my wife. You cannot punish her as you please. As her husband, I cannot allow it. He replied, his tone playful yet firm. The meaning was clear. This is my wife, and even if you are her father, you cannot scold her at will. Xia Junfeng hesitated, feeling a bit awkward. Xiaoze has a point. His tone softened considerably. Xia Qingyu smirked. Father, you truly are the epitome of a bully. Yunze approached her with a gentle smile. Xiao Yu, you've worked hard. Did you encounter any unexpected difficulties today? None of your business, Xia Qingyu replied flatly, sitting down unceremoniously. She had encountered all kinds of people in the entertainment industry, and her first impression of Yunze was one of insincerity. In contrast, the host was refreshingly straightforward, acting without unnecessary pretense. As Xia Junfeng was about to reprimand his daughter for her language, he met Yunze's icy gaze, swallowing his words. Seems like Xiao Yu's mission did not go smoothly today. However, no worries, as long as you wish to speak. I am here, Yunze said. His smile warm as spring. After all, the alliance between their families was initiated by him, and the arrangement had been made without Xia Qingyu's consent. Her resentment was entirely understandable. Xia Qingyu supported her chin, remaining silent, choosing to watch the unfolding drama. Xia Junfeng felt a surge of frustration. Glancing towards the entrance where Jiang Zhu stood, arms crossed and silent. How dare you enter my home? Guards, throw this wretched woman out. This woman had ensnared his handsome and mature son, turning him into a lovesick fool. Jiang Zhu regarded the approaching security personnel with a cold, unwavering gaze. Stop. Xia Beichen rose abruptly, his voice filled with authority. Brother Beichen, she is. Yun Mengli sensed the tension. Realizing Brother Beichen had released her hand and was no longer focused on her since the woman appeared, the tender and sensitive heart of the young girl gradually became burdened. Xia Beichen disregarded everyone and rushed towards Jiang Zhu, unable to restrain himself as he opened his arms, yearning to embrace the one he cherished. Xiao Zhu, I miss you so much. But Duong. Jiang Zhu evaded him, and the domineering Xiao found himself colliding with the door frame, his nose turning red. The onlookers were left speechless. No laughing. We mustn't laugh. Jiang Zhu said coolly, don't touch me. Xiao Zhu, your indifference as my fiancé pierced Xia Beichen's heart with pain. She must be blaming me for not responding to her sooner. Xia Beichen, you are truly despicable. The CEO chastised himself. Yun Mengli's face turned pale. Who is this woman? Xia Junfeng rose with a cold snort. Beichen, even if you are the heir of the Xia family, marriage is no trivial matter. This woman, regardless of her background or education, is unworthy of you. I will never allow her to be part of our family. Do not think that you can secretly obtain a marriage certificate without my knowledge. As long as I am alive, she will never marry into the Xia family. You were foolish before, but now I give you a choice. Eliminate this woman. I will immediately announce that you are the future head of the Xia family. Yun Mengli felt as if struck by lightning, standing frozen in shock. A marriage certificate? So this woman is Beichen's wife? The young girl's heart felt as if it were shattering. Xia Beichen gazed at Jiang Zhu with fervent eyes. Xiao Zhu, you must be blaming me, right? I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have. Xia Junfeng interrupted. What the hell? I'm talking to you. Chapter 87. The siblings have lost their minds. Jiang Zhu looked coldly at Xia Junfeng. You need not concern yourself. I have no interest in the Xia family. She then turned to Xia Beichen, whose eyes were filled with deep affection, and with a complex expression, she resolutely declared, Xia Beichen, we have broken up. Take care of yourself from now on. Boom. Xia Beichen was stunned, feeling as if struck by a thunderbolt, his eyes wide with disbelief. Xiao Zhu, you must be joking, right? I admit I was wrong, you can't. I have another man now. Jiang Zhu dropped the bombshell. Another man? Xia Beichen felt as if his breath was caught in his throat. His hands began to tremble slightly, his gaze vacant as he stared at Jiang Zhu, his throat constricted, breathing becoming rapid and labored, his heart feeling as if it were being violently torn apart. Another man? Xiao Zhu has another man? In an instant. A torrent of emotions surged within him. Sadness, anger, bitterness? No. Xia Beichen let out a primal roar, striking the door frame with a heavy fist, causing the Xia family door to crash down. I will not allow this. How can you do this? How can you? Seeing her brother in such distress shattered Yun Mingli's heart, and she rushed forward, grasping his arm tightly. Brother Beichen, do not be sad. You still have Mingli. However, Xia Beichen could not hear her, forcefully shaking her off. The girl lost her balance, stumbling to the ground, her face filled with sorrow. Yun Zhe, in a fit of anger, hurriedly helped his sister up and glared at Xia Beichen. Beichen, what are you doing? Xia Junfeng also grew furious. Beichen, what madness is this? I told you this vile woman is unworthy of you. Now do you finally believe me? Take the opportunity now and eliminate her to save our family's honor. Xia Beichen was deaf to everyone's words, his gaze fixed on Jiang Zhu. Who is he? Tell me, who is he? The CEO's presence radiated an intense fury, filled with murderous intent. Jiang Zhu sighed deeply. Beichen, who is he? I cannot tell you. You must take care of yourself. Given Xia Beichen's current state of rage, seeking out Lin Dong would certainly lead to dire consequences. You wretched woman. Xia Beichen raised his hand to strike down, but Jiang Zhu did not evade. Yet, there was no sound of a slap. His hand hovered close to Jiang Zhu's snow-white cheek, but did not come down. Ha ha ha. Xia Beichen staggered back, collapsing to the ground. A profound sense of helplessness surged within him, and at that moment, he felt as if his world was crumbling. The typically fastidious CEO, at this moment, cared for nothing. Sitting on the ground, laughing and crying, appearing utterly deranged. Yun Mingli's heart ached for him, wishing to comfort him, but was held back tightly by Yun Zhe. Shameless scoundrel. Xia Junfeng was infuriated. Someone, seize this vile creature. Jiang Zhu allowed herself to be surrounded by security, gazing at Xia Beichen with a complex expression. Beichen, I am sorry. With that, she vanished from sight. Where did she go? Xia Junfeng and the others were stunned. What speed was this? What are you looking at? Go chase her down. Wherever she may be, she must be eliminated. Our family's reputation must not be tarnished. Xia Junfeng shouted at the security personnel. Suddenly, a peal of laughter rang out. Ha ha ha, the Xia family's reputation? I truly ha ha ha. Everyone turned their heads in unison to see Xia Qingyu laughing uncontrollably. What's wrong? Are you mad too? Xia Junfeng's brow furrowed deeply. What madness is this? Madness. Xia Qingyu had completely shed her refined demeanor and stood up, screaming hysterically. From the moment my mother died, I have been insane. Though she was the daughter of the family head, the Xia family's severe preference for males had subjected her to immense suffering. When her mother was alive, there was someone to love her. But after her mother's death, this family had turned into a cold, unrecognizable place. Her father only cared for profit and her brother, never deigning to look at her. Despite being superior to Xia Beichen in many respects, she was merely treated as a tool and a pawn due to her gender. A demon seed had long taken root in her heart. Xia Junfeng, still failing to grasp the situation, coldly remarked, there are guests present. Why speak of this now? Is this how I raised you? But Xia Qingyu only laughed more maniacally. You raised me? Indeed, dear father, your teachings are commendable. You taught me to prioritize the family's interests, to selflessly allow you to drain me, to learn to forsake my own happiness and obediently become a tool, to be as heartless as ancient emperors, to be like you, bullying the weak and fearing the strong, currying favor? Xia Junfeng was infuriated. No one enjoys being reproached by their daughter in such a manner, his face darkening with anger. Humph, what do you understand? Everything I do is for the longevity of the Xia family. As my daughter, you should fulfill your duties. I should fulfill what? Xia Qingyu cursed vehemently, completely disregarding her image. What I should do is cleanse this detestable Xia family from top to bottom. As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes and hair turned white. A surge of power emanating from her. Xia Junfeng was taken aback, immediately glancing around. Where are Xiao Zhou and the security team you took out? Only now do you realize how truly dull you are. Xia Qingyu sneered coldly. They are, of course, dead. Dead. Xia Junfeng finally panicked. His daughter was resolute in her rebellion. She was an A-grade, and currently, no one in the Xia family could rival her. The only one who could barely contend was Xia Beichen. But he was no longer reliable. Xiao Zhe, you are Xiao Yu's husband, as her father. I cannot discipline her. It is up to you. Xia Junfeng cleverly passed the problem to Yun Zhe. Humph. No need. Xia Qingyu has completely transformed, her palms crashing together, releasing an overwhelming aura of icy fury. Sigh, don't blame me, Xiaoyu, Yunzei said, extending his hands forward, flames bursting forth in a hot explosion. Both Xia Qingyu and he were A rank. Caution was paramount. The collision of ice and fire instantly generated a thick mist, obscuring their vision. Dissipate, Yunzei commanded, waving his hand as flames encircled him, evaporating the fog. Where's everyone? In the reception hall, the Xia family members were in disarray, hiding away. Yet Xia Qingyu was nowhere to be seen. Above the reception hall, a large hole had formed. In the air, Xia Qingyu gestured, and a colossal ice spear, with a diameter of 10 meters, rapidly took shape. If it fell, the entire Xia estate would be reduced to mere rubble. Go. The ice spear began its slow descent. Chapter 88. Yunzei vs. Aou Dam. As he watched the massive ice spear descend, Yunzei's eyes widened with horror. If this were to land, not only would the Xia family perish, but his sister, Yun Mengli, would also face doom. He had to stop it at all costs. Flames surged around him, and Yunzei transformed into a fierce figure, his legs erupting with fire as he propelled himself from the rooftop. With outstretched arms, he braced against the ice spear. Upon contact, terror gripped him. Something was amiss. The ice spear was too heavy. Wasn't she supposed to be a rank like him? How could she possess such strength? But he could not dwell on this. He was the strongest present and had to hold firm. Xiaoyu, don't. I can't let this happen. I'll take you away from the Xia family. Yunzei gritted his teeth, struggling against the ice spear. Yet, it was far too formidable, despite his utmost effort. He could only slow its descent. Xia Qingyu gazed coldly. I am not mistaken. Do you think you are something special? Relying on your family's power to pressure the Xia family, forcing me to marry you. When have you ever considered my feelings? Yunzei was at a loss. Why was he doing this? Because I like you. Our families have been close for generations. I fell for you as a child and vowed to marry you. But as we grew up, you changed. You became distant and cold, and I had no choice but to act this way. Xia Qingyu scoffed. So? You have never considered my feelings. You only care for yourself. Yunzei, I am the heir of the Yun family, the most talented individual of my generation. What is wrong with being a little selfish? So what now? Are you speechless? Since you all care only for yourselves, what does it matter if I am selfish too? Xia Qingyu's heart grew colder, her delicate hand pressing down slowly. Uffed. Yunzei spat blood, his face contorted in pain. This was unbearable. Why is everyone running? Come help me. Yunzei shouted frantically to Xia Junfeng and the others below. Damn it, I'm doing this for you. Why are you all just watching? However, Xia Junfeng shouted back, Xiaozhe, you can do it. Today is your chance to reclaim your dignity. If you win her over, she will never dare defy you. Ridiculous. I'm only B rank. Charging in would mean certain death. The other members of the Xia family, seeing their leader remain uninvolved, were even less likely to intervene. Yunzei cursed under his breath. In nearly 30 years of life, I have never encountered such shamelessness. Forget it. I can't hold on any longer. By now, Mengli should be hiding. Damn it. Why is she still standing there? In the reception hall, Yun Mengli was oblivious to the dangers above, gazing dreamily at Xia Beichen. Beichen, don't be sad. That wicked woman isn't worth your concern. You still have Mengli. Beichen, do you know? The first time I saw you, you were deeply etched in my heart, and that has never changed. Beichen, please look at Mengli. Yet, Xia Beichen seemed utterly entranced, completely unaware, sitting on the ground in a daze. Yunzei, Mengli, take Xia Beichen away. It's dangerous here. But Yun Mengli too was lost, her eyes solely on her Beichen. Tears brimmed in Yunzei's eyes. Family, who understands? My sister is lovesick. What do I do? I'm waiting for help. Xia Qingyu sneered. See? This Xia family isn't worth your efforts. They only care for their own interests and will drain you dry. Since the moment you proposed a union with the Xia family, your fate was sealed. You are merely a pawn of Xia Junfeng. The ice spear pressed down again. Yunzei bent over, fury boiling within him. If they wouldn't assist me, then I shall defeat you. To hell with your life. My fate is mine to determine. Whether I am a pawn or a player, I decide. With a great roar, Yunzei unleashed his full power. Flames surged violently, straightening his bowed posture, his hair whipping about. To his surprise, the ice spear halted its descent and began to rise slowly. Xia Junfeng and the others watched with excitement. Wonderful. As expected of my son-in-law. Truly impressive. The terrifying flames erupted, engulfing the ice spear, melting it away. Sensing victory within reach, Yunzei pushed himself even harder. His power at its peak, the explosive flames completely enveloping the ice spear. Break for me. With a thunderous shout, he thrust his feet down. Boom. The ice spear shattered, releasing a thick mist. Xia Qingyu chuckled, extending her finger. Binding of ice. Instantly, several ice rings shot forth. On the ground, the Xia family members eagerly awaited the mist to clear, anticipating Xia Qingyu's defeat. But as the fog dissipated, their faces fell in shock. The once fiery Yunzei was now bound tightly by the ice rings, unable to move. Before his eyes hovered an ice spear, mere inches away from piercing his eyeball. Yunzei's handsome face turned pale as he looked at her. You are not just A rank, are you? It was evident that Xia Qingyu had not even unleashed her full power. Xia Qingyu remained silent, her beautiful eyes coldly observing the scene below, relishing the moment. Xia Junfeng was utterly bewildered, cursing Yunzei internally. Aren't you A rank? Why did you fall so easily? Truly useless. Sighing, Yunzei accepted his defeat. Our engagement is hereby annulled, he said bitterly, feeling a deep sense of loss. If the Xia family was so feeble, then there was no need for support. Xiao Yu had never liked him. Why should he continue to chase after her cold indifference? He was not Xia Beichen. Let me go, and I promise that the Yun family. Uffed. Xia Qingyu suddenly thrust the ice spear forward, piercing Yun Zai's eye, exiting from the back of his head. Blood staining the icy weapon. This shocking moment horrified everyone. Xia Juanfeng's legs trembled in fear. How dare she? She has gone mad. Yun Mengli finally noticed her brother, her face paling in terror as she cried out, "Brother!" Her voice was filled with anguish. Xia Qingyu scoffed, flicking the spear, causing Yun Zai's lifeless body to crash onto the ground. Yun Mengli rushed forward, pouring her green energy into him as if it were free. "Brother, wake up. Don't scare Mengli." "Woo, brother, I don't want you to die." The young girl felt as if the sky had fallen. Before their departure, she had clung to her brother, pleading to allow her to accompany him to the Xia family. But what was the outcome? The beloved elder brother Beichen has gone mad. As his cherished brother was slain by his sister-in-law, the young girl has never experienced such darkness in the world. Chapter 89. All for your own good. Yun Zai is dead, and Yun Mengli's healing abilities cannot resurrect him. With a flick of her ice spear, Xia Qingyu descends slowly, grinning malevolently at the horrified Xia Junfeng. What are you doing, Xiaoyu? You killed Yun Zai. Do you not realize the catastrophe you are bringing upon the Xia family? Xia Qingyu snorts coldly. If that is the case, I might as well cleanse the Xia family first. That way, there will be no repercussions. Xia Junfeng. This seems somewhat reasonable. What nonsense. Xia Qingyu, do you think that now that you have awakened, you are invincible? Do you dare to touch me? Do you dare to lay a hand on anyone from the Xia family? Ancestors. With a swift motion, Xia Qingyu conjures a small ice shard, piercing through his calf, blood gushing forth. Xia Junfeng cries out in agony, falling to the ground. Having lived a life of luxury, he has never endured such torment. You have such audacity. I am your father. Do you wish to betray your own kin? Xia Junfeng is both frightened and enraged, feeling the chill of the air as if it were a draft through his thin clothing. The elders of the Xia family jump forth to admonish him. Xia Qingyu, how dare you disrespect the head of the family? In the 5,000 years of Longhua, there has never been someone as heartless as you. Do you truly believe that your capabilities grant you the right to disrespect your elders? Without our struggles, where would you be today? If you possess such bravery, then go ahead and kill us all. I am eager to see just how depraved you can become. They know they cannot escape, but to plead for mercy from Xia Qingyu? What of the Xia family's reputation? Thus, they resort to moral coercion. Yet, at this moment, Xia Qingyu's heart is as cold as ice. She raises her hand and slams it down. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of frigid air erupts, and the elder and younger members of the Xia family are unable to evade it, instantly frozen into ice sculptures. These old relics, before the apocalypse, manipulated her with their words, forcing the young and beautiful her to earn a living while they basked in luxury at home. Everyone deemed this as a given. None harbored any gratitude towards her. If ever the earnings dwindled or investments fell short, they would be met with scorn. It was utterly ludicrous. They clung to her like leeches, exploiting her every ounce of vitality. Xia Juanfeng's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. She truly dares. Now, it is your turn. Xia Qingyu grins menacingly, turning her gaze towards Xia Junfeng. And no, my daughter, Xiaoyu, I am your father. Xia Junfeng is reduced to tears in fear. In the past, I was wrong. I was too harsh on you, and I am powerless. If you are dissatisfied with the Xia family, then how about this? You can be the head of the Xia family. You can do whatever you wish, and I will support you. He does not genuinely believe he was wrong. He is merely terrified. Xia Qingyu sneers coldly, but I find the Xia family utterly useless to me. What significance does being the head of the family hold? In this apocalyptic world, wealth, connections, and resources are all futile. Only power is of any worth. With a swift motion, another ice shard pierces his other leg. What do you want? Xia Juanfeng's face contorts in anguish. I have stated, I merely wish to eliminate you. Xia Qingyu's eyes glisten with murderous intent. 2 more ice shards are launched, severing Xia Juanfeng's limbs. And no, you cannot kill me. I am your father. If you kill me, you will descend into hell. Xia Juanfeng's trousers are soaked with sweat. Xia Qingyu's expression is one of disdain. Is this the courage of the head of the family? I have long since dwelled in hell. With a flick of her hand, countless ice shards coalesce around her, sufficient to transform Xia Junfeng into a porcupine. Sister is going to kill father? Sister. No. Xia Beichen rushes forward, shouting in desperation. You shall perish as well. A flicker of complexity flashes in Xia Qingyu's beautiful eyes, yet she raises her hand to unleash another ice shard. Amongst the family, perhaps only this younger brother is genuinely good to her, but he is too foolish. Foolish enough not to consider her suffering, naively believing that she is content. Since she must kill, then let it be all of them. In an instant, the ice shard strikes. Xia Beichen, in a panic, hastily conjures layers of ice armor around his chest. Boom. Though the ice armor deflects the sharp ice shard, the immense force sends him flying. Xia Beichen's body crashes forcefully against the wall, leaving cracks in its wake. Elder brother has already died. I cannot allow Beichen to perish as well. Xia Beichen coughs up blood, struggling to rise. Sister, do not make another mistake. He is our father. Everything he has done has been for your benefit. Again with that phrase. Xia Qingyo's eyes instantly redden, and countless ice shards are launched at the fallen Xia Junfeng. In an instant, the renowned head of the Xia family, Xia Junfeng, is mercilessly transformed into a spiky mass. Ice shards pierce through his skull, through his body, obliterating everything. All that remains is a pool of mangled flesh and warm blood on the ground. Perhaps before his death, he did not recognize his faults, believing only that his daughter had gone mad. Everything is for my good. I have truly had enough. Xia Qingyu erupts once more in fury. Previously, those elders had also manipulated her with this phrase. With her ice spear coalescing in her hand, she darts forth, aiming for Xia Beichen. Do not harm elder brother. Yun Mengli, without a moment's hesitation, closes her eyes and stands in front of Xia Beichen. Xia Qingyo's murderous intent does not waver. Humph. Then let you two be a pair of doomed lovers. Just as the ice spear is about to pierce through them, a delicate white hand suddenly appears. Gripping the spear's shaft, the tip halts before Yun Mengli's chest, unable to penetrate any further. Sigh, he is still your dear brother. Your only kin in this world. Let him go, Jiang Zhu states softly. When she arrived, her master only instructed her to come along. She assumed it meant to sever ties with Xia Beichen, thus she came. Never did she expect Xia Qingyu to be so deranged as to seek the annihilation of her own clan. Seeing Xia Beichen on the verge of death, she could no longer remain passive. Xia Qingyu coldly scoffs. Do not feign concern. Do you think you are superior to me in any way? Jiang Zhu remains silent. At this moment, Xia Beichen must be in great distress, with his fiancée wounding him and his sister attacking him. His negative emotions are reaching a boiling point, capable of sustaining 6 evil sword immortals. I do not care for the others in the Xia family. Let him go. With a decisive motion, Jiang Zhu shatters the ice spear. Humph. I will inform the master of this. Xia Qingyu concedes, for Jiang Zhu is stronger, and she has no choice but to relent. With that, she turns to slay the others. There are over 230 individuals within the Xia family, including servants, security, and extended family members. Not a single one shall be spared. Do as you wish. Jiang Zhu remains unperturbed. She is fully aware that Lin Dong does not care whether these maids harbor affections for others. The master is rather superficial, only concerned with whether their bodies belong to him. As for the hearts that may harbor others, the master is indifferent. After all, they are merely maids. Chapter 90. A face full of explosions. Jiang Zhu sighs, turning to face Yun Mengli. The young girl looks on guard, positioning Xia Beichen behind her. What? What do you intend to do? It is this wicked woman who has harmed elder brother. If I had combat abilities, I would fight her without hesitation. You are very beautiful, and quite adorable, Jiang Zhu observes, admiring the fearless demeanor of the girl standing for love, feeling genuine envy from the depths of her heart. Once, she too was like this. Why has she changed? Take him away, leave Jiang City. The farther the better, Jiang Zhu declared before making her exit. Xiaozhu. Xia Beichen's eyes were filled with complexity, yet Jiang Zhu had already leaped away, vanishing from sight. Yun Mengli supported Xia Beichen. Brother Beichen. This wicked woman is not worth your concern. Let me take you away. Xia Beichen offered a bitter smile, remaining silent. His sister, whom he trusted implicitly, intended to harm him. Xiaozhu, who had suffered for him, had now saved him. Truly, fate plays cruel tricks. At midnight in Jinghu Spring, Lin Dong chose not to have the maids level up today, allowing them a rare early rest. Alone, he sat by the bedroom window, gazing into the darkened sky. If it snows again, venturing outside would require digging a tunnel, wouldn't it? In one hand, he held peanut milk, and in the other, a royal cannon. Mixed together, it provided a unique flavor. Ding ding. Today's sign-in reward options are as follows. 1. Glider, ignores extreme weather. 2. 1 heavy tank. 3. Collar bomb, detonated by host thought. 4. A fish that will never deteriorate. Damn. Lin Dong stood up in excitement, his eyes fixated on the 4th option. What do I need a tank, a bomb, or a glider for? I just want the frozen fish. As his power grew, ordinary frozen fish no longer satisfied him. They broke easily at a mere touch. I choose option 4. This was Lin Dong's first time selecting the 4th reward. In the system space, a fish approximately 50 centimeters long and 30 centimeters wide appeared. It felt icy to the touch, with frost still clinging to its surface. By appearance, it was indistinguishable from the fish found in a cold storage. Bang bang bang. The feel was quite satisfying. Lin Dong was thoroughly pleased with his new frozen fish. Suddenly, a light illuminated the night sky, rapidly approaching. What is that? Lin Dong squinted, his pupils constricting. Damn, a rocket. Boom. The rocket struck the villa, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Flames erupted skyward, the fireball and intense heat instantly engulfing the entire villa. The maids, still asleep, were consumed by the shockwave and flames. The villa began to collapse, thick smoke billowing forth. Moreover, dozens of light points appeared in the sky, heading directly toward Jinghu Spring. Boom boom boom. In an instant, this affluent area buried under snow was completely leveled. Some awakened to the sound of the explosion, staring blankly at the distant flames. What the hell? A carpet bombing? What is going on? The snow melted beneath the fire, transforming the neighborhood into a vast pit of ruins. Soon, 6 helicopters approached slowly. The leading helicopter's steward glared with hatred at the crater. Tengu, Rattlesnake, Bloodwolf, White Eagle, Thunder. You each lead your teams to descend and surround this area in a combat formation, tightening the encirclement to ensure no one survives. Doubts emerged through the earpiece. What? Are you serious, steward? After a rocket bombardment like that, Why go down? Even Superman would perish in there. Execute the order. The steward's tone brooked no argument. Fine. Soon, the remaining 5 helicopters landed, fully armed figures emerging, forming a tight encirclement with military precision. The steward coldly observed, awaiting news. This is the fate that awaits those who offend my foundation. You best not survive. Amidst the ruins, a floorboard was kicked open, revealing a 2-meter-tall shadow. Damn it. Who dares bomb me? Lin Dong was furious. At the moment of the explosion, he had swiftly donned his demon suit, using the demon wings to shield himself from the blast. While he was unsure if he could withstand the explosion in his normal state, what if he couldn't? Fortunately, the demon suit performed admirably, leaving him unscathed. However, his dark skin had grown a shade darker. Detected maid Shun Wanyue's death. Would you like to resurrect her? Detected maid Ling Shui. Detecting. Damn it. Revive them all. Lin Dong growled. He was truly enraged. Amidst the ruins, countless dark fragments of flesh began to shimmer with golden light, and soon, 5 figures coalesced. Shin Wanyue suddenly awoke. What happened to us? Ling Shui clutched her chest. It seems we've died again. Liang Jihan glared angrily at their surroundings. Someone bombed us. This is outrageous. Qin Shuyo's eyes began to turn crimson. Lin Dong suddenly appeared, tossing them several sets of thermal underwear. Wear these, and let those scoundrels taste your wrath. Yes, master. The maids emerged from the ruins, charging in 5 directions. Lin Dong coldly gazed at the last remaining helicopter in the sky. Releasing his demon suit, he began to gather strength for a powerful leap. Boom. He launched himself high into the air. Using the suit was too much of an advantage. He aimed to crush them with his own hands. The steward was waiting when suddenly, the pilot shouted, "Ascend quickly, unidentified attack incoming." The steward was taken aback, immediately looking outside. A dark figure was approaching at an alarming speed. The helicopter's slow ascent was too late to evade. Jump! The steward decisively kicked open the cabin door and leaped out. Behind him, 2 burly men followed suit. Lin Dong charged toward the helicopter's tail, raising the frozen fish high to strike down. Boom! The tail broke apart, and the helicopter began to sway. Sister! The pilot scrambled to regain balance. Lin Dong seized the fuselage, forcing his way into the cockpit, and swung the frozen fish down on the pilot's head. Crack! The head exploded like a watermelon, blood splattering everywhere. Lin Dong grinned wickedly and delivered a similar treatment to the other pilot. The helicopter lost all balance. Lin Dong leaped out, landing smoothly. Moments later, the helicopter crashed behind him, exploding in a massive fireball, sending thick smoke billowing into the air. Illuminated by the flames, Lin Dong rose slowly, the shockwave billowing his clothes. As he advanced, holding the frozen fish with menace, the steward's pupils constricted. He was indeed alive. Chapter 91. The maids unleashed their power. 1. The 5 teams, witnessing the helicopter that the steward was in suddenly crash, were taken aback. What the hell? Should we check it out? Forget it. The steward is not so easily killed. We continue with the mission. The Tengu team, led by a lean middle-aged man known as Tengu, had 10 team members behind him. Suddenly, Tengu signaled for them to halt. His gaze fixed ahead. Something feels off. Be cautious. Yes, Captain. Suddenly, Tengu's brow furrowed, turning to see a stunningly beautiful woman standing behind the last member of their team. Grinning as she withdrew a dagger from the hunter's neck, blood poured forth, leaving the team members in shock. When did she get behind us? The hunter's vacant eyes met Tengu's, and his body crumpled to the ground. Shin Wanyue smirked. That's one down, you. Open fire. Tengu roared, raising his gun to shoot. The other members followed suit, but Shin Wanyue's figure had already vanished from sight. Quick, regroup. Tengu shouted furiously. The team members, 5 meters away, rushed toward him, but Tengu's eyes widened in horror. The silhouette of the woman re-emerged behind the golden dog. Be careful, Tengu shouted, raising his weapon. But the golden dog's head was already soaring through the air, its body propelled forward by sheer momentum, ultimately crashing heavily to the ground. A headless corpse sliding at his feet. When he looked up again, the woman's figure had vanished once more. Damn it. If you have the skill, don't ambush. Come out and fight me face to face. Tengu roared into the darkness, yet no trace of her was to be found. Hidden in the shadows, Shun Wanyue smirked. Is it not an ambush when you wash our faces with missiles? The Viper squad's leader, Viper, heard the commotion and quickly shouted, gather. The team swiftly assembled, suffering no losses. Viper glanced at the adjacent building and murmured, the Tengu squad has fallen into an ambush. We must traverse this building to assist. Entering the structure, the squad arranged themselves in a staggered formation and advanced cautiously. The hallway was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by distant flickers of firelight. It swayed eerily, reminiscent of a haunted house. Suddenly, behind them, a stunning woman appeared, her single ponytail swaying as she brandished 2 butterfly knives. Noticing they had yet to detect her presence, Ling Shui giggled. Hey, who are you looking for? The Viper squad immediately turned their weapons toward her. And upon seeing Ling Shui playfully wielding the butterfly knives with a smile, a chill gripped their hearts. With a graceful flourish, Ling Shui exclaimed, Are you here to kill me? I'm right here. Without needing a command, the Viper squad opened fire, bullets raining down. Ling Shui swiftly dodged and closed in on the nearest member, plunging a butterfly knife into his neck, blood gushing forth. Using him as a shield, she grinned wickedly, withdrawing her knife and leaping into the crowd. With rapid, vicious thrusts, she pierced the abdomen of 2 more squad members. Before the others could react, She drew her dagger once more, stabbing one in each eye. Cover and retreat. Viper decisively ordered, realizing that even as a superhuman, he could not possibly contend with this woman. Their firearms were their only chance. Watching the remaining members retreat, Ling Shui made a snap decision, flinging a butterfly knife that struck one in the forehead, sliding forward to use him as a shield while pulling her knife free. One after another, she stabbed down until the skull was shattered. She then hurled another butterfly knife, which embedded itself in the leg of Cobra, causing him to stumble and fall. Don't worry about me, retreat, Cobra shouted, leaning against the wall and firing incessantly, with tears in his eyes. Viper led the few remaining team members to the second floor, his heart sinking. What difference did it make to be slaughtered from the first floor to the second? On the first floor, Cobra's magazine emptied, frantically trying to reload. Ling Shui, with a seductive smile, discarded her human shield and advanced slowly, pressing the knife against the wall. Hurry up, Cobra trembled, finally reloading. Just as he chambered around, Ling Shui accelerated suddenly, the butterfly knife gliding along the wall, effortlessly slicing through his neck. Blood splattering in a beautiful pattern upon the wall. Cobra stared blankly as his head rolled to the ground. Ling Shui surveyed the corridor, her smile growing wider. None of you will escape. The Bloodwolf squad immediately gathered their members to find cover. Bloodwolf felt an overwhelming weight in his heart. In the darkness, Liang Jihan wielded a hunting rifle salvaged from the ruins, with only one bullet remaining. However, it was sufficient. Noticing they were all hiding behind different cover, Liang Jihan sneered, her figure suddenly bursting forth, appearing before the first person. Lone Wolf stared, dumbfounded, at the woman who had materialized before him, a gun pressed to his forehead. Frozen in shock. Goodbye. Bang. Lone Wolf's head exploded on the spot. As his body fell, Liang Jihan deftly retrieved a handgun from his corpse and took cover. The Bloodwolf squad members immediately redirected their guns to fire, but all shots missed their mark. With only 5 bullets left against 10 opponents, it would suffice. Liang Jihan expertly chambered the handgun, leaping and rolling to confront the second person. Savage Wolf pressed down on his weapon to shoot, but Liang Jihan tilted her head, narrowly dodging as bullets clipped her hair. With the gun aimed directly at his forehead, Savage Wolf immediately ceased all movement. Goodbye. Bang. Savage Wolf dead. Blood Wolf's eyes turned crimson as he roared. Charge together. The remaining members of the Blood Wolf squad surged forward, and Liang Jihan once more rolled in close, shooting Coyote in the calf. Coyote cried out in pain and fell, while Liang Jihan followed up with a shot to his head. Another one down. But the others were closing in. Liang Jihan grinned, finding cover once more. Just as Blood Wolf prepared to toss a grenade, suddenly, a black object fell from the sky, accompanied by a girlish shout. Get down. Blood Wolf reflexively yelled. Thud. The object landed, a mere stone. Upon realizing this, Blood Wolf's fury surged. Damn it. I've been tricked. Liang Jihan leaped into the air, her form gracefully flipping as she discharged a bullet. Bang. Just in time, 3 figures, Wolf, Flying Wolf, and Lightning Wolf, rose from the ground, standing in a straight line. The bullet instantaneously pierced through all 3 heads. They had just gotten up, only to collapse again. Blood Wolf's fury boiled as he raised his gun to shoot, but Liang Jihan's figure vanished once again. Hee, as I thought, I truly enjoy playing with guns. Liang Jihan mused, glancing at the 2 remaining bullets in her hand. With 5 opponents still standing before her, she began to calculate. How could she possibly take down 5 men with just 2 shots? Chapter 92. The Maiden Strike. 2. The White Eagle squad consisted entirely of Caucasians. The smallest team with only 6 members. The leader, White Eagle, had golden hair and blue eyes, his sapphire-like gaze exuding charm. Captain, I still believe Eastern women cannot compare to our Western women. They are just not open enough, all coy and uninteresting. Eagle jested while cautiously advancing, speaking into his earpiece. White Eagle scoffed. What do you know, you brute? Eastern women possess a delicate fragility, their physique vastly different from ours. Their submissive demeanor when playing is truly irresistible. Falcon chimed in. The captain speaks the truth. Among Eastern women, I prefer those from the Dragon Country over those from the islands. Their modesty excites me even more. Skyhawk flashed a wicked grin. You're making me excited. We've been busy capturing test subjects these past few days, leaving us no time to enjoy the local women. Captain, once we wrap up today's business, let us find a few Dragon Country women nearby for some fun. White Eagle pondered for a moment, feeling a stir of interest. The steward is quite irate at the moment. Once tonight's tasks are finished. Who? All units. Be alert. Before he could finish, the entire squad fell silent, their eyes scanning the darkness ahead. From the shadows, a figure stumbled forth. Their eyes brightened. What a beautiful girl from the Dragon Country. The girl, with wet hair, was wrapped in a tattered blanket, her legs adorned in ragged pants, exposing her snowy calves, her feet clad in oversized shoes, clearly hastily found. Help me. The girl shivered, stumbling forward, her face brightening with surprise upon seeing the White Eagle squad. White Eagle aimed his gun and shouted, Don't move. Where did you come from? Chun Yunshi immediately halted, her expression shifting from joy to ice cold. Are you the rescue team? What is going on? Why did you arrive so late? White Eagle paused, a mischievous smile forming. Indeed. Lovely lady, we are the rescue team. How unfortunate that we arrived so late. What were you men doing? Chun Yunshi tightened her grip on the blanket, boldly stepping towards them. As Chun Yunshi noticed that everyone was staring at her in a daze, she exclaimed, What are you all standing there for? Strip off your clothes and give them to me. Do you want me to freeze to death? She paused, realizing they were a group of foreigners, and sighed. Forget it. Even if I explained, you wouldn't understand anyway. If you spoke properly, I would comprehend. There's nothing to say. If you don't understand, there's no point in explaining. Those who are willing to learn need no instruction, while those who are indifferent cannot be taught. The eagle, infuriated, pointed his gun at Chun Yunshi and demanded, "Do you want to die?" Impatiently, Chun Yunshi retorted, "What kind of attitude is that?" The members of the White Eagle team were bewildered. This was not how they anticipated things to unfold. Typically, revealing their Caucasian features would attract a swarm of women from the Dragon Kingdom. But never had anyone spoken to them in such a manner. The White Eagle chuckled nervously. "Ahem, my apologies, madam. My subordinate was impolite. Please forgive us." Chun Yunshi scoffed. "Honestly, it's fine. Who told me I was beautiful and kind-hearted? But if you speak to me like that again, you will lose points in my heart." Unbeknownst to him, the White Eagle felt a pang of guilt and glared at the eagle. "Take off your combat uniform and give it to the lady, quickly." Reluctantly, the eagle complied after encountering his captain's cold glare, his face filled with displeasure. "Don't glare at me. This is voluntary on your part, not my doing." Chun Yunshi accepted the uniform and discovered a hand grenade hidden within. "What a mess. Can't you remove these toys before giving it to me?" The young woman was quite displeased and silently pulled the pin from the grenade. The White Eagle was taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. "Madam, be careful that thing." Meanwhile, the eagle was bewildered as he took the grenade, still unaware of the danger. The White Eagle shouted, "Lie down." Boom. The grenade exploded, sending countless steel balls flying, instantly turning the White Eagle team into a sieve. Chun Yunshi landed gracefully and scoffed. "You even needed me to come over and kill you? Can't you take the initiative to end your own lives? Isn't that what men are supposed to do? I misjudged you all." Qin Shuyu showed no intention of hiding. She had inexplicably found a white dress to wear and suddenly appeared before the 12 members of the Thunderbolt team. Her disheveled hair and crimson eyes gave her the eerie appearance reminiscent of Sadako from the television. "Wow, you scared the life out of me," exclaimed Zidian, who was leading the team, unable to contain his expletives. "What are you doing?" Qin Shuyu did not respond. Zidian squinted and suddenly noticed the dagger in her hand, shouting, "Be careful, she has a knife. She might be an ability user." Zidian scoffed. "This woman seems mentally unstable." Before he could finish, Qin Shuyu abruptly appeared before him, thrusting the dagger into his eye socket, blood gushing forth. "Does it hurt?" Zidian, left with one eye, stared blankly at her, gasping, Huh, don't you feel pain?" Qin Shuyu withdrew the dagger and aimed for his remaining eye, staining her dress with blood. "But you just hurt me so badly with the explosion." Thunderbolt roared. "Zidian, what the hell are you doing? Shoot." Bang, bang, bang. All the bullets rained down, striking Zidian's back and turning him into a honeycomb. Qin Shuyu did not flinch. She continued to stab Zidian repeatedly. "Does it hurt? Why aren't you speaking?" Zidian's lifeless body remained silent. "Can you guess why I'm not talking?" Soon, the bullets pierced through Zidian's corpse and struck Qin Shuyu. Thunderbolt's pupils constricted. What kind of physical constitution does this woman have? The bullets can't penetrate? Ouch! You're hurting me, Qin Shuyu yelped, pulling out a bullet embedded in her flesh. Her palm stained with crimson blood. Ah, the taste of blood is so delightful. The members of the Thunderbolt team were dumbfounded, witnessing her lick her own blood. What kind of weirdo is she? Now, Qin Shuyu was riddled with bullet holes, yet none penetrated her vital organs or bones. Her white dress and bloodstained mouth, coupled with a sinister grin, exuded an aura of terror. "You hurt me, so I must hurt you back." Qin Shuyu charged forward like lightning. Chapter 93, Lin Dong vs. Shirshan Shimo. The cries for help echoed through the earpieces from various mercenary teams, prompting the steward to rip off his earpiece and glare menacingly at Lin Dong. It was clear, none of these people had died. What level of strength do they possess? The Foundation's doing? Initially, he had hoped to keep them around for entertainment, but he almost became the entertainment himself. Lin Dong glanced at the smoldering wreckage of the helicopter, adorned with the Foundation's logo. "Tell me, how can I torment you to vent my frustration?" Two towering men, like iron towers, nodded silently before stepping forward. After a brief struggle, the steward produced a syringe filled with a red liquid, an unfinished version of an ability-enhancing serum. The effects and side effects were unknown. Previous experiments had never succeeded. According to the technical supervisor, only an A-level test subject might succeed and yield valuable experimental data. This man was clearly beyond A-level, and neither he nor Shirshan and Shimo would stand a chance. This serum was his only opportunity for revenge. Taking a deep breath, the steward injected the serum into his body. In an instant, chaotic and violent power erupted, coursing through his limbs. The stewardess' eyes turned blood red, and he grimaced in pain. Lin Dong rummaged through his pockets for a cigarette, only to find he had none. He was truly unaccustomed to not having a maid to serve him. He turned to the two LV5 giants and asked, "Since I have you to stall for time, why not take your time? Does anyone have a cigarette? Give me one. I promise to go easy on you later." Shirshan and Shimo exchanged glances, shaking their heads in disbelief. This man was incredibly confident, arrogant. The twins, remarkably similar in appearance, seemed to share a silent understanding as they simultaneously crouched down, then surged forward like cannonballs. Their tremendous force scattered the snow beneath them. "Since you don't have any, I'll make it a bit more painful for you." Lin Dong sidestepped, slipping between the two. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped Shirshan's leg and yanked it back forcefully. Shirshan's massive frame, akin to a mountain, felt as light as a feather as Lin Dong swung him around, crashing him to the ground. In a split second, Shershan's body was encased in a layer of yellow rock. Rock body. Boom. The ground was instantly cratered, and Shershan grimaced in pain. Ah, a defensive type? Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback, yet he continued to swing Shershan's leg, smashing him forward. Boom. Then backward. Boom. Then to the left. Boom. Like Loki swinging Hulk. The ground soon bore several large craters. Lin Dong seized Shershan, using him as a makeshift weapon, and swung him toward Shimo. Duong. The two heads collided, causing them to foam at the mouth and roll their eyes back. Shimo was sent flying far away. Shershan's head bore cracks from the impact. Even in such pain. You're silent. What a man. Lin Dong couldn't help but give a thumbs up, pulling out a frozen fish and aiming for Shershan's groin. I'm going to smash you. Bang. The indestructible artifact lived up to its reputation. The frozen fish struck the abdomen and thigh of Shershan, causing cracks to form, and small stones flew in all directions. Then, Lin Dong found himself utterly bewildered. Why did it seem like something was missing? Shershan's eyes reddened in an instant, a profound and intense stimulus striking at his very soul. Throughout his years, when had he ever felt such pain? A delicate cry soared into the sky, and Lin Dong, startled, released his grip on the calf. A woman? No wonder there was no sound. So you are a woman? But wait, these two individuals appeared to be men, standing nearly 2 meters tall, with short hair, a beard, well-defined muscles, and an Adam's apple. Truly, the foundation was filled with peculiarities. Seeing his sister struck, Shimo rushed over, his eyes ablaze with fury. Sister, are you all right? This too was a woman, and her voice was quite melodious. Sister, it hurts so much. Tears welled in Shershan's eyes from the pain. Lin Dong covered his face. Anyone witnessing these two rugged men embracing each other with such affection, calling one another sister and brother, would surely feel their worldview crumbling. Rest for a moment. I will deal with him. Shimo glared at Lin Dong with hatred. How could he dare to strike his sister in such a vulnerable area? The injury appeared severe. Perhaps his sister would never bear children again. Nevertheless, Shershan struggled to stand. Sister, together. He is very strong. What about your injury? I am fine. I must defeat him, even if it costs me my life. All right. United as sisters, we shall strike with great force. Before she could finish, Lin Dong suddenly appeared behind them. With great force, you mean to end my life? At that moment, the frozen fish came crashing down. Watch out. Shimo hurriedly pushed his sister aside, bracing himself against the frozen fish. Bang. However, Lin Dong seized Shimo by the hair. Wanna die? I told you I would focus on torturing you. The frozen fish plunged into the wound in Shimo's back, shattering his spine and piercing through to his insides. Thanks to the extraordinary vitality of the ability user, Shimo did not die. Instead, he felt as if there was a fish inside his chest. The sensation was utterly bizarre. In a state of severe injury, Shershan looked on, heartbroken, as her sister was mercilessly assaulted by Lin Dong with the frozen fish, as if it were a pestle pulverizing garlic. Sister. Shimo coughed up blood, mingled with pieces of internal organs. Her body convulsed violently, her pupils dilating, the excruciating pain repeatedly agitating her nerves. Only after completely pulverizing her insides did Lin Dong finally withdraw the frozen fish, discarding Shimo's lifeless body. Countless fragments of internal organs mixed with shattered bones poured from the gaping wound in her back, creating a horrific scene. Do not worry, you shall soon join her. Lin Dong shook off the blood from the frozen fish and turned to Shershan. I will fight you to the end. Shershan struggled to her feet. Lin Dong appeared before her in an instant, kicking her down, and then spread her legs apart, raising the frozen fish high before bringing it crashing down. Crack. A fissure appeared on Shershan's rocky torso, running from her abdomen to the crown of her head. Lin Dong raised the fish to strike again. Crack. Crack. With 3 consecutive strikes, the frozen fish cleaved through the rock, splitting her in two, her organs spilling onto the ground. After dispatching the two, Lin Dong tapped the frozen fish with satisfaction. Truly an artifact, it cleaved through 2 stone figures and only shed a few ice shards, a perfect weapon. Meanwhile, the expression of the steward, who had been struggling violently, began to calm, his eyes glowing with a red light. He had witnessed the demise of the Shershan sisters, feeling their pain in his heart. Yet, there was no choice. He needed time to break through, and their sacrifice would not be in vain, for he had succeeded. Feeling an unprecedented surge of power within him, a profound confidence blossomed. How you tormented my people, I shall return the favor tenfold. Chapter 94, Last Words. Do not speak dialects within the Foundation's base. A group of researchers erupted in jubilant cheers. Wonderful. The experiment was a success, as expected of the esteemed steward. Our calculations were spot on. Only an A-level ability user could withstand this version of the serum's power. Have all the experimental data been collected? Report, Supervisor. All data has been collected. We believe that within 3 days, we will develop an improved version of the serum that A-level and below can also utilize. Excellent. Truly worthy of the esteemed steward, such audacity and cooperative ability are a boon indeed. What is the current status of the data? Report, the steward's life signs are stable. Vitality increased by 50, heart rate at 120 beats per minute, body temperature at 42 degrees, muscle activity. Lin Dong looked on in disbelief at the steward's head. All this effort, and you only rose from level 6 to level 7? You've caught up to the weakest maid, Chen Yunqi. How disappointing. Come, I crave torment. Lin Dong, brandishing the frozen fish, beckoned to the steward with a finger, his expression brimming with arrogance. Why so much chatter? Lin Dong dug at his ears. Are you going to torment me or not? The steward froze for a moment, his expression turning sinister, arrogant. A golden light burst forth, and in an instant, the steward transformed into a metallic being, his entire form gleaming gold. Oh, I envy your ability. Lin Dong's eyes sparkled with excitement. If I had this power before the apocalypse, would I have to endure the drudgery of delivering packages for a mere 5,000 a month? By the way, does your excrement turn to gold as well? You wouldn't have to worry about food. The steward charged forward, his metal form unlike that of the Shershan sisters, which served only for defense. He also possessed the ability to transform. His arms extended, morphing into two golden spears aimed directly at Lin Dong's face. Lin Dong casually raised the frozen fish, effortlessly shattering the spears, causing the steward to stagger backward. How could this be? The steward's golden pupils were filled with astonishment. What kind of frozen fish is this? Capable of splitting mountains and shattering bones. Keep going. Lin Dong continued to beckon. The steward took heed, cautiously beginning to liquefy his golden arms. Golden droplets fell to the ground, only to suddenly float in midair. Go! Countless golden droplets shot forth like bullets. Lin Dong leaped to evade while hurling the frozen fish. Golden shield. A circular golden shield appeared before the steward. Bang! The ferocious force sent the steward flying. As though struck by a speeding train, the shield shattered, spewing forth golden liquid. Picking up the frozen fish, Lin Dong smirked slightly. Forget it, you can't torment me. So I shall torment you instead. He accelerated, tracing a meteor-like path across the ground, closing in on the steward. The steward's soul nearly fled in terror. His previous confidence had been obliterated by the frozen fish. Liquid metal. As the frozen fish struck down, the steward's body exploded, scattering golden droplets in all directions, which then coalesced behind him. Damn it, what speed! The steward's golden visage paled. This was his last resort, and it had been forced out so quickly. Despite his strength reaching S level, he could not withstand this man. So, was he SS level? Or even SSS level? What was he thinking? Suddenly, Lin Dong's voice echoed behind him, accompanied by a strong rush of air. Without a second thought, the steward transformed back into golden droplets, but when he attempted to regroup, he was horrified to find Lin Dong, frozen fish in hand, coldly watching him. Damn, I've been deceived. That previous attack was a ruse. The steward wished to maintain his dispersed state, but it was impractical. Prolonged dispersion consumed considerable energy. Just as his form began to coalesce, Lin Dong struck again. Smack. Once more he scattered. Continue. I want to see how many times you can transform. Lin Dong displayed remarkable patience. The attendant felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Although the liquid metal possessed some cunning, it lacked any offensive capabilities. He was here for vengeance, not to play hide and seek. Let us go for it. He gritted his teeth, his form solidifying once more. Upon hearing the sound of wind rushing past, he swiftly conjured a golden shield. Bang! The shield shattered, and cracks began to appear in his metallic body. He was utterly outmatched. Despite his gold element powers being formidable among ability users, before this man, he was powerless. Just as he was about to change tactics, a sudden, sharp pain surged through his arms. Lin Dong had already struck twice, shattering his arms and sending him flying. Ah! The attendant cried out in agony, his heart sinking deeper into despair. He hadn't even perceived the attack, not even a sound had warned him. So, he hadn't been moving at full speed earlier, he had merely been toying with him? This was unacceptable. Lin Dong smirked, having only exerted a fraction more strength. And yet the attendant could not withstand it. You killed my nephew. Even if I die, the Foundation will not. Before he could finish, a fishtail was thrust into his mouth. The attendant was bewildered. What was he doing? In the next moment, Lin Dong slid left and right, the sharp fishtail slicing through the corners of the attendant's mouth, transforming him into a grotesque jester. The gash extended from the corner of his mouth to his ear, rendering him capable of swallowing durian whole in the future. Any last words? If not, I'll send you down to meet those twins. With two exquisite companions, I trust you won't feel lonely, Lin Dong said coolly. The attendant glared at him with malice, which eventually morphed into utter despair. Against such a powerhouse, all threats were futile. What the hell is this? Lin Dong frowned. Can you stop speaking dialect at a time like this? The attendant exclaimed, my mouth is split open. I want to cry, damn it. Lin Dong shrugged, fine. If you can't be understood, I'll take it as you have no last words. Boom. The frozen fish came crashing down, and the attendant's head exploded into a shower of golden fragments. The attendant was dead. Within the Foundation's base, all researchers were left in shock, staring blankly at the screen displaying the horizontal lines. Director, the attendant's heartbeat has ceased, body temperature plummeting, muscle activity. I'm not blind. I see it. The newly appointed director shouted, bewildered by the announcement of the attendant's demise on the screen. Heavens, it's collapsing. Destroy all hard drives, equipment, and paper records. Initiate the Foundation's self-destruct protocol. Countdown, 30 minutes. Everyone, evacuate. A technician asked, Director, what about those items on the lowest level? They are beyond our control. The new director gritted his teeth. Leave them be for now. We'll wait for headquarters' further instructions. In a certain region of the Dragon Kingdom, amidst deep mountains, stood an opulent European-style castle. Within a 1-kilometer radius of the castle, not a speck of snow could be found. Inside the conference room, a middle-aged man in a suit sat at the head of a large round table. with every chair beneath him displaying a VR projection. He spoke calmly, "Gentlemen, the experimental data regarding the ability enhancement serum from the Jiangxing branch has been shared with your research departments. The overseer demands that within a maximum of 2 weeks, you develop a serum with a success rate of over 50 and initiate mass production. Otherwise, you understand the consequences." The projections all nodded rapidly in agreement. "Now, report on your respective research progress." Projection 2. The Lu City Foundation branch has completed the development of the lower half of the exoskeleton armor, enabling ordinary people to achieve speeds close to sea-level ability users. The upper half as firepower equipment is expected to take another week. Projection 3. The weaponry depot at Feng City Foundation has officially begun mass production of new technological weapons, including charged sniper rifles, particle cannons, and lightning grenades. Projection 4. The Biochemical Research Institute at Tianyao City Foundation has completed 20 of the transformation for mutated zombies. Currently, we have usable specimens such as lightning zombie dogs and devourers, but in limited numbers. Projection 5. A total of over 10 individuals, each foundation branch specializing in different directions, showcase the strength and mystery of the foundation. After Projection 17 finished reporting, he suddenly asked, "Secretary Zhun, may I inquire about the Jiangxing Foundation? What happened to Brother Chong and the attendant?" The suited man replied coolly, "They are dead." Projection 17 stood up abruptly, disbelief and sorrow evident in his eyes. "Dead? How could that be?" The other projections were equally astonished. Secretary Zhun replied indifferently, "This is the second agenda of today's attendant meeting." He then clicked on the display screen, revealing projections of Lin Dong and several maids. "Everyone, the reason the Jiangxing branch was able to obtain successful experimental data on the evolution serum is that the attendant sacrificed his life for it. This is his remarkable contribution to our foundation. This man is an autonomous awakener who emerged in Jiangxing, conservatively assessed to possess SSS-level strength." Upon hearing this, the projections collectively gasped in shock. Secretary Zhun continued, "Moreover, this Lin Dong possesses an exceptionally unique ability." The faces of the maids were magnified. These women, currently assessed to be above S level, effortlessly eliminated the mercenary forces of the Jiangxing Foundation. The crowd gasped once more. Projection 3 exclaimed, "Does Secretary Zhun mean to suggest that these women's formidable strength is related to Lin Dong?" Secretary Zhun shook his head, "Not a suggestion, it is a certainty." Projection 4 remarked, "His ability to enhance others' powers. This ability has even surpassed our Foundation's advancements. While our Foundation sacrificed an attendant's life to obtain a successful experimental data, Lin Dong's importance to the Foundation is self-evident. If we can capture him and uncover the secrets he holds, we could accelerate our research and enhance the Foundation's overall strength. However, SSS-level strength presents quite a challenge." Secretary Zhun sneered, "Are you suggesting that your strength surpasses that of the Jiangxing attendant?" Projection 17 was instantly at a loss for words. Secretary Zhun slowly stood. "The purpose of sharing this information is to expedite your research progress. Our previous assessments of autonomous awakeners from the outside world were flawed. Lin Dong's emergence serves as a valuable warning. Although our Foundation is powerful, in this era of abilities, all variables are possible. To achieve our grand ambitions, I urge you all to remain vigilant." The projections nodded earnestly. Projection 17 pressed on. "So what do we do about Lin Dong? Shall we just let him roam free?" Liang Jihan pouted, visibly displeased. "In the end, I couldn't finish off the last 5 with just 2 shots. Their captain was quite formidable, forcing me to switch guns to take him down." Qin Shuang whimpered, entirely stripped of her earlier fierce demeanor. "Wah, it hurts so much. Master, please save me." Her white dress was utterly soaked in crimson, her beautiful face smeared with blood, creating a haunting visage. Besides the two of them, Shen Wanyue and Ling Shui were also covered in blood, while Chen Yunxi remained the only one spotless. The beautiful school flower had obliterated the enemy in one fell swoop. "Master, are you all right?" Xia Qingyu rushed over, concern etched on her face. The other maids gasped in shock. The newly arrived actress possesses an impressive talent for performance. Observe that worried expression, the tears welling in her eyes, her trembling lips, and her tense limbs. She truly exemplifies a star of great caliber. Professionalism at its finest. "It's nothing." Lin Dong shook his head. With a sigh of relief, Xia Qingyu quietly complained to Lin Dong, "Master, Jiang Zhu let her fiancé go." Lin Dong cast a casual glance at Jiang Zhu, causing the maids to feel their hearts nearly stop. Jiang Zhu hastily knelt, "Master, this is the awakening serum brought by the Yun family. It is all here." Xia Qingyu gritted her teeth, infuriated that this woman had found an opportunity to redeem herself. Lin Dong took the serum, curiously examining it. This item indeed had great value. "Master, what shall we do next?" Shen Wanyue inquired, glancing at the scattered corpses on the ground, unable to suppress a shudder. One had been cleaved in half, another pierced through the back, and yet another had its skull crushed, indicating that the master was indeed quite angered today. Lin Dong surveyed the increasingly oppressive sky, waved his hand, and a mobile home appeared. "You lot, go and take down the Foundation stronghold. How dare they bomb me? Not a single one of them shall escape. Even the eggs must be scrambled." Ling Shui frowned, "Huh? Master, aren't you coming with us?" Lin Dong rolled his eyes. "My bed has been blown to pieces. I need to find a place to sleep first." The maids drove the mobile home away slowly while Lin Dong casually chose a direction to proceed. Chapter 96. The second phase of the apocalypse. The strange rain inside the mobile home Qin Shuyao rushed into the bathroom. There was no choice. She was covered in too much blood. Upon entering the warm vehicle, the blood that had frozen solid began to drip down her clothes, making it impossible to remain in the car without cleaning. Ling Shui approached Jiang Zhu with a smile. Hey Jiang Zhu, have you seen your fiancé this time? Was he blushing or teary-eyed? Xia Qingyu scoffed, neither blushing nor teary-eyed. Some people are quite indifferent. From the very start, she had shattered my brother's heart. Jiang Zhu retorted with a cold smile. At least I kept him alive, unlike some who are utterly heartless, showing no mercy even to their kin. The entire Xiao family, over 100 people, had all turned into ice sculptures. Are you not more indifferent than I? The maids exchanged glances, shocked by the ruthlessness of the star. They're merely a bunch of leeches. Killing them is no crime. Xia Qingyu expressed no remorse. Humph. You will go to hell after your death. Jiang Zhu regarded such behavior with disdain. Xia Qingyu remained silent for a long moment before slowly saying, Aren't we already in hell? The maids were left speechless. Damn. Your words seem to hold some truth. Ling Shui pouted. What do you mean? Being beside the master is clearly paradise. Shen Wanyu teased. Isn't it the master who can elevate you to the skies? Shen Yunqi attempted to mediate. Oh come on, sisters, let us not quarrel. Jiang Zhu, you were indeed excessive this time. Little you only made your fiancé lose his family, but what about you? You made him lose his love. Xia Qingyu. Jiang Zhu. She's just another little brat. Liang Jihan finally seized the opportunity to interject, retracting her neck and raising her hand. By the way, master sent us to eradicate the foundation, but does anyone know where it is? The maids, Shen Wanyu crossed her arms, looking at Xia Qingyu. Your Xia family has dealings with the foundation. You should know its location, right? Xia Qingyu paused for a moment before nodding. Yes. This woman is clever and a formidable rival. Thankfully, she isn't as beautiful as I am. That gives me an advantage. Qin Shuyao finally emerged from the bathroom, looking adorably disheveled. It seems to be raining outside. Shen Wanyu was startled and immediately turned to look out the window. Indeed, droplets of rain had begun to fall on the car window. Liang Jihan pointed outside in astonishment, exclaiming, Look, this rain is unusual. The maids hurriedly gathered by the window, their pupils dilating in shock. Under the mobile home's lights, the large raindrops fell into the accumulated snow, causing it to emit thick smoke as if it were melting. Moreover, the streetlights on either side began to show signs of corrosion. The rain grew heavier, pounding against the mobile home with a cacophonous sound. A noise that should have lulled one to sleep now became chilling. Xia Qingyu opened the car door, conjured an ice spear, and reached out to catch a few drops of rain, her beautiful eyes furrowing deeply. Is this acid rain? Ling Shui's expression turned pale. Praying the mobile home would provide protection. Shen Wanyu shook her head. Acid rain doesn't corrode snow, while the mobile home can still move. We must find somewhere to take shelter. The mobile home sped forward. Meanwhile, Lin Dong was still contemplating where to spend the night when suddenly, rainwater dripped onto his forehead. Huh. Lin Dong frowned and raised his hand to touch the raindrops. Within moments, his forehead and fingertips began to tingle. What kind of rain is this? As the rain intensified, sensing the danger, Lin Dong dashed towards the nearest building. The yard had long been buried in snow, but fortunately, there was a second floor. Lin Dong broke a window to enter. It was a dark and gloomy room. Thunder rumbled outside, illuminating the chaotic interior, cluttered with dusty, worn-out plush toys, an old bunk bed, and scattered tattered children's clothing on the floor. It appeared exceedingly eerie. The Tianqin orphanage. Before the apocalypse, this orphanage often received donations from various sectors. Zhao Yufei had once pitifully sympathized with those abandoned orphans, forcing Lin Dong to donate 500 yuan to them. As a result, the kind-hearted Lin Dong had subsisted on steamed buns for an entire month. Damn, just thinking about it makes me angry. Why didn't she use her own money? Well, her money was all given by herself. The apocalypse had persisted for so long. It was likely that the orphans here could not survive the bitter winter. Lin Dong hastily boarded up a broken window with a piece of wood and fell into contemplation. This rain displayed a strong corrosive nature. Even his toxin-resistant physique could sense it. If an ordinary person were to be drenched, they would likely disintegrate in an instant. Lin Dong observed carefully. The rain was indeed peculiar, capable of corroding metal but not cement or wood, indicating it was not acid rain. It appeared to be another manifestation of incomprehensible supernatural forces. However, this also meant that acquiring water would become increasingly difficult for survivors. Previously, only snow had fallen accompanied by low temperatures, preventing the underground water from being affected. But now that it was raining, the water would seep underground, inevitably contaminating the water supply. Who knows what the blue star will become in the future? However, since it cannot corrode buildings, there's no need to panic. The maids have the mobile home. As long as they don't act recklessly, they should be fine. For now, they could endure the night here. Without rushing to explore other rooms, Lin Dong simply cleared a space for a bed, placed a thermostat beside it, and lay down fully clothed. The sound of the rain mingled with the occasional rumble of thunder, and Lin Dong closed his eyes, breathing steadily. Surprisingly, the sound of rain was quite hypnotic. Time passed, and suddenly, a shadow appeared at the dark doorway. The intermittent flashes of lightning elongated its silhouette. The shadow made no sound, gliding silently as if it had no footsteps, drawing closer to Lin Dong. The shadow halted by the bed, not doing anything, merely staring intently at Lin Dong. In the room, apart from the rain and thunder, only Lin Dong's steady breathing pierced the eerie silence. Suddenly, Lin Dong suddenly opened his eyes, clenching his fists and striking towards the shadow with a ferocious force and an unparalleled might. If that punch were to land, even a boulder would be reduced to dust. Crack! Another thunderclap echoed, and Lin Dong abruptly halted his punch, stopping just before the shadow. For heaven's sake! Can the living stop pretending to be ghosts? Who are you trying to scare? Illuminated by the lightning, Lin Dong discerned the figure's features. It was a child, approximately 1.30 meters in height, bundled up in a mismatched array of clothing. A colorful sweater protruded from beneath a tattered coat, ill-fitting and whimsical, topped off with a grimy hat, while adult-sized cotton shoes stuffed with rags adorned his feet. Strangely, the young boy continued to stare blankly at Lin Dong, voiceless. Chapter 97. Tianxin Orphanage. Number 3. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. Are you one of the children here? What is the matter? Can't you speak? The sound of the thunderstorm had masked any footsteps, but now, with a keen sense, he could hear the boy's soft breaths. The child's vacant eyes flickered slightly, and his cracked lips slowly parted. It's not cold. His voice, which should have been clear and light, was instead raspy. After speaking, the boy curled up on the floor, slowly closing his eyes. Thanks to the presence of a temperature-regulating furnace, even the floor was warm, and the boy who had likely been frozen for an extended period luxuriated in the warmth. What a peculiar child. Lin Dong furrowed his brow. What is your name? The boy slowly opened his eyes. I have no name. Lin Dong replied. I asked you what your name is. After pondering for a moment, the boy stated. I'm called Number 3. No name, only a number. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside the room. Number 3? Where have you been hiding? Why are you here at this hour? Who are you? At the doorway appeared a hunched old man, holding a kerosene lamp. Dressed similarly to Number 3 in mismatched clothing for warmth, the elderly man wore thick reading glasses, exuding a kind yet cautious demeanor. Upon seeing Lin Dong, he adopted a wary expression, glancing around before swiftly picking up a wooden plank from the ground. Who are you? How did you get in? There's no food here. You need to leave. Lin Dong couldn't help but chuckle, realizing he was being mistaken for a criminal. Number 3 climbed to his feet and whispered, Grandpa Director. It's not cold here. The old man paused. Indeed, why is it so warm? After just a short while, he was nearly sweating. Lin Dong smiled. Don't be alarmed. It's raining outside. I came here for shelter for the night. Rest assured, I am not a bad person. The director replied. Seeing that Number 3 was unharmed, the old man relaxed. Number 3 displayed a reluctant expression. It was indeed warm here, and he was loath to leave. Yet he also missed his companions. Lin Dong chuckled, pulling out a palm-sized temperature-regulating furnace from his pocket. Little 3, I'm not called Gongzi either. Number 3 took it in bewilderment, his eyes lighting up with joy. Shortly after leaving the room, cheers erupted from downstairs. The old man smiled wryly as he sat on the opposite bed. Sir, I apologize for the inconvenience. My name is Chun Tianxin, the director of this orphanage. Lin Dong. Mr. Lin, may I inquire how you arrived here? Oh, my previous shelter was obliterated by several rounds of rockets, and with nowhere to sleep and the rain falling, I sought refuge here. Although he had heard the sounds from the rocket bombardment earlier, Chun Tianxin chuckled bitterly. Mr. Lin, forgive me for speaking plainly, but with the heavy snow lasting so long, many children in our orphanage have perished from the cold. Now, including Number 3, only 7 children remain. The resources left in the orphanage are extremely limited. You may stay here, but please do not take our food, or else these unfortunate children. Sigh. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. The old man was quite straightforward. No problem. I will provide for myself. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Remembering Number 3, Lin Dong suddenly asked. Director Chen, why do the children here have no names, only numbers? Sighing deeply, Chun Tianxin's expression turned somber. I did this deliberately. Most of these children were abandoned as infants and brought to me, either with congenital diseases or physical deformities. Without parents, their lives are destined to be lived alone. Hence, I do not give them names or allow outsiders to hold them, fearing that even a hint of love might lead them to seek it. Without love, they might survive as indifferent beings. But if they feel a fleeting love yet cannot attain it, that would be far too cruel for them. Lin Dong fell silent. Chun Tianxin's words resonated deeply. I could endure the darkness if I had never seen the light. Had I never felt love, I would not crave it. These are a group of unfortunate children. Chun Tianxin continued. I had hoped that once they are capable of supporting themselves, they could choose their names. I'm growing old. I cannot oversee them for a lifetime. Mr. Lin, please rest well. I will check on the children. With that, Chun Tianxin hunched over and left. In the dormitory on the first floor, the children, now wide awake, excitedly gathered around the temperature-regulating furnace. Number 3, what is this? It's so warm. I know. It's called a magic cube. It contains immense power, just like in the movies. Wonderful. My feet no longer fear freezing. Well, they were already frozen. Wah. I miss sister Number 9. If only we had this earlier, maybe she wouldn't have frozen to death. Children are like that. When one cries, they all join in. Even the usually stoic Number 3 had tears welling in his eyes. Chun Tianxin entered with a gentle smile. Children, hurry and sleep. The children quickly wiped their tears and snuggled under the covers, yet the trembling blankets revealed that they were merely hiding their cries. The rain continued to fall. The atmosphere was far from harmonious. As dawn broke outside, Lin Dong stretched and rose from bed, peering out the window. The snow had begun to melt. What had once been 2 stories high in snow had now diminished by about a meter. If this continued, the picturesque snowy scene would soon vanish. But who could predict how the weather would change? Inhaling deeply, he caught the scent of food wafting from downstairs. Since he couldn't leave, he decided to take a look. Chun Tianxin had lit a fire, and 7 children of varying ages sat around the flames, each contentedly eating from their chipped bowls. Seeing Lin Dong descend, a flicker of anxiety crossed Chun Tianxin's face. Lin Dong smiled and waved his hand. No need to be tense. I'm just here to take a look. The children turned to look, mirroring the old man's nervousness, except for number 3. No. 3 bit his lip and offered his bowl. Uncle, would you like some? Chapter 98. The true face of Chun Tianxin? Gazing into the chipped bowl containing a small portion of stewed radishes and potatoes, Lin Dong chuckled and shook his head in refusal. Number 3 resumed eating. Lin Dong scrutinized the group of children. Number 3 appeared to be around 10 years old, making him the eldest among them. There were 4 boys and 3 girls in total. The other children were quite small, the youngest resembling a charming little girl of merely 3 or 4 years. Her hair styled in disheveled braids, and her round, expressive eyes timidly fixed on Lin Dong as she clutched her bowl protectively, as if fearful it might be snatched away. Chun Tianxin approached with a warm smile, expressing gratitude for Lin Dong's miraculous gift, noting that last night, after a prolonged snowfall, was the most comfortable night the children had experienced. Children, why don't you thank Uncle Lin? Number 3 led the chorus of thanks, and the others followed suit. Imitating him, Lin Dong displayed no airs, gradually familiarizing himself with the children, quickly memorizing their numbers. After breakfast, the children busied themselves. Some swept the floor while others folded blankets. Number 3 took it upon himself to teach the youngest, number 49, how to read. They were all astonishingly well behaved. Chun Tianxin, sitting beside Lin Dong, remarked, I hope I am not embarrassing you, Mr. Lin. With the relentless rain and snow outside, the children must find something to occupy their time. Luckily, before the snow started, benevolent individuals donated a substantial supply of rice, flour, cooking oil, and vegetables, allowing us to endure for this long. Our only pressing issue now is the dwindling water supply. Lin Dong, not intending to disclose his vast resources, shifted the conversation. By the way, Director Chun, were any of the children who perished here exposed to the poisoned snow? Where are their bodies? Chun Tianxin, puzzled, replied, yes. There were indeed those who succumbed to the poisoned snow. Why do you ask, Mr. Lin? Really? What kind of trouble are we facing? Chun Tianxin suddenly stood up, disbelief etched across his features. Lin Dong rubbed his nose. Zombies. Zombies? Chun Tianxin's face turned ashen. To be frank, Mr. Lin, the bodies of those who froze and those who died from poisoning have been placed in the basement. I must go attend to them now. Oh, the poor children. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes. Do you need assistance? Chun Tianxin shook his head. No, I am their director and their grandfather. It is my duty to see them off myself. With that, he left in tears, locking the door to the basement tightly, a sign reading no entry affixed to it. Lin Dong, with time to spare, engaged the children in idle chatter. Little sister number 49, who is your favorite person? Number 49 tilted her head in contemplation, her eyes reddening. I love sister number 9 the most, but she froze to death. Number 3 sighed. In the orphanage, aside from me, sister 9 was the oldest. She was very kind to her younger siblings, always cuddling with number 49 at night. Number 49 sobbed, the morning before last. I woke up and didn't see sister 9. The director said she froze to death. It must have been because I stole her blanket at night, so I. Lin Dong's eyes narrowed. They say she froze to death? So, you haven't seen her body? Number 3 tilted his head. I haven't seen it. The other children echoed their lack of sighting sister 9's corpse. Is that so? Lin Dong stroked his chin and handed each of them a lollipop. The children cheered and eagerly unwrapped their treats, their faces lighting up with joy. Only number 3 refrained, carefully tucking the lollipop into his pocket. As Chun Tianxin entered the corridor, his expression shifted to one of alarm, his hunched back straightening as he hurried towards the basement. Inside, a dozen cold bodies lay stacked, some belonging to children and others to adults, all victims of the poisoned snow. Ignoring the corpses, Chun Tianxin rushed to a wall, glanced back to ensure no one was watching, and cautiously pushed open a hidden door. Behind it lay a passage leading deep underground. With a kerosene lamp in hand, Chun Tianxin descended for quite some time until he reached the bottom. This place, in contrast to the surface, while still cold, maintained a much milder temperature of around 0 degrees. At the base of the passage stood an iron cage, within which a mysterious shadow lurked. The sudden illumination startled the shadow, which opened its glowing eyes and fixed its gaze on Chun Tianxin. Roar! The sound was deafening yet muffled by the thick layers of earth. Chun Tianxin fell to the ground in fright, sighing in relief. Thank goodness. I thought you had escaped. Under the light of the lamp, the full form of the iron cage became visible. It was a person, but with eyes glowing an eerie green, their face grotesque and twisted, every inch of their skin marred, revealing decayed flesh. Massive iron chains bound them, clinking ominously with even the slightest movement. Scattered around the cage were white bones, and the blood that had pooled there reached the ankles, indicating that the previous owner of the bones was quite young. Surrounding the cage were 5 copper cauldrons arranged in a star shape, filled with incense that had long since burned down. Blood-red inscriptions adorned the walls, their meaning unknown. Roar! Chun Tianxin wiped the tears from his eyes, revealing a tender smile. My son, are you hungry? I had planned to bring number 3 to you today, but a young man arrived unexpectedly last night. If he discovers you, he might disrupt your resurrection ritual. Don't worry, I still have some pork. You can nibble on that for now. He withdrew 2 ounces of frozen pork from his pocket and tossed it in. The shadowy figure immediately snatched the pork, stuffing it into its mouth. But after a couple of bites, it spat it out, raising its gaze to Chun Tianxin with a furious roar. It was evident that it craved the flesh of the living. Chun Tianxin, troubled, mused, I must think of another way. Don't be anxious, my son. Father will not let you go hungry. With that, he wiped away his tears and departed. The underground passage plunged back into darkness, save for the fleeting embers of sandalwood incense. Meanwhile, outside the orphanage, an unexpected pair, a man and a woman, emerged. The man was strikingly handsome, and the young woman equally beautiful. They appeared to be an enviable couple, yet their present state was far from normal. The girl, drenched in sweat, supported herself against a wooden board, while the man leaned against her back, his eyes hollow, as if devoid of soul. Brother Beichen, there's a house ahead. Let us go inside and rest. This man and woman were none other than Xia Beichen and Yun Mengli, who had escaped from the Xia family in a violent rampage. Xia Qingyu had destroyed all vehicles and helicopters, leaving Yun Mengli no choice but to flee on foot with Xia Beichen. Fortunately, the snow had frozen solid, and with Yun Mengli's healing abilities, they had traversed the night unscathed. However, once outside the Xia family's domain, Xia Beichen fell back into this state of disorientation, leaving the poor Yun Mengli to bear his weight, her own strength greatly enhanced due to her abilities. Despite this, the young woman endured considerable hardship, a truth only she understood. Yun Mengli scanned her surroundings and noticed a window boarded up. Gritting her teeth, she hoisted Xia Beichen and leaped through. As they entered the upper floor, Lin Dong sensed their presence. Continue your play. I'll check upstairs, Lin Dong said, his expression enigmatic as he ascended. The children exchanged glances, having heard the commotion upstairs. Number 3 gritted his teeth, snatching a kitchen knife and following suit. Don't come up, I'll help Uncle Lin. Yun Mengli surveyed the disheveled dormitory, her nose wrinkling in distaste. It's so messy here. Brother Beichen, I really can't go on. Please bear with me while I clean this bedboard, she said, carefully setting him down. Xia Beichen lay there, his eyes vacant, like a lifeless corpse. Just as Yun Mengli prepared to rest, a voice suddenly echoed from behind her. What are you doing here? Where did you come from? Yun Mengli was startled and quickly turned around. Lin Dong was instantly captivated. What? Just when I sent the maids away to practice self-restraint for a couple of days. Another exquisite beauty appears? How can this be appropriate? Yun Mengli was equally astonished, completely unaware of any noise. When did he enter? Moreover, the man's gaze was exceedingly aggressive, making her quite uncomfortable. However, being an ability user, she was not afraid of him. Who are you? What are you doing here? Lin Dong smiled. You barged into my space and still have the audacity to question me? Speak honestly, or else. No harm shall come to Uncle Lin Dong. Before he could finish, number 3 rushed in with a knife, standing protectively in front of Lin Dong, her small face wary as she glared at Yun Mengli. Yun Mengli. Lin Dong. He slapped her on the back of the head, chuckling. Do I need your protection? Go play. Number 3 scratched her head and obediently stood behind Lin Dong, though her face remained alert. Yun Mengli, looking apologetic, said, I'm sorry. I forgot, our home was destroyed, and we were heading south. It was raining on the road, making it difficult to travel, so we came here to rest for a bit. But rest assured, we mean no harm, and will leave shortly. Is that so? Lin Dong furrowed his brow. This girl seemed harmless. Could she be like Qin Yinshi? Moreover, this girl was actually an LV6. Could she be from the Foundation? And this LV5 man? Lin Dong's expression suddenly turned peculiar. This guy looks somewhat familiar. He resembles a certain maid's fiancé. Seeing Lin Dong staring at Xia Beichen with ill intent, Yun Mengli quickly interjected. This is Mr. Lin Dong, right? My name is Yun Mengli. If you don't mind, could we rest here for half an hour? I assure you, we will leave immediately after. Don't ask me. I'm just here to avoid the rain. Lin Dong shrugged. Yun Mengli glanced at number 3 behind Lin Dong, her beautiful eyes flashing with compassion. Number 3's small face and hands were covered in frostbite, looking exceedingly pitiful. Little brother, sister has superpowers. Would you like me to help treat you? Number 3 immediately shrank behind Lin Dong, silent. Healing ability? Lin Dong showed surprise. That was quite an impressive power. Really? You so readily admit your identity as an ability user? This child has quite a bold heart. Go ahead, let this sister treat you. Lin Dong patted his back. Only then did number 3 timidly step forward. Yun Mengli took a deep breath. A green light appearing in her hands as she slowly touched number 3's small hand. In the blink of an eye, all the frostbite on her disappeared. Your heart? Just as Yun Mengli was about to withdraw her hand, her brow furrowed suddenly. Oh, it's nothing. Congenital heart disease. Number 3 exclaimed, astonished that her frostbite was cured. Speaking nonchalantly, Yun Mengli's heart ached instantly. Such a small child. With congenital heart disease, he must have endured great suffering. Since that is the case, let us help him thoroughly. All right, little brother, your heart condition is treated. Oh, thank you, sister. Number 3 clearly had no idea how rare this miracle was. His face filled with anticipation. Sister, my younger siblings are also sick and frostbitten. Can you help treat them too? Yun Mengli's expression immediately turned bitter. She was already exhausted and had just overexerted her powers, now feeling weak all over. All right, let her rest for a bit. Once she's recovered, we'll talk, Lin Dong interjected. Yun Mengli immediately nodded. Yes, let sister rest. I will definitely help you all, but first I need to ask, how many children are there? Including me, 7. Oh, that is no problem. Lin Dong almost laughed. This girl could be so clever at times, yet so silly at others. Alright, go play. Lin Dong dismissed number 3 and turned to Xia Beichen. What happened to him? Yun Mengli revealed a sorrowful expression. My brother Beichen received the heaviest blow of his life yesterday. He is in immense pain, and his body has triggered an automatic evasion mechanism, transforming him into this state. Being cheated on by his fiancée, and having his whole family slaughtered by his sister, it's no wonder he couldn't withstand it. Supporting 3 evil sword immortals is not a problem. Lin Dong clicked his tongue, realizing he was indeed a scoundrel. Can you tell me about it? Yun Mengli pondered for a moment before slowly beginning. Last night, she too was filled with despair, with Beichen unable to communicate. She found a rare opportunity to express herself, letting down her guard as she recounted her tale. Number 3 enthusiastically rushed over. Grandpa Dean. Just now upstairs came another brother and sister. That sister helped me cure my frostbite and heart disease, and now Uncle Lin Dong is upstairs chatting with them. More people have arrived? Chun Tianxin was momentarily stunned, a cold glint flashing in his eyes behind his reading glasses. What a perfect opportunity. Let us not disturb them. Number 3, come help me downstairs. You all, continue to play. Okay, Grandpa Dean. Chapter 100. Madness. Thus, I escaped with Brother Beichen and walked all the way here. Yun Mengli concluded her story, her beautiful eyes reddening as she gazed at the bedridden Xia Beichen. Brother Beichen is so pitiful. Lin Dong rubbed his nose, realizing that the maids were indeed rather unethical. Do you hate them? Of course I hate them. Yun Mengli's beautiful eyes sparkled with hatred. If it weren't for them, how would Brother Beichen end up like this? But the one I hate the most is the master they speak of, Lin Dong. He had been contemplating along the way and roughly guessed. It must be that Jiang Zhu encountered a scoundrel who brainwashed and possessed her, and then coincidentally met Xia Qingyu, who also couldn't escape the man as clutches. The scoundrel forced both of them, one to hurt Brother Beichen's heart, the other to harm Brother Beichen's body. He is the true culprit. Lin Dongji, do you think this scoundrel deserves to die? Ah well. Lin Dong smiled wryly and nodded. He indeed deserves death. This little girl, why has she become so clever again? Lin Dong sighed. In this matter, it's best you don't tell your father. How can you have such a troublesome father? If he finds out, it'll be a disaster. By the way, Lin Dongji, how did you end up here? Lin Dong touched his nose. Oh, my home was blown up. I had nowhere to stay, and happened to come here. Yun Mengli sighed. It seems you are also a pitiful person. Lin Dong. This girl has quite the imagination. Yun Mengli stood up and stretched beautifully, her enchanting figure fully revealed. Ah, it feels wonderful to express my concerns. Coincidentally, I'm also feeling well rested. Let us call those kids up. I'll help them heal before resting a bit more, then we can leave. Lin Dong nodded, tilting his head towards the building. Number 3. Bring the younger siblings up. Number 3? Asking a 10-year-old to help handle corpses? Lin Dong frowned and went downstairs. How long have they been down there? Number 49 tilted her head, her small hand propped up. It's been quite a while. Lin Dong. Number 14 walked over. Uncle Lin Dong. They should have been down for about 30 minutes. So long. Lin Dong suddenly sensed something was off. He kicked open the underground passage door and rushed in. Hearing the commotion, Yun Mengli hesitated and stood up. Brother Beichen, you rest here. I will go down and take a look. With the aid of her phone's light, Lin Dong discerned the grim visage of the underground level, his brow furrowing deeply. The area was littered with corpses, a truly horrifying sight. Yet neither Chun Tianxin nor the third subject was in sight. This old fellow is indeed suspicious. Yun Mengli chased after him, her delicate face turning ashen. Brother Lin Dong. Here. Lin Dong inhaled deeply, detecting a pungent metallic scent. Scanning the surroundings, his gaze finally fixed on a wall. Crack. A hidden passage opened, and a wave of intense stench assaulted them, nearly overwhelming their senses as it revealed a pitch-black underground tunnel, its destination unknown. Brother Lin Dong, what lies within? Yun Mengli asked, a hint of trepidation in her voice, as if something dreadful awaited them. Lin Dong's expression darkened, a foreboding feeling creeping into his heart. And without uttering a word, he plunged into the darkness. Gritting her teeth, Yun Mengli ultimately followed suit. The tunnel descended deeply, the two moving one after the other. Why is there such a profound passage here? Where does it lead? Yun Mengli shivered as she surveyed her surroundings. The markings suggested this was a relic from a long-ago battle, a shelter from air raids. Lin Dong's heart sank further. The deeper they went, the stronger the stench of blood became. After what felt like an eternity, they finally glimpsed a faint light at the end and hurried towards it. What is this? Yun Mengli's eyes widened in horror, her face paling as she turned to retch violently. Chun Tianxin's expression turned frantic. You. What are you doing here? Lin Dong stared blankly at the iron cage below, his countenance darkening. The cage's floor was strewn with the white bones and blood of children. Tattered, blood-stained clothing scattered about. A pool of blood several centimeters deep hinted at the countless lives extinguished here. The creature within the cage was bent over, gnawing at something, its disheveled hair obscuring its features. The third subject was nowhere to be found, save for a severed hand at the cage's edge. This hand bore no frostbite, yet it clutched tightly onto a lollipop. Perhaps it was a token of comfort for younger siblings, or a symbol of hope amid the harshness of a dying world. Alas, he never had the chance to savor it. He had been cured of his heart condition, had glimpsed the hope of survival. Yun Mengli, too, recognized it, her eyes instantly reddening. Is this that child from earlier? Suddenly, the temperature around them plummeted, the air thickening as if it were on the verge of freezing. Lin Dong felt a suffocating pressure in his chest. What are you doing? Chun Tianxin stumbled to the ground, Lin Dong's terrifying gaze locking onto his, making it feel as though his heart was being gripped tightly. However, since he had been discovered, he no longer intended to hide the truth. I merely wish to resurrect my son. Resurrect your son? Lin Dong's voice thundered, laden with disbelief and fury. So, you fed the third subject to this monster? He is not a monster. Chun Tianxin stood, meeting Lin Dong's gaze directly. He is my son, merely afflicted by the poison of the snow. I can save him. You are not entirely mistaken. I did indeed feed the third subject to my son. In fact, it has been 8 children since the snow began. Boom. Lin Dong felt as if his head might explode. What kind of madness is this? Yun Mengli, in tears, demanded, what wrong did those children commit? Are you even human? They were a mistake from the moment they were born. Chun Tianxin's tone grew increasingly sinister. Otherwise, why were they abandoned? I gave them the opportunity to live. I nurtured them, and their survival is solely due to my efforts. Now, I merely wish to utilize their worth. Yun Mengli trembled with rage. You have lost your mind. Lin Dong's demeanor grew chillingly somber as he stated indifferently, your furnace is incorrectly arranged. Chapter 101. Not only must he kill, but he must also torment the heart Chun Tianxin. What are you babbling about in such a tense atmosphere? Lin Dong, have you ever watched the 1986 version of Journey to the West? The furnace of Taishang Laojun is always arranged in a line. The way you have set it up will not only fail to resurrect your son, but he will also descend into hell, into the 18 layers of hell, enduring unimaginable suffering. And in his next life, he may only be reincarnated as a pig. He not only wishes to kill, but also to torment the heart. Chun Tianxin. His face turned ashen, his eyes wide with disbelief. No. That's impossible. It's just a television show. All of it is fiction. Uft. Lin Dong scornfully retorted. Do you think you understand better than the experts? Uft. Chun Tianxin, overcome, coughed up a mouthful of blood, his posture collapsing as the signs of age became starkly apparent on his face. Impossible. I cannot be wrong. The book clearly states this. I will not err. He considered himself learned, deeply knowledgeable in medical science. Gradually, his mindset shifted. If science proved useless, he would turn to metaphysics. Yet his son, now a zombie, screamed daily, refusing to eat anything. As a father, he was tormented by his son's refusal to consume food. Finally, he discovered a turning point. A child named the fifth subject, inherently mischievous, snuck into the basement while he was distracted, frightened by the corpses and inadvertently opening the hidden door, tumbling into the cage. By the time he rushed down, the fifth subject had already been devoured. From then on, Chun Tianxin was single-minded in his pursuit of his son, coaxing or seizing a child every couple of days while they slept. After all, these children had received his kindness, and offering them to his son was a form of retribution. While he understood that his actions were heinous, he was a father, willing to do anything for his child. Yet now, suddenly faced with someone claiming he had arranged the incense burner incorrectly, it struck him like a blow equivalent to his son's death. Lin Dong closed his eyes, the image of the third subject lingering in his mind. He was obedient and thoughtful, caring for his siblings, grateful for what he had, and would stand up for Lin Dong, exhibiting the demeanor of a little adult. How tragic that he was gone. In the apocalypse, the true horror lies within the human heart. What he witnessed today shattered Yun Mengli's worldview. No, I am not wrong. Chun Tianxin's emotions began to unravel. Without a second thought, he leaped down, stumbling as he unlocked the cage and unshackled his son, reaching out with his frail, aged hands to caress him with tears streaming down his face. Son, I was right, wasn't I? You must be getting better. Suddenly, the creature, disturbed from its meal, revealed its horrifying maw. Roar. Son, are you waking up? I miss you so much. Uft. The creature's jaws clamped down on Chun Tianxin's shoulder, blood erupting in a fountain, staining the walls and extinguishing the incense. This sudden turn of events horrified Yun Mengli, who quickly covered her eyes, unable to witness the brutality. Son, Dad doesn't feel pain. You must live. In his final moments, Chun Tianxin's eyes held no fear or sorrow, only boundless love for his son. He could not survive, and even if he could, Lin Dong would take his life. Chun Tianxin froze, pleadingly gazing at Lin Dong. Can you not? Uft. The creature lunged again, targeting his throat. Chun Tianxin coughed blood, his pupils dilating as he continued to beseech Lin Dong. Chun Tianxin was dead. Despite his initial intentions being rooted in profound paternal love for his son, Lin Dong would not offer him a false justification for his limitless actions. Chun Tianxin, like him, deserved to descend into the depths of hell. Yet, Lin Dong himself was the embodiment of hell. Yun Mengli gazed in horror as the monstrous creature devoured her father, turning to Lin Dong. Brother Lin Dong, we must find a way to eliminate this beast, or else the children outside. Suddenly, the creature let out a thunderous roar, thrashing violently, causing the chains to clatter ominously. An unsettling creaking noise filled the air, and Yun Mengli's face turned pale. The creature seemed to have gained immense strength, nearing the point of breaking free from its bonds. Gritting her teeth, she stood resolutely in front of Lin Dong. Brother Lin Dong, you must flee. I possess superpowers. I can handle this creature. Yet, her legs trembled uncontrollably. Although her body had been significantly enhanced, she lacked any combat prowess, having been raised by the Yun family as a caretaker. Nevertheless, the young girl stepped forward, Fear is an instinct of all living beings. But courage is the anthem of humanity. For reasons unknown, Lin Dong's fury began to dissipate in the wake of Yun Mengli's brave stance. Fine. I shall take care of this, he declared. Before she could respond, Lin Dong leapt into the cage. You wish to escape? Allow me to assist you. He extended his hand and effortlessly severed the massive chains. Unbound, the creature let out an ecstatic roar that reverberated through the underground chamber. In an instant, Lin Dong struck with lightning speed, seizing the creature's head and plunging it into a pool of blood. He raised it and slammed it down repeatedly. The rhythm of his actions was relentless. Yun Mengli, who had intended to assist, froze in astonishment, unable to suppress a gasp. Brother Lin Dong, so fierce. The very creature she feared was being manhandled by him. The creature roared in fury, its green eyes fixed on Lin Dong, yearning to retaliate. But each time it attempted to move, Lin Dong pressed its head back down. He grasped a metal bar and forcibly snapped it in two. With a swift motion, he drove one end into the creature's chest, pinning it to the blood-soaked ground, followed by another into its left arm, then its right, and finally into both legs, effectively immobilizing it. Even then, the creature continued to howl in rage. Lin Dong, drenched in blood, retreated to a corner, prying open the small hand of the creature and unwrapping a lollipop soaked in blood, placing it in his mouth. Blood trickled down his chin, leaving Yun Mengli momentarily confused about who the true monster was. Breaking another metal rod, Lin Dong coldly regarded the creature. Go and join your foolish father. With that, he thrust the rod through the creature's skull. Chapter 102, The Great Villain Lin Dong. The creature lay lifeless, and as Yun Mengli beheld the bloodied and emotionless Lin Dong, an inexplicable pang of sorrow gripped her heart. Brother Lin Dong, how shall we explain this to the children? After a brief contemplation, Lin Dong retrieved an item from his pocket and handed it to her. You will need to cooperate with me shortly. Yun Mengli took it, her eyes widening in realization. This is, on the first floor, the children huddled at the staircase, anxiously awaiting developments. From the dark depths below, terrifying sounds echoed, and they dared not venture forward. Uncle Lin Dong, the youngest, number 49, attempted to rush forward but froze at the sight of Lin Dong, covered in blood. Number 13, the oldest among the remaining children, timidly asked, Uncle Lin Dong, where's Grandpa Dean? What happened to brother number 3? Casting a glance at Lin Dong's icy demeanor, Yun Mengli bit her lip, stepping forward to embrace them. Earlier, a monster emerged from the depths. Your Grandpa Dean and brother number 3 were killed by it. These were the words she and Lin Dong had agreed upon. Although Chun Tianxin deserved punishment, revealing that their esteemed Grandpa Dean had sacrificed their siblings to feed the monster would be unbearable for the children. Even so, the outcome was equally heart-wrenching. Number 49 suddenly froze, tears welling in her eyes. A monster? I don't believe it. I want brother number 3 back. Within 2 days, she had lost her beloved sister number 9, and now brother number 3, shattering her heart. The other children wept uncontrollably, their wails echoing through the air. Yun Mengli's lips nearly bled from her biting, tears cascading down her cheeks. Enough with the crying. Silence. Lin Dong's voice rang out sharply. The children's cries halted momentarily, only to intensify. It is precisely because you are so weak and defenseless that they had to confront the monster. Had you not existed, they could have easily escaped. Number 25's face flushed with indignation. But Uncle Lin Dong, you are so powerful and possess so many wondrous treasures. Why couldn't you save Grandpa Dean? Yun Mengli's heart sank. As Lin Dong had predicted, the children, despite their innocent nature, believed that adults were obligated to resolve their troubles, even as orphans. Lin Dong scoffed. Why should I save them? They are neither my father nor my son. Their fate is of no concern to me. The children fell silent, gazing at Lin Dong as if he were a stranger. Just moments ago, he had been so gentle with them. What are you staring at? Lin Dong maintained his indifferent expression. Do you resent me? Do you hate me? Then go ahead, take action against me. Kill me. Avenge your Grandpa Dean and brother number 3. The children wept again. They were far too powerless to take action against an adult. Yet, Yun Mengli sensed that their sorrow was transforming into anger and hatred. This was Lin Dong's method of diverting their attention, rather than leaving them with indelible scars. He provided them with a target, fostering animosity towards him. This way, they would have motivation and hope to survive. And that target was Lin Dong himself. After all, there were already enough people who despised him. A few more children would make little difference. Children, once the rain ceases, come with me. Yun Mengli wiped her tears, stepping forward at the opportune moment. Sister's home is large enough to accommodate you all, and I will ensure you receive treatment for any ailments when you grow up. Should you wish to seek vengeance against brother Lin Dong, I will support you. As she spoke, Yun Mengli's heart ached. She understood the truth of the situation and the sacrifices Lin Dong had made. He was truly a savior, yet had to assume the role of a villain. Moreover, it was not so simple for the Yun family to accept a group of orphans. After all, they were not a charitable organization. Thus, Lin Dong produced the awakened serum, serving as leverage for these children to survive within the Yun household. This was a pure gain for him. Number 13 wiped her tears and looked at Yun Mengli. Sister, is what you said true? Yun Mengli nodded earnestly. Trust me. Yet, a sense of helplessness washed over her. They had ventured out, and her brother had been killed. She could only wonder what turmoil awaited them at home. However, since she had promised Lin Dong to care for these children, she would see it through. All right. Number 13 took on the role of the protective older brother, embracing his younger siblings tightly, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Dong. Uncle Lin Dong, when I grow up, I will surely seek vengeance against you. Lin Dong smirked. Very well, I shall await your arrival. With him leading the way, the other children glared at Lin Dong, filled with a desire for revenge. At this point, Lin Dong's plan had been executed flawlessly, except for the little girl, number 49. She was still too young to comprehend, unable to harbor any hatred towards Lin Dong, and simply wept. Subsequently, Lin Dong ascended the stairs alone, while Yun Mengli took on the role of a caring older sister, providing emotional support and preparing meals. Well, ultimately, it was number 13 who ended up cooking, as the young lady was completely inept in the kitchen. One by one, she assisted in healing the others, until an hour later, Yun Mengli finally climbed the stairs, panting. Brother Lin Dong, you. The girl hesitated. However, Lin Dong did not appear to be suffering as she had imagined. Instead, he chuckled while smoking. No need to comfort me. I have committed many misdeeds. Occasionally doing something good is quite amusing. Even if I am misunderstood, what does it matter? After all, this was my own plan. Thank you, Brother Lin Dong. You are the best person I have encountered since the apocalypse. Yun Mengli bowed deeply. Lin Dong replied. If you knew that your brother indirectly caused my demise, you might think differently. The girl beamed sweetly. I plan to stay for a while, waiting for the rain to stop before taking the children away. However, it would be wonderful if Brother Beichen could wake up. Yun Mengli's face grew somber again. If Brother Lin Dong is willing to leave with us, that would be great, but unfortunately, the situation with the children is too tense. Just now, number 13 almost charged at me with a kitchen knife. Thus, it would be best if Brother Beichen returned to normal. Managing this group of children would be less burdensome with 2 people. Lin Dong extinguished his cigarette and smiled. That is simple. Just watch me. Chapter 103. Lin Dong's loyal fan Yun Mengli was taken aback. What will you do? Being a medical student with healing abilities, she felt utterly powerless regarding Xia Beichen's condition. Lin Dong approached the bedside, where Xia Beichen remained vacant-eyed and utterly hollow. Suddenly, Lin Dong raised his hand and slapped him. Yun Mengli exclaimed in anger, Brother Lin Dong, what are you doing? Brother Beichen is so pitiful. Why would you hit him? Yet Lin Dong shot her a glance, signaling her to remain silent. Sure enough, after being struck, a glimmer of light flickered in Xia Beichen's eyes. Lin Dong seized Xia Beichen by the collar and coldly stated, Xia Beichen, is it? Let me share a harsh truth with you. I am the master of Jiangzhu and Xia Qingyu. One is your fiancée Yi, and the other is your sister. Now, you find yourself in my grasp. Are you surprised? Yun Mengli's eyes widened in shock, quickly recalling how Lin Dong had intentionally let the children misunderstand him. So, Brother Lin Dong was employing the same tactic again to incite hatred in Brother Beichen? Lin Dong continued. Do you know how alluring your fiancée Yi is? Do you know how fragrant your sister is? They are both my pets. They do whatever I command, only able to eat my leftovers. And they even attend to my bathing, sleeping, and even using the restroom. I ordered your sister to ruin the Xia family, and I had Jiangzhu break up with you, leaving you thoroughly wounded. I am Lin Dong, and your enemy stands before you, yet you appear so dazed. It leaves me feeling quite unaccomplished. Boom. As his words fell, Xia Beichen's entire being erupted with an overwhelming aura, as if the very air around him were freezing. Lin Dong. At that moment, Xia Beichen exuded a murderous intent. Yun Mengli's face brightened. Brother Lin Dong's method was indeed effective, but Lin Dong stepped back, shaking off the ice shards with a cold smirk. Oh, finally awake. I thought you would continue sleeping. I will kill you. Xia Beichen's eyes were bloodshot as he lunged at Lin Dong. Brother Beichen, don't. Yun Mengli cried out, but in the next moment, she was left speechless. She watched as Xia Beichen swung his arm, instantly freezing Lin Dong into an ice sculpture. Yet, in less than 0.01 seconds, Lin Dong shattered the ice and seized Xia Beichen by the throat, delivering a heavy punch to his abdomen, causing him to vomit bile. Pathetic. Too weak. Lin Dong taunted mercilessly. Do you have any sisters at home apart from your fiancée Yi and sister? If not, your mother will suffice. Ah, I will kill. Snap. Lin Dong easily broke his legs. Lin Dong, I will fight you. Snap. His arm was brutally fractured. Lin Dong, you bastard. Snap. His jaw shattered. However, with Yun Mengli present, these injuries were hardly significant. After delivering a kick that sent Xia Beichen flying, Lin Dong prepared to leave but was halted by Yun Mengli's gaze. The girl's eyes were filled with compassion, excitement, guilt, and gratitude. Brother Lin Dong was truly a man of great righteousness. To awaken Brother Beichen, he was willing to impersonate that devilish scoundrel, all to help him regain his strength. Immersing himself in the situation, sacrificing for others, Brother Lin Dong was truly. I am overwhelmed with emotion. Even if the entire world loathes Brother Lin Dong, I, Mengli, will always be your steadfast supporter. Lin Dong scratched his head, somewhat bewildered. What does this girl mean? Does she think I am pretending again? Why does she seem so naive now? Whatever. I should leave quickly. Ignorance is contagious. Lin Dong exited with a bemused smile. Hey Lin. Yun Mengli hurriedly stopped, intending to express her gratitude, but clearly, she could not afford to be discovered. She quickly helped Xia Beichen back onto the bed, her heart aching. Although Brother Lin Dong was a good person, he was indeed ruthless. Look at how badly Brother Beichen had been beaten. He was already swollen. Brother Lin Dong must have gone to such lengths for the sake of the performance. It must be so. How could Mengli misinterpret Brother Lin Dong like an outsider? Brother Beichen, how are you? Does it hurt anywhere? Xia Beichen's bloodshot eyes fixated on the window, where Lin Dong's figure had vanished. Brother Beichen, speak. Don't revert to how you were before. I'm so scared. Xiao Beichen. Oh, I forgot your jaw is broken. I'll treat you now. 10 minutes later, a healed Xiao Beichen sprang towards the window. Yun Mengli quickly grabbed him. Brother Beichen, don't go. Xiao Beichen struggled fiercely. Mengli, let me go? I want to kill him. Brother Beichen, you can't defeat him. Yun Mengli shouted, closing her eyes. The moment she spoke, Xiao Beichen froze. Yun Mengli cautiously opened one eye, finding Xiao Beichen's face filled with despair. Indeed, the enemy was right before him, yet he lacked the ability to take revenge. Xiao Beichen. You. Slap. He struck himself. What a waste of a life. Yun Mengli secretly sighed in relief and quickly consoled him. Brother Beichen, don't be sad. Since the devilish Lin Dong has spared you, you must regain your strength. Mengli believes in you. I believe that one day, you will surpass him. At that time, it won't be too late for revenge. In his heart, he wailed, Brother Lin Dong, I'm sorry. Now you have one more enemy. For the first time, Xiao Beichen finally absorbed her words, his despondent gaze turning resolute. Mengli, you are right. This time he failed to kill me. It will be the most erroneous decision of his life. Right now, I may not be as strong as him, but that does not mean I will always be weaker. I will find every means to grow stronger, far surpassing him, and then I will confront him again. I will humiliate him ruthlessly. Not only him, but I will also not spare Jiangzhu and Xiaqingyu. 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank. Do not underestimate the youth and their poverty. I firmly believe that Brother Beichen will surely succeed. The girl revealed a radiant smile, for she adored the confident and brilliant Brother Beichen. Yet, her feelings of guilt towards Lin Dong deepened within her heart. Xiao Beichen simply brushed off the dust from his clothes and proclaimed with pride, Someone, contact the foundation for me. Yun Mengli glanced around, perplexed. Who is Brother Beichen calling? Oh, I forgot. The Xiao family is devoid of people. Xiao Beichen sighed deeply, pulling out his phone and dialing a number, only to be met with a woman's voice on the line. Hello, you are currently out of the service area and unable to connect. Xiao Beichen frowned. I do not care who you are. Give me 5 minutes to bring the service area to me. Otherwise, I will ensure your entire family pays the price. Chapter 104. The Dispute Among Maids. Contest for leadership. The stronghold of the Jiangqing Foundation, after much turmoil, had finally been reached by the maids. The entire stronghold was established within a mountain, completely concealed underground, with several layers. Kicking open a hidden door, the maids entered cautiously. It was eerily empty. Bright lights illuminated the desolate space. Alas, it seemed they had indeed fled early. Liang Jihan stowed her gun away. In hindsight, it was understandable. Even the highest-ranking steward had perished at the hands of the master, and anyone left here, unless foolish, would hastily retreat to avoid retribution. However, their speed was astonishing. They had managed to slip away even before the rain began. We must remain vigilant. Shen Wanyue glanced at the floor distribution map beside her. There were exactly 7 floors, and with power still available, the 7 of us will each take a floor to investigate all leads regarding the foundation, leaving no stone unturned. I will take the B7 floor, Ling Shui the B6, Jiangzhu the B5, Jihan the B4, Xiaqingyu the B3, and Yunqi the B2. Why should you be the one giving orders? Suddenly, Xiaqingyu coldly interrupted. The other maids fell silent simultaneously. Shen Wanyue frowned. Do you not wish to go? Then choose a floor for yourself. Xiaqingyu shook her head with a sneer. I do not care which floor it is. My question is, why are you the one arranging us? Are you the master-appointed head maid? Xiaqingyu had never been one to accept being under anyone. And being pressed down by Lin Dong was one thing. But why should she heed the commands of other maids? Shen Yunqi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Excellent. Let them fight. Ling Shui retorted angrily. What do you mean? Sister Wanyue was the first to join and is meticulous in her work. We are willing to listen to her. If you have an objection, state it openly instead of being sly. Xiaqingyu scoffed. If that is the case, then let us lay it all out in the open. I believe you are unworthy of being the head maid, and I wish to select a new one. You certainly have lofty ambitions, claiming to select a new leader. Do you think you are fit for it? Jiangzhu mocked. Jiangzhu, you need not feign concern for her. I've heard it was she who forced you to sever ties with the Xiao family. You must have grievances against her already, Xiaqingyu provocatively stated. Jiangzhu's expression darkened gradually. Ling Shui wished to continue her defense, but was halted by Shen Wanyue's intervention. You need not sow discord. After all, we serve the master and must focus on that. Xiaqingyu laughed heartily. You present yourself as so principled. While that may be true, I believe there must be a head made among us. If we cannot work in unison, how can we serve the master well? Shen Wanyue's gaze turned icy. So you wish to be the head maid? Do you believe you have the right to lead us? Ling Shui nodded. Indeed, do not forget. You are the weakest among us. Weak? Xiaqingyu's eyes grew increasingly dangerous. You merely encountered the master before I did. What is there to be proud of? Had we met at the same time, I would have ground you all into the dirt. Ling Shui crossed her arms. Well, I am sorry, but we met before you. You are simply weaker than us. Humph. You are but a big-chested, brainless woman. Do you not see that Shen Wanyue is using you? Thank you for the compliment. Whether I am being used is beside the point. I am simply well endowed, unlike some who can barely keep a plane in the air. You. Xiaqingyu had indeed struck at Ling Shui's area of expertise. The atmosphere instantly turned tense. Liang Jihan hurriedly attempted to mediate. Oh, please, do not argue. We are all here to serve the master. Ultimately, the decision of who becomes the head maid should rest with the master. However, Shen Yunqi whispered, I believe the master may not care much about this. Given the master's capabilities, more maids will undoubtedly join in the future. We should establish this ahead of time. It will alleviate the master's worries. You. Liang Jihan was infuriated. This little schemer was indeed causing trouble. Chun Yunqi wore an innocent expression, secretly reveling in the chaos. Let them fight. It would be best if they all ended up hurting each other. Xia Qingyu silently praised Chun Yunqi, scoffing. What Yunqi says is correct. Our abilities are, in essence, granted by the master. Who stands higher or lower is entirely at the master's discretion, so ranking by strength is inherently unfair. What do you wish to achieve? Shen Wanyue's eyes were already aflame with anger. Before the star emerged, although there were tensions among the maids, they maintained a semblance of harmony. Ling Shui and the others had simpler minds and had established a certain standing from the beginning. Yet, with the arrival of the star, their status was being challenged, and they could not allow her to succeed. Since the conflict was now in the open, they would settle it today to prevent future complications. It was simple. Does not the master favor beauty? Let us rank ourselves by looks. Who stands first will be the head maid, Xia Qingyu suggested with a malicious smile. While I cannot claim to be the first, you are undoubtedly the ugliest. This statement was a lethal blow. In truth, ever since Ling Shui joined the maids, Shen Wanyue had felt a sense of crisis. Although she was quite renowned in the community, the women who joined afterward, in terms of appearance, figure, and demeanor, subtly surpassed her. After Xia Qingyu's arrival, that sense of crisis intensified, for the star was a goddess to countless fans, and she could not compete. However, being directly told she was ugly could easily break any woman's spirit. Are you seeking death? Xia Qingyu beamed with pride. What? Did I strike a nerve? Are you going to lay hands on me? Go ahead. I am not your match anyway. You might as well kill me. You. Shen Wanyue raised her hand, ready to throw a punch, but Jiang Zhu hurriedly intervened. She was deliberately trying to provoke you into action, afterward reporting to the master and labeling you as impulsive and irritable, thereby allowing her to succeed. Shen Wanyue's chest heaved violently, yet she had to admit Jiang Zhu was correct. From the very beginning, Xia Qingyu had been deliberately enticing her to strike. Since you claim I am the ugliest, I will withdraw from the contest for headmaid. After all, you are a superstar, the dream of countless individuals. In terms of looks, none of us can compare to you. The position of head maid should rightfully belong to you. Xia Qingyu's eyes turned cold once more, cursing silently in her heart. Wretched bitch, what a clever tactic of retreating to advance. While she indeed aspired to be the head maid, Shen Wanyue's words undoubtedly placed her at odds with all the maids. No maid would ever concede that they were less beautiful than her. Do you think this will intimidate me? Such naivety. Xia Qingyu replied with a smile. Thank you for the compliment, but I still consider myself inferior to teacher Shuyu. I believe she is more suited to be the head maid. You retreat to advance. I will lead the chaos elsewhere. Chapter 105. The slacker among the maids. The conflict suddenly shifted direction. Standing quietly aside, Qin Shuyao found herself utterly bewildered. Huh, me? The beautiful teacher quickly shook her head. No, I can't do it, nor do I wish to. It was a jest. She was not foolish. At this moment, even with her innocent demeanor, it was clear that the position of head maid was no easy seat. Xia Qingyu smiled brightly. Why not? In terms of temperament, appearance, and figure, you are the most outstanding among us. I believe you are suitable. Is that so? Thank you. Qin Shuyao scratched her head, grinning from the compliment. She had received praise from a big star. However, she did not want to be the head maid. Let the others compete for it. Xia Qingyu replied, no way. Today, you must take on the role of head maid. She realized that among these women, the ones with seemingly the lowest IQ were Ling Shui and the seemingly simple Qin Shuyao. Ling Shui firmly stood with Shen Wanyue, and thus she needed to ensure that Qin Shuyao sided with her, supporting her assent, allowing her to become the woman behind the head maid. However, she ultimately had joined too recently and did not know the other maids well, especially the adorably naive Qin Shuyao. Shen Wanyue exchanged glances with her companions, silently retreating a step and crossing their arms in silence. Unaware of the situation, Xia Qingyu continued to persuade, Shuyao, I know you are a university teacher. Those who can teach must possess high emotional and intellectual intelligence. Moreover, you are the most beautiful among us. Having you as the head maid would surely raise no objections. Qin Shuyao frowned. Oh, I really don't want to do it. Please don't pressure me. Most of the time, she just wanted to be a quiet, beautiful girl, enjoying snacks, sipping tea, reading books, and occasionally teaching her master foreign languages. Despite her master often interrupting her during oral pronunciation lessons, the teaching process was quite enjoyable. If only she could also raise a little dog, that would be even better. No, you are the most suitable. You must do it. I won't do it. Please stop pressuring me. Why don't you want to do it? Why should I want to do it? Xia Qingyu was infuriated. Was this woman truly a slacker? Could she not have some aspirations? That was the head maid, after all. In the future, Lin Dong would undoubtedly become the world's top powerhouse, and the head maid would be the highest-ranking woman by his side, truly one beneath one, but above all others. You aren't even the slightest bit tempted? Shuyao, listen to me. The times have changed. The future human situation will be unpredictable. As a teacher with the highest education, we need you to lead us. Qin Shuyao replied. I may look simple, but I am not truly foolish. Oh, I really don't want to do it. Analyzing the changing human situation cannot simply rely on education. If you want to do it, then do it yourself. This big star had ulterior motives. She merely wished to enjoy her snacks in peace and not be dragged into the fray. Xia Qingyu was even more agitated, thinking, if I cannot even handle you, how can I manage the other maids? Today, I will stand my ground against you. Trust me, if you agree to do it, I will be your first supporter. I want you to do it. Will you do it or not? If you refuse again, I will be angry. Do you believe I will hit you? You. How can you be like this? Qin Shuyao's eyes turned red. She just wanted to be a slacker and did not want to be hit. Xia Qingyu felt her heart skip a beat under Qin Shuyao's glare. Something feels off. The next moment, a terrifying and menacing aura erupted. And Qin Shuyao's eyes turned blood red. You foul wench, do you wish to die? The sudden shift in her demeanor left Xia Qingyu momentarily stunned. This little girl had two faces? I am not. Xia Qingyu began to explain, but Qin Shuyao's small fist had already come crashing down. Boom. This punch was exceedingly swift, instantly turning Xia Qingyu into a shrimp. The rapidly solidifying icy armor on her chest shattered in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The violent force surged forth, and Xia Qingyu's delicate form crashed through the floor, one layer after another, until she reached level -7. Chen Yunxi stuck out her tongue, once again bringing Shun Wanyue and others in front of her. It's over. The teacher has gone mad again. Ling Shui sneered. Let this foul wench reap what she sows. Why provoke anyone else, only to irritate Shuyao? Let her learn a lesson. Liang Jihan sighed for a moment before urgently calling out, Shuyao, don't hit too hard. Qin Shuyao, just about to jump into the hole to deliver a final blow, immediately looked up at the sound. The maids all felt a chilling sensation. Below, Xia Qingyu wore a sorrowful expression, spitting out blood. Damn that wench, she is actually acting against me? Looking around, she was momentarily stunned. This was the lowest level. The largest area, roughly the size of 2 football fields. It was now illuminated by a dim green glow, with numerous petri dishes containing various experimental subjects. These subjects were all animals, each with peculiar forms. Large huskies sprouting wings, giant pythons covered in spikes, spiders adorned with numerous eyes. Disturbed by the enormous noise, these dormant mutated beings began to show signs of awakening. It was eerie and terrifying, sending chills down one's spine. Xia Qingyu felt a slight shock. These mutated animals had actually been captured by the Foundation for Research? Such a large number. The Foundation's undertaking was no small feat. Wait. There is. Before she could finish her thought, Qin Shuyao had already charged over. Damn it. An ice spear formed in her hand, and with a loud crash, she launched it forward. The two engaged in a fierce battle, from level -7 to -5, then from -5 to -1. The once spacious base quickly became precarious. Ling Shui sighed. Now all clues will be destroyed by them. Chen Yunxi shrugged nonchalantly. What are you worried about? After all, the master's order is to wash this place in blood. If there are no people, then it can be demolished. That would still fulfill the master's task. What the maids did not notice was that on level -7, more and more mutated beings were awakening, their eyes glowing with various lights, breaking free from their tubing, and easily shattering their petri dishes as they landed on the ground. Crack, crack. The flying husky revealed its jagged teeth, its blood-colored wings struggling to unfurl. The mutated spider's head spun 360 degrees, spewing green fluid that fell to the ground, instantly corroding and smoking the floor. More and more mutated beings exhibited extraordinarily bizarre postures. At another small hill 10 kilometers away from the stronghold, this was the Foundation's second stronghold. The technicians who had previously escaped stood respectfully behind a young man in a suit. The man was tall, with long hair, strikingly handsome. Yet no one dared to meet his gaze. This was because his eyes were slit pupils. Before them, a large screen displayed the battle between Xia Qingyu and Qin Shuyao, as well as the awakening situation of the mutated beings on level -7. The technical supervisor stepped forward and bowed. Deputy Director, among the 103 mutated beings we previously captured, aside from those crushed by the floor, 94 remain. Do you think these mutated beings can eliminate this group of women? The man with slit pupils slowly turned his head, his gaze becoming exceedingly dangerous. You ask me? No, what I mean is, before the technical supervisor could finish, his body suddenly stiffened. In less than a moment, he turned to stone. Chapter 106. Who said the logistics position was safe? The man with slit pupils chuckled coldly, glancing at the trembling researchers, and casually pointed to a short-haired man with glasses. From now on, you will be the new technical supervisor. Congratulations. The bespectacled man looked utterly constipated. Though the Foundation offers decent remuneration, with the highest contributions towards social insurance and housing funds, the position of technical supervisor is perilous. The previous occupant was drained of his essence by a parasitic creature, and within days, another was petrified by the new deputy steward's glare. This role is far more hazardous than fieldwork. Who claims that logistical positions are safe? The vertically pupiled man observed the reluctant expression of the bespectacled individual, his gaze turning menacing once more. Are you dissatisfied? The bespectacled man, trembling with fear, hastily replied, No. Thank you for your guidance. I shall endeavor to perform well. The vertically pupiled man then revealed a satisfied smile. Remember, I am merely the deputy steward. The true steward is devising a strategy to engage with our target. Do not misname him. In the original base, Xia Qingyu was in a lamentable state. This beautiful instructor was utterly deranged. Not only was she more powerful, but her recklessness was astounding. She absorbed all attacks without evasion, relying solely on her physical resilience. Enduring the pain while displaying an expression of exhilaration, she seemed like a masochist. Qin Shuyu brutally grasped Xia Qingyu's hair. Despite the blood on her face and her weakened state, Xia's eyes still burned with ferocity. Once this ordeal concludes, I shall demand an upgrade from my master and make sure to subdue this group of contemptible harpies. Why must you force my hand? Qin Shuyu asked with a sinister smile. In this world, aside from my master, no one can compel me to act against my will. Should there be a next time, I will surely kill you. With that, she forcefully slammed Xia Qingyu's head onto the ground, scoffing as the crimson hue in her eyes faded. The other maids approached, with Shun Wanyue crossing her arms and snorting, "You may harbor ambitions and resist my commands, but instigating conflict and severing all leads for the Foundation will be reported to the master. The rest will depend on his mood." "Oh, you think you can play the informant? I can too." Ling Shui stretched languidly, her ample curves striking a visual impact. Chen Yunxi, with a playful smile, chimed in. "Sister Ling Shui, are you thinking of the master or the young master? What do you think, little green tea?" Ling Shui replied coyly. Liang Jihan, looking exasperated, remarked, "Have you all not noticed? Our phones have lost signal." Jiangzhu nodded, frowning. "Since this morning, my phone has been without signal. It seems this rain has destroyed all communication towers, and without a satellite phone, we may struggle to contact the master." Qin Shuyu's face turned pale. "Then how shall we find the master?" Chen Yunxi pointed at Xia Qinyu, who lay on the ground like a lifeless dog. "What about her?" Shen Wanyue called out coolly. "Stop playing dead, if you wish to remain sprawled here." Her words faltered as her eyes narrowed. Not just her. Jiang Zhu and Liang Jihan also sensed something was amiss. An ominous chill seemed to emanate from the depths below, carrying a pungent, nauseating scent. Suddenly, a massive serpent's head emerged, flicking its tongue and fixing its gaze upon them. Good heavens! Chen Yunxi's face turned ashen, and she bolted. The young girl was terrified of snakes. The other women also wore grim expressions as more bizarre, mutated creatures crawled out from the surroundings, encircling them. There were not only the giant snake, but also grotesque spiders that induced trypophobia, pustule-ridden toads, winged huskies, 3-meter-long centipedes, and rats with steel claws, all revolting to behold. At that moment, a golden light flashed from Xia Qinyu, instantly healing all her wounds. Lin Dong had provided remote treatment. She sprang to her feet, brandishing an ice spear, coldly declaring, "These are the mutated creatures captured by the Foundation, individually weak but numerous." Ling Shui shivered. "Why didn't you say so sooner?" Xia Qinyu shot a glance at Qin Shuyu, who was covering her eyes in fear. "Did I have a chance to speak? The moment I opened my mouth, this woman pinned me down and started beating me." Liang Jihan drew 2 handguns, performing a beautiful flourish. "What shall we do?" Shen Wanyue took a deep breath. "Let us annihilate them." The battle reignited. Shen Wanyue charged at the giant snake, her dagger gleaming coldly as she lunged forward. The serpent suddenly sprouted spikes, its body resembling a long sea urchin. Ling Shui smirked, drawing a tang knife from under her skirt and attacking the giant centipede, severing half its legs. Xia Qinyu launched herself at the enormous spider, throwing her spear and piercing its eye. However, the spider expelled a toxic web before succumbing. Jiangzhu clenched her fists, her form flickering as she punched through the rat's steel claws along with its body. Liang Jihan, agile and swift, fired her weapon, dodging effortlessly to take down the toad. Qin Shuyu trembled, standing still with her eyes shut. It's so terrifying, so many monsters. Suddenly, a familiar sound reached her ears, and she felt something brush against her foot. It was the winged husky, with white fur and round eyes. Aside from its size resembling a tiger, it was quite adorable. "Ah, Nuan Nuan." Qin Shuyu's eyes sparkled with affection. This dog bore a striking resemblance to her deceased pet. She scooped the husky into her arms, her face nuzzling against its fur. The scene contrasted starkly with that of the others. The husky relished the attention, licking her face before suddenly opening its jaws wide and swallowing her entire head. "Qin Shuyu, you are not my Nuan Nuan. My Nuan Nuan would never harm me." The husky, eager to savor its meal, was taken aback as the food it had just devoured unexpectedly extended its hands, prying open its massive jaws. Qin Shuyu, in a fit of frenzy, forcefully grasped the husky's mouth, tearing it in half. Chapter 107. Is it you, Showa? Observing the scene on the screen where a beauty battled beasts, the vertically pupiled man waved his hand dismissively. "Shut it off. There's no need to watch. These mutated creatures possess at most B-level strength, with most being C-level. Though they should be formidable, they pose no threat to these women and will soon be slaughtered. However, this also indicates that these women are exceptionally strong. Given their current combat prowess, unless equipped with the Foundation's latest technological weaponry and genetically engineered zombie warriors, they stand no chance in a direct confrontation. Even with those assets, it would likely result in mutual destruction, a costly endeavor. But what is the use of having a brain?" The vertically pupiled man glanced toward a shadowy figure in the corner. "Idol, they are in your hands." The man known as Idol remained obscured, arms crossed, and head bowed, striking a pose. "No problem, leave it to me." After leaving the orphanage, Lin Dong dashed through the rain, his sleeves and pant legs now tattered, resembling a refugee. A tingling sensation coursed through him. Though it brought no other adverse effects, it was still uncomfortable. Damn it, good deeds never go unpunished. I swear I won't be a fool for others again. Lin Dong grumbled. This area was remote. Aside from some old factories, there was a village not far off. Dubbed a village, it resembled more of an urban enclave with tightly packed houses, with only 2 or 3 meters separating the buildings, making driving in and out a challenge. He vaguely remembered it being called Yong Village, named for a past act of bravery that occurred there. The snow has now dwindled to less than a meter. Lin Dong casually found a building and leaped inside. He chose an empty room, approximately 50 square meters, which, though unoccupied, was surprisingly clean and tidy, suggesting it belonged to a woman. After taking a brief hot shower, he finally lay down in peace. His phone had no signal, marking a complete farewell to the information age. The sound of rain pattered softly, and he soon fell asleep. In the middle of the night, the door suddenly swung open, awakening Lin Dong, who found himself locking eyes with a woman. She appeared to be in her 30s, reasonably attractive yet heavily bundled up, her eyes reflecting a profound emptiness. Noticing his presence, the woman, seemingly unfazed, calmly remarked, "A glass of water or half a piece of bread." Lin Dong was taken aback. The woman, seeing his bewilderment, stepped into the room and immediately felt a wave of warmth. Her eyes began to glimmer with life. She then started to undress, struggling with the layers. Lin Dong, speechless, thought she assumed him to be a client. "I have no interest in you. You needn't undress," he stated. The woman regarded him with suspicion, but replied, "You don't find me appealing? Then go to the central area. There are women there far prettier than I." With that, she pulled a blanket from the cupboard, spread it on the floor, and began to settle down to sleep. The impression she left on Lin Dong was stark. She seemed devoid of a soul. After enduring the harsh realities of the apocalypse for so long, she had become numb, driven only by a dull desire for survival. "Is there no underground parking here? And yet you can still move about?" he inquired. With her eyes still shut, she replied, "We use ladders." Lin Dong nodded, realizing that the narrow spacing between buildings made it plausible for them to visit one another. "Tell me about the situation here." The woman remained silent. Lin Dong chuckled, producing a self-heating pot. "How about this? This is yours." The woman opened her eyes wide, a look of disbelief crossing her face as she swallowed hard. "Is that hot food?" After days of subsisting on frozen, hard bread, half a packet of instant noodles, or tooth-breaking cooked potatoes, the thought of warm food was tantalizing. Without hesitation, she snatched the pot, eagerly heating it while her face flushed with anticipation. This place is called Yong Village, comprising over 200 buildings, primarily self-constructed. Currently, there are about 100 survivors. Others have either frozen or starved to death, or been crushed by collapsing snow. This area is under the control of Jin Yi, who maintains order here. On the first night of snowfall, Jin Yi led a group to rob all the small shops and supermarkets in the village. Seizing a wealth of resources, the men toil daily to exchange labor for food, while women like me, who are somewhat attractive, trade their bodies for sustenance. The less fortunate ones are killed. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. Jin Yi was indeed a formidable character. While many were unaware that this was the end of the world, Jin Yi decisively looted the supermarkets, revealing his ruthless nature. What sort of person is Jin Yi? In this weather, what labor do the men still need to perform? A flicker of fear crossed the woman's face. Jin Yi was once the local overlord. I don't know much about him, only that his background is substantial. He claims food will eventually run out, urging the men to risk their lives digging snow caves to convert several buildings in the central area into indoor farms, cultivating various crops. Remarkably, Jin Yi knows how to farm, she concluded, eagerly consuming the food. Her pale complexion flushed with color as she devoured the hot pot, greedily savoring every drop of broth. "Thank you. I am Zhong Xiao. You can call me Xiao. Lin Dong smirked. At over 30, calling herself Xiao felt somewhat juvenile. "Get some sleep," he said, not intending to linger. Outside, the rain subsided, and the woman soon drifted off to sleep. At midnight, the rewards refreshed once more. Ding. Today's sign-in reward, options as follows. 1. Infinite toilet paper, to alleviate your woes in the restroom. 2. Infinite antivirus masks, only effective against airborne viruses. 3. Beauty serum. 4. A gaming chair that guarantees no back pain. Lin Dong thought, what a disappointing selection today. Am I really so powerless that I must concern myself with toilet paper? The antivirus masks are utterly useless. I am immune to toxins and have no need for them. And as for the gaming chair, I prefer my genuine leather maid-style chair. Thus, the only viable option was number 3. After all, there was no harm in improving his appearance while he was at it. To Lin Dong's surprise, the item that materialized was not a bottle of skincare product, but a card. Beauty serum, a miraculous item that continuously enhances one's charm, usable both externally and internally. What does this mean? Lin Dong mused, scratching his head. Upon using the card, a stream of white light surged into his abdomen, but thereafter, nothing occurred. What is this? How does it enhance others' beauty? There are no specific instructions. Lin Dong pondered thoughtfully. External application? Internal consumption? It must be a tangible substance. Serum. Ah, I see. Chapter 108. Jin Yi and the 4 great warriors. The following day, the rain ceased, the sky remained overcast, and the temperature was still frigid. All the survivors emerged from their homes, bewildered, gazing at the mere 10 centimeters of snow, speechless. The snow has melted? Someone suddenly exclaimed. Instantly, excitement spread among the crowd, with many even moved to tears. The snow has melted. Oh, could this dreadful calamity truly be coming to an end? My dear, did you see? The snow has melted. We can survive. Wonderful, wonderful. I knew I was meant to live. We are saved. Though the toxic snow still lingered, its shallow depth was no longer lethal. As long as they donned boots and avoided slipping, they would be fine. The crowd, brimming with excitement, donned their gear and rushed outside, reveling in their newfound freedom. Lin Dong leaned against the window, observing indifferently a cold smirk playing on his lips. Do you truly believe rebirth has arrived? No, the slaughter is just beginning. Yang Laosi, now that the disaster has passed, you have killed so many. Prepare to face the reckoning from the rescue team. You will be executed. Someone shouted angrily, pointing at the former murderer. However, Yang Laosi merely grinned menacingly, drawing his knife and swiftly dispatching the accuser, embedding the blade in his skull, taking considerable effort to extract it. How dare you threaten me? So many have taken lives. Do you think the rescue team can capture us? The others fell silent, stunned. What are you so proud of? Laosi spat, brandishing his blood-soaked blade at the village entrance. Jin Yi has decreed that anyone attempting to flee will be executed on the spot. Someone, suppressing their fear, shouted. With just you alone, can you stop us all? Fellow villagers, let us fight him. Once we escape this hellhole, we can survive in the vast world outside. The crowd's spirits ignited. Exactly. What is a mere knife? My iron shovel is no toy. Yang Laosi, you killed my wife and child. I will make you pay. I'm starving beyond belief. Yang Laosi, don't stand in my way. I'm going out to find food. Yang Laosi's complexion turned slightly pale. Although he often displayed a fierce demeanor, he was ultimately just an ordinary man with considerable strength, and he felt intimidated in the presence of so many people. Suddenly, a group of about a dozen individuals emerged from the depths of the village. The one who spoke was a young man at the forefront, sporting a buzz cut and an incredibly arrogant expression, with hands casually tucked into his pockets as he sauntered along. Upon their appearance, the others instinctively shrank back, clearly intimidated by this young man, who had previously exhibited a particularly brash attitude that instilled fear in the villagers. Lin Dong scoffed, the four great beasts? Truly a gang of thugs, with the Azure Dragon and White Tiger at their sides? Yet this kid is merely at level 2. So, it seems that Jin Yi possesses for supernatural beings? Zhang Wei tilted his head, surveying the surroundings before approaching Yang Laosi. Despite being over a decade older, he bowed and nodded. Wei Ge, you're here. Zhang Wei, displeased, slapped him on the forehead. Stop calling me Wei Ge. Call me Wei Shun. All right, Wei Ge. This group dares to rebel against Jin Yi's orders. Please unleash your fury and eliminate them all. All you ever think about is killing? Zhang Wei slapped him again. These people still have their uses. Why would we kill them? He then turned to the crowd and proclaimed loudly, Villagers, Jin Yi has commanded that I, Zhang Wei, the head of Xuanwu Hall, lead you to conquer and seize land, establishing an unparalleled dynasty for Jin Yi. Lin Dong was taken aback. What does he mean by that? He means we're going to plunder the nearby neighborhoods and claim them as our territory. Someone explained. Why? The disaster is nearly over. Why should we still resort to robbery? Someone cautioned. Suddenly, Zhang Wei yanked Yang Laosi's large knife and hurled it. With a sickening sound, the knife pierced through a man, who fell to the ground in shock. This scene startled the others. While they might have relied on their numbers to intimidate Yang Laosi, Zhang Wei was not someone to be frightened merely by numbers. This guy was formidable. Zhang Wei scratched his ear with a smirk. Is there anyone else with objections? The crowd hurriedly shook their heads, too afraid to voice dissent. That is more like it. Gather your belongings. Men, grab any kitchen knives or sickles you have, quickly. The crowd dispersed in an instant, and soon, a group of over 30 people was assembled, setting off with great fervor under Zhang Wei's leadership. Lin Dong turned to Zhong Xiu, puzzled. Why aren't you escaping? There is no one guarding the village entrance. Zhong Xiu smiled bitterly. Where could I escape to? As a woman, even if I leave Yong village, can I outmatch those men? Zhong Xiu licked her lips, timidly asking, Can I have something to eat? Lin Dong chuckled and tossed her a bun. After all, staying in someone else's house was akin to paying rent. Zhong Xiu gratefully accepted it and gulped it down, then looked at Lin Dong with eyes that seemed to say, I want more. However, Lin Dong ignored her. Biting her lip, Zhong Xiu left in disappointment. Not all the men in the village had gone. Many were likely left behind by Jin Yi to continue gathering food. Hurrying to the central area, she was met with an unpleasant odor. A burly middle-aged man approached her and, upon seeing Zhong Xiu, wrapped his arms around her. Sister-in-law, why are you so late today? Let me have my fun first, and don't worry, I'll give you half a loaf of bread. Zhong Xiu responded bitterly, Lu Gang, there are so many women more beautiful than me in the village. Why do you seek me out? Lu Gang laughed heartily. Because you're my sister-in-law? Do you think I killed my brother for no reason? Lu Gang, could you help me contact Jin Yi? I have something important to discuss with him. Lu Gang's hands roamed restlessly. What important matter could you possibly have? Tell me. After a moment's hesitation, Zhong Xiu glanced around and whispered, Last night, a man suddenly appeared in my room. He isn't from our Yong village. I don't know where he came from, but he can perform magic and conjure food. Really? Lu Gang's eyes widened. Being one of the four great beasts and possessing supernatural abilities himself, his immediate thought was that this man must also have powers. Is that so? Why would I lie to you? Zhong Xiu replied with conviction. Wait for me here. Lu Gang thought for a moment and quickly walked away. Chapter 109. Only the dead need not entertain guests. Zhong Xiu anxiously ascended the stairs, having only seen Jin Yi from a distance before. This was her first time facing him directly. In the spacious central hall, an elderly man with graying hair sat in a position of authority, dressed in light attire that exuded an air of affluence, yet adorned with a large gold chain around his neck and several green rings on his fingers. He leisurely puffed on a large cigar, radiating an aura of command even in his relaxed demeanor. Apart from Jin Yi, the only other person present was a woman standing behind him. The woman was strikingly beautiful, with soft features yet an icy, aloof presence. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, reminiscent of South Korea's national goddess, Jun Ji-hyun. Standing nearly 6 feet tall, she had an alluring figure, clad in black, with a tang knife at her waist, resembling a blooming black rose. Upon seeing this woman, Liu Gang's eyes flickered with admiration and desire. But he quickly lowered his gaze, too intimidated to stare. Though a rose may be beautiful, it is still thorny. Jin Yi, Zhong Xiu stammered, unable to suppress her instinct to kneel before him, her voice trembling. Jin Yi regarded her with indifference. Speak clearly about the man's matter. Avoid unnecessary words. After listening to Zhong Xiu's account, Jin Yi slowly furrowed his brow. Lin Dong, capable of conjuring food? That is indeed an intriguing ability. This information is of great significance to me. Now, tell me, what reward do you seek? Zhong Xiu felt a bead of sweat trickle down her back and, biting her lip, tentatively asked, Jin Yi, could I not entertain guests anymore? As long as I can have enough to eat each day? So simple. Jin Yi's lips curled into a smile. I agree. Liu Gang, from now on, she shall not need to entertain guests, nor shall she go hungry. Remember Lin Dong's ability. Do not let others discover it. A cold glint flashed in Liu Gang's eyes. Understood, Jin Yi. He then took Zhong Xiu and departed. Wonderful. Jin Yi is truly a good man. Zhong Xiu exclaimed as she exited, brimming with excitement. Liu Gang, however, wore an enigmatic smile. Indeed, but suddenly, with a swift motion, Liu Gang's hands transformed into metallic black claws, piercing through Zhong Xiu's chest. Why? Zhong Xiu's eyes widened in disbelief. She had thought she no longer needed to entertain guests, that she could eat her fill and have hope for survival. She could not comprehend why Liu Gang would want to kill her. Liu Gang withdrew his hand, flicking the blood from his fingers nonchalantly. Only the dead need not entertain guests, nor suffer from hunger. The reason for this act is to avoid tarnishing Jin Yi's reputation. Zhong Xiu collapsed. Her eyes filled with resentment as she glared at Liu Gang. Jin Yi, shaking his smoking pipe, narrowed his eyes. Liu Gang, you shall handle this matter. Such individuals must either serve my purposes, or... Understood. Liu Gang retreated once more. In the hall, only the elderly man and the young woman remained. Jin, what do you think Lin Dong's ability is? To conjure food out of thin air, this power seems utterly extraordinary in this new world. Yu Qin remained cold and detached, even toward her adoptive father. I'm not quite sure, but it cannot possibly be as simple as conjuring it from nothing. Oh, what do you mean? Jin Yi inquired, taken aback. Yu Qin gazed out the window, her eyes downcast. This person likely possesses the ability to store resources for easy access. After finishing breakfast, Lin Dong prepared to leave. It was indeed troublesome without a maid to attend to him. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed through the hallway as the door was violently kicked open, and a dozen men with fierce expressions surged in. Liu Gang, the last to enter, was a robust figure with an arrogant demeanor. Upon seeing the remnants of the meal spread across the dining table, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Wow, such a feast. Even as one of the 4 great warriors, I can only manage boiled noodles daily. You must be Lin Dong, Liu Gang declared. I am Liu Gang, one of the 4 great warriors under Master Jin, and I am here too. Lin Dong, narrowing his eyes, interrupted. Where's Zhong Xiu? Did she sell me out? Liu Gang paused. Where is she now? Lin Dong continued to inquire. Strangely, Liu Gang felt a pang of anxiety at Lin Dong's calm tone. One of his subordinates, unable to contain himself, brandished a machete and pointed it at Lin Dong. Hey, how dare you speak to my brother like that? Be careful, or I'll slice you to pieces. Before the words fully left his mouth, Lin Dong swiftly seized the blade, yanked it towards himself, twirled it in his hand, and then violently struck down. The blade cut through with astonishing speed. Before the young thug could react, it sliced from his forehead down to his groin. His eyes widened in shock as he fell apart, quite literally. The blade's edge was impeccably smooth, cleaving his insides and bones with precision, leaving a gruesome scene of blood and entrails across the floor. Good heavens! The remaining thugs were utterly astonished. This young man wielded a knife with incredible swiftness. Lin Dong frowned and discarded the machete. Not as effective as my fish. Liu Gang's legs trembled. That strike had made him acutely aware that he was no match for this man. Ahem. My subordinate lacks manners. Please forgive him. Lin Dong smiled. Where's Zhong Xiu? Liu Gang's face fell in despair. I killed her. Oh, thank you. Lin Dong nodded and stepped over the corpse, preparing to leave. The remaining thugs instinctively parted ways. Their earlier bravado evaporated. Just as Lin Dong was about to exit, Liu Gang, in a panic, called out, Brother Lin Dong, that. Lin Dong paused, glancing sideways. Liu Gang shivered again, but recalled Master Jin's directive and steeled himself. Master Jin wishes to recruit you under his command. Not interested. Lin Dong scoffed, preparing to depart. At that moment, a wave of people suddenly appeared at the village entrance. Zhang Wei led the charge, sprinting in terror with a group of subordinates, scattered and disorganized. Behind them, another group brandished large knives, mercilessly attacking the thugs and villagers. Brother Wei, save me. Upon spotting Liu Gang above, he shouted urgently, Gang brother, help me. Liu Gang's expression changed. Brothers, follow me to assist. He leaped from the upper floor. The ordinary thugs could only rush towards the hallway, but it was too narrow. Lin Dong descended leisurely, blocking their path, and they were trapped. Having witnessed Lin Dong's earlier display of skill, they dared not urge him on, anxiously trailing behind. Zhang Wei then revealed a vicious expression. Damn it. I took my men to rob a nearby mall and ran into another group. One of them was slightly stronger than me, and I couldn't win. Now they're chasing me down. Brother Gang, help me eliminate him. Chapter 110. Do you know how the Courage in Courage Village came about? Lu Gang's fury ignited. How dare you bully the people of Courage Village? Brothers, charge. Zhang Wei glared at the pursuing group, realizing that he had started with over 30 men, now reduced to fewer than 10. This was utterly intolerable. Finally, Lin Dong descended, and the thugs found an opening to rush toward the village entrance. In the open area, a remarkably rotund yet agile man swiftly struck down a fleeing villager, grinning maliciously at Zhang Wei. Hey, aren't you from Courage? Why the retreat? Behind him stood over 30 thugs, all bloodied and menacing. With their leader present, Zhang Wei grinned wickedly. Wang Fatty, if you have the guts, come and kill me. Let us see if I don't shave your fat to make oil. The thugs behind Wang Fatty seethed with rage, but he restrained them. Hold your horses. Let's understand the situation first. He then directed his attention to Zhang Wei. You dare rob the supermarket in our Tianhu community? You must be tired of living. Here's the deal. Either we storm in and slaughter your Courage village, or you provide us with 20 boxes of mineral water, and we'll call it even. 20 boxes? Why don't you go rob someone else? Zhang Wei roared in anger. Wang Fatty shrugged. What do you think I'm doing right now? His humor was rather misplaced. While food was secondary, clean water was of utmost importance, as freshwater sources had been contaminated by toxic snow and rain. To survive, people could only rely on bottled water. At that moment, over 40 villagers burst forth from the village, brandishing farming tools, making their numbers starkly uneven. Yet, Wang Fatty remained unfazed. What does having more people even matter? Glasses. The crowd parted to reveal a slender, fair-skinned man wearing glasses, who approached with a shy smile. Brother Wang, I'm not good at fighting. I prefer arithmetic. Wang Fatty chuckled. Then help them from Courage Village calculate what will happen if they don't hand over 20 boxes of water. Oh, that I can do. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses and raised his hand to calculate. Though we are outnumbered, Brother Wang, you can certainly take on 2 opponents. And with me in this group of thugs, Courage Village. It was evident he intended to calculate the odds thoroughly. Zhang Wei sneered. Do I need you to do the math? The bespectacled man looked puzzled. What? Zhang Wei kicked a pile of snow aside. Smirking arrogantly, I asked. Do I need you to do the math? I know you, second son of the Gao family, a university student, looking all prim and proper. Don't think just because you've read a few books, you can show off in front of me. I'll tell you. Your family is just a bunch of fishmongers. Chattering on. Do you know how the Courage in Courage Village came about? If we're going to fight, let us just fight. Stop the nonsense. Lin Dong leaned against a distant utility pole, intrigued by the unfolding drama. This plot felt eerily familiar. Should he lend his frozen fish to the bespectacled man? The expression of the bespectacled man darkened instantly. Seeing him upset, Wang Fatty grinned maliciously at Zhang Wei. You're done for, Huang Mao. Charge. With a wave of his hand, the throng surged forward. Thugs from Courage Village, slaughter them. Lu Gang commanded similarly, and both sides clashed violently. Surprisingly, the Tianhu community members exhibited exceptional fighting prowess. Those who survived in the community were mostly battle-hardened, while the villagers from Courage Village, aside from the thugs, were predominantly civilians. After enduring the prolonged snow, they were either farming or indulging in leisure, rendering them ill-prepared for combat. Chaos erupted, limbs flailing in every direction. Don't kill me. I'm not one of his thugs. I'm just a villager. This is it. I've come into contact with snow. I'm going to die. Damn it, you killed my brother? I'll fight you to the end. Lu Gang charged at Wang Fatty with a large knife, but as their blades met, he felt a heavy weight in his heart. What immense strength. This fat man was truly formidable. Zhang Wei, come help. Zhang Wei was in the midst of his own attacks, but rushed over to join the fray against Wang Fatty. 2 against 1. Wang Fatty licked his lips and launched a furious assault, quickly overpowering both men. Meanwhile, the bespectacled man stood by, coldly observing as more villagers from Courage rushed forward wielding axes. With a swift movement, he dodged and seized the axe, bringing it down forcefully upon his foe's forehead, blood splattering as it became embedded within. Discarding the axe, the bespectacled man elegantly removed his glasses, retrieving a cloth from his pocket to meticulously wipe away the bloodstains. With a sinister grin, he approached Zhang Wei, unarmed, effortlessly snapping the necks of the villagers who crossed his path. Among them were the bespectacled man, Lu Gang, and Wang Fatty, all at level 3, while Zhang Wei stood at level 2. However, within the same tier, a discernible disparity in strength emerged, with Wang Fatty and the bespectacled man evidently surpassing the others. The battle raged fiercely, transforming the village entrance into a veritable hellscape. Wang Fatty sent Zhang Wei flying with a kick and cleaved Lu Gang with a blade, the latter desperately holding on. Zhang Wei clutched his stomach, retching bile. Just as he noticed the bespectacled man advancing towards him, eyes glinting with malevolent intent. Zhang Wei, for heaven's sake, come help. Lu Gang gasped, his legs trembling under Wang Fatty's weight. Zhang Wei's pupils dilated. It seemed that Gao Laoer was formidable as well. Fleeing, he sprinted towards the village, abandoning the pitiful Lu Gang. Zhang Wei, you coward. Wang Fatty chuckled menacingly. You should rename your village Coward Village. Suddenly, Lin Dong squinted, a tang knife spinning from behind him, slicing through the chaos and piercing Wang Fatty. The blade struck true, blood dripping onto Lu Gang's forehead. The bespectacled man's expression changed dramatically. In the village's passage, a fleeting shadow emerged, darting past Lin Dong towards the village entrance. Ah, how delightful, Lin Dong mused. Finally intrigued. When Yuqin reappeared, she stood before Wang Fatty's corpse, slowly withdrawing the tang knife, her gaze cold and unwavering. The bespectacled man removed his glasses, exhaled upon them, and donned them again, his smile taking on a twisted allure. So, you are the strongest in Coward Village, and surprisingly, a beautiful woman at that. Quite unexpected. But I forgot to mention, I began helping my brother kill fish at 3, slaughtering chickens at 5, and took my first human life at 17. The blade became lodged in the neck, splattering me with blood. Yuqin casually flicked the blood from her knife, replying, "Are you hoping for my sympathy?" No, no. The bespectacled man grinned confidently. I share this to inform you that I am quite formidable as well. Chapter 111. Frozen fish is his ultimate fate. The crowd instinctively parted, clearing space for their duel. The outcome of their battle would decisively influence the overall conflict. My friend, who do you believe will triumph? A deep voice suddenly resonated from behind Lin Dong. It was Jin Yi. Lin Dong turned, squinting slightly. I have a preference for beauty. I wager on the woman. No kidding, she's level 4. Jin Yi exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, before bursting into laughter. You're refreshingly blunt. I like it. The bespectacled man's grin grew increasingly grotesque, excitement flushing his face. His eyes reddened, and as he spread his arms, blood from countless corpses began to surge towards him. Aside from my brother, you are the first opponent worthy of my full effort. I hope you can last 3 seconds, otherwise, I shall find it rather dull. The crowd gasped and recoiled. This man could control the blood of the dead. Even the living felt their own blood stir within, as if yearning to escape. Yuqin focused on her tang knife, lightly caressing the blade, and murmured, 1. The bespectacled man faltered. What was she planning? 2. Yuqin then lifted her beautiful eyes, coldly regarding him. Suddenly, her figure vanished, transforming into a fleeting shadow, moving with astonishing speed. When she reappeared, she stood behind the bespectacled man. 3. Her lips parted, she flicked the blood from her blade, sheathing the tang knife with effortless grace. At that moment, the bespectacled man finally comprehended, his eyes widening in horror as he attempted to turn, only to discover he had lost control of his neck. A crimson line appeared, and his head tumbled to the ground. The crowd gasped in terror, their faces filled with disbelief. Such speed, such terrifying skill. Lu Gang seized the moment, raising his hand. What are you standing there for? Finish them off. The villagers of Coward Village reacted, grabbing their weapons and charging. The residents of Tianhu community fled, unable to withstand Lu Gang's powers without Wang Fatty and the bespectacled man leading the charge. Under Lu Gang's courageous leadership, the Tianhu residents were swiftly cut down, with only 2 or 3 managing to escape. Dad, it's all taken care of. Jin Yi nodded, turning to Lin Dong. You must be Lin Dong, right? Lin Dong smiled. I dislike being called little. Do you wish to die? Jin Yi hesitated. The young man was quite fiery. Yuqin's expression hardened, drawing her blade. But Jin Yi urgently pressed her down. However, Zhang Wei behind them was less pleased, glaring at Lin Dong and shouting, You brat. Jin Yi called you little brother out of respect. Don't be so ungrateful. Do you know how we earned the bravery in Coward Village? Jin Yi is in a good mood, so kneel before him quickly, or else I'll ruin you. Only obstructing the beautiful woman, Jin Yi seemed intent on letting the young man test his skills. Nonetheless, Lin Dong remained unfazed. A frozen fish materialized in his hand, and with a swift motion, he swung it. Crack. Zhang Wei's head exploded. Ultimately, he succumbed beneath the frozen fish. The speed of it shocked even Yuqin. Flesh and blood splattered, drenching Jin Yi's face and obliterating his imposing demeanor. Has he always been this bold? Lin Dong frowned at Jin Yi. What do you intend to do? Let go of Jin Yi. The crowd clamored but dared not approach, intimidated by Lin Dong's previous acts of violence. Yuqin drew her blade, ready to advance, but Jin Yi shouted, Stop. Ha 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 young, Brother Lin Dong indeed possesses remarkable skills. I apologize for my offense. Everyone else, withdraw. Jin Yi's face stiffened as he pulled out a handkerchief, carefully wiping the blood from his face. The crowd felt their hearts race. When had Jin Yi ever faced such humiliation? Remarkably, he maintained his composure. Those who had yet to encounter Lin Dong speculated nervously. Yuqin glared at Lin Dong, clearly on the verge of drawing her blade. Jin Yi chuckled, Brother Lin Dong, may I have a moment to speak privately? Lin Dong stared at him intently and suddenly smiled. Considering how beautiful your daughter is, I suppose a conversation is in order. You and your daughter are both level 4. Let us see what kind of storm you can stir. They made their way to the central area, where Jin Yi graciously welcomed Lin Dong into the living room, dismissing everyone else and leaving only Yuqin in attendance. Personally, he brewed a pot of hot water over a fire, preparing tea for Lin Dong. Brother Lin Dong, this is my treasured West Lake Longjing. Please, have a taste. Lin Dong reclined with his legs crossed, swallowing the tea in one gulp, spitting out the leaves. Old man, just get to the point. No need for pleasantries. Good. You're straightforward. Jin Yi's forehead twitched, but he managed to maintain a smile and give a thumbs up. I shan't beat around the bush. I hope Brother Lin Dong will work under me. Lin Dong scoffed, not interested. He immediately rose to leave. Wait. Jin Yi chuckled. Why not hear me out? Besides your daughter, what else do you have that might intrigue me? Jin Yi, could you perhaps temper the overt display of your lascivious tendencies? Perhaps Brother Lin Dong believes that being a local tyrant in this modest village amounts to little. However, my true influence can be said to permeate half of Jiang City. Lin Dong, wearing an expression of disinterest, replied, And so? Gold Master pondered. In these apocalyptic times, with order collapsed, it is precisely the moment for us to expand our territories and seize Jiang City. Stop right there. Lin Dong interrupted. You aren't suggesting that you wish to become the local overlord of Jiang City, are you? Gold Master paused, taken aback. Well, one could say that. Look at your ambitions, Lin Dong scoffed, his face a mask of disdain. A gangster is still a gangster, with such limited vision. If you continue to indulge in this meaningless chatter, your grand aspirations may very well perish before they even begin. With that, a frozen fish reappeared in his hand. Yuqin's hair stood on end, and she drew her blade, positioning herself protectively in front of Gold Master, her expression one of vigilance. Gold Master's demeanor began to darken. What then would it take for you to agree? Simple, Lin Dong pointed to Yuqin. Let her serve as my dog. Gold Master immediately shook his head. Impossible. Although Qiner is my adopted daughter, I regard her as my own. I would never force her to be with someone she does not like. Lin Dong stood and stretched lazily. Then it seems there is nothing left to discuss. Noticing his nonchalance, a cold glint flashed in Yuqin's eyes. An opening. Transforming into a shadow, her blade lunged forward. However, the blade halted a mere 2 centimeters from Lin Dong's nose, as he firmly grasped the dagger with his large hand. Oh, this blade is quite impressive, he remarked, before yanking it away with force and swiftly retaliating. With a swift motion, the tip of the blade pierced through her chest, leaving Yuqin utterly astonished. What terrifying speed! She, who prided herself on her swiftness, found herself utterly defenseless.